Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 379, 225, Exotic Beasts Pour Out of Their Nest. Everyone is like a bird in a cage. You can divvy up this giant mutant rat. I won't take a share, This is the prey you killed, you are going to just give it all to us. It's true that I killed it, but it's not my prey. After saying this, Lin Zichen turned and walked over to Shen Qinghan to see how Hiyu's injuries were. The injuries have basically stabilized. It's just that arm, severed clean through, likely gone for good, and he'll have to live with being one-armed from now on. As for becoming a mechanically modified human, the risks are too high. The genetic structure inside a genetic integrator's body is incredibly complex, with strong rejection properties, so the risks involved in mechanical modification are too great and generally not worth the loss. Zichen, I really envy your strength. If I were as powerful as you, I wouldn't be afraid even if an ordinary-level giant mutant rat bit me while I stood still. Find more chapters on MVL. Hiyu looked at Lin Zichen standing before him and said with a self-deprecating, bitter smile. Back when he had just started high school, he would often show off in front of Lin Zichen, constantly thinking about how to subtly flaunt his own awesomeness in an unassuming way. Unexpectedly, in just 4 years, the gap between them had become vast as heaven and earth. One was the top student of Shanghai University. The other had just reached the ordinary 5th order in biological level. Truly lamentable. Sir, the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen knew Hiyu was being self-deprecating and did not play along, merely expressing his concern calmly, rest up and heal. After this is over, the 4 of us in the group will get together for a meal. Soon, Hiyu, whose wounds had been treated in an emergency, was taken away by the field medic. Lin Zichen did not linger long. He quickly left with Shen Qinghan to clear out more giant mutant rats. As the two ventured deeper in the direction of the scarlet giant tree, the scenes they came across became increasingly bloodier. They saw many bodies lying on the ground. They were all incomplete corpses. Among them, there were some familiar faces. One was Gaofei, an opponent they had encountered at the middle school league contest back in their first year. Gaofei had been a genius student at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, sprinting 100 meters in just 9 seconds. He attended Shanghai University, a junior in the Evolution College. Now, his body was half-eaten by a giant mutant rat, his life had been forever left on the battlefield. There was also Huang Jiamin, a girl who had put 9 green caps on her boyfriend and liked to bully freshmen by leveraging her status as an older student, only to be substituted by Lin Zichen in a challenge. This senior now lay as a lone head on the ground, her body completely consumed by a giant mutant rat. Next to her head, her brother Huang Jiarui knelt weeping bitterly, while her ex-boyfriend Yan Liang, who she had cuckolded 9 times, stood silently beside, his emotions complex and indescribable. Besides these two, there was also Lu Qizhi from the genius class of the first year, the strongest top scorer in Yunqian province's history, who also died horribly in the jaws of a giant mutant rat. And Zhu Shishir from the Machine God group, a female mechanically modified human, who had attended military special training with Lin Zichen, as well, had fallen on this battlefield. There was also Wu Tiancheng, an instructor from the Evolution College of Shanghai University, and the previously strongest individual in the history of Shanghai High School. He too had perished, slaughtered by a giant mutant rat over 10 meters in length. When his body was extracted from the rat's stomach, it was so corroded that it was beyond recognition. His death was extremely tragic. Seeing Wu Tiancheng's corpse, Lin Zichen was quite surprised. This instructor Wu was a high-level creature. To perish inside the stomach of a giant mutant rat. It was somewhat unbelievable. On the other hand, Shen Qinghan saw so many people die tragically, and the expression on her fair face turned very grim. She had anticipated substantial casualties. But witnessing it with her own eyes, the visual impact was still too overwhelming. Deep inside, it was hard to accept. Lin Zi, so many people have died, Shen Qinghan said softly, feeling very upset. Lin Zichen also felt bitter inside, but he maintained a calm exterior and replied, "This is an unavoidable occurrence. You'll get used to it." No sooner had he spoken than a familiar figure approached. It was the former student council president, Zhou Xiahong. At that moment, he was covered in scars, some already healing, others still bleeding profusely. He had clearly just finished a fierce battle not long ago. Lin Zichen, looking around at the corpses littering the ground, do you understand now why I insisted on fostering a survival of the fittest environment at our school? Zhou Xiahong, gasping for breath, looked at Lin Zichen earnestly and said. Without waiting for Lin Zichen's response, he continued, it's because catastrophes are cruel, and the environment is extremely harsh. If you don't cultivate a strong will during these 4 years at university, then heading to the battlefield after graduation is almost like heading to the execution ground, practically a certain death. Zhou Xiahong went on, in today's rodent disaster, many people didn't need to die. It's because their mental fortitude was too weak. At the sight of the swarming rat horde, their legs went soft and they couldn't perform to their true ability, leading to their deaths. And this is just a rodent disaster on Earth, a trivial rodent disaster. If this were in the origin land, the scale of the beast tide we'd face would only be 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times more brutal than now. And you, who have never been to the origin land to withstand a beast tide, don't understand anything. You only know how to be young and arrogant, showing off in front of your peers to satisfy your own insignificant vanity. Zhou Xiahong knew that his strength could not match Lin Zichen's. However, he would still stand by the principles he cherished. He wanted to use the current situation to leave Lin Zichen with no room for rebuttal, to prove that his actions were correct. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 380, 225, Exotic Beasts Swarm Out. Everyone is like birds in a cage, _2 facing this aggressive barrage of words, Lin Zichen simply said indifferently, will is not honed the way you do it, your methods will only drive people into the arms of the heretical sect. Hey, quite stubborn, aren't you? Zhou Xiahong sneered coldly. As soon as his voice fell. The next second, there was a loud bang. The Zhou Xiahong who stood there a moment ago now found himself heavily slamming into the ground, his face pressed tight against the soil, unable to move. Find more to read at MVL. An unexpected biological pressure descended from above, pinning him firmly to the ground, so much so that he could hardly breathe, his face turning red. With strength like yours, where do you get the confidence to jump around in front of me? Lin Zichen looked down condescendingly at Zhou Xiahong on the ground and said to him emotionlessly. Vice President Tan Wani was not far off. Seeing the two suddenly come to blows, she hurriedly came over to persuade them, stop this, both of you. The situation is special right now. Whatever disagreements you have can be settled after everything is over. Lin Zichen did not even spare Tan Wani. A glance, his tone remaining indifferent as he said to Zhou Xiahong, if there's a next time, be prepared to lie in the hospital for half a year. After dropping that line, Lin Zichen withdrew the biological pressure he had released and continued walking deeper with Shen Qinghan. Zhou Xiahong's demeanor, whether good or bad, was unknown to him. The only thing he knew was that he completely disapproved of the principles this man upheld. As time ticked by second, perhaps more than an hour later, the giant mutant rats had been routed, with only a small number left hiding in the surrounding ruins, not daring to come out. The victorious humans began to clear the battlefield and tally up the casualties. A small group escorted several exotic botanists to investigate the scarlet giant tree. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were also part of the escort squad. In addition to this couple, whose biological level reached high level, Lu Chuanwu, Song Yuyan, and others of slightly lower biological level were also present. Yuyan, is your arm okay? Shen Qinghan looked at the injury on Song Yuyan's arm, her voice filled with concern. With an easy smile, Song Yuyan said, it's just a minor injury, nothing serious. It will heal in a few days. After saying that, she quickly turned to express her worries. Weiwei was seriously injured in this rat plague. She was bitten by a giant mutant rat in the waist and abdomen, and the wound looked severely infected. I hope she's okay. While they were talking, Lin Zichen remained silent. At the moment, he was thinking about the three-eyed demon tribe individual they had encountered earlier. Several hours had passed since the emergence of the scarlet giant tree. Apart from a swarm of giant mutant rats that would gnaw at anything they saw, only one three-eyed demon tribe had appeared. He was seeing one of these humanoid creatures from the origin land for the second time. The first time was the fox-eared girl Sujiojia. He was very interested, or rather, very cautious, about these humanoid origin land creatures that could speak human language. Both Sujiojia and the three-eyed demon tribe displayed strength that far exceeded non-humanoid origin land creatures, posing a significant threat. Soon, the group arrived near the scarlet giant tree. Looking up at the skyscaping giant tree whose height reached over a kilometer, everyone felt an immense shock. Such a tall plant was entirely beyond everyone's comprehension. Some of you accompany the professors to study that exotic plant. The rest follow me to explore the cave, said a mechanically modified human covered in alloy, his voice holding a magnetic quality. He was a high-level officer from the military district headquarters. His individual strength was almost reaching rare level. He could be considered the strongest person present, at least on the surface. Under his command, all but the dozen or so people going to research the scarlet giant tree followed him to explore the cave. To say it was an exploration was an overstatement, rather, they were just standing around the cave, watching as the mechanically modified humans dispatched exploration robots into the cave. Then everyone just stood there, motionless, staring at the shared screens projected by the mechanically modified humans. "Godly guy, check out my feed," said Lu Qingyu as she walked over to Lin Zichen's side, enthusiastically sharing the exploration footage from her controlled robot with him. Hearing the term "godly guy," both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan by his side were surprised. This girl, who seemed cool and distant on the outside, was actually calling Lin Zichen "godly guy" in front of everyone. Lin Zichen sure had a great charm, both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan thought to themselves at the same time. Sar the novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen, the subject of these musings, was intently staring at the shared screen projected by Lu Qingyu, fearful of missing any detail. The cave was very large, with a diameter looking to be over 10 meters. It was also very deep. The exploration robot had already penetrated over a kilometer downward, yet had not touched the bottom. "It's so deep." Shen Qinghan beside him couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Qingyu also said, "It's so strange." Despite being over a kilometer deep, the temperature detected is the same as the normal temperature on the surface. Lin Zichen kept silent, continuously watching the shared screen, observing the cavern within the image. Focusing his attention on the cave walls. He noticed that the cave walls looked unnatural, covered with plant roots that seemed to reinforce the structure of the cave. The roots were arranged in a regular pattern, one after another, woven together like a net. Besides that, the walls were embedded with a large number of deep blue crystals. These deep blue crystals, hidden beneath the roots of the plants, constantly emitted thin, barely visible mist. If things were as expected, it must be those deep blue crystals that maintained a constant temperature within the seemingly bottomless cave. What amazing crystals, they could be used as air conditioning. "I wonder if they are evolution resources," Lin Zichen murmured to himself, already contemplating the deep blue crystals in the depths of the cave. "No, it's too deep. The depth of this cave has already far exceeded the robot's exploration range. We can't continue the exploration," Lu Qingyu said, frowning slightly. The other mechanically modified humans around were, without exception, thinking the same thing. These caves that had suddenly appeared on the ground were incomprehensibly deep, and simply could not be explored. "Professor Gao, how is your research going over there?" The high-ranking military officer at the military district headquarters, having given up on exploring the cave, turned to an old man studying the scarlet giant tree and asked. Professor Gao shook his head and sighed, "Not very well. This exotic plant is too peculiar. I've never seen an exotic plant that can grow over a kilometer tall, not even anything similar." On hearing this response, everyone present was somewhat at a loss for a moment. The cave exploration was impractical. Nothing significant could be discerned from the scarlet giant tree. The rat plague had been dealt with. All of a sudden, it seemed like there was nothing to do. In light of this, someone suggested, "Why don't we evacuate for now since all the residents here have been safely moved out?" Another person agreed, "I also think it's better to evacuate for now, seal off this area temporarily, and let the stronger entities handle it when they return." The high-ranking officer replied, "That's all we can do." After some deliberation, everyone present felt it was best to evacuate, as there was no need to unnecessarily increase the risk. After all, none of them was strong, not even a rare-level fighter. There was nothing they could do by staying. Better to leave early. Just wait for the stronger entities to come back and address the issues here. However, just as everyone was preparing to leave, the tranquil ground suddenly made a tremendous noise. The very next second, near the skyscraping giant trees, almost 10,000 meters away, countless thick scarlet vines erupted from the ground, rocketing towards the sky at high speed. These vines interwove with each other, forming a massive circular wall, encircling a 10-mile radius centered on the scarlet giant tree within an impenetrable tree cage. Before people could react to what had happened, suddenly, those caves around them emitted violent tremors. Following that, swarms of oddly shaped creatures burst forth. Beneath the scarlet giant tree, a horde of both familiar and wholly unknown monstrous exotic beasts appeared. Everyone was fleeing. Not fleeing would mean death. High-level experts covered the rear, while allowing the ordinary-level students to retreat. Now, let's describe Lin Zichen's capabilities. He slaughtered various exotic beasts. P.S. Bowing down, I ask for your monthly pass recommendations. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 381, 226, Pureblood Human Path Massacres All Sides Hydra, Crimson Flame Ants, Demon-Eyed Giant Apes, Armored Earth Dragon, Shadow Night Cats, Bloodthirsty Demon Eagles. In an instant, a multitude of high-level exotic beasts surged out in groups from the seemingly bottomless dark cave, their eyes gleaming with violence as they raced at high speed toward the people inside the tree cage. The swarm of exotic beasts was extremely fast and caught up with the fleeing people in a blink of an eye. Several people, who were slow and lagging behind, were unfortunately swallowed up in the swarm, emitting a few unwilling screams before they fell silent, becoming a meal in the bellies of the exotic beasts. Lin Zichen, running at the front, sensed that people behind him were being brutally killed by the exotic beasts, and with a hardened heart, made the decision to cover their retreat and rescue them. Han, Yu Yan, you guys run. I'm going to the back to save people, I'll be back soon. After speaking, Lin Zichen let go of Shen Qinghan and Song Yuyan, who he had been holding in his arms. He then forcefully launched himself, turning into a blur as he dashed toward the back. At the very rear of the group. Find more to read at MVL Shan University. Students, who were slower and had a lower biological level, were now being knocked down by the chasing exotic beasts, then furiously torn apart, their blood splattering everywhere, instantly turning them into lifeless corpses. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Save me, please save me, don't leave me behind. These damn exotic beasts. I'm going all out. Kill one to break even, kill two and it's a gain. Those at the rear were either crying and shouting for help from those ahead or, knowing there was no hope of escape, chose to turn around and fight the swarm. Ma Shiwei, severely wounded in the waist, knew she couldn't escape, decisively turned around and charged toward the approaching swarm of beasts, wanting to die with dignity. Shiwei, what are you doing? Shiwei, come back. Seeing Ma Shiwei suddenly turn and charge toward the swarm, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian yelled anxiously. Ma Shiwei showed no signs of stopping, her voice resolute. I'm severely injured in the waist, I won't last long. I'm going to cover for you. Cover your ass. Li Moyu cursed loudly and immediately turned and dashed at full speed toward Ma Shiwei to prevent her from needlessly dying in the swarm. Luo Yongjian hesitated, but gritted his teeth and eventually followed him. They would either survive together or die together, but they would not be cowards. Buzz. A whooshing sound erupted. A high-level shadow night cat, moving at a speed difficult for the naked eye to catch, charged in front of Ma Shiwei and raised its paw viciously toward her throat. Ma Shiwei's speed was nowhere near that of the shadow night cat. However, she had a thorough understanding of this type of exotic beast and had preemptively predicted its movement. Right before the shadow night cat initiated its attack, she had already positioned herself to dodge easily. As the cat's paw struck, she retreated slightly and successfully evaded the deadly hit. At the same time, she swung her double swords powerfully at the heart of the shadow night cat. Being a species known for its high speed and average attack but very low defense. Thus, even though this shadow night cat was a high-level creature, a precise hit to its vital point could potentially heavily damage or even kill it. Pierce. Pierce. Two dull sounds rang out. Ma Shiwei's double swords accurately pierced the shadow night cat's heart. Suddenly, the pungent blood of the cat sprayed out, drenching Ma Shiwei's face. Se the Audiobook.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She let the blood splash on her face and swiftly pulled out the swords and stabbed again, not giving the Shadow Night Cat any chance to breathe. However, just after a couple of stabs, she was struck by the paw of the Shadow Night Cat on her arm, instantly splitting open her flesh and exposing the white bones, the pain causing the double swords in her hand to fall to the ground. High-level creatures are termed high-level for a reason, even if their species has a low defense attribute. They are not something a regular creature like Ma Shiwei could easily take on. Buzz. The Shadow Night Cat swung its lethal claws again, aiming directly for Ma Shiwei's neck, intending to decapitate her with one swipe. Ma Shiwei wanted to dodge, but with severe wounds in her waist, she simply couldn't. Just as she braced herself to die, a long sword shot explosively from behind, passing over her shoulder and piercing with a pu sound into the head of the Shadow Night Cat, splattering a large amount of blood. Ma Shiwei recognized the long sword. It was the one Luo Yongjian often carried on his back. Buzz. Another whooshing sound erupted. Li Moyu burst forth from beside Ma Shiwei, swinging the spiked mace in his hand and smashing it down ferociously on the seriously injured Shadow Night Cat. Bang. 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 Bang with the sound of furious smashing. The head of the high-level Shadow Night Cat was directly battered into a bloody pulp, utterly lifeless, dead beyond any doubt. We actually killed a high-level exotic beast. Li Moyu, looking at the corpse of the high-level Shadow Night Cat on the ground, had an incredulous expression on his face, feeling utterly astounded. Luo Yongjian wasn't as emotional, pulling out the long sword from the body of the Shadow Night Cat and, without a word, turned and ran. Seeing this, Li Moyu didn't dare to linger either. He quickly extracted the beast core from the body of the high-level Shadow Night Cat, then ran after Luo Yongjian. More exotic beasts were chasing after them. If they didn't run now, they would soon be overwhelmed by the swarm and torn to shreds. Shiwei, hurry up and run. Seeing Ma Shiwei still standing in place, Luo Yongjian yelled anxiously. Ma Shiwei shook her head palely and said, "You guys go ahead, don't worry about me, I've lost too much blood, I can't run." Search the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 382, 226. Pureblood Human Path rampages in all directions _2 we run together. Li Moyu ran back, intending to pick up Ma Shiwei and flee with her. However, before he could reach Ma Shiwei, a bloodthirsty demon eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters zoomed past, flinging its colossal wings and shooting out feathers that filled the sky. Buffed. 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 Just a series of muffled sounds emerged. Ma Shiwei, Li Moyu, and Luo Yongjian, all three were impaled by the feathers that shot towards them, their bodies nailed to the ground, unable to move. Blood poured out from their bodies, quickly soaking their clothes. The injuries were extremely severe. Especially Ma Shiwei, her heart pierced through, blood uncontrollably flowing out, her face turned deathly pale, looking as though she wouldn't last much longer. Buzz. The bloodthirsty demon eagle cut through the air, swooping down at breakneck speed toward Ma Shiwei on the ground, aiming to snatch this tender-looking girl, to devour her flesh and blood. Watching the bloodthirsty demon eagle swiftly approach, Ma Shiwei resignedly closed her eyes, silently waiting for death to take her. Boom. 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 Just as Ma Shiwei closed her eyes, the sound of something breaking through the earth reached her ears. Following that, a series of desperate screeches filled with struggle resounded. Not human cries, but the cries of an eagle. The cries of the bloodthirsty demon eagle. Ma Shiwei, puzzled, opened her eyes. What she saw next was the nearly 10-meter-long bloodthirsty demon eagle, inexplicably bound tightly by dozens of tendrils. Immobile. It could only open its bird's mouth and cry out desperately. Then, the tendrils suddenly constricted, violently strangling the enormous bloodthirsty demon eagle, bursting it into a rain of blood that drip-dropped from the sky. Staring at the scene before her, Ma Shiwei was dumbfounded. The vines had entrapped the bloodthirsty demon eagle. Weren't they on the same side? What was happening? Ma Shiwei's eyes were filled with confusion, utterly unable to make sense of what was occurring before her. She felt her vision getting blurrier. She felt consciousness slipping away. She knew she was losing too much blood and wasn't going to make it. Just as her eyelids grew heavy and were about to close, a bright red pill shot from the side, accurately into her mouth. The pill melted as soon as it touched her tongue, quickly turning into streams of warmth that flowed into her organs, healing her injuries while replenishing her chi blood. In just a brief moment, Ma Shiwei, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, suddenly became alert. Read the latest on MVL. She removed the feathers stuck in her body and stood up from the ground. Then, to her utmost shock, she saw vines surging into the sky everywhere she looked, exotic beasts tangled in those vines in every direction, and heard desperate roars filling the air. Why is he there? In the center of those tendrils up front, Ma Shiwei spotted the figure of Lin Zichen. The vines only attacked the surrounding exotic beasts and didn't react to Lin Zichen at their center, which left Ma Shiwei utterly perplexed. Just as baffled were Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian, not far off. The three of them, by no means, could imagine that it was Lin Zichen controlling the vines. Lin Zichen was a pure-blood human, not a traitor of the divine plant cult, so how could he control the vines? In their understanding, such a thing was clearly impossible. Seeing that the three were still standing there stunned, Lin Zichen calmly said to them, "What are you three dawdling for? Get out of here, and don't hinder me." As his words ended, he concentrated his thoughts and violently tightened the vines wrapped around those exotic beasts. The next second, all beasts ensnared by the vines exploded, turning into a shower of blood that fell from the sky, staining the whole land red. These vines are controlled by Zichen. At that moment, whether it was Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, or Luo Yongjian, all looked utterly dumbfounded, their life's beliefs shattered, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. Why could Lin Zichen, a pure-blood human, manipulate vines like a traitor of the divine plant cult? CTHNovelFire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Was this a dream? Or were they hallucinating? The three were filled with confusion and doubt, their nearly 20 years of knowledge ruthlessly shattered, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before them. Seeing that they still weren't leaving, Lin Zichen couldn't be bothered to persuade them further. He simply concentrated his thoughts and controlled three tendrils to wrap around their waists, flinging them forcefully away. Then he focused his thoughts once more, absorb. In an instant, a multitude of text prompt messages flashed through the void. You have absorbed a large amount of the life origin of bloodthirsty demon eagles. You have successfully unlocked the bloodthirsty demon eagles atlas, acquiring the biometric attributes, sky-filling feathers. You can launch the hairs on your body as weapons. You have absorbed a large amount of the life origin of armored earth dragons. You have successfully unlocked the armored earth dragon atlas, acquiring the biometric attributes, unmovable as a mountain, unmovable as a mountain. Your defense attribute has been greatly enhanced. You have absorbed a large amount of the life origin of Shadow Night Cats. You have successfully unlocked the Shadow Night Cat Atlas, acquiring the biometric attributes, high-level swiftness. Your speed attribute has been significantly increased. Is this what killing is like? Lin Zichen, while looking up and bathing in the rain of exotic beasts' blood, watched the text prompts flashing through the void, feeling a strange sense of enjoyment. At that moment, he felt he somewhat understood why Qi Qingmo would refine living beings at the drop of a hat. Witnessing numerous creatures fall before him, there really was a feeling of dominating the world. Destroy gods if they obstruct, eliminate Buddhas if they stand in the way. Lin Zichen didn't stay immersed in this strange pleasure for long. He soon snapped back to reality, focused his thoughts, and remotely extracted the beast cores from the corpses all around, storing them all in his storage space. Search the NovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 383, 226. Pureblood human path rampages in all directions _3 simultaneously retreating. He manipulated the swirling vines to attack the herd of beasts. While ensuring his own safety, he delayed as much as he could, allowing those who were slower to possibly escape. However, the exotic beasts were just too numerous. Among them were creatures of biological level as high-level 9th order. Lin Zichen had tried, only to find that he was unable to solve it. Thus, he no longer pushed his limits and decisively chose to retreat, rejoining the main force to flee. He had tried his best to hold them off, only managing to block the wave of faster but less defensive beasts in front. As for the later wave, slower in speed but with high attack and defense powers, he could not hold them off by himself. At most, he could only delay them for a moment. Any more would endanger his own life. You guys are too slow, I'll just carry you and run. After returning to the fleeing main force, Lin Zichen directly scooped up Shen Qinghan, Song Yayun, and Ma Shiwei into his arms, running wildly with them. He was particularly close to these three, so he prioritized helping them escape. Strictly speaking, he was not very close to Ma Shiwei. The reason he carried Ma Shiwei along was solely because she had now shifted to the pureblood human path, making her one of his own. As for Lu Chuanwu, Lin Zichen had initially thought of carrying him too. See thnafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But upon returning to the main force, he discovered that the ever-vigorous Lu Chuanwu was already mounted on a powerful female mechanically modified human and being carried away. Continue your adventure with MVL. This female mechanically modified human was none other than the master of the mechanical genius girl Lu Qingyu. Lin Zichen was a bit puzzled and asked Song Yayun in his arms, Yuyan, why is the dean riding on that female mechanically modified human? Song Yuyan replied, that female mechanically modified human is an old flame of the dean's. The dean's old flame. Lu Qingyu's master was almost entirely made of alloy, already on the verge of mechanical ascension, and they still had a romantic life. Lin Zichen was very astonished. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying black shadow burst through the ground hundreds of meters ahead of the fleeing main force, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and completely blocking the path ahead. As the dust cleared, a giant centipede 100 meters long appeared before everyone. The biological aura it emitted was infinitely close to rare. It was a high-level 9th order great perfection. Run this way. Lin Zichen instantly commanded. He then vigorously pushed off with his legs, turning to run swiftly down a more open path to the right. But before they had run far, the next second was met with a succession of boom, boom sounds. Giant centipedes 100 meters long burst through the ground from every direction, completely blocking all escape routes. They were trapped like turtles in a jar, about to be annihilated. It's over, we're going to die, all of us will die here. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the rescue. I don't want to die yet. Many people were breaking down emotionally, shouting in despair, trapped ahead and behind. About to be annihilated. At that moment, the girl with fox ears appeared. She said to Lin Zichen, die here, or follow me down to the origin land and live. While grasping Shen Qinghan and caressing her face, she said to Lin Zichen, I don't mind you having had other women. We of the Fox clan most enjoy snatching men from other women, making her serve as our maidservant, watching us delight in bed each day while she waits on us. Before Lin Zichen could respond, Qi Qingma appeared. Trapped ahead and behind. About to be annihilated. At that moment, the girl with fox ears appeared. She said to Lin Zichen, die here, or follow me down to the origin land and live. While grasping Shen Qinghan and caressing her face, she said to Lin Zichen, I don't mind you having had other women. We of the Fox clan most enjoy snatching men from other women, making her serve as our maidservant, watching us delight in bed each day while she waits on us. Before Lin Zichen could respond, Qi Qingma appeared. P.S. Laying out my bowl, seeking monthly pass recommendations. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 384, 227, Stirring Up Chaos in the Origin Land. Forcing dozens of legendary-level experts to come and besiege. Just as Su Jiujia's voice rose, Lin Zichen immediately looked towards the traffic light, gazing at Su Jiujia standing atop the red light, and said with a slightly furrowed brow, are you controlling the herd of beasts? It has nothing to do with me, the beasts are controlled by the divine plant cult's great elder. With a smile, Su Jiujia said, however, I can easily take control of these beasts, making them freeze on the spot like they are right now, unable to move. As she spoke, a hint of purple flashed across her captivating eyes. The next second, all the giant centipedes around them, as well as other exotic beasts that followed, instantly froze in place, as still as stone sculptures. Everyone present witnessed this scene, their faces filled with disbelief. How powerful! That fox woman with 9 tails is so powerful. Are these the creatures from the origin land? Compared to Earthlings, this is like a dimensional strike. At this thought, everyone present felt a deep sense of helplessness, and a growing despair weighed heavier and heavier in their hearts. Earth's creatures and origin land's creatures are not on the same level at all, How are they supposed to defend themselves in the future? Unlike the others, Lin Zichen didn't feel powerless or despair. Instead, he calmly sensed his surroundings, looking for a possibility to break the situation. However, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find even a glimmer of hope. The gap in strength was too vast. Too vast to be bridged by simply finding a solution. It's just that the time spent evolving has been too short, and the evolution resources too scarce, Lin Zichen thought to himself. If he had the same level of evolution resources as the ones from the origin land, or if he were given a few more years to evolve, he wouldn't have ended up in this deadlock. Giant centipedes, nine-tailed fox demons, he could have blown them all to pieces with just one punch. Little Bed Slave. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Come with me, live. Don't come with me, languish half dead, then get taken away by me. What's your choice? With her eyes shimmering purple, Sujiojia stared straight down at Lin Zichen below, her gaze filled with longing for his explosive physical strength. Upon seeing this, Shen Qinghan immediately gripped Lin Zichen's hand tightly, her pretty face fraught with unease. She didn't want Lin Zichen to leave. Lin Zichen was still pondering, considering if there was a better choice than leaving with Sujiojia. Sujiojia didn't have the patience to wait for his decision. Seeing that he didn't answer immediately, she thought for a moment and created a teleportation array beneath Shen Qinghan's feet, teleporting her in front of herself, and used her spiritual power to suppress her, rendering her immobile. Little Bed Slave, is it because you can't bear to leave her that you won't come with me? While seriously examining Shen Qinghan, Sujiojia asked casually. In the past, she hadn't paid much attention to Shen Qinghan. Now that she took a good look, she realized belatedly that this insignificant rival in love was extremely beautiful, not the least bit inferior to her as a nine-tailed fox demon. Don't hurt her, I accept all your demands. Seeing Shen Qinghan under Sujiojia's control, Lin Zichen immediately shouted at Sujiojia. Touching Shen Qinghan's face with a smile, Sujiojia said, I won't hurt her. I'm only taking you back to be my bed slave, not to become enemies with you. I'll take her with us so you won't have to suffer the torment of yearning for each other. When the time comes, you'll be my bed slave, and she'll be my maid, you'll both serve me in bed. Sujiojia was serious about her words. She imagined having Shen Qinghan assist her while she was entangled with Lin Zichen between the sheets. A nine-tailed fox demon naturally enjoys stealing men from other women, adding a touch of cruelty in front of the spurned wife. The main theme was a heart-wrenching betrayal. Seeing that Sujiojia said she wouldn't hurt Shen Qinghan and would take her into the origin land as well, Lin Zichen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he said to Sujiojia, she and I will enter the origin land with you, considering how cooperative I've been, could you grant me one small request? Let's hear it. Sujiojia's voice was sweet. Lin Zichen, could you teleport all these people out of the tree cage? He was well aware that if he and Shen Qinghan left with Sujiojia, the other people present would soon be overwhelmed by the beast horde, becoming meals in the bellies of exotic beasts. Sujiojia was about to agree. But before she could speak, an elderly voice came from above. No, the crowd followed the sound and looked up, seeing a masked figure hovering silently above them, looking down on everything below from a high vantage point. Lin Zichen immediately looked at the masked figure's mask, and when he saw a four-leaf clover symbol imprinted on it, his expression turned grave. A four-leaf clover mask. An epic-level expert from the divine plant cult. Great Elder, you won't even accommodate such a small favor. Looking up at the divine plant cult's Great Elder in the sky, Sujiojia spoke with a hint of displeasure. The Great Elder of the divine plant cult, leaning on a cane, laughed and said, then why not you show favor to my divine plant cult instead? Hearing this, Sujiojia's brows furrowed slightly. The former Great Elder of the divine plant cult used to be exceedingly respectful towards her, complying with her every wish and referring to her deferentially as a fairy, for fear of neglecting her. Experienced new tales on MVL, but now, his voice was cold and devoid of respect. The difference between then and now was too stark. Realizing something was amiss, Sujiojia's gaze turned cold as she asked, Great Elder, what do you mean by that? What I said, the Great Elder replied coldly, do me a favor and hand over both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to my divine plant cult. Chapter 385, 227, Stirring Up Chaos in the Origin Land. forcing dozens of legendary-level experts to come and besiege. _2 Divine Plant Cult is now interested not only in Lin Zichen, but also in Chen Qinghan. After the recent investigation and observation, Divine Plant Cult discovered that Chen Qinghan's constitution is also very special, and her potential seems no less than that of Lin Zichen. She possesses immense assimilative value. Great Elder, I think you've gone senile, even daring to covet the men I desire. Su Jiujie's expression turned extremely hostile, her words tinged with a threatening tone. Is the Divine Plant Cult looking to pick a fight with Green Hill's ancient mountain? The Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult laughed. No, you misunderstand, the Divine Plant Cult dare not oppose Green Hill's ancient mountain. It is the Sun Moon sacred land behind the Divine Plant Cult that wishes to oppose Green Hill's ancient mountain. Su Jiujie furrowed her brows upon hearing this. The Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult continued, to be precise, it's not just about opposing your Green Hill's ancient mountain, but rather declaring an all-out war. What? Su Jiujie's beautiful eyes widened, thinking she might have heard wrong. The Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult didn't waste any more words, as with a thought, he controlled a multitude of scarlet vines to burst towards Su Jiujie, launching an attack on her. Su Jiujie's face changed dramatically, not expecting the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult to actually strike at her. Without a moment to spare, she immediately created a teleportation array under her feet to leave, while simultaneously exploding with spiritual power, attempting to control the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult mentally. However, her current state was merely an avatar, with a biological level of only high-level 9th order. No matter how powerful her spiritual techniques were, they couldn't affect the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult, who was at the biological level of epic level. With mental attacks ineffective and a vast disparity in physical strength, in less than a half-minute, Su Jiujie was entangled by dozens of scarlet vines, her entire body suspended in the air, a lamb waiting for slaughter. Lin Zichen, upon seeing this, immediately used Advanced Spirit to enhance his own spiritual power, then used Forest Lord to control the vines, to free Su Jiujie. But because his spiritual strength was far from matching the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult, no matter how much he attempted to control them, the scarlet vines wrapped around Su Jiujie didn't loosen in the slightest. It's no use, the gap is too wide. I must think of another way. Lin Zichen's brain spun rapidly as he pondered how to help Su Jiujie. In this situation, only by helping Su Jiujie escape and giving her a chance to use the teleportation array to take someone with her, could he and Chen Qinghan manage to successfully flee from the clutches of the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult. Unfortunately, the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult didn't give Lin Zichen the chance to think. A hoarse, aged voice rose, "Fox Fairy, farewell." The next second, the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult abruptly tightened the vines, cruelly strangling the delicate-bodied Su Jiujie on the spot. She burst, turning into a cloud of white fur drifting with the wind, leaving behind only a lifeless fox tail, lying motionlessly atop the traffic light. Origin Land. Green Hill's ancient mountain. Inside a room filled with an ancient charm. Su Jiujie's mouth spilled a trace of fresh blood, her complexion somewhat pale, and her brows tightly furrowed, looking to be in great pain. Read latest chapters on MVL. Losing a high-level 9th order avatar caused a significant backlash. Swallowing a healing elixir. She took a moment to recover. With a thought, Su Jiujie created a teleportation array under her feet, transporting herself to a resplendent golden palace. "Jiujie, you've come in such a hurry, is there something urgent?" On the main seat of the palace, a gorgeously dressed woman with 9 tails, her captivating eyes gently inquiring, spoke. She is the Mountain Lord of Green Hill's ancient mountain, and also the sister of Su Jiujie's mother. "Aunt, the Sun Moon sacred land has declared war on us, Green Hill's ancient mountain." Without any nonsense, Su Jiujie bluntly relayed the information to the gorgeously dressed woman. The gorgeously dressed woman, who was the Mountain Lord Su Qingga, turned extremely grave upon hearing Su Jiujie's words, asking, "Where did you learn of this?" Su Jiujie took a moment to organize her thoughts, then briefly informed Su Qingga of her recent ordeal on Earth. Upon hearing this, Su Qingga's brows were tightly knitted and wouldn't ease. "Aunt, how dare the Sun Moon sacred land declare war against our Green Hill's ancient mountain? Where do they find the confidence?" Su Jiujie asked, puzzled. Though not the strongest, Green Hill's ancient mountain had numerous connections and was intimately close with many major powers of the Origin Land. Many high-ranking individuals from those major powers were lovers of the fox women of Green Hill's ancient mountain, regularly visiting for dual cultivation sessions. One could say that Green Hill's ancient mountain was a daughter country in the origin land. Or more accurately, it was the most luxurious club at the top of the origin land, a tender land of respite for every male being of the origin land. Theoretically, no force should dare to attack such a place, as it would inevitably provoke the opposition of other powers. This conundrum was beyond Su Jiujie's understanding. On the other hand, Su Qingge, who had lived for thousands of years and witnessed much, fell into deep contemplation. She thought of many things and realized a very ominous possibility. The Sun-Moon Sacred Land's ancient ancestor might have revived. Otherwise, the Sun-Moon Sacred Land would never dare to attack the Green Hills ancient mountain. The purpose of the attack is probably to monopolize the entire Green Hills Fox clan and train all the fox women to become exclusive bed slaves, only for the dual cultivation use of the beings from the Sun-Moon Sacred Land. Many forces within the origin land have thought about doing this. But because they did not possess the strength to overpower others, no one had acted on it. If the primordial ancestor of the Sun-Moon Sacred Land has indeed revived, then the Sun-Moon Sacred Land would have the power to dominate others, and taking over Green Hill's ancient mountain would be no difficult feat. The more Su Qingge thought about it, the more ominous she felt, and she quickly summoned the extremely beautiful fox women from the mountain to contact their lovers, and spread the news about the Sun-Moon Sacred Land's intended attack on Green Hills. Mountain Lord, something major has happened. Suddenly, a maid rushed into the palace and called out to Su Qingge. Su Qingge frowned. What's such a hurry? She felt uneasy, worried that the Sun-Moon Sacred Land's forces had come attacking. The maid reported excitedly, a mysterious woman in a Taoist robe has refined away all the beast hordes attacking the Earth's outpost in the southern domain. Refined away? Su Qingge was somewhat puzzled. The maid took a moment to calm down, her voice much steadier, and explained, this Taoist robe woman is unknown, with extremely strong abilities, and can instantly annihilate a large number of epic-level beasts, then refine their corpses into elixirs. After hearing this, Su Qingge looked puzzled. Instantly annihilating a large group of epic-level beasts. Refining their corpses into elixirs. Is there such a person in the origin land? The maid continued, now the major powers in the southern domain have urgently dispatched legendary-level experts to siege the Taoist robe woman, with an exceedingly grand momentum. How did the siege go? Su Qingge quickly inquired, eagerly wanting to know the answer. The maid answered, Mountain Lord, you might not believe this, but that Taoist robe woman easily escaped under the encirclement of dozens of epic-level experts. Su Qingge, easily escaped? Yes, easily escaped. After saying that, the maid added another sentence, that Taoist robe woman is strange, she never fights back to delay the pursuit during her escape, just keeps running, which is very unreasonable. After listening to the maid, Su Qingge was also perplexed. Normally, one would attack the pursuers when escaping to increase their chances of escape. Such an escape method that only focuses on running away without fighting back the pursuers is very unreasonable. Earth. Shanghai City Center. Inside the tree cage. After the great elder of the divine plant cult had killed Su Jiujie's clone, his gaze fell on Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, his voice raspy, you two should come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, two scarlet vines shot towards Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, binding them tightly. The great elder of the divine plant cult intended to take the childhood sweethearts into the origin land and hand them over to the Sun-Moon Sacred Land for processing. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan made no struggle. Knowing any resistance would be futile, they were both prepared for being taken by the divine plant cult, harboring the resolve to endure and bide their time. Great Elder, can you release the people down there? Just before being taken away, Lin Zichen made such a request to the great elder of the divine plant cult. Lu Chuanwu, Song Yuyan, Ma Shiwei, and others were down below, and he did not wish for these familiar people to die there. The great elder of the divine plant cult was originally planning on just taking the two of them into the origin land and let the beasts have the others below back to the scene, Lin Zichen facing the great elder of the divine plant cult. He was ready to be taken away and to endure and bide his time. At that moment, Qi Qingmo appeared. Instant kill. After that, she fought with the scarlet giant tree. Refined all the exotic beasts and exotic plants of Shanghai City Middle School, blood light filled the sky. Everyone was stunned. P.S. bowing for votes, seeking monthly pass and recommendation tickets. Chapter 386, 228, Scarlet Giant Tree. Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult. Instantly annihilated in both body and soul. It's Chi-Ching-Ma. Chi-Ching-Ma, who should have been in the origin land, somehow appeared inside the tree cage unexpectedly. The Taoist robe she wore was drenched in fresh blood, the blood of the beasts from the origin land, which emanated a strong murderous aura from her, oppressing every living being there to the point of breathing difficulties and palpable fear. Out of a biological instinct, Lin Zichen also felt his gall tremble with fear. But more than that, he was relieved. The pavilion master had arrived. Everyone could be saved. He and Han Han wouldn't have to be taken away by the great elder of the divine plant cult. All was moving in a stable and favorable direction. Conversely, the divine plant cult's great elder, showing a face full of fear, said, "How did you get here?" He had communicated with the sect hierarch of the divine plant cult in the origin land and knew that there was a mysterious Taoist robe woman in the origin land committing a massacre and ceaselessly transmuting the attacking beast herds on human strongholds. Continue your saga on MVL. She killed gods if they obstructed her, and Buddhas likewise. SEA the Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Anyone who dared block her path was basically transmuted by her into pills. Upon learning of this, the great elder of the divine plant cult wondered who this Taoist robe woman was, why she suddenly started a massacre in the origin land, and whether she could be some newly awakened ancient being from the origin land. Now, this murderous demoness had appeared out of the blue on Earth. And she appeared right inside the tree cage. This made the great elder of the divine plant cult incredulous and overwhelmed with fear. After all, since the Taoist robe woman had been transmuting the beast herds in the origin land, her sudden appearance in a tree cage full of beasts made it clear what she would likely do next. Why are beings from the origin land appearing in great numbers on Earth? Chi-Ching-Ma, with her emotionless beautiful eyes, looked coldly at the great elder of the divine plant cult and asked. As she spoke, with a mere thought she shattered the scarlet vines on Shen Qinghan's body into nothingness, freeing her from her constraints. Once freed, Shen Qinghan fell straight down in free fall towards the ground. Seeing this, Lin Zichen promptly pushed chi blood out to eject himself and reached out to catch Shen Qinghan, gently descending to the ground with her. Seeing Chi-Ching-Ma intervene to save Shen Qinghan, the great elder of the divine plant cult was momentarily dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the mysterious Taoist robe woman want to save Shen Qinghan? What exactly was their relationship? Are you deaf? Chi-Ching-Ma said expressionlessly, I'll ask again, why are beings from the origin land appearing in such large numbers on Earth? The great elder of the divine plant cult promptly regained his senses and replied with awe, an organization I belong to called the divine plant cult has opened up a new biological passage between the origin land and Earth. Using this passage, we spent a lot of time transferring a vast number of beings from the origin land into tunnels we dug in advance. When the time was ripe, we unleashed these beings from the origin land to take over Shanghai City. The biological passage I mentioned, as well as the well-prepared tunnel, are all located underneath that scarlet giant tree over there. The great elder of the divine plant cult did not want to die and to curry favor with the unfathomably powerful Chi-Ching-Ma, he spilled everything he knew. Life was far more important than loyalty. His own life was far more important than that of his family being held hostage at the divine plant cult's lair. Li Shuehua, you have betrayed the Holy Land, and the Holy Land will not let you off. The huge face that emerged on the distant scarlet giant tree yelled angrily at the great elder of the divine plant cult. Chi-Ching-Ma looked toward the scarlet giant tree, which, upon being gazed upon by her, was engulfed in fear, didn't hesitate a second more, and quickly hid its face and pretended to be dead. The scarlet giant tree could sense Chi-Ching-Ma's strength. The moment Chi-Ching-Ma looked at it, it felt as though it had already seen death, and it was so frightened that it dared not make another move. What place is the Holy Land? Chi-Ching-Ma turned her gaze back to the great elder of the divine plant cult and asked in an unhurried voice. Without waiting for the great elder of the divine plant cult to answer, the faraway scarlet giant tree once more showed its face, this time angrily threatening, Li Shuehua, if you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful about those living in the Holy Land, boom. Before the scarlet giant tree could finish speaking, its grand stature, towering over a kilometer high, suddenly exploded. Like an overripe, juicy watermelon, it burst, spewing a sky full of bright red liquid that fell like large raindrops with a pitter-patter sound. Also bursting were the vine networks enclosing the city center, which detonated along with the scarlet giant tree, turning into a sky full of scarlet droplets raining down. For a moment, the entire city center was enveloped in a thick scent of blood. Being in the midst of it felt like standing in a hellish domain, with everything appearing blood-red before one's eyes. It sent chills down one's spine, causing a cold feeling in the heart. Soon, those red droplets suddenly changed direction and flew above Chi-Ching Ma's head, swirling. They congealed at a visible speed into a mass, transforming into a red pill surrounded by wisps of blood energy. It landed precisely in Chi-Ching Ma's raised jade hand. She then tucked it into her sleeve. At that moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. Shocked by what had just happened, they were frozen in place, slack-jawed. In particular, the great elder of the divine plant cult was so terrified that his legs went weak, breaking out in a cold sweat, unbelieving that the scarlet giant tree, with a biological level as high as epic, had been killed in the blink of an eye. After a moment of regaining his composure, he hurriedly organized his words and answered, responding to the celestial, the Holy Land refers to the Sun-Moon Sacred Land, a major power in the origin land mainly comprising of exotic plants as its members. And the Divine Plant Cult is an organization under the Sun-Moon Sacred Land, specifically responsible for connecting Earth and the origin land. Chapter 387, 228, Scarlet Giant Tree. Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult. Instantly annihilated in both body and soul, _2 having finished speaking, he said ingratiatingly, Immortal, is there anything else you want to know? Chi-Ching Ma had nothing else she wanted to know, and said indifferently, now summon all the exotic beasts you can. Immortal, if I summon the beasts, will you let me go? The Divine Plant Cult's Great Elder asked tentatively. He was still very uneasy until now. He feared that once Chi-Ching Ma finished speaking, she would kill him and refine him into an elixir. The principle, the dead rabbit, the cooked dog, is an eternal truth. Yes, if you summon the beasts, I will spare your life. Chi-Ching Ma said lightly. Upon hearing this, the unease in the heart of the Divine Plant Cult's Great Elder instantly dissipated like smoke. The strong always honor their promises. With these words from Chi-Ching Ma, the Divine Plant Cult's Great Elder knew that his life was spared. Immortal, I will now summon all the beings from the underground origin land. After finishing, the Divine Plant Cult's Great Elder hurriedly took out an enchantingly black flower from his bosom, suspending it mid-air and emitting a faint fragrance. As soon as this faint fragrance spread, it quickly penetrated through the various dark caves, burrowing deeper. In no time, a violent commotion was heard from inside these caves. Like an earth dragon turning over, it shook some of the surrounding ruins, causing them to collapse. Explore new worlds at MVL the next second. Countless nameless exotic beasts, like sharks sensing the scent of blood, madly surged out of the caves and sprinted toward the black flower at top speed. Seeing these terrifying exotic beasts swarming over, everyone present, except for Chi-Ching Ma and the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult, showed fear on their faces, feeling a chill in their hearts. Shanghai City had been peaceful for so many years, yet beneath it lurked so many exotic beasts, which was utterly horrifying. If today a woman in a Taoist robe with sky-reaching power had not appeared, Shanghai City would have definitely been taken over by the Divine Plant Cult. Everyone would have ended up in the bellies of beasts, with no chance for survival. Have they all been summoned? Chi-Ching Ma asked in an unflustered voice, her gaze fixed on the beasts below. cthnovelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Divine Plant Cult's Great Elder, Immortal, they have all been summoned. Chi-Ching Ma, very good. Divine Plant Cult's Great Elder, Immortal, may I leave now? Yes, you may leave this world now. As Chi-Ching Ma spoke, she raised her jade hand towards the Divine Plant Cult's Great Elder. Seeing this, the Great Elder's face changed dramatically, and he immediately burst into a burst of chi blood and turned to flee. However, just as he turned around, the next moment his body, which was of epic level, boom, exploded into a mist of blood, instantly vanishing in form and spirit. He could never have dreamt that a supreme being like Chi-Ching Ma would go back on her word. Dying with wide-opened eyes. After dealing with the Great Elder of the Divine Plant Cult, Chi-Ching Ma wasted no time, quickly targeting the herd below, and gently clenched her hand, boom. 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 Boom, accompanied by a series of crisp explosions. The herd below, like fireworks bursting, exploded into clouds of blood mist. The ground was dyed red. The scene was extremely shocking. Almost everyone was stunned, having never seen such a shocking scene before, and everyone's eyes were wide open to witness the feast of blood blooms, not wanting to miss any detail. Those weaker individuals felt a wave of psychological discomfort, which then turned into physical discomfort, feeling nauseous, extremely uncomfortable. Shen Qinghan was among them. But to train her endurance, she forced herself to endure the discomfort, both psychological and physical, striving to keep her eyes wide open to witness the feast of blood blooms. A few seconds later, all the exotic beasts exploded into blood mist. Under a mysterious force, this blood mist all drifted upward toward Qi Qingmao in the air, condensing into a superior bloodbath pill wrapped in blood strands. Lin Zichen watched Qi Qingmao suspended in the sky quietly, gaining a new understanding of this love-immortal master. Not only merciless but also untrustworthy, she was truly the epitome of a villain. However, this so-called female villain was depicted as a woman with great love in the records of the relics. This is quite absurd. It seems that the owners of those relics must have been building them under duress, with Qi Qingmao holding a sword to their throats. "Let's go, give me a blood transfusion," Qi Qingmao said, looking towards Lin Zichen below. After finishing her remark, a teleportation array appeared under both her and Lin Zichen's feet with just a thought. The teleportation array that Su Jiujie knew how to create, she knew too. Moreover, hers were even more advanced than Su Jiujie's. "Pavilion Master, take Han Han along too." Seeing that there was no teleportation array under Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen hurriedly called out to Qi Qingmao. Upon hearing this, Qi Qingmao thought for a moment and produced a teleportation array under Shen Qinghan as well. Just as the teleportation array was about to activate, Lin Zichen, with a thought, magically pulled the fox tail lying on the traffic light into his hand. He thought again, "Devour. You have devoured a trace of the Nine-Tailed Fox Demon Life Origin, Nine-Tailed Fox Demon Album, 20%, Zhongyuan Building No. 8. Dormitory 603. One moment Lin Zichen was in the city center, the next moment he appeared out of thin air in the dormitory living room, standing next to the bronze ancient coffin alongside Qi Qingmao and Shen Qinghan. "You two split these bloodbath pills," Qi Qingmao said as she took out the bloodbath pills she had refined these days and casually tossed them to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen caught the bottle filled with bloodbath pills and politely thanked her. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." "Thank you, Pavilion Master," Shen Qinghan also spoke. Lin Zichen looked at the bloodbath pills in the bottle, feeling slightly exhilarated. This somewhat villainous Pavilion Master of Tianren Pavilion, though extremely cruel to enemies, was genuinely good to her own people and was a rare pillar of support. Not to mention, at least 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times better than the Vice-Governor Yu Yongsheng, who was untrustworthy even towards his own people. Once his power became strong in the future, he definitely had to settle scores with Yu Yongsheng, Lin Zichen thought quietly to himself. As he drifted into these thoughts, Qi Qingmao had already laid down in the bronze ancient coffin, speaking calmly, "Come give me a blood transfusion." "All right, Pavilion Master, just a moment," Lin Zichen responded, opened the medicine bottle in his hand, poured out a bloodbath pill enveloped with blood energy, and swallowed it down. Less than a second after ingesting it, his internal qi blood, as if it cost nothing, crazily surged, instantly filling up his entire body, nearly spilling out. Lin Zichen felt like his body was about to burst, quickly extended his right hand into Qi Qingmao's Taoist robe, directly over her chest, and started transfusing qi blood. The pills inside the bottle were extraordinarily potent. They were at least 100 times stronger than any bloodbath pill he had taken before. It could only be said that the quality of bloodbath pills refined from a large herd of exotic beasts was high. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. The sky outside the window had already turned somewhat dark. Only at this moment did Lin Zichen pull his hand out from Qi Qingmao's Taoist robe, ending this round of blood transfusion. "Go rest a little, I will need to continue drinking blood later," Qi Qingmao said as she sat up from the bronze ancient coffin. Lin Zichen nodded in acknowledgement, then asked curiously, "By the way, Pavilion Master, you just entered the Origin Land a few days ago, how come you came out so soon?" While taking out the beast core she harvested in the Origin Land, Qi Qingmao explained, I acted too frequently in the origin land, and the chi blood in my body was nearly depleted, so I had to come back early to get a blood transfusion from you. Lin Zichen, was the spiritual energy in that pearl shell bracelet also used up? Qi Qingma, no, I wouldn't use the spiritual energy in that bracelet unless absolutely necessary, as that is my trump card. After explaining all this, Qi Qingma no longer wasted time talking with Lin Zichen and lowered her head to focus on studying the beast core in her hand. P.S. Setting out my bowl, seeking monthly pass recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 388, 229. Thorn Fairy. The Sun Moon Sacred Lands Plan. Seeing Qi Qingmo researching a beast core, Lin Zichen curiously sat beside her and watched for a while. As he watched, he also took out the beast core from the three-eyed demon tribe he had obtained from his storage space and began to study it just like Qi Qingmo. Give that beast core to me, it won't do much for you, Qi Qingmo stated matter-of-factly as she took a liking to the beast core in Lin Zichen's hand. Hearing her words, Lin Zichen handed over the beast core. Qi Qingmo was his sugar mommy, his adoptive mother. He had to fulfill his filial duties. That way, if he ever faced danger in the future, he could brazenly shout, "Mom, save me." Qi Qingmo accepted the beast core and indifferently said, "I'm now studying the special power contained in the beast cores to see if it can replace spiritual energy. If it's possible, I can return to my peak strength, and with a single thought, create a defensive formation, claim territory as my own, and establish my own sect. Once the array is in place, you won't have to worry about being attacked on Earth." Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A defensive grade array. At these words, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up. He needed the safe haven Qi Qingmo spoke of, now more than ever. Not for himself, but for his and Shen Qinghan's parents. Their parents were ordinary people with almost no ability to counter evolving powers. Lin Zichen worried that his existence might one day bring disaster upon his parents. For instance, enemies could take his parents hostage. Or worse, out of spite, the enemies could kill them. All these scenarios were very much possible. Now that Qi Qingmo said she could establish a place of refuge once she regained her peak strength, Lin Zichen was filled with hope. Pavilion Master, the special power within the beast cores is called Origin Force. Many strong individuals on Earth have researched it. I'll find the related research documents for you, Lin Zichen said as he took out his phone to open a special website and entered Origin Force into the search box. Soon, many research document titles appeared on the screen. Lin Zichen opened one of the documents and handed his phone to Qi Qingmo, saying, "Pavilion Master, see if this is of any help to you." Let me take a look." Qi Qingmo took the phone and began seriously browsing the content of the document. After a moment, she nodded in satisfaction and smiled, "Very good, what's inside is of great help to me, allowing me to better understand the special energy called Origin Force." Lin Zichen smiled as well, "That's good to hear." Qi Qingmo opened the next research document and said to Lin Zichen, "You should go rest. I will need your blood later tonight." "All right, I'll go rest in the room then," Lin Zichen said, then headed toward the bedroom, not wanting to disturb Qi Qingmo's research on the beast core. Shen Qinghan quickly followed him upon seeing this. Back in the room, they didn't lie down on the bed right away, but took 2 sets of clean clothes and went to take a shower. Whenever they returned from the outside, they needed to shower before getting into bed, otherwise, it was too dirty. Unless one could cleanse themselves with just a thought, like Qi Qingmo could. After spending a few minutes taking a cold shower, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan returned to the room to rest. Shen Qinghan, naked, lay down on the bed and fell asleep shortly. She had been too exhausted while they were downtown and needed rest. Lin Zichen didn't sleep and quietly lay beside her, looking at his phone. He was reading the news. He wanted to follow up on the downtown situation. After a while, seeing no valuable information, he turned off the news and opened WeChat. His WeChat was flooded with red dots, indicating many unread messages. It was time to check them. He glanced and saw that nearly every group chat had 99+ messages. There were also many personal messages, from people like Lu Qingyu, Li Chuxin, Zhang Kai, and so on. Lin Zichen clicked on the small group chat he had joined half a year ago during military special training to see more than a dozen messages mentioning him. Li Moyu, Luo Yongjian, and Ma Shiwei were all tagging him, puzzled at how he could control vines like a traitor of the divine plant cult in the city center, and asked what was going on. Discover exclusive content at MVL. Lin Zichen replied briefly, "The reason I was able to control the vines to attack the exotic beasts is that I have a very special trait. I can't say anything more about it." Having replied, he no longer paid attention to the messages in the group but opened the chat with the mechanical genius girl, Lu Qingyu. He saw that Lu Qingyu had sent him a bunch of videos and pictures. They were from the downtown area. To be precise, they were of the mysterious cavern there. Lu Qingyu had stayed downtown to explore the cavern with her master, taking many videos and pictures along the way, which she sent to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was very interested in the cavern and started watching the videos one by one. The video showed Lu Qingyu going deeper into the cavern, filming the surroundings while talking non-stop about her experience inside the cavern for Lin Zichen. She explained how the cavern had air, suitable humidity, and temperature, no different from the surface, which was rather magical. She talked about the many excavation marks of the giant mutant rats in the cavern, confirming that the rats had dug them out. She said the deepest part of the cavern reached 20,000 meters, which was stunning. She mentioned an underground palace deep in the cavern with a newly opened biological passage. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 389, 229, Thorn Fairy. The plan of the Sun Moon Sacred Land, _2, they say the higher-ups are planning to establish a military district right here in the city center, to suppress this new biological corridor in cooperation with the Machine God Group. They say the city center of Shanghai City will have to be relocated elsewhere, and the surrounding real estate prices will plummet. Explore stories on MVL. After hearing Lu Qingyu's words, Lin Zichen finally understood something that had puzzled him for many years. In the last few years, Shanghai City has experienced earthquakes time and again. Now it seems that those past earthquakes were probably caused by giant mutant rats burrowing their tunnels. Origin Land. Inside a huge ancient forest castle. The sect hierarch of the divine plant cult knelt on the ground, his face filled with fear as he bowed his head, not daring to make a sound. In front of him, there was a green light circle inscribed on the ground, full of runes. As the green light on the runes grew increasingly brilliant, the next second, a gigantic bud at least 1 meter in radius suddenly broke through the soil from the center of the green light circle. As soon as the bud appeared, it immediately bloomed into a giant man-eating flower with sharp fangs. Only a sticky hiss sound could be heard. The man-eating flower split apart its terrifyingly wide maw, revealing a woman sitting cross-legged inside the flower's core. With fiery red hair atop her head, the woman's hands were entwined with a 10-meter-long thorn vine, and her body was barely covered by a few palm-sized petals, exposing all her skin except for her private areas. Sect Hierarch, the mission to establish a stronghold on Earth has failed, the woman said, propping her chin with one hand, smiling at the sect hierarch of the divine plant cult, her voice soft and pleasing, like the chirping of birds in the woods. However, the sect hierarch of the divine plant cult explained in terror, "Fairy, the plan was going very smoothly, but then a mysterious Taoist robe woman with great power appeared and turned everything upside down, both our forces and the divine plant cult, leading to our failure." The woman in the man-eating flower was none other than the Thorn Fairy from the Sun Moon Sacred Land, who looked delicate but was extremely violent at heart, often killing for pleasure, and was a female demon that struck terror into all. Even the sect hierarch of the divine plant cult, whose biological level was as high as a legendary first grade, trembled with fear in the presence of this Thorn Fairy, dreading being killed. A mysterious Taoist robe woman. Yes, that is indeed an uncontrollable factor. The Thorn Fairy murmured, aware of the existence of Qi Qingmo, for she had once been involved in the pursuit of Qi Qingmo and knew just how strong Qi Qingmo was. She did not know just how powerful Qi Qingmo was, but she was certain that Qi Qingmo was at least stronger than her, since she couldn't keep up with Qi Qingmo at all during her pursuit. It's peculiar, why didn't that Taoist robe woman delay our pursuit when she was escaping? The Thorn Fairy mused to herself. However, she soon brought her thoughts back from Qi Qingmo and once again focused on the sect hierarch of the divine plant cult kneeling in front of her. She looked down on the sect hierarch of the divine plant cult from her high position, her voice still soft as she said, "Sect hierarch, while the appearance of the Taoist robe woman is the main reason for the mission's failure, this does not mean you are exempt from punishment. As punishment, you must sacrifice someone dear to you. Tell me, which of your 9 children living in the Holy Land will you sacrifice? Her voice was soft, but her words were malicious. Hearing this, the sect hierarch of the divine plant cult felt a chill in his heart and faced a painful decision. After a few seconds, he said with great reluctance, "Fairy, if I really must make a sacrifice, then let it be the 8th. His 8th child was the least talented among them. If one must be sacrificed no matter what, then it had to be the least capable, to minimize the loss as much as possible." Upon hearing this, the thorn fairy licked her lips, savoring the moment. "I knew you would choose him, which is why I ate him before coming to you. He was quite delicious with an enduring taste." Listening, the sect hierarch of the divine plant cult was furious but dared not express it, burying his head as low as possible, not showing his anger under the scrutinizing eyes of the thorn fairy. The thorn fairy noticed his anger but didn't care. She continued in her sweetly soft voice, "Sect hierarch, from now on, the divine plant cult's focus should be on expanding its scale on Earth and no longer be responsible for opening new biological corridors. When the domain power on Earth has retreated to a critical point, then follow the other powers in a joint attack on Earth. After that, choose a preselected boundary to establish the base." With that said, the thorn fairy manipulated the man-eating flower to close its gaping maw and instantly escaped into the green light circle, vanishing from sight. She left behind a sect hierarch of the divine plant cult with a darkened complexion. Elsewhere. The battlefronts before the various human cities. The exotic beasts, which had been attacking the human cities en masse, suddenly retreated at high speed and stopped their assault on the cities. The numerous human powerhouses, who had been ready for a fight to the death with the beast horde, were all somewhat stunned upon seeing this scene. Unsure of what had happened to make the beast horde suddenly give up their attack on the cities. "Province Lord, what's going on?" On the battlefield in front of City Number 1, a man covered in beast armor looked puzzled as he turned to Yi Yongxing for answers. Yi Yongxing furrowed his brows and did not answer, clearly just as clueless. Until a bird person flew over hastily to report, "Province Lord, that Taoist robe woman who was crazily attacking the beast horde suddenly appeared on Earth's side, and annihilated both the divine plant cult and the beast horde that had occupied the city center of Shanghai City." Search the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 390, 229, Thorn Fairy. The plan of the Sun Moon Sacred Land, _3. After hearing the report from the Birdman, Yi Yongxing's brows relaxed, knowing what had happened. It was the Taoist robe woman. The Taoist robe woman had resolved the beast herds on Earth, thwarting the plan of Sun Moon Sacred Land to establish a foothold there. As a result of the failed plan, Sun Moon Sacred Land could only be forced to control the beasts to leave, abandoning the siege of the city. After all, the purpose of controlling the beast herds to attack the city was to coordinate with the divine plant cult to establish a foothold on Earth. Now that the operation on Earth had failed, there was no point in continuing the actions on Yuan land. Read latest chapters on MVL. Just who is this Taoist robe woman? Yi Yongxing mumbled to himself, filled with doubt and curiosity. City number 36. In a separate small compartment. Yuan Dongji, who had narrowly escaped a great disaster, was bathing in a tub of special medicinal liquid, adjusting her qi blood, her face full of relief. So dangerous. Really so dangerous. Thankfully, a mysterious Taoist robe woman suddenly appeared to save the day, or else I'm afraid I would have already died under the thunder and lightning of the Thunder Dragon. If the Taoist robe woman had appeared even a moment later, I would have met my end right there. Truly a narrow escape. As Yuan Dongji was feeling grateful, a woman approached and called out to her compartment, "Principal Yuan, your disciple has come to look for you." Upon hearing this voice, Yuan Dongji was momentarily stunned, then her whole being showed excitement. It had been many years since she had seen Luo Qianxue, and she missed her first disciple who lived in Yuan land very much. Very soon. Yuan Dongji stood up from the wooden tub. With a thought, she flicked off all the medicinal liquid from her body. She then quickly got dressed and hurried to the city central hall. About 10 seconds later, Yuan Dongji arrived in the central hall. In front of a load-bearing pillar ahead, she saw the dearly missed first disciple, Luo Qianxue. "Qianxue." Yuan Dongji called out excitedly, stepping forward quickly to walk toward Luo Qianxue. When Luo Qianxue heard her voice, her eyes brightened up, and she ran over as if flying, bursting into Yuan Dongji's embrace, her voice full of dependence. "Master, there are too many people here. Let's go, we'll catch up properly in the compartment. It has been several years since we've seen each other." Luo Qianxue assented with a precious few words. After entering the compartment, the master and disciple who hadn't seen each other for years quickly started chatting with beaming smiles, discussing how they had been over the years and if there were any good news to share. "Master, it's been a long time since I've slept with my head on your lap. Can I rest my head on your lap and talk to you now?" Luo Qianxue asked with a somewhat cold voice. But though her voice was cold, the content of her words was not cold at all. Yuan Dongji smiled warmly, sat sideways on the bed, and arranged her full legs so that Luo Qianxue could comfortably rest her head on them. After Luo Qianxue lay down, Yuan Dongji took the opportunity to seriously observe her body. CTH Novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Without looking, one wouldn't know, but on looking, it was apparent that her eldest disciple had filled out a lot. It seemed she had developed quite a bit over the years. They truly grow up so fast. Feeling emotional, Yuan Dongji's hand unconsciously reached toward Luo Qianxue's chest. "Master." Seeing Yuan Dongji's hand suddenly reaching over and naughtily kneading, Luo Qianxue's pretty face showed a hint of confusion. Yuan Dongji smiled. "Master is checking to see if you have grown up." Luo Qianxue naively said, "Master, it's been several years, of course, I would have grown." Yuan Dongji, "That's right, Master found you a junior sister on Earth." Luo Qianxue, "A junior sister?" "Yes, a junior sister, the same age as you." Yuan Dongji said and then added, "This junior sister has already made it onto the list of alien human-level geniuses. I estimate you will meet her soon, probably within the next few months." Luo Qianxue, "I see." Yuan Dongji, "This junior sister," Luo Qianxue, nonchalantly, uninterested in the prospect of a junior sister, having her master was enough. P.S. Laying out my bowl, begging for monthly passes and recommendation votes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 391, 230. Nuptial Chamber Flower Candle Night. "Master, the name Shenqinghan sounds so familiar, I feel like I know her." Luo Qianxue slowly came back to her senses from her memories, saying somewhat bewilderedly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dongji's expression flickered, and she said in disbelief, "What's going on? Could everything your sister disciple said be true?" "I don't know." Luo Qianxue shook her head. She had lost too many memories from before Yuan Dongji had taken her in. Most of her memories were but a blurry recollection. Yet, the name Shenqinghan was indeed extremely familiar to her. After a moment's thought, Yuan Dongji asked, "What about the name Lin Zichen? Does that sound familiar to you?" She thought that since Lin Zichen and Shenqinghan were childhood sweethearts who were inseparable from a young age, if Luo Qianxue knew Shenqinghan, she must also know Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, Luo Qianxue murmured the name, and a vague figure began to emerge in her mind. Just like when Shenqinghan was mentioned earlier, the figure that appeared now was also indistinct, its face unclear, with only a basic outline. But the name did ring a bell. It sounded even more familiar than Shenqinghan's name. Luo Qianxue looked at Yuan Dongji and said with certainty, "Master, the name Lin Zichen also sounds very familiar, slightly more so than the name Shenqinghan." Yuan Dongji was surprised by this revelation. More familiar than her impression of her junior disciple. What exactly was the senior disciple's relationship with Lin Zichen? Did the senior disciple like Lin Zichen when she was a child? It must be so. After all, the young Lin Zichen was indeed impressive. Ever since he was a child, he was adept in both the literary and martial arts and was also good-looking, making him the absolute celebrity of the school, naturally attracting the adoration of young girls. Having seen Lin Zichen's personal file, Yuan Dongji knew how outstanding he had been from a young age, and it was no surprise he became the Prince Charming in the eyes of girls his age. She even admitted to herself that if she and Lin Zichen had been the same age, she would undoubtedly have been captivated by his charm and become his most loyal little fangirl. CTHOvelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It's only because of the significant age gap, being almost 80 years older, and at the stage where she could be Lin Zichen's great-grandmother, that she had no feelings for Lin Zichen. If the gap were only about a decade, she surely would have wanted to experience what it was like for an older woman to dote on a younger man. After all, a woman in her 30s, unsatisfied with desires, and an energetic 18-year-old boy are truly compatible in certain aspects. She pondered these irrelevancies for a while. While stroking Luo Qianxue's already much matured body, Yuan Dongji said, baffled, "You're obviously a native of the origin land. How could you have attended primary school on Earth?" "I can't remember anymore." Luo Qianxue's eyes grew even more perplexed. Yuan Dongji did not probe further. She smoothed Luo Qianxue's snow-white hair and said in a gentle voice, "Wait a while, when the two of them enter the origin land to join the alien human-level genius squad, you should make more contact with them, talk about the old days of primary school. Maybe then you can recover some of your memory." Luo Qianxue responded softly. Her response was somewhat perfunctory. Apart from Yuan Dongji, she didn't want to have any contact with others, she just wanted to be alone. Read exclusive content at MVL on Earth. Lin Zichen finished checking his phone and closed his eyes for a short nap. After sleeping for about 10 minutes, he woke up. After waking up feeling quite refreshed, he got out of bed and walked towards the living room, intending to give Qi Qingmo a blood transfusion. In the past, it would have required a reminder from Qi Qingmo for Lin Zichen to do this. But now things were different. Lin Zichen wanted to hasten Qi Qingmo's return to her peak strength and to set up a defensive formation to claim territory, so he had become very proactive. As long as he felt no discomfort, he would stand by Qi Qingmo's side 24/7 if possible, allowing the Tianren Pavilion Lord to continuously draw from him. "Pavilion Master, I'm rested." Lin Zichen came before the bronze ancient coffin and said to Qi Qingmo, who was studying a beast core atop it. At his words, Qi Qingmo safely tucked away the beast core, lifted her long, slender legs onto the bronze ancient coffin, then leaned backward and lay flat upon it. "Come then." Qi Qingmo slowly closed her beautiful eyes, her voice carrying a hint of ethereal quality. Lin Zichen wasted no time and immediately swallowed a bloodbath pill. Then he moved a step closer, sat down on the edge of the bronze ancient coffin, and began to transmit blood qi power directly into Qi Qingmo's chest through her loose Taoist robe. "Using one hand is too inefficient, use both hands." Qi Qingmo spoke calmly. Her understanding had indeed transcended the mortal world, as she regarded the essence of living beings as the spirit, and the flesh was just an inconsequential body aperture to house the soul. She made no fuss about Lin Zichen taking advantage. Seeing that she didn't care, Lin Zichen also hesitated not to place his other hand inside the robe, each hand transmitting blood qi power directly. With both hands at work, the efficiency was greatly increased. Feeling the ceaseless influx of the mighty blood qi power into her body, Qi Qingmo unconsciously revealed a look of enjoyment. It was as if after a long drought she had found sweet rain, giving her an almost ethereal sensation. Lin Zichen, seeing the look of pleasure that appeared on Qi Qingmo's face, couldn't help but feel surprised. He had always thought that Qi Qingmo had transcended the worldly and severed all emotions and desires. Neither related by objects nor saddened by personal grief. Her only wish was to keep evolving upwards. But it seemed that this was not entirely true. Qi Qingmo still had other desires. At least her body could feel pleasure. And it wasn't just about spiritual satisfaction. I wonder if a powerful woman like the Pavilion Master, who has such commanding abilities, has ever indulged in carnal pleasures with a man. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 392, 230. Nuptial Chamber Flower Candle Night _2, if there is one, how powerful must the man be to match her? If not, that's impressive, living so many years and still pure, she truly can endure loneliness. Lin Zichen was transferring qi blood to Qi Qingmo while his mind wandered to these thoughts. Time passed by each second. Not long after, Shen Qinghan, who had been sleeping in the room, came out. She rubbed her eyes in a daze, wearing a thin dress while moving weakly towards the living room in a still half-asleep manner. But she quickly became alert. She saw that both of Lin Zichen's hands were reached inside Qi Qingmo's Taoist robe, and her bright eyes instantly shot open, a sour feeling arising in her heart. It wasn't too sour, just a bit jealous. Awake. Seeing Shen Qinghan coming out from the room, Lin Zichen smiled lightly and spoke to her. Shen Qinghan walked over to the sofa near the bronze ancient coffin and sat down. With a lazy voice, she said, "Yeah, woke up." After speaking, she raised her legs and placed them on Lin Zichen's laps, playfully shaking her delicate little feet while sweetly smiling. "Lin Zi, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll cook for you." Lin Zichen thought for a moment, then said, "Fry some ferocious great eagle meat and make a spirit fruit salad." The ferocious great eagle in the exotic beasts meat hierarchy is akin to chicken in ordinary meats, typically needing to be eaten every couple of days. "Anything else you want to eat?" "Seems like no." "How about some exotic beast milk?" "Then let's have some exotic beast milk." After exchanging a few words, the two decided what they would eat that evening. Throughout, they never asked Qi Qingmo for her opinion. Qi Qingmo was a formidable figure who subsisted without food. She did not need to eat like them to replenish energy. She typically just absorbed blood and then lie in the coffin for hibernation. Asking her what she wanted to eat was meaningless. After more than half an hour. Explore more stories at MVL. Shen Qinghan had fried the ferocious great eagle meat, cut up a plate of spirit fruit, and brought it over to sit next to Lin Zichen, feeding him and then herself in a very loving manner. It wasn't intentional that she was showing affection in front of Qi Qingmo. It was because Lin Zichen's hands were occupied, and he couldn't use his spiritual power arbitrarily, so she chose to feed Lin Zichen. They happily finished a simple dinner. Shen Qinghan took the dishes to the kitchen to clean them, then returned and sat on a nearby sofa, focusing on striking her acupoints, trying to enhance her own strength. After striking continuously for 3 hours, Shen Qinghan got tired and had to stop to rest. She glanced at Lin Zichen next to her, his hands still tightly pressed against Qi Qingmo's chest, continuously transferring the blood qi power. This transfer would last at least 10 hours at the start. It really was torturous. Whether Lin Zichen felt it was torturous or not, Shen Qinghan didn't know. But Shen Qinghan knew she found it torturous. In the past at this time, Lin Zichen would already have been close with her in their room. But because Lin Zichen had to complete his transfusion work, she could only entertain herself or bury herself in rigorous training on the side, which was somewhat hard to bear. "Pavilion Master, can I also try transferring qi blood to you?" Shen Qinghan had been watching Lin Zichen transfer blood when she suddenly spoke up to ask Qi Qingmo. It wasn't to share the burden with Lin Zichen. Instead, she purely wanted to touch Qi Qingmo's body. To see what it felt like. Qi Qingmo didn't value the blood qi power in Shen Qinghan's body, but seeing that she really wanted to try, she opened her red lips and said lightly, "Since you want to try, come and give it a go." Shen Qinghan had prepared herself for rejection. Upon hearing that Qi Qingmo actually agreed, her pretty face instantly showed surprise. After snapping back to reality a moment later, she immediately got up and walked toward the bronze ancient coffin, sitting down on the opposite edge from Lin Zichen, her face eager as she raised her right hand. Seeing this, Lin Zichen silently pulled his left hand out of the Taoist robe, making room for her to experience the touch of the Pavilion Master's body. Not easy. Finally, I can touch the Pavilion Master's body, not even sure what it feels like. With some anticipation, Shen Qinghan excitedly reached her hand into the Taoist robe, following Lin Zichen's method by placing her hand firmly on Qi Qingmo's chest. The next second, a full sensation surged into her palm, making her inwardly marvel at how substantial Qi Qingmo's assets were, definitely something that would make every man in the world fall head over heels. Quickly release your blood qi power. Seeing that Shen Qinghan had placed her hand there for so long without any response, Qi Qingmo couldn't help but urge her aloud. Hearing this reminder, Shen Qinghan hastily began to release her blood qi power, a bit awkwardly. At the moment the blood qi power surged out, Shen Qinghan immediately felt the blood qi power in her body rapidly depleting, as if a tube had been inserted into her body, and blood was sizzling out. In just a few short seconds, she began to feel overwhelmed. Feeling as if her body had been hollowed out, her legs went weak, and her vision darkened. Her whole body swayed, ready to fall off the bronze ancient coffin. "Stop pushing yourself if you can't handle it, pull your hand back quick," Qi Qingmo said with a chilly voice. Shen Qinghan's qi blood strength was so weak that she started to faint after just a few seconds of being drained. Qi Qingmo worried that if he continued draining her, this delicate girl might drop dead on the spot. Of course, the main issue was that the quality of Shen Qinghan's blood qi power was too low, which made him, with his robust physique, feel as if he had gained nothing from the drain. he simply lost interest in continuing. Now, he just wanted to quickly switch back to Lin Zichen to use both hands to drain Lin Zichen's blood chi power. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master, my chi blood strength is really too weak. Shen Qinghan pulled her hand back, her voice faint as she spoke. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, her head hung low in meekness, fearing a scolding from a parent. Qi Qingma said lightly, your strength lies in your spiritual power, there's no need to be disheartened just because your chi blood is weak. Lin Zichen also voiced his comfort, the Pavilion Master is right, your strength lies in your spiritual power. Just focus on enhancing that aspect, there's no need to overly stress about blood chi power. After saying this, he silently reached into Qi Qingma's Taoist robe and resumed using both hands to transfer blood chi power to Qi Qingma. Shen Qinghan was not really disheartened. The reason she had been so meekly lowering her head was purely because she felt she had not performed well and was afraid of being scolded by Qi Qingma. Fortunately, Qi Qingma's temperament was much better than she had imagined. He was not like a killer who, at the slightest disagreement, would start a massacre and refine a whole horde of beasts. Time flew by. In no time, it was 11 p.m. Only then did Lin Zichen finally finish the blood transfusion job, somewhat tired, and went to lie down on the bed with Shen Qinghan for a rest. As for Qi Qingma, he lay down in the bronze ancient coffin to rest. Thinking about continuing to drain Lin Zichen's blood tomorrow morning, preparing to unleash a great slaughter in the origin land after some time. In the room, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had stripped off their clothes, naked under the covers, indulging in the experience of sleeping nude. Ever since they first tried it, both had become thoroughly enamored with this liberating way of sleeping. It was both comfortable and healthy, truly the best of both worlds. Lin Zi, I feel like the world is becoming more and more dangerous, not as safe as it used to be when we were kids, Shen Qinghan said, worriedly, as she gently massaged Lin Zichen's body with her soft, warm hand. Lin Zichen, massaging her in turn, said in a gentle voice, it's true that the environment isn't as safe as it was when we were kids. But correspondingly, our biological level has also risen a lot, so there's no need to worry too much. Most importantly, we have the Pavilion Master to rely on, he can protect us. Lin Zichen had great faith in Qi Qingma's strength, feeling that as long as he was present, both he and Shen Qinghan would be secure. Shen Qinghan was not as optimistic as Lin Zichen. She pursed her lips and said, I still think it's too dangerous, you never know when you might lose your life all of a sudden. Lin Zichen replied, don't worry about disasters that haven't happened, we both are tough to kill. But what if? As Shen Qinghan spoke, she withdrew her hand from under the covers and gently caressed Lin Zichen's face, saying, Lin Zi, I want to do everything I should do before I die. She said she wanted to do everything she should do before she died. Lin Zichen understood her meaning, to make love. Describe Lin Zichen's state of mind. Excited. In such a scenario, he had imagined countless times in his mind, but being in the moment, his emotions were truly intense. So, he pulled out a natural latex ultra-thin XX condom. Shen Qinghan, it's my first time. I don't want to use this. What if you get pregnant? It's not that easy. But what if? If it happens, then we keep it. Search *the nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Fine, then we won't use it. P.S. Please give a monthly pass and recommendation ticket. Chapter 393, 231, Once pregnant, give birth doing what husband and wife should do. Hearing these words, Lin Zichen's calm mind rippled with emotion. Then he felt his body growing warm. The chi blood within him surged ceaselessly. Imagining doing the things in bed that husband and wife love doing with Shen Qinghan, he had fantasized about it countless times in his head. But he had never taken action, intending to wait until they were officially married to do it. Now that Shen Qinghan had brought it up, the desire he had repressed deep in his heart could no longer be contained. Both mentally and physically, he couldn't wait any longer. Do it. Shen Qinghan's peach blossom eyes brimmed with spring, the desire in them growing ever deeper. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, always hoping that Lin Zichen would be the one to initiate. Since Lin Zichen had made no move, she had to take the initiative herself. Although it might seem a bit unreserved for a girl to initiate such matters, Shen Qinghan simply couldn't wait any longer. Every day, sleeping naked together. Every day, bathing together without a thread on. In such an environment, full of tempting and distracting thoughts, Shen Qinghan's desire had already peaked, and she urgently needed to take things further with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked down at Shen Qinghan before him, his eyes carefully scanning her graceful and voluptuous body. Her skin was delicate and fair, smooth and soft. Both her upper and lower halves had curves where they should, and they were well above average, entering a realm of sexiness that was irresistible. Having such a tempting childhood sweetheart by my side, I don't know how I've managed to restrain myself all these years from devouring you, Lin Zichen thought to himself, and the more he thought about it, the more he admired his own restraint. Seeing he hadn't said anything, Shen Qinghan thought he didn't want to do it, and her mood immediately fell, as she said, "Lin Zi, don't you want to?" "Who says I don't want to?" Lin Zichen pulled Shen Qinghan into his arms, almost speaking into her mouth. "I originally planned to take the last step with you after we got married and had our marriage license. But tonight, since you took the initiative, I've decided to take that last step with you tonight. Not waiting until we get married." Having said that, Lin Zichen kissed Shen Qinghan's cherry lips, feeling the warmth and softness of her lips. Shen Qinghan's body trembled slightly, and her feet uncontrollably tensed up. After a moment to adjust, she reached up, wrapped her hands around Lin Zichen's neck, and actively returned his kiss. They kissed tightly for more than 10 minutes. Finally, reluctantly, they parted. Lin Zichen raised his hand towards the nightstand, used telekinesis to open the drawer, and pulled out a box of natural latex ultrathin XX that had been sitting there for almost a year. It was a gift from Zhang Wanqin on the day they reported for college last year. Unfortunately, although their relationship was profound, they had not yet taken the final step of physical intimacy. As a result, the box of natural latex ultrathin XX, until now, was still intact, with not a single one missing. SSSSHHH, Lin Zichen tore open the packaging box and took out a small sachet that looked like a milk tea mixture. Just as he was about to tear open the small sachet, Shen Qinghan pursed her moist lips, her voice soft. "Tonight is our first time, I don't want to use that." Hearing this, Lin Zichen stopped tearing the sachet open, looked into Shen Qinghan's eyes, and asked, "What if you get pregnant?" "It's not that easy to get pregnant." "What if it happens?" "If it happens, then we'll have the baby," Shen Qinghan stated firmly. As she said this, her face was utterly serious, without a hint of joking. Lin Zichen fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Stay connected through MVL. After thinking it over, he finally chose to put the sachet back in the box and calmly said, "I'll listen to you, we won't use it this first time." Seeing Lin Zichen put the sachet back in the box, Shen Qinghan spoke softly, "You do it, I don't really know much about this." She, who had watched countless films, actually understood these matters quite well. But she didn't want to take the initiative, since she wanted Lin Zichen to lead. She had already taken the initiative in suggesting it, now it was Lin Zichen's turn to act. Lin Zichen ed in agreement, and quickly began to take the lead, ready to take the final step with Shen Qinghan, who had accompanied him for 19 years, aiming to achieve consummation. The next morning. The sky was just turning pale with dawn. Lin Zichen had slept for less than 4 hours, but the moment he sensed the faint light from outside the window, he automatically opened his eyes and woke up. After waking up, he didn't close his eyes to continue sleeping. Instead, he got out of bed and dressed cautiously, planning to go to the living room to give Qi Qingmo a blood transfusion. Before heading to the living room, saw the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen glanced at Shen Qinghan, still curled up asleep in bed, and a tender smile of indulgence appeared in his eyes. Before last night, he liked Shen Qinghan very much. After last night, he liked her even more. He had often heard it said that fully possessing one's partner can lead to deeper affection for them. Previously he didn't quite understand this sentiment, but after experiencing last night's possession, he finally understood it. "I just hope it's not too passionate, it's still too early for a child," Lin Zichen murmured quietly to himself. Then he made sure Shen Qinghan was covered properly with the blanket, turned up the air conditioning a few degrees, and then left the room quietly. In the living room, Qi Qingmo sat on the bronze ancient coffin, studying a beast core in her hands intently. Seeing Lin Zichen come out, she lifted her calm, lake-like eyes towards him and asked in a gentle voice, "After tossing and turning so much last night, do you still have the energy to give me a blood transfusion?" What Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had been up to in their room last night, she knew quite clearly. Chapter 394, 231. If you are pregnant, give birth to _2. It wasn't that she deliberately spied, it's just that the noise made by those two last night was a bit too much, she couldn't help but know. Lin Zichen sat down at the edge of the bronze ancient coffin and said, I just slept a little less, it won't affect the blood transfusion. Being a high-level 5th-order creature, he didn't have much need for sleep. As long as he could close his eyes and sleep for a bit, he could be energetic all day. If it doesn't affect it, then start the blood transfusion now. Qi-Qing-Ma said, put away the beast core in her hand with a thought, then lay back, enticingly sprawled atop the bronze ancient coffin. Seeing that Qi-Qing-Ma was ready, Lin Zichen skillfully placed both hands under his Taoist robe, pressing them against Qi-Qing-Ma's chest and began releasing the blood qi power. In the past, his heart would remain calm during the blood transfusion, devoid of any impure thoughts. But having had a taste last night, his mind was still filled with all sorts of inappropriate images even now. The moment he had too intimate physical contact with Qi-Qing-Ma, the female protagonist of those inappropriate images uncontrollably changed to Qi-Qing-Ma in his mind. No, it's not right, my heart is in turmoil, all I can think about is the pavilion master's body, Lin Zichen thought with great difficulty, his aura slightly disturbed, which then affected the efficiency of the blood transfusion. Noticing his peculiarity, Qi-Qing-Ma bluntly asked, craving my body, are you? Lin Zichen shook his head in denial, not at all. Qi-Qing-Ma, little guy, often it's better to admit freely than to deny stubbornly. Having lived so long, she had seen too many men who craved her body. Whether Lin Zichen craved her body or not, she could tell at a glance, and no amount of denial could change that. However, Lin Zichen denied it, retorting logically, Pavilion Master, I was indeed thinking about your body in my mind just now, but that's an irresistible force, a biological instinct, I actually dare not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards you. Qi-Qing-Ma rarely smiled, if you're already thinking about my body, doesn't that count as craving? Lin Zichen, it's fundamentally different. Qi-Qing-Ma lightly said, the body is an insignificant body aperture, no matter how pleasurable, it doesn't amount to much. Only pleasure of the spirit can be truly satisfying. Once your spiritual power grows stronger, you will understand the meaning of my words. Pleasure of the spirit is the real pleasure. Lin Zichen didn't understand and couldn't imagine how pleasurable that could be. He thought that the deep exchanges he had with Shen Qinghan in bed were already pleasurable enough, he dared not hope for more. By the way, Pavilion Master, I have a question to ask you. Lin Zichen suddenly remembered something he wanted to ask Qi-Qing-Ma. Qi-Qing-Ma, what is it? Lin Zichen, during the previous attack on the city center by the divine plant cult using a pack of beasts, a nine-tailed fox demon used a charm technique on me, saying that over time I would only have eyes for her, unable to accommodate any other women. I'm somewhat concerned about this. Let me see. Qi-Qing-Ma said as she opened her eyes and scrutinized Lin Zichen's body closely, peering inside to see if there was an issue. After a thorough examination, Qi-Qing-Ma stated, there is a slight issue, an emotion mark was planted inside your divine sense, but I've already dealt with it for you, it's fine now. There indeed was something wrong, that Su Jiujia wasn't just scaring me. Lin Zichen felt a surge of relief, thankful that he took it seriously and consulted Qi-Qing-Ma, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Over the next while, the two of them chatted sporadically. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Shen Qinghan, who had been sleeping in the room, had now woken up. With sleepy eyes, she walked out of the room, greeted them with a good morning, then sat down on the sofa beside the bronze ancient coffin. Walking over, her gait showed no discomfort at all, it was impossible to tell she had been put through quite an ordeal by Lin Zichen in the room last night. After all, she was no longer merely human, but a high-level creature with a powerful physical body, especially with the genes of living dead. Slugs inside her, minor injuries below were nothing. With just a blink of an eye, she was almost healed. Lin Zi, have you had breakfast yet? Shen Qinghan leaned her right hand on the armrest of the sofa, resting her chin in her palm as she looked at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, not yet. Shen Qinghan rubbed her eyes, her voice still slightly lazy, what do you want to eat? I'll go make something for you now. Lin Zichen, anything is fine, I'll eat whatever you make. After thinking for a moment, Shen Qinghan asked, how about boiling some living dead slugs porridge? Lin Zichen, that sounds good. After deciding what to have for breakfast, Shen Qinghan quickly went to the washroom to freshen up, then headed to the refrigerator, took out the ingredients for the living dead slug's porridge, and leisurely walked into the kitchen. About half an hour later, the porridge was ready. Your journey continues at MVL. Shen Qinghan, as always, served a bowl of porridge in the living room, first feeding Lin Zichen a spoonful, then taking one herself, looking very loving. Meanwhile, Qi Qingmo, lying on the bronze ancient coffin, was as calm as ever, feeling no disturbance in her heart, and not at all like she was being fed dog food. In the blink of an eye, afternoon arrived. After completing the blood transfusion work, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went back to their room to rest. No sooner had they lain down on the bed than Shen Qinghan couldn't help using her tender little foot to hook Lin Zichen's leg and asked in a sweet voice, "Lin Zi, do you want to continue like last night?" Lin Zichen responded, "We just did it last night, doesn't it hurt down there?" Shen Qinghan shook her head, "It doesn't hurt much, just feels a bit numb, it's no bother." Hearing her say this, Lin Zichen didn't hold back anymore and began to have a deep conversation with her, further fostering their affection for each other. This conversation lasted for a full 3 hours, and it was getting dark outside the window. After finishing, Lin Zichen lay in bed for a short nap to gather strength and energy, and after waking up, he headed to the living room to give Qi Qingmo a blood transfusion. However, when he arrived in the living room, he found that Qi Qingmo was not there. She was neither lying in the bronze ancient coffin resting nor sitting in it studying the beast core. Curious, where has the pavilion lord gone? Seeing that Qi Qingmo was not there, Lin Zichen felt puzzled. Shen Qinghan speculated, the pavilion lord might feel that staying in the dormitory all the time is too stifling and went out for some fresh air. Lin Zichen felt it was unlikely, but he didn't dwell on it too much. It was quite normal for Qi Qingmo, being so powerful, to come and go without a trace. It was best just to stay calm about it. At the same time, above the high skies of Shanghai City, a man and a woman, 100 meters apart, hovered face to face in the sky filled with clouds. The man was Vice Governor Yi Yongsheng. The woman was Tianren Pavilion Lord, Qi Qingmo. While sizing up Qi Qingmo, Yi Yongsheng asked calmly, "The beast herds from the origin land and those on earth, did you handle them?" With an expressionless face, Qi Qingmo said, "What if I did, what if I didn't? May I ask, fellow Taoist, what is your identity?" Seeing Qi Qingmo wearing a Taoist robe, Yi Yongsheng referred to her as fellow Taoist. Qi Qingmo casually replied, "Tianren Pavilion Lord." "Tianren Pavilion Lord?" Yi Yongsheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that the person before him was the founder of the blood tempering technique. "No, the founding mother." Soon. See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yi Yongsheng invited Qi Qingmo, "I wonder if the pavilion lord could accompany me to the capital city for a cup of spiritual tea to discuss some mutual doubts." His doubts referred to his curiosity about Qi Qingmo. He wanted to understand what kind of being she really was and why her power was so formidable. Qi Qingmo didn't rush to answer but asked a question instead, "What do you know about Origin Force?" "Are you referring to the Origin Force inside the beast core?" "Yes. In this world, there aren't more than 10 people who understand Origin Force better than I do," Yi Yongsheng said confidently. Qi Qingmo replied, "Then let's go to the capital city for tea. P.S. Please, I need monthly pass recommendations." Chapter 395, 232, Unparalleled Genius. Lin Ziying. "Since the pavilion master isn't here, let's go back to our room and continue. We can wait for the pavilion master while doing it." In the living room, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, her pretty face blushed slightly as she suggested. Hearing this suggestion, Lin Zichen was also shocked. Naughty girl indeed, the name really wasn't called wrong. She had just tasted it and was already addicted, her mind full of this matter. "Is it okay?" Seeing that Lin Zichen didn't immediately respond, Shen Qinghan clung to his arm and shook it while cooing softly. "Lin Zichen, wouldn't doing this too frequently be bad for the body?" Shen Qinghan disagreed. "We are high-level creatures now, our bodies are impervious to swords and spears, just a little friction, how could it possibly be bad for us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen thought it made sense. Right, they were high-level creatures whose bodies couldn't be harmed by weapons, and they had living dead slugs' genes that could repair body damage indefinitely. Just a mere friction couldn't harm them. Let alone just frequently, even continuously for several days, it probably wouldn't cause any harm. This was one of the benefits brought by evolution. The statement, excess of sensuality harms the body, when applied to evolvers, was a false proposition. Let's go back to our room and continue. No matter whether Lin Zichen wanted to do it or not, Shen Qinghan pulled him towards their room. She thought, since she had served him in bed for so long before, now it was his turn to pay back. Marital life, healthy only when there's give and take. In the room. On the bed. Right after they had enhanced their relationship, they both lay flat on the bed, breathing lightly. While catching her breath, Shen Qinghan suddenly thought of something and said with some worry, "Continue your journey at MVL, Lin Zi. You said the pavilion master is so powerful, what if she sees everything we do in our room in the future?" High-level creatures with sufficient spiritual power can perceive through any obstacle with their senses. Shen Qinghan thought, given Qi Qingma's unfathomable strength, her spiritual power must be strong too. Whatever she and Lin Zichen do in their room probably won't escape Qi Qingma's sensory perception. This kind of life under someone else's observation felt very uncomfortable. Lin Zichen responded lightly, the pavilion master could do it if she wanted, but she isn't that idle. He thought, with Qi Qingma's emotionally detached nature, she'd hardly bother to spy on others, deepening their relationship. For the Tianren Pavilion Lord, she would rather spend time lying in the bronze ancient coffin resting or studying the origin force in a beast core than spying. Just as he pondered about Qi Qingma like this. In the living room, Qi Qingma's voice suddenly rang out, "Sorry, I really am that idle." Hearing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in the room were momentarily stunned. After a moment of realization, Lin Zichen's face was speechless, while Shen Qinghan's face turned completely red. The mighty Tianren Pavilion Lord actually enjoys spying on others, enhancing their relationship in the room. Could it be any more outrageous? After calming his emotions a bit, Lin Zichen got out of bed and walked towards the living room, where he saw Qi Qingma sitting on the bronze ancient coffin, earnestly studying the beast core in her hand. Shen Qinghan did not follow him out. Qi Qingma's words just then directly embarrassed Shen Qinghan, making her feel extremely awkward, and she couldn't face Qi Qingma, the voyeuristic maniac, for a while. "Pavilion Master, when did you come back?" Lin Zichen asked. Qi Qingma didn't even lift her head, her gaze constantly on the beast core, and spoke lightly, "I've been back for a while, seeing you too busy in the room, I didn't disturb you." After speaking, she put away the beast core she was holding, raised her eyes to look at Lin Zichen, and said, "Give me a blood transfusion." "Okay." Lin Zichen agreed. Soon, Qi Qingma was lying flat on the bronze ancient coffin, and Lin Zichen then placed his hands inside her Taoist robe, pressing against her chest to give her a blood transfusion. "By the way, Pavilion Master, where had you gone just now?" Lin Zichen asked curiously. After many blood transfusion contacts, he felt he had become much more familiar with Qi Qingma. It wasn't as distant as before. He could ask whatever he wanted to ask at any time. While absorbing his qi blood, Qi Qingmo replied, "A vice-governor named Yi Yongsheng came looking for me, saying he wanted to have a chat. I also had some questions to ask, so I went to talk with him." Yi Yongsheng. Search *theovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hearing this name made Lin Zichen's mind fluctuate a bit. Yi Yongsheng had said before that he would ensure the safety of Lin Zichen and his family, but it turned out to be just empty talk with no actual arrangements. About this matter, Lin Zichen still remembered and would eventually confront Yi Yongsheng. It wasn't that he was petty and insisted on revenge. But Yi Yongsheng's actions had directly put him and his family in danger, and this was something that couldn't be overlooked. Whoever overlooks it gets struck by lightning. Lin Zichen then asked, "Pavilion Master, what exactly did you talk about with Vice-Governor Yi?" Qi Qingmo answered, "Not much, he was understanding my identity, and I was learning about Origin Force and Origin Land from him." "I see," Lin Zichen nodded, didn't ask further, and focused on giving Qi Qingmo a blood transfusion. In the days that followed, Lin Zichen was mostly staying in the dormitory giving Qi Qingmo blood transfusions. Twice a day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Preparing Qi Qingmo for her next entry into the Origin Land. During this period, Shen Qinghan tried several times to enhance the relationship with Lin Zichen, but due to Qi Qingmo being inside the room, she was afraid of being spied on by Qi Qingmo, so she had to hold back. And so the days just kept passing by. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 396, 232, Unparalleled Genius. Lin Ziying, _2 half a month later. Qi Qingmo felt that his qi blood levels had almost built up to the amount he wanted, so after simply bidding farewell to the other two, he left the dormitory to re-enter the origin land in search of a way forward. Before entering the origin land, Qi Qingmo paid a visit to the Pure Human Research Institute and handed over some lower-quality bloodbath pills to Lu Chuanwu. He said to consider it a resource of the pavilion and instructed Lu Chuanwu to develop a good reward system for proper allocation. Although Lu Chuanwu and the others couldn't provide the kind of help to Qi Qingmo that Lin Zichen could, Qi Qingmo felt that since these people were part of his own lineage, it was still necessary to provide them with some resources. Back in the dormitory. No sooner had Qi Qingmo walked out the door than Shen Qinghan joyfully wrapped her arm around Lin Zichen's and said, "Lin Zi, the pavilion master has finally entered the origin land. He'll be gone for at least a few days. For the next few days, we can do whatever we want, wherever we want, as many times as we want. We won't have to worry about being spied upon anymore." After saying that, Shen Qinghan eagerly pulled Lin Zichen towards their room, impatient to deepen their intimacy. Over the past half-month, worried about being spied on by Qi Qingmo, Shen Qinghan hadn't dared to develop intimacy with Lin Zichen. She'd been almost bursting, and now she needed to release the pent-up tension. To this Lin Zichen replied with a wry smile, "Why do you have such a strong urge?" "Of course, because it feels good," Shen Qinghan responded frankly and immediately followed up with, "Don't you feel good?" Lin Zichen replied honestly, "Well, of course, it feels good." Shen Qinghan said, "There you go, it feels good for me, it feels good for you, and it doesn't harm our bodies, so isn't it normal for me to have a strong desire?" Lin Zichen nodded his agreement. "That's true, it would be abnormal not to." "All right, enough talk, get undressed and get on the bed." "I've been holding back for half a month, I feel like I'm gonna explode," Shen Qinghan urged. As Lin Zichen was taking off his clothes, he laughed and said, "Actually, you don't have to hold back. We could do it anytime, there's no need to wait for the pavilion master to be away." "But we can't, the pavilion master might spy on us." "Not likely. I feel like the pavilion master was just teasing us that day." "But what if what the pavilion master said was true?" "Even if it was true, being spied on by the pavilion master won't do any harm. After all, we've both touched her." "No way, it's too uncomfortable to be watched while doing that." Shen Qinghan just couldn't accept being spied upon. Actually, Lin Zichen couldn't either. But if it was Qi Qingmo who was spying, he felt it might be okay. There were 3 reasons for this. First, Qi Qingmo was a woman. Second, Qi Qingmo had no sexual feelings, so being spied on by her felt no different than being spied on by a mosquito. Third, he almost touched Qi Qingmo's body every day, and when he did, it was for hours at a time. Since he had already taken advantage of her, it seemed to him that letting her have a peep didn't put him at much of a loss. "Lin Zi, let's not talk about the pavilion master anymore. Let's get on with the real business," Shen Qinghan urged in a soft, enticing voice. Hearing her tempting voice, Lin Zichen couldn't control himself and quickly became entangled with her. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Qi Qingmo had yet to return. He was still in the origin land, refining exotic beasts and collecting beast cores. While she was away, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had been intimate from morning till night, experimenting with all sorts of new things. One morning, after Lin Zichen had finished breakfast and had just made love with Shen Qinghan beside the dining table, his phone on the table started vibrating. He picked it up and saw a message from Song Yuyan on WeChat. "Yuyan's sister, little brother Zichen, your sister Yuyan has finally succeeded in opening apertures. I've advanced to a high-level first-order creature. Zichen, congratulations, sister Yuyan. Yuyan's sister, you and Han Han haven't come to the institute for days. When will you come over to give us some guidance, including the director and Wei Wei?" "Zichen, I'll come over after lunch. Yuyan's sister, your sister Yuyan is waiting for you 2 top geniuses to come over." "Zichen, definitely." After replying to this message, Lin Zichen closed the chat with Song Yuyan. Shen Qinghan, who had just cleaned herself and tossed the tissue into the trash, saw Lin Zichen chatting on WeChat and asked curiously, "Who was that, Lin Z?" Lin Zichen casually said, "Sister Yuyan just shared on WeChat that she successfully opened her apertures, her biological level has evolved to high-level first order. She wants us to come over to guide her, the director, and Ma Shiwei." Shen Qinghan pouted after hearing that. "Yuyan actually came looking for you instead of me, that's so unfair." Lin Zichen laughed, "We're together all the time, finding either of us is the same. Yuyan isn't overthinking it like you are." The two just chatted for a bit and soon stopped. They then sat cross-legged on the balcony, quietly focusing on assaulting their acupoints. 3 hours later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan finished lunch and headed out together to the Pure Human Research Institute. As soon as they stepped into the institute's main gate, they heard Lu Chuanwu's excited shout, "Haha, old man, I have also successfully opened my acupoints, I've become a high-level creature." Walking in a little further, they saw a sweat-soaked Lu Chuanwu standing by the window catching his breath, his face full of excitement. "Little Dongji, when I was just an ordinary 9th order, I could make you beg for more. Now that I've evolved straight to high-level 2nd order, watch me make you beg for mercy." Lu Chuanwu stood with his hands on his hips, looking triumphant. See the Nefire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan, who had just entered, couldn't help but blush slightly upon hearing this. Inside, Ma Shiwei's expression remained unchanged. Even further inside, Song Yuyan rolled her eyes at Lu Chuanwu and complained, "Director, can you watch your language, please? There are many girls here in the institute." Lu Chuanwu had a sheepish grin, "Sorry, I got carried away with excitement. I'll definitely be more careful in the future." No sooner had he said this than he saw Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan enter, and a bright smile spread across his face. "The peerless pair has arrived, come on, come over and share some of your experiences with us three." His tone wasn't sarcastic but genuinely admiring. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to share their experiences. Stay tuned to MVL. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan weren't really listening. Having just evolved into high-level creatures, their minds were filled with joy, and they weren't attentive to anything else. Meanwhile, Ma Shiwei, who had not started opening her acupoints yet, listened extremely earnestly. Lin Zichen glanced at Ma Shiwei and used his danger perception to inspect her physical body. Compared to when she first joined Tianren Pavilion, she had made significant progress. Her body refining progress had reached the completion of the first tempering skin and the first tempering flesh, now in the final stage of bone tempering, and her biological level had also evolved to ordinary 8th order. "Shiwei, you've made great progress, well done." Lin Zichen praised Ma Shiwei with a smile. Ma Shiwei felt a touch of joy in her heart upon hearing this but remained calm, saying, "Thank you." Afterwards, she added, "It's also thanks to the Pavilion Master's bloodbath pills that I've been able to progress so quickly, otherwise I'd probably still be at the first tempering skin. Lin Zichen, the Pavilion Master really has been good to us." After spending the afternoon at the institute and feeling it was about time, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan said they would see the others tomorrow and left the institute. After leaving the institute, they did not go back to the dorm but went to the family building in the off-campus area to visit their parents. When they arrived, Shen Jianye and Su Meng were about to attend evening classes and were not at home. So Shen Qinghan followed Lin Zichen to his home. "Han Han, your little face looks rosy and even prettier," Zhang Wanqing greeted her with a beaming smile as soon as Shen Qinghan entered the house. Just after she spoke, Zhang Wanqing suddenly let out a pained "ah" and clutched her stomach. Lin Zichen quickly came forward to support Zhang Wanqing and asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, just your little sister being naughty, giving me a strong kick." "Sister?" Lin Zichen asked, puzzled. Zhang Wanqing smiled, "Yes, sister." In this world, knowing whether the baby is a boy or girl wasn't a secret, doctors would proactively inform the expectant mother. Zhang Wanqing said, "Come on, touch mom's belly and feel your sister's vitality." After touching it, I could feel the strength. Always kicking. Shen Qinghan also touched it. "Sister is so impressive." Zhang Wanqing said with a smile, "The little cotton-padded jacket will surely be a genius like her brother." "Aunt Xin, have you thought of a name for my sister yet?" "I've thought of several, but haven't settled on one yet." In the end, Lin Ziying is decided upon. P.S. Bowing down, begging for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 397, 233. Enter the Yuan land. Join the alien human-level genius squad. Ever since suspecting that his younger sister might be trouble, Lin Zichen spent most of the following days at home with his parents, wanting to study the sister in Zhang Wanqin's belly. Whenever Zhang Wanqin cried out in pain, he would immediately disperse his spiritual power to sense the sister in her belly, checking if the sister was kicking her legs. He observed this for several days. He discovered that the sister wasn't always kicking. Sometimes she would wave her hands. Sometimes she would pinch her own feet. Sometimes she would suck on her fingers. The behavior had no discernible pattern. It didn't seem like she had awakened a system possessing any leg-kicking achievements. Instead, she appeared to be a prematurely active fetus. Your sister is moving around again, she's so lively. On the sofa, Zhang Wanqin gently caressed her belly, smiling tenderly as she spoke. Now over 40, she was eager to have a baby, especially a daughter. The daughter growing in her now, 7 months in the making, was the best gift she had received in years, without a doubt. Seeing his sister moving again, Lin Zichen immediately dispersed his spiritual power to observe. Then, he saw his sister in the belly assuming a crow riding an airplane posture, grabbing her feet with each hand, which looked quite amusing. I hope my sister is not any transmigrator or reincarnate, but a new life born from mom's womb, Lin Zichen hoped silently in his heart. If his sister turned out to be a transmigrator or reincarnator, he would find it very strange and not know how to interact with her. Lin Zi, the master has returned, he's over at the institute now, asking us to come over. Shen Qinghan ran over from next door to inform him. Principal Yuan came back. Thinking, Lin Zichen said, okay, let's head over now. Zhang Wanqin checked her phone, looking at the two heading for the institute. It's already 4 p.m. now. Will you come back for dinner tonight? Sir, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. We probably won't make it back in time for dinner, Mom, don't wait up for us. After dropping these words, Lin Zichen went out with Shen Qinghan towards the institute. Yuan Dongji must have experienced a lot, having stayed in the origin land this long. Lin Zichen was very interested in her experiences and eager to learn more. Pure Human Research Institute. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, only Song Yuyan and Ma Shiwei were in the living area, neither Lu Chuanwu nor Yuan Dongji in sight. Not seeing them, Shen Qinghan curiously asked, where are the master and the principal? Song Yuyan replied irritably, Principal Yuan just came not long ago and was immediately dragged into a room upstairs by that nasty old man, claiming something about showing off his prowess to impress Principal Yuan. I see, Shen Qinghan nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ever since having a somewhat physical relationship with Lin Zichen a while ago, she had become sensitive to matters between men and women, her mind filling with various provocative images whenever she heard related words. After about 10 minutes or so, Lu Chuanwu and Yuan Dongji came down from the room upstairs. Yuan Dongji had a glowing face. Lu Chuanwu staggered, looking thoroughly drained. It seemed, the supremely ranked rare level, Yuan Dongji had the upper hand. Even with Lu Chuanwu's biological level evolved to high-level second order, he was still outmatched by the higher-ranked Yuan Dongji. Master, long time no see. Upon seeing the familiar face of Yuan Dongji, Shen Qinghan immediately flashed a sweet smile. Yuan Dongji smiled back at her, walking to the couch in front and sitting down, her voice warm, come, sit here with master. All right. Shen Qinghan obediently took a seat next to her. Yuan Dongji turned to Lin Zichen, Zichen, come sit here too, I have something important to talk to you and Qinghan about. Lin Zichen sat down next to Shen Qinghan and asked, is it something urgent? Yuan Dongji didn't rush to respond, instead taking a sip of warm flower tea. After a while, she began slowly, I met with my senior disciple Luo Qianxue in Origin Land and while catching up, I mentioned both of you, guess what? She said your names sounded very familiar. My alien human level senior disciple, if there are no mistakes, she must be the new student from your elementary school, the little white-haired girl named Bai Shui. That Luo Qianxue, could she really be Bai Shui? Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were both surprised. They had always felt Luo Qianxue looked a lot like Bai Shui, and it was very likely it was her. But, hearing it confirmed in this moment still made them feel surprised and incredulous, feeling that the world really was full of coincidences. Master, does the senior sister only think my name and Lin Zi sound familiar, or does she not remember things from our childhood? Shen Qinghan asked. Yuan Dongji said calmly, she lost a lot of her memories, almost all about Bai Shui are forgotten. Ah, how could this be? Shen Qinghan felt quite disheartened. The three of them used to play so well together, how could she forget everything? Yuan Dongji took another sip of flower tea, her voice slow. Once you two go down to Origin Land, you could try talking to her in person, maybe just seeing you will bring everything back. After saying this, she put the teacup down, no longer discussing things about Luo Qianxue. She shifted the topic immediately, saying, while defending against the beast horde in the Origin Land, the situation was very severe. I nearly encountered mishaps multiple times. Hadn't it been for a mysterious Taoist robe woman suddenly appearing, using her own power to annihilate the horde, I probably wouldn't have been able to come back. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 398, 233. Enter the Origin Land. Join the Alien Human Level Genius Squad, _2, I've heard that the mysterious Taoist robe woman is the Tianren Pavilion Lord, is that true? When Yuan Dongji spoke this last sentence, his gaze shifted toward Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu nodded, it is true. Yuan Dongji was utterly puzzled, what exactly is going on here? It's like this, Lu Chuanwu patiently began to explain to Yuan Dongji. First, he introduced the origins of Qi Qingmo. Then explained how she was resurrected. Finally, he introduced her personality, strength, and stance. The introduction wasn't comprehensive, just enough to give Yuan Dongji a rough understanding. There was no helping it. After all, Lu Chuanwu himself wasn't very familiar with Qi Qingmo. He only knew she was powerful and someone on their side. Beyond that, he didn't know much and couldn't be certain. After briefly introducing Qi Qingmo, Lu Chuanwu said to Yuan Dongji, actually, when it comes to understanding the Pavilion Lord, Zichen and Qinghan should know more than me, because whenever the Pavilion Lord is on Earth, she basically lives with the two of them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dongji immediately turned and asked the two, how much do you two know about the Tianren Pavilion Lord, and would it be convenient to share with me? Lin Zichen took a sip of floral tea and said, my understanding of the Pavilion Lord is pretty much the same as the Dean's, there's nothing else to add. Yuan Dongji, then this Tianren Pavilion Lord really is mysterious. Lu Chuanwu stroked his beard and remarked, it's normal. After all, powerful people are mysterious, it's not possible for them to tell us everything. As long as we know this strong person is one of us, that's enough, there's no need to know more. Yuan Dongji expressed acceptance, that's indeed true. After the conversation, she turned to Shen Qinghan and said, come with me to the academic office. I've exchanged for a daffodil fish gene for you to enslave in the Origin Land to further increase your spiritual strength. Thank you, Master. Shen Qinghan didn't know what else to say, so he could only express his thanks. Soon, both of them left the research institute and walked towards the administration building. Lin Zichen chose not to follow and stayed in the research institute to work on his acupoints. Both the heart aperture and brain aperture had already been opened. The next goal was the body aperture. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The term ended. Lin Zichen welcomed his first college summer vacation. By this time, he had opened a total of 4 acupoints. 2 heart apertures, 1 brain aperture, 1 body aperture. Meanwhile, his biological level had evolved to high 6th order, just a step away from high order. After a rigorous test of strength, Lin Zichen felt that under certain circumstances, he should be able to rival a rare first-order powerhouse. His strength had made leaps and bounds compared to a short time ago. As for Shen Qinghan, who had been inseparable from Lin Zichen, he also opened 4 acupoints. 1 heart aperture, 2 brain apertures, 1 body aperture. His biological level had evolved to high 5th order, closely following Lin Zichen's pace without falling too far behind. Strange, why hasn't the Pavilion Lord come back after so long? On the bed, Lin Zichen, while thrusting his waist and abdomen, frowned slightly and murmured. He worried that Qi Qingmo might have encountered trouble in the Origin Land, concerned that he might lose a significant figure of support. Below him, Shen Qinghan's forehead was covered in fine sweat, her voice trembling as she said, "The Pavilion Lord is so strong, she must be okay." The Pavilion Lord must have found something in the Origin Land, a way to return to her peak, that's why she hasn't come out for so long. Maybe by the time we see the Pavilion Lord again, she will have already returned to her peak. In reality, Shen Qinghan was also anxious about the possibility of Qi Qingmao encountering trouble in the Origin Land, but seeing Lin Zichen so worried, she had to contain her own concerns and instead say positive things to comfort him. However, no matter how many reassurances she offered, Lin Zichen still remained worried. After they finished in bed, Lin Zichen picked up his phone from beside him and tapped on Yuan Dongji's WeChat avatar, reaching out to the well-connected Miss Yuan to see if she knew anything about the situation in the Origin Land. He contacted her for about half an hour. Yuan Dongji asked on his behalf in a group chat for strong individuals to see if anyone who had been to the Origin Land in the past few days had seen Qi Qingmao or heard any news about him. Then, he came up empty-handed. In response, Lin Zichen could only pray in his heart, hoping that Qi Qingmao hadn't encountered any trouble in the Origin Land. Soon. A week passed by. On July 8th, during the summer break, Shanghai University suddenly became bustling. It was the Tianren Pavilion recruiting new members. From the students who had entered Shanghai University this year, they sought to recruit a batch of geniuses with exceptional physical talents. In the past, the Tianren Pavilion's recruitment was always quiet, requiring Lu Chuanwu to leave the school and personally visit students door to door, begging them to join the Tianren Pavilion. But now everything had changed. With Lin Zichen as a living billboard, a large number of geniuses with exceptional physical talents came to Shanghai University on their own initiative, expressing their desire to join the Tianren Pavilion and follow the pure-blood human path. "Isn't Lin Shen here? Isn't Lin Shen around? I've traveled thousands of miles by plane just to catch a glimpse of Lin Shen, but to my disappointment, he's not here. This is too upsetting. What's the rush? Once you join the Tianren Pavilion, you'll have plenty of opportunities to meet Lin Shen in the future." In front of the Pure Human Research Institute, hundreds of geniuses with strong physical talents gathered in a bustling crowd. The Lin Shen they talked about referred to the representative figure of the pure-blood human path, Lin Zichen. Out of admiration for Lin Zichen, they had deified him. "Everyone quiet down and line up in sequence. Each line should have no more than 30 people." See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Once the lines are organized, we'll head to the gymnasium for the body strength test. Lu Chuanwu stood in front of the crowd and shouted loudly. At the sound of his voice, the geniuses promptly and orderly lined up, waiting to go to the gymnasium for the test. Seeing that the geniuses had lined up, Lu Chuanwu didn't want to delay everyone's time and quickly led them with several martial arts college teachers to the gymnasium for testing. Inside the research institute, Song Yuyan stood by the window, looking down at the dense crowd of hundreds of geniuses, and couldn't help but ask Lin Zichen, who was sitting on the sofa behind her, "Zichen, all these geniuses down there are your fanboys and fangirls, aren't you going to show your face?" "I think I'll pass on showing my face. Once they successfully join the Tianren Pavilion, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future," Lin Zichen said indifferently while he was working on his acupoints. Song Yuyan said with a hint of regret, "I see quite a few pretty girls down there. If I were you, I'd definitely go down to show my face." No sooner had she finished speaking, she added, "But with Han Han being so beautiful, I guess other girls wouldn't catch your eye." Lin Zichen simply smiled and didn't respond. Shen Qinghan was right there beside him. He didn't want to discuss such topics in front of her. Many people say that once a man has had his fill of a woman, his love for her will fade until he grows weary of her. Lin Zichen didn't feel that way at all. Regarding Shen Qinghan, his love only grew stronger the more time they spent together. Time flew by in an instant. It was evening before they knew it. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were still refining their bodies, not wasting any minute or second that could be spent cultivating. "After a whole day's work, we finally finished this year's recruitment. I'm exhausted." Lu Chuanwu came back from the gymnasium, complaining of tiredness, but his face was filled with a smile. Song Yuyan approached and asked, "Principal, how many did we recruit?" "Guess." Lu Chuanwu replied with a gleeful smile. "Song Yuyan, you think I'll guess?" Seeing that the single older woman wouldn't guess, Lu Chuanwu didn't play coy, laughing as he said, you might not believe it, but we directly recruited 166 people. That many? Song Yuyan was quite shocked. Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan didn't show much reaction, their faces remained calm. Lu Chuanwu looked towards the two of them and said with a smile, Lord Yi had initially set a goal of recruiting 100 people, and now I've directly recruited 166, successfully completing the task. You two will soon be able to enter the origin land. Finally, they could enter the origin land. Lin Zichen felt a flicker of excitement within. He had long anticipated the origin land and wanted to witness the world known as the high-end version of Earth. At the same time, he also wanted to see just how strong these so-called alien human-level geniuses were. I hope that the Pavilion Master, whom I haven't seen in a long time, isn't in trouble in the origin land but is too busy claiming territory and ruling to return, so he can continue to be my support, Lin Zichen silently hoped. P.S. Holding out my bowl, seeking monthly passes and recommendation votes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 399, 234. Dimensional Strike on Alien Human-Level Genius Origin Land, City Number 1. The 28 members of the Alien Human-Level Genius Squad were all gathered in a large training room. Each one was panting heavily, their bodies drenched in sweat, faces etched with exhaustion. They had obviously just completed an intense training session. Standing in front of this group of alien human-level geniuses was a bald man with piercing eyes. The bald man was a high-order rare powerhouse in City Number 1, responsible for providing special training for the 28 members of the alien human-level squad to further enhance their strength. Se the novel, F. IR.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At the moment, the bald man looked around at the alien human-level geniuses before him and said in a booming voice, Today's test results, for me, have been both surprising and disappointing. The surprise is that Qianshua's progress has been so significant that it's staggering. Before joining the special training, she was ranked 13th in strength among this 28-person squad, barely making it to the middle tier. However, after just 1 month of special training, she has now moved up to 9th place in team strength and successfully entered the top 10. Keep in mind, she's only 19 years old now, and the oldest among you is already 29. In this squad of alien human-level geniuses, the youngest team leader to take office was 25 years old, and I have high hopes that she can break this record. The bald man had nothing but praise for Luo Qianxue, placing great expectations on her. As they listened to the bald man's remarks, apart from Luo Qianxue, the other 27 geniuses were filled with a sense of urgency and immense pressure. Each of them was a genius among geniuses. From childhood to adulthood, they were the otherworldly beings that their peers could only look up to but never reach. And yet, even such dazzling figures seemed somewhat pale in comparison to Luo Qianxue at the moment. Truly, you don't know her until you compare. Hey, she isn't even human. What's the point of comparing us to her? It's meaningless, a female genius in her early 20s muttered under her breath. The bald man's eyebrows instantly furrowed upon hearing this. He turned to the female genius, his voice severely chastising, Zhao Zixuan, what kind of talk is that? What do you mean there's no point in comparing yourself to an alien? Do you realize that Earth's greatest enemy has never been exotic beasts or exotic plants, but aliens? If we can't even match the aliens, how are we to contend with them? The reason the higher-ups are willing to provide you with so many rare evolution resources is precisely so that you can surpass the aliens. Zhao Zixuan, if you dare say such idiotic remarks again, I will request to reduce your evolution resources and allocate them to those who deserve them. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Zhao Zixuan immediately showed a nervous expression. Instructor Lan, I was wrong. I won't speak like that ever again. Lan Tianbai didn't respond to Zhao Zixuan, but turned his head to Luo Qianxue and said, Qianxue, keep it up and strive to become the youngest team leader in history. Luo Qianxue replied succinctly. She didn't like Lan Tianbai. Lan Tianbai often used her alien status to motivate the other members of the team, which made her, already unpopular with the others, even more disliked. As an instructor, Lan Tianbai was aware of Luo Qianxue's disapproval of him. But he didn't care at all. His mission was to make these alien human-level geniuses stronger, not to be liked by them. Moreover, the higher-ups had accepted Luo Qianxue, an alien, for the very purpose of spurring Earth's young geniuses into action, to have a barramundi effect. Zhao Zixuan, Yao Yiwen, He Chutao, Nangong Liuyun, Wang Xing, Qian Yifei, Bai Jie, you 7 stay behind for extra training. The rest of you may leave. Those who are due for out-of-city training should go for it and not waste time idly in the city. Lan Tianbai said to the myriad of geniuses before him. Upon hearing his words, except for the 7 who were called out to stay, everyone else headed out of the training room. Luo Qianxue was the fastest to leave. She didn't want to stay a moment longer and preferred to be alone. As she walked, 2 young men from the team walked behind her, chatting as they went. Luo Qianxue's evolution is too fast. Only a while ago, she had just reached the strength of a high-level 6th order, and now after just 1 month of special training, she has evolved to the strength of a high-level 7th order. It's terrifying. Tall young man Zhao Qingxian couldn't help but sincerely express his amazement as he watched Luo Qianxue in front of him. The shorter young man Zhang Tao said calmly, "It is terrifying, but the 2 of us won't necessarily fall behind her, we have advantages that she doesn't possess." Zhao Qingxian nodded, "True, being earthlings, our bodies have great tolerance and can undergo genetic fusion, whereas she, as an alien, cannot do that." Zhang Tao replied with composure, "Don't look at our current rate of progress as being slower than hers. Once our biological level evolves to the rare level, we will be able to fuse genes of exotic beasts of higher tiers, and our strength will skyrocket, easily leaving her behind." Zhao Qingxian agreed, "It's inevitable." The touted best duo of the team were thus conversing, each firmly believing that, having reached the great perfection of a high-order 9th level, they would not be outdone by Luo Qianxue. Before long, except for the 7 left behind for additional training, all the others had left the training room. Lan Tianbai said to the 7 of them, "You 7 performed too poorly, training for an entire month with hardly any visible progress." Chapter 234. Dimensionality Reduction Attack on Alien Human Level Genius _2 From today, you all must stay in the training room for extra practice. You can leave once you've met the standards, do you understand? Understood, X7 the 7 almost said in unison. Lan Tianbai nodded, "That's good. Although the 7 of you have high evolutionary talents, your current strength is too weak to support you heading out of the city for solo training. You must realize that the exotic beasts outside won't wait for you to grow slowly, seeing that you're not strong, they will tear you apart on the spot. Until your strength has increased, all of you must earnestly put in extra training time in the training room. Talent that hasn't grown is not talent at all, do you understand?" Understood, X7 the 7 said again in unison. Lan Tianbai nodded in satisfaction once again, then said loudly, "In a month, I will test you again, I hope everyone can pass by then." Half a month later. Earth. Shanghai University. Pure Human Research Institute. Lin Zichen was sitting cross-legged on the rooftop of the institute, bathing in the breeze as he worked on his acupoints. Sir the Novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the past period, the diligent him had successfully opened 1 brain aperture and 1 body aperture. He had now opened a total of 6 acupoints. 2 each in the heart aperture, brain aperture, and body aperture. His biological level had hence evolved to high-level 6th order great perfection and would evolve to high-level 7th order before long. Over half an hour later, Lin Zichen finished working on his acupoints and decided to take a break. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, planning to refresh himself by checking the news to catch up on recent events. When he opened the news app, he just received a message on WeChat. He checked WeChat, discovering it was the secretary of the vice governor Yongsheng who had sent the message. The content briefly stated that the 2 of them now met the requirements and could enter the origin land to join the alien human level genius team. At 8 a.m. on the 3rd day from now, a private plane would come to Shanghai University to take them to the capital city, and then through the biological channel into city number 1. "Lin Zi, what are you looking at?" Shen Qinghan, who had just finished working on her acupoints, noticed Lin Zichen looking at his phone and curiously leaned in to ask. Before Lin Zichen could answer, she read the content on the phone and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah! We're entering the origin land in 3 days. Why is it so sudden?" For entering the origin land, she felt both excitement and nervousness. "It is quite sudden." Lin Zichen put away his phone and said lightly, "After entering the origin land this time, who knows when we'll be able to return to Earth. In the next 3 days, let's go home and spend time with our parents. Shen Qinghan, let's spend good time with our parents. In the blink of an eye. 3 days went by. Under the reluctant eyes of their parents, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, each carrying a large backpack, hurried towards the administration building of the inner campus. The two were heading to the rooftop of the administration building to board the plane. The parents can't see us anymore, let's take down the backpacks and I'll put them in the storage space. When they reached a secluded corner, Lin Zichen stopped and told Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan didn't take off her backpack but shook her head and said, let's not. I think it's better to carry it ourselves. Otherwise, others might ask why we aren't bringing anything and explaining might be troublesome. True. Lin Zichen nodded in agreement, thinking that he had considered too little. Soon, they reached the rooftop of the administration building. Yuan Dongji, Lu Chuanwu, and Song Yuyan were all there, all to see them off. Zichen, Han, you two must be careful in the origin land. Don't risk it for some evolution resources, it's not worth it, Song Yuyan, assuming the role of an older sister, advised the two with concern. After she finished, Yuan Dongji also spoke up, Luo Qianxue is somewhat reclusive now and basically doesn't interact with others. When you two meet her, try not to be too enthusiastic right away. Yes, I know, master. Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. Lu Chuanwu looked at Lin Zichen, reminding him, Zichen, once you get familiar inside the origin land, remember to inquire about the pavilion master's whereabouts and see what exactly the situation is there, and why he hasn't returned for so long. Rest assured, Director, I remember, Lin Zichen replied. In this world, he cared about Qi Qingma's situation more than anyone else. The sky-reaching Qi Qingma, whom he had finally managed to rely on, was his foster mother who often provided him with evolutionary resources. Once inside the origin land, he would, by all means, search for news of Qi Qingma. Soon after, a rumble echoed from the sky. The aircraft designated to take Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to capital city had arrived. It was a 10-seater helicopter. After briefly bidding farewell to Yuan Dongji and others, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan quickly boarded the helicopter, speeding off to capital city thousands of miles away. On the way, Lin Zichen asked Yi Yongxing's secretary, Secretary Zhang, isn't Lord Yi here? Secretary Zhang said calmly, the province lord is always busy, and most of the time, he is not available. The last time you met him, it just happened to be when he was free, which is a rare occurrence every 10 years. I see, Lin Zichen nodded and did not inquire further. In less than half an hour, the helicopter had transported Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to capital city. The speed was unbelievably fast. The helicopter landed directly at the military zone of biological passageway number 1, and Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were immediately led to the entrance. The journey was tightly scheduled without unnecessary delays. At the entrance, the leading person turned back, handed over a simplified manual to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and asked both of them to carefully go through the precautions inside. Lin Zichen took the manual, glanced through it quickly, and memorized the contents by heart. None of it was new. It mainly discussed the domain power rejection inside the origin land, dizzy and nauseous feelings for first-timers, which would wear off after a few days of adaptation. Beyond that, it covered some rules that needed to be followed inside the city of the origin land and how to adapt to life there. After all, the environment in the origin land differed significantly from Earth. In the origin land, many chemical and physical reactions could not occur, meaning it was essentially a primitive environment devoid of any technological devices. For geniuses like Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, who had grown up on Earth, adapting completely to this environment would not be easy. For two individuals like you, who entered the alien human-level genius list as adults, it's my first time seeing such a case despite having guarded biological passageway number 1 for many years, a guard at the entryway commented with a smile. Normally, those capable of entering the alien human-level genius list would have shown their talents early in childhood and been brought up in the origin land accordingly. Entering as adults seemed unreasonable and incredibly surprising. After all, the growth of evolutionary talents usually followed a traceable pattern, and sudden outstanding performance after adulthood was rare. Is that so? Lin Zichen casually responded, not engaging further with the guard. After speaking, he closed the handbook and said to the gate in front of him, "Hello, we have finished reading the manual. can we enter the origin land now? Of course, you can. The gatekeeper smiled as he opened the biological passageway behind him. The future of Earthlings rests on you. I hope you can evolve into legendary-level experts swiftly and become the pillars of Earth. Definitely, Lin Zichen stated calmly. Subsequently, he and Shen Qinghan moved toward the portal, aiming to enter the origin land. During this time, Shen Qinghan grasped Lin Zichen's hand tightly, filled with nervousness, anxiety, and fear of the unknown awaiting them in the origin land. Lin Zichen felt her unease and gently massaged her palm to help her calm down. The gatekeeper smiled as he opened the biological passageway behind him. The future of Earthlings rests on you. I hope you can evolve into legendary-level experts swiftly and become the pillars of Earth. Definitely, Lin Zichen stated calmly. Subsequently, he and Shen Qinghan moved toward the portal, aiming to enter the origin land. During this time, Shen Qinghan grasped Lin Zichen's hand tightly, filled with nervousness, anxiety, and fear of the unknown awaiting them in the origin land. Lin Zichen P.S. Placing my bowl out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 401, 235, Test. Shocking everyone. Inside the biological passage, it was pitch black. There was no light. No sound. Walking inside, it was as if one were in the vast, dark universe, deathly silent, icy cold, and terrifying. Time passed, unmeasured. Lin Zichen saw a point of light appear ahead. He knew they were nearly at the exit, so he immediately took Shen Qinghan's hand and quickened their pace. About half a minute later, the two passed through the biological passage and entered the legendary origin land. The moment they stepped out of the passage, Lin Zichen could distinctly feel an invisible pressure squeezing from all sides, enveloping his whole body like a sponge, making breathing difficult and bringing discomfort. Is this the rejection of domain power? While thinking, Lin Zichen carefully felt this intangible pressure. By his side, Shen Qinghan held her petite mouth with her hand, her pretty face showing a bit of discomfort, looking like she was about to throw up. Are you feeling okay? Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan beside him and asked with a gentle voice. After pausing for a moment, Shen Qinghan spoke weakly. I feel a bit uncomfortable, I probably need to adapt a little more. Having said that, she asked, Lin Zi, how about you? Do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Zichen, I'm also a little uncomfortable, but it's bearable. No sooner had he spoken. A guard responsible for watching the entrance approached, asking, May I know if you are Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan? Lin Zichen nodded, Yes, we are. While saying this, he dispersed his spiritual power to take a peek at the guard's biological information. Very strong, a high-order high-level expert. Placed on Earth, they would be enough to serve as deans of the Evolution College in the two major schools. Merely a guard, yet with a biological level as high-order high-level, the saying, the strong are in origin land, indeed was not wrong. The guard pointed toward an office on the side. Please go over there to register your basic information, someone will escort you to your dormitory shortly. Okay. Lin Zichen responded and followed with Shen Qinghan towards where the guard was pointing. In just a moment, the two entered the office. Inside the office, a few women were working. As soon as Lin Zichen walked in, he dispersed his spiritual power, intuitively spying on the biological information of these women. Their biological levels were all high-level lower order, lower than both his and Shen Qinghan's. It was normal for office workers to have lower biological levels. You must be Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, right? The short-haired woman by the door saw them enter and immediately stood up with a warm smile, saying, Come here and register your personal information. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went up to register. The information required for registration was not much, just age, height, weight, biological level, and other basic information. In just a few moments, they were done. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan then casually found a place to sit in the office, waiting for someone in charge from the alien human level squad to come and fetch them. During the wait, the women in the office frequently struck up conversations with them, trying to get close to the two. The two were, after all, alien human level geniuses with immeasurable future prospects. Getting their faces known now and being remembered by them could be enormously beneficial later on. About 10 minutes later, a spirited woman walked in. The moment she entered, the woman walked towards where Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan were seated and asked, "May I know if you are Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan?" "Yes, we are," Lin Zichen replied. He also spied on the woman's biological information, learning that her biological level was as high-level middle order. From entering Origin Land until now, every person he had seen was a high-level expert. Origin Land truly was a world of the strong. "You too, come with me," the woman said before turning to leave the office. Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan stood up and followed her out. All along the way, Lin Zichen continuously surveyed the surrounding environment. The city where he currently was, City Number 1, is the first stronghold established by Earthlings in Origin Land and is also currently the largest stronghold. According to information, City Number 1 covers an area of about 100 square kilometers, equivalent to a small county in terms of size. Surrounding the city was a 100-meter-tall wall made of an unknown mineral, used to isolate it from the outside world. Above the city, there was a layer of pale blue halo, like a giant bracelet covering the city, sealing it. Inside the city, there were forests, lakes, and fields, making up a small, independently circulating ecological system. "Lin Zi, do you still have that discomfort caused by the domain power rejection?" Chen Qinghan asked while walking. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen checked and found his body felt relaxed, no longer having that earlier difficulty in breathing. He then said, "I've fully adapted now, there's no discomfort like at the beginning." "Me too," Chen Qinghan said. "I feel much better now, just a bit dizzy, but I no longer feel nauseous and like vomiting." The woman in front, upon hearing their conversation, couldn't help but smile and said, "The domain power within the city has been weakened, so it's normal to adapt quickly. Once you are outside and face the true intensity of the domain power rejection, you'll need to adapt a bit more." Not long after she finished speaking, the woman led Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan to a building and stopped. See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was a wooden building, constructed from various special wooden materials. Though it looked simple, its strength was hundreds to thousands of times stronger than reinforced concrete buildings on Earth. This building is the dormitory for you alien human-level geniuses. Inside are very basic small compartments, basically just for sleeping. Chapter 402, 235, Test. Shocked the whole audience. _2 The woman spoke and took out 2 keys from her pocket, handing them to Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan, then said, "Your dorms are 309 and 310, respectively, on the innermost side of the 3rd floor. You can go up now and set them up simply." I got it, thank you." Lin Zichen accepted the keys and thanked her. Chen Qinghan also followed with a thank you, her voice soft, "Thank you, sister." That sister truly flattered the almost 50-year-old woman, immediately filling her face with a smile. Soon, the woman restrained her smile and pointed to a building nearby that resembled a gymnasium and told them, "After you two have seen your dorms, just head over to that special training building to check in. Someone will arrange for you to join the alien human-level genius team." After dropping that sentence, the woman turned and left without another word. In terms of warmth, she was the complete opposite of the women in the office before. Other than when she was called sister by Chen Qinghan, she was very cold and had no intention of getting chummy with Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan. After the woman left, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan walked into the dormitory building together. They entered dorms 309 and 310 respectively and looked around. They were about 50 square meters in size. There were a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, a toilet, and a balcony. But all were very cramped and plain. As for furniture, there was only a bed, a desk, a few chairs, a wardrobe, and a rather large storage cabinet. Beyond that, there was nothing else. "Lin Zi, this dorm is really plain," Chen Qinghan said after making a round inside the dorm. Lin Zichen nonchalantly replied, "It really is plain, but it doesn't matter. We are here to improve ourselves, having a place to spend the night is enough." Chen Qinghan nodded in agreement, "That's true." After saying that, she continued, "Lin Zi, I want to live with you. Do you think we can apply to merge the 2 dorms into one bigger dorm?" Lin Zichen said, "That should be no problem, but it's better not to start with requests. It would be best to demonstrate enough potential first, then make a request to the authorities. That way, we would have more confidence." He was used to making requests to authorities from a young age, being a genius. The reason Shen Qinghan and he could be in the same class at the same school during junior high and high school was because he, leveraging his status as a genius, had made that request to the school leadership. Lin Zi, let me be the one to make this request to the authorities this time. Shen Qinghan said with full enthusiasm, I am no longer the little weakling I used to be, I have grown into an alien human-level genius who can stand on her own. I'll definitely amaze the people here in Origin Land one day. Lin Zichen smiled, that's certain. It was not encouragement but a fact. Lin Zichen believed that, with Shen Qinghan's talent, she would eventually amaze everyone in Origin Land. While he was believing this, Shen Qinghan quietly closed the dorm's doors and windows and drew the curtains. After doing these, she turned around and came back, her hands behind her back, smilingly said, Lin Zi, I sensed around, and no one is in this dormitory building right now. Should we take this chance to deepen our relationship? Hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. This girl surely had a big addiction to certain deeds. In such an unfamiliar place, she still wanted to get intimate. Was this really the same Han Han who used to be so timid and afraid to speak loudly in front of others? Search *the website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She had completely evolved into Shen Qinghan. Lin Zi, come on. Shen Qinghan hooked Lin Zichen's arm and cooed as she swayed it. Listening to her sweet voice, how could he resist? Immediately, he fully activated his sense perception, keenly aware of any movement within a kilometer radius, then carefully got started with Shen Qinghan in the dorm. He was a man. And it was in his nature. Under Shen Qinghan's seduction, losing control was quite normal. Because the situation was special and overly exciting, the two of them finished hastily in just a few minutes. It wasn't like in the dormitory on the ground, where they would go for at least 3 or 4 hours. Lin Zi, it feels so thrilling. We should try this more often in the future and experience the enhancement of emotions in different settings. Shen Qinghan sat on the bed, swinging her delicate legs back and forth like an innocent little girl. However, the words coming out of her petite cherry lips were incredibly filthy, creating a stark contrast. Lin Zichen raised his hand and pinched her lips, saying irritably, it's okay to be a little filthy, but you've gone too far. Shen Qinghan corrected him, it's not filth, it's kink. Lin Zichen, okay, it's kink. Whatever you say is right. Seeing him respond like this, Shen Qinghan suddenly became displeased and pouted, you were quite spirited when you were bonding with me just now, and now you're acting like a saint after it's over. You really are a dog. Haha, I guess I am somewhat of a dog. Lin Zichen boldly admitted, without a shred of shame. Shen Qinghan glared at him resentfully and decided she would not sleep with him for the next few days, just to torment him. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan cleaned up, dressed, and left together heading towards the nearby special training building. The woman they met earlier had said that once they had finished looking at the dormitory, they could go to the special training building to register and join the alien human-level genius team. At the same time, on the first floor of the special training building, Lan Tianyun, who is currently the instructor for the alien human-level genius team. At this moment, he was arranging for the 7 geniuses who had performed poorly in the last special training to undergo testing to check the effects of the past month's training. The 7 geniuses who performed poorly last time were Zhao Zixuan, Yao Yiwen, He Chutao, Nanggong Liuyun, Wang Xing, Qian Yifei, Bai Jie. Today, it's time to assess the results of your last month of special training. I hope all 7 of you can pass smoothly and not disappoint me again, Lan Tianyun told the 7 people in front of him. All 7 shouted in unison, understood, we definitely won't disappoint Instructor Lan. Lan Tianyun nodded and then briefly introduced the tests they would face. Today's test consists of 3 levels. The first level is the exotic plants level, where you'll face a large number of exotic plants. After passing the exotic plants level, you'll enter the second level, the exotic beast level. As for the third level, the final level, that remains confidential. One thing you need to keep in mind is that before entering the final level, all of you must proceed separately. Teamwork is not allowed and will be deemed failure if attempted. That's all I have to say, the rest is up to you to explore and figure out how to pass on your own. With that, Lan Tianyun pressed his hand on a stone pillar beneath him, activating the runes inscribed on it. as the runes on the pillar lit up. The next second, a door opened in the wall leading to a large forest. The 7 alien human-level geniuses immediately dashed into it, each eager to be the first to pass through. Shortly after these 7 dashed in, a burly man over 2 meters tall walked in with a very attractive young man and woman. Instructor Lon, these are the 2 geniuses personally recommended by Lord E to join the alien human-level genius team. They are now under your charge. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now, he said before turning and leaving without lingering. Lon Tianyun looked at the strikingly good-looking pair, observed them briefly, then asked, "Are you the 2 geniuses from Shan University, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan?" "Yes." Lin Zichen nodded. Shen Qinghan didn't answer. Lin Zichen's response was also hers. After confirming their identities, Lon Tianyun didn't chat much with them but instead gestured to the opening ahead and said, "Both of you go in and try to get through. P.S. Begging bowl out, seeking monthly pass recommendations." Chapter 403, 236. Join the test. Fast pass. At the edge of the forest, Zhao Zixuan, Yao Yiwen, He Chutao, Nangong Liuyun, Wang Xing, Qian Yifei, Bai Jie. These 7 competing in the test, who were all alien human-level geniuses, were chatting intermittently. "What do you think the final level will be?" Zhao Zixuan, with her hair in a bun, asked. He Chutao, also a girl, said, "The first level is exotic plants, the second level is exotic beasts, and for the third level, there's no need to even think about it, it must be aliens." Aliens were Earthlings' greatest enemy. The strong ones in the city had captured many aliens and imprisoned them in special detention rooms for research. Occasionally, they also used these aliens as a test for the younger generation, to train them. "No matter what the third level is, I will conquer all, and be the first to complete it." The youth named Nangong Liuyun coolly left those words behind. Suddenly, he flashed forward and rushed into the forest first. SAR the Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Ha, you think you can be first with me around?" Huang Xing, the youth, sneered and quickly dashed into the forest as well. Seeing this, the other 5 also sequentially charged into the forest. "I'll go through the middle. I'll take this side. Then I'll take this side." As their voices fell, these 5 other alien human-level geniuses all rushed into the forest from different directions and soon disappeared. Meanwhile, at the entrance near the wall, hearing that they were about to enter and participate in the test, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both felt it was a bit sudden. However, they didn't think too much about it and started walking inside. But before they could take more than a few steps, Lon Tianbai called out to them from behind. "Hold on, you two, let me explain the test rules first." After finishing his sentence, Lon Tianbai continued, "This test consists of 3 levels. The first level is the plant level. The second level is the exotic beast level. The third level is the confidential level. Before entering the third level, everyone must proceed alone, no teams allowed. That's it for the rules, go ahead." After saying that, Lon Tianbai waved his hand, signaling for them to hurry inside. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan wasted no time, and quickly walked into the entrance on the wall. After watching the 2 enter, Lon Tianbai turned and walked upstairs to the rooftop to use a special binoculars to overlook the forest and observe the 9 participants' performance in the test. There were no surveillance devices in Origin Land, so they had to rely on human observation. Soon, Lon Tianbai reached the rooftop. Just as he was about to pick up the binoculars and observe the performance of the 9 in the forest below, several imposing figures swiftly passed overhead. Lon Tianbai looked up, only to see that it was City Lord Qin Chuan and a group of high-ranking city officials. As Lon Tianbai looked up, Qin Chuan was also peering down. Seeing the alien human-level geniuses who were taking the test in the forest, he spoke to the 2 people behind him. "Old Qian, Old Bai, I heard your grandsons performed poorly last time and had to stay for special training. Your grandsons are testing in the forest below. Since we're free right now, shall we go down and have a look?" "Let's have a look. That kid keeps bragging about how much he's improved after a month of special training, and I want to see just how much he has improved. Coincidentally, my grandson also said he made huge strides and will surely be first. Why not compare the 2? Alright, let's bet 10 grams of source crystals. 10 grams is too little, how about 100 grams? Bring it. After exchanging these few words, Qin Chuan and the others swiftly descended to the rooftop of the special training building below. Lan Tianbai, surprised by the sudden descent of these leaders, thought there was some issue and immediately got nervous. Feeling very uncomfortable, after a moment to gather himself, Lan Tianbai hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully greeted each leader: City Lord, Qian Deputy City Lord, Shang Deputy City Lord, Chief Chen, Captain Zhang, addressed the City Lord as City Lord, and add a surname before, Deputy City Lord, for the others, aiming for a high EQ. The leaders didn't respond verbally but simply nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Chuan walked to the edge of the rooftop, looming high to observe the testing in the forest below. To make it easier for others to see, he projected his spiritual power, using spirit projection to display the test scene in the forest right in front of them. Old Bai, your Bai Jie isn't doing well, his progress is way too slow, he's almost at the bottom. A Deputy City Lord surnamed Qian, watching the forest test scene in front of them, laughed and spoke to Deputy City Lord Bai beside him. This Deputy City Lord's grandson, Qian Yifei, was the fastest amongst them all. Moreover, his speed was significantly faster than the others. There was a high chance he would be the first to complete the test. Deputy City Lord Bai indifferently said, being fast in the beginning doesn't mean he will be fast in the end. Old Qian, you are celebrating too early. As the City Lord, Qin Chuan agreed with the Deputy City Lord's words and laughed. Old Bai is right, some are skilled at dealing with exotic plants, others with exotic beasts. Old Qian, celebrating so early might backfire on you. Backfire? Unlikely. Deputy City Lord Qian stroked his beard, smiling confidently. Not to keep it from you, my lad just fused with a rare-level exotic beast gene last week. His strength has surged tremendously, and he is definitely number one among these participants. Deputy City Lord Bai raised an eyebrow. Oh. Which exotic beast gene did he fuse with? Deputy City Lord Qian laughed. No rush, you'll know when you see it later. Deputy City Lord Bai also smiled, making it sound so mysterious. I really want to see just how much your grandson has improved, just don't be the one getting a slap in the face later. Chapter 404, 236. Join the test. Fastpass, _2 at this moment, a female leader standing nearby, who was also the Deputy City Lord surnamed Shangguan, spoke indifferently, don't underestimate others. My little grandson, Nangong Liuyun, is not inferior to either of your grandsons. Upon hearing this, the leader surnamed Qian smiled and asked, does City Lord Shangguan want to place a bet as well? Deputy City Lord Shangguan smiled and said, since I've spoken up, naturally I'll take the bet. I can't afford a large amount of source crystals, but I can still come up with 100 grams. While these three individuals, the leader surnamed Qian, the Deputy City Lord surnamed Bai, and the Deputy City Lord surnamed Shangguan, were making their bets, Qin Chuan, who was the City Lord, suddenly noticed two unfamiliar faces in the forest and turned to ask Lan Tianyun, who are the two young people in the forest that I don't recognize? Upon hearing this, everyone followed Qin Chuan's gaze, and then saw a young man and woman with exceptionally good looks on the projection screen, prompting a wave of confusion in their minds. Who were these two, and why did they seem so unfamiliar? In response to the leader's curiosity, Lan Tianyun respectfully answered, replying to the City Lord, these two are precisely the geniuses that Lord Yi had previously named to join the alien human-level genius team. The two geniuses mentioned by Lord Yi. Qin Chuan muttered to himself in a low voice, then continued to ask, are they from Shanghai University? Lan Tianyun, yes. Qin Chuan nodded and said nothing, his gaze fixed on Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in the projection. He was intrigued by these two geniuses whom Yi Yongsheng had nominated to join the alien human-level genius team, curious about what made them so extraordinary that Yi Yongsheng paid them such great attention. Unlike his interest, the other leaders were dismissive. Especially the leader surnamed Qian and the Deputy City Lord surnamed Bai, who held deep-seated prejudices against talents who grew up on Earth, now looked down on Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan with contempt. The leader surnamed Qian said dismissively, these geniuses who have grown up comfortably on Earth are like flowers in a greenhouse, the product of a monkey ruling the mountains where there are no tigers. Having entered the origin land, they are bound to face setbacks 100%. Let's hope they don't become so dispirited from the blow that they start doubting life itself. Instead, they must learn from their shame and turn it into strength, striving to better themselves. The Deputy City Lord surnamed Bai chuckled and said, they're not likely to get knocked down so easily. Any talent lord he takes notice of must surely have the right disposition. If they get struck down, they will certainly be able to learn from their shame and press on. However, having reigned supreme on earth and receiving countless accolades, they'll probably take quite a hit emotionally when they witness the power of geniuses who have grown and trained in the origin land since their childhood. Not to mention, they are likely to be at the bottom of the group for a year or two before they can slowly get accustomed and understand their own position. When discussing Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, besides City Lord Qin Chuan, all the other leaders unanimously looked down on these two geniuses who had grown up on Earth. It was not an unfounded contempt, but rather, a contempt based on reason and evidence. Firstly, top-tier geniuses normally start displaying their astounding talents from a young age and are then selected by the human elite to be sent to the origin land for training early on. Those who were not chosen simply lacked outstanding evolutionary talent. From this perspective, the talents from Earth were already at a disadvantage from the starting line. Secondly, the origin land is a highly enhanced version of Earth, where the opportunities and risks far surpass those of Earth. This gives the geniuses who grow up in the origin land a further advantage over those who grow up on Earth. Simply put, the geniuses who grow up on Earth are the top students of a regular class. The geniuses who grow up in the origin land are the top students of an elite class like Tsinghua or Peking University. The difference between the two is as vast as heaven and earth, with no grounds for comparison. On the other side, at the edge of the forest, Lin Zichen analyzed some traces in front of him to determine which directions had been traversed by people. He then said to Shen Qinghan beside him, "No one's passed through here, you enter the forest from this side, and I'll go alongside you." Shen Qinghan obediently nodded and said, "Okay, I got it." Lin Zichen, "Then, let's go in now." Shen Qinghan, "All right." The two of them did not engage in idle chatter and quickly separated, each entering the forest to join the test. After entering, Lin Zichen immediately spread out his spiritual power to sense the situation within the forest. Every flower, blade of grass, and tree, including Shen Qinghan not far away, and the 7 alien human-level geniuses who had entered the forest earlier, were all within his range of perception. 4,396 meters. 3,348 meters. 2,800 meters. 2,209 meters. 2,200 meters. 1,557 meters. 1,024 meters, Lin Zichen murmured, reciting the distance between himself and those 7 alien human-level geniuses ahead. The numbers were accurate to each meter. Suddenly, Lin Zichen frowned. He realized he was being watched. The source of the surveillance was the rooftop of the special training building behind him. It's not the instructor from just now who is watching, the watcher is very powerful, there's someone else watching. Thinking this, Lin Zichen turned to look at the rooftop of the special training building behind him, focused his spiritual power there, and quickly sensed the watcher, Qin Chuan. Upon sensing this watcher for the first time, Lin Zichen immediately employed danger perception, attempting to pry into Qin Chuan's biometric information. But after a while, he couldn't make anything out. SAR the novelfire.net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The gap in biological levels between them was too great. Lin Zichen's danger perception was ineffective against Qin Chuan. At the same time, Qin Chuan, who was on the rooftop of the special training building, was deeply shocked. As the city lord of No. 1 city, his strength was immense, able to shield against most perception methods. Yet, just now, the spiritual power he dispersed was actually sensed by Lin Zichen. This was somewhat unbelievable to him. A spiritual series genius, huh? Interesting. He truly has some skills, as expected of the genius He Yongxing noticed, Qin Chuan thought, quickly shifting his attention to Shen Qinghan on the other side. After witnessing Lin Zichen's strong spiritual perception ability, he now wanted to assess Shen Qinghan's capabilities. After observing for about several minutes, Qin Chuan thought to himself, is that young lady also a spiritual series genius? Yet her spiritual power doesn't seem particularly strong, not enough to be selected for the alien human-level genius team. There must be some other unique aspect to her, I'll observe a bit longer and see. Inside the forest, Lin Zichen withdrew his spiritual power from the rooftop of the special training building and started to concentrate on clearing the level. The first level was the plant level. Wherever his gaze landed, there were all sorts of bizarre and exotic plants. There were towering exotic trees with vines entangled around them. There were exotic flowers with gaping maws. And there were exotic herbs bristling with poison spikes. These aggressive exotic plants, now like tigers blocking the way, grew wildly on every inch of the ground, tightly clogging the path ahead. Facing these troublesome exotic plants, Lin Zichen had a thought and used both advanced spirit and forest lord biometric attributes simultaneously, instantly bringing all the exotic plants within 100 meters radius under control. Then, he activated fast pass mode, taking the shortest straight path and rushing toward the depths of the forest at high speed. As Lin Zichen approached, the exotic plants, which had acted as obstacles, uprooted themselves one after another to clear a wide path, allowing Lin Zichen to pass smoothly. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. While sprinting at high speed, Lin Zichen silently counted the distance between him and the first place in his mind. In just under a minute, he had closed the gap from the initial 4,396 meters to the current 1,000 meters. At this rate of closing the distance, in another 20 seconds, he would overtake the current first place, becoming the first to enter the second level. P.S. I'm putting out my bowl, asking for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 405, 237, Fast Pass. Shocking the entire audience. 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen emerged unscathed from the exotic plant level and arrived at the exotic beast level of the second stage. Elsewhere. Special Training Building. Sir the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. On the rooftop. The leaders from City Number 1, including Qin Chuan, were utterly shocked and couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that Lin Zichen had fast passed the exotic plant level in just over a minute without a scratch. What's happening? Why aren't the exotic plants in the forest attacking him, and are even uprooting themselves to make way for him? Could it be, like the heretics from the divine plant cult, he has fused with the gene of the wood elf? No, that's not right. He's on the pureblood human path of body refinement. He hasn't fused with any exotic beast gene, so he shouldn't have the abilities of the wood elf. So what exactly is going on here? While everyone was puzzled and could not figure it out, Qin Chuan, the city lord, furrowed his brow and offered his analysis. It's spiritual power. That lad named Lin Zichen has an exceptionally strong spiritual power. He must have used his spiritual power to suppress the exotic plants around him, and then removed the ones in his path with his spiritual power, creating the magical scene of the plants making way for him. Upon hearing this, everyone else was stunned. If it was as Qin Chuan said, how high must Lin Zichen's spiritual strength be? High order, high level. Close to the level of rare. But how could that be possible? Many genetic integrators from the spiritual series couldn't possess such strong spiritual power while their biological level was still at high level. And Lin Zichen, being a pureblood human following the body refinement path, his spiritual power, however strong, shouldn't exceed that of a spiritual series genetic integrator, theoretically speaking. Could it be due to some special physique? Shangguan Yuehua, one of the deputy city lords, mused after a moment of thought. Other leaders nearby agreed that Lin Zichen must have a special physique, which is why his spiritual power was so freakishly strong. In the forest, Lin Zichen, who had entered the exotic beast level, was unaware that the rooftop leaders had mistaken his forest lord effect for mere spiritual strength. He didn't care in the slightest as to how the leaders were analyzing him. Now, all he wanted was to display his strength and earn a substantial amount of evolution resources. For that purpose, whether it was showing off his ultimate physical body or his ability to devour exotic beasts and obtain their biometric attributes, he was no longer concealing them and chose to reveal everything unreservedly. As for becoming too extraordinary and attracting attacks from traitors, he no longer considered that a concern. Because he had already been targeted by traitors, and no matter how low-key he acted in the future, those meant to attack him would still do so. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out and display his capabilities, which would, at least, earn him some extra evolution resources. Crystal Demon Bear, high-level 5th order. Steel Eagle, high-level 4th order. Unrecognized exotic beast, high-level 3rd order. Unrecognized exotic beast, high-level 2nd order. Death Thread Spider, high-level first order. Lin Zichen extended his spiritual power and sensed carefully the exotic beasts of the second stage, scrutinizing their biological level. He discovered an enormous number. All of them were high-level creatures. The overall strength was formidable. If the difficulty of the first level was 3 stars, then the difficulty of this second level was 4 stars. The difficulty had risen by 1 degree. With so many high-level exotic beasts, I don't know how many exotic beast albums I can unlock, or how many precious beast cores I can gain. Just the thought alone excited Lin Zichen. Immediately, he took a step as swift as an arrow and charged towards the attacking range of the beasts. No matter what the exotic beast was, he would throw a fierce punch to blast it into a cloud of blood mist. Then, with a vacuum grip, he would suck the scattered beast core into his hand and into the storage space within his sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, with just a thought, he devoured their life origin. You have devoured a large amount of the Crystal Demon Bear life origin. You've successfully unlocked the Crystal Demon Bear album, acquiring the biometric attribute, Ultimate Hardening. Ultimate Hardening, you can generate a layer of protection with extremely high hardness on the surface of your body. You have devoured a large amount of the Death Thread Spider life origin. You've successfully unlocked the Death Thread Spider album, acquiring the biometric attribute, Death Entanglement. Death Entanglement, your mouth can shoot out high-strength fiber threads to entangle your prey. You have devoured a large amount of the Black Poisonous Bee life origin. You've successfully unlocked the Black Poisonous Bee album, acquiring the biometric attribute, Lethal Venom. Lethal Venom, the hard parts of your body, such as hair, nails, teeth, etc., can release a large amount of lethal venom. Inside the second-level exotic beast level, Lin Zichen was not aiming for speed in completing the stage but instead went wherever the beasts were most numerous, taking down one exotic beast with each punch, crazily collecting beast cores and devouring exotic beast genes. In just a few short minutes, the second stage, which had been swarming with beasts, had turned deadly silent due to his slaughter, and the roars of the beasts were nearly inaudible. Special Training Building. On the rooftop. Seeing Lin Zichen unleashing a massacre in the second level, where all exotic beasts were no match for him, left the leaders dumbfounded. They had never imagined Lin Zichen's physical body could be so powerful. No matter the beast, it was blasted with a single punch. The leader surnamed Qian spoke with an incredulous face. Even high-level fourth-order beasts are blasted with one punch. Is the pure-blood human path really that powerful? The deputy city lord surnamed Bai took a sharp breath. Judging by his performance just now, his full power output has to be at least at the level of a high-level 5th order, even nearing that of a high-level 6th order. Chapter 406, 237, Fast Pass. Shocked the whole audience. _2 Shangguan Yuehua, as far as I know, this Lin Zichen is only 19 years old this year. To possess a strength close to high-level 6th order at 19, even if put in a team of alien human-level geniuses, would still be exceedingly extraordinary. I can't quite understand, how could the evolution resource-poor Earth cultivate such a heaven-defying genius? A female leader in the neighboring compartment laughed and said, Old Qian, Old Bai, City Lord Shangguan, you were just betting on who would win, but now it looks like you've all lost, huh? Following this trend, that young chap called Lin Zichen is destined to be first, and all your grandsons have been beaten. As the city lord, Qin Chuan remained silent. At that moment, his eyes were firmly glued to the screen, watching Lin Zichen, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. He had thought that Lin Zichen's strength would be very strong, possibly the strongest among the 9 participating in the test. But he never imagined that Lin Zichen would be so insatiable. To collect beast cores, he was not even breaking through the levels, just burying his head in hunting exotic beasts. What was this? A prodigious alien human-level genius with such a short-sighted view. Sigh, it seems like the resources on Earth are just too scarce. This Lin Zichen probably has never seen such abundant evolution resources, so it's normal for him to be unable to hold back for a while. I can understand thinking this. Qin Chuan took out a conch filled with mysterious runes and held it in his hand. With a thought, he infused a thread of spiritual power into the conch. After the runes on the conch lit up, Qin Chuan said indifferently, All right, that's about enough, stop fixating on killing exotic beasts. If you have the strength to fast pass, then hurry up and do so, and quickly proceed to the 3rd level. He was transmitting his voice to Lin Zichen. With the conch's function, he could send his own voice directly into Lin Zichen's brain. In the forest, Lin Zichen had just absorbed a cluster of exotic blood mist when, the next second, the voice of Qin Chuan rang out deep in his mind. He found it very magical. How did this voice reach my mind? What kind of immortal method was this? The mythical communication over thousands of miles mentioned in the stories? While he was pondering these questions, Qin Chuan's voice rang out again in the depths of his mind. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. I am City Lord Qian Chuan from City Number 1. I'm now ordering you to immediately enter the last level and fast pass. You are not to remain at the exotic beast level, killing exotic beasts and collecting beast cores. This time, the voice transmission was not a suggestion, but an order. Hearing that the other party was the City Lord, Lin Zichen reluctantly obeyed, no longer staying at the exotic beast level, devouring life origin and collecting beast cores. He swiftly moved to enter the mysterious final level. In less than half a minute's time, Lin Zichen had successfully entered the third level and arrived at the very center of the forest. It was very quiet here, devoid of the sounds of exotic plants rubbing against each other, or the violent roars of exotic beasts. What was present was just a colossal wooden cage on each pillar of which were inscribed mysterious runes. Inside the cage, there lay imprisoned a fearsome hell demon ape. Its massive size was an estimated 7 meters high, 3 meters wide. At a glance, it stood inside the cage, like a small hill, exuding bursts of terrifying pressure, very imposing. Soon, Lin Zichen shifted his gaze from the hell demon ape. He then looked at a notice board in front of the cage. The notice had information related to the hell demon ape. This is an extremely violent hell demon ape, biological level as high level 6th order great perfection, high attack, high defense, high speed, team combat advised. Pressing the button in the center of the cage will release the hell demon ape imprisoned within, high level 6th order great perfection. So, this hell demon ape is the final boss of this test. Lin Zichen looked at the hell demon ape inside the cage, his expression as serene as the clouds and the breeze. High level 6th order great perfection was very strong. The biological level was just a notch above his own. But he was not frightened in the least. If the hell demon ape imprisoned in this cage can withstand his punch, that would be considered a success. If it's a fast pass, then let it be a fast pass, muttered Lin Zichen indifferently. He then raised his hand and flicked a finger, accurately hitting the button in the center of the cage. Following that, only the sound of click, click was heard as the cage's door opened, and the hell demon ape sleeping within slowly opened its eyes, revealing its blood-red eyes full of violence. In the special training building, on the rooftop. Seeing Lin Zichen daring to face the hell demon ape in the cage alone, all the leaders' eyes widened in surprise. That hell demon ape's biological level is as high level 6th order great perfection. This kid named Lin Zichen actually dares to challenge it alone. Is he that confident? Truly commendable bravery. It's hard to say whether he will succeed or not. At this moment, all the leaders were intently watching Lin Zichen on the screen, curious if he could defeat the hell demon ape. Most people thought he couldn't do it. After all, the biological level of the hell demon ape was too high, not to mention its high attack, high defense, and high speed. Without being high level 7th order, it was impossible to fight against it. The leaders did not believe that Lin Zichen, only 19 years old and having grown up on Earth, could possess high level 7th order strength. In the center of the forest, the cage opened, and the hell demon ape woke up. The moment it awoke, it noticed Lin Zichen outside its cage. In an instant, all traces of sleepiness vanished from its face, replaced by endless fury and hatred. Having been imprisoned here for years, it harbored deep-seated hatred toward Earthlings and desired to tear every Earthling it saw to pieces. Roar! The hell demon ape let out a deafening roar. The next second, like a bull charging at a red cloth, it furiously rushed towards Lin Zichen outside the cage. Each step it took made a deafening sound upon impact, shaking the ground violently. Facing the charging behemoth, Lin Zichen did not move an inch, nor did he feel any disturbance in his heart. When the enraged hell demon ape charged up to him and raised its meteor-like massive fist to smash down, only then did Lin Zichen lift his own fist, casually throwing it into the fray. Search the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then, with a loud bang, the hell demon ape, with its biological level of high level 6th order great perfection and its biometric attributes of high attack, high defense, and high speed, saw its fist explode like a burst watermelon, splattering a large amount of bloody juice. Following that, its arm, shoulder, head, until its entire body exploded, turning into a bloody rain that scattered all over the place. After killing the Hell Demon Ape with a single punch, Lin Zichen immediately sucked the beast core of the Hell Demon Ape from a distance, storing it in his storage space. Immediately after, with a thought, he devoured the life origin contained in the blood rain around him. You have devoured a large amount of Hell Demon Ape life origin. You have successfully unlocked the Hell Demon Ape's dossier, obtaining the biometric attribute, peak posture. Your attack, defense, and speed are significantly boosted. Lin Zichen glanced over the effects of this biometric attribute, feeling undisturbed. Now that he had too many biometric attributes, acquiring just one more barely excited him. He was mostly indifferent, no longer surprised by the extraordinary. Wondering how Wei Wei was doing with her challenge. Thinking this, Lin Zichen extended his spiritual power as far as possible, trying to cover more ground to see if he could find Shen Qinghan. Special Training Building. On the rooftop. Having witnessed the scene where Lin Zichen punched and shattered the Hell Demon Ape with a single blow, all the leaders were stunned, momentarily thinking they were hallucinating. A Hell Demon Ape of high-level 6th order great perfection, blown up by just one punch. What kind of monster was this Lin Zichen? Lin Zichen faced the terrifying exotic beast and killed it with a single punch. The exotic beast smashed into the giant boulders, dead. Lin Zichen devoured. Outside, all the leaders were dumbfounded. How could such a powerful genius be bred on Earth? Qin Chuan, you come to be the final boss of the level. The focus shifts to the other challengers. Right about the others who were still smug about being the first to fast pass the plant level, thinking they were firmly in the lead. Qian Yifei was the first to fast pass. Bai Jie, Nanggong Liuyun, closely followed. Shen Qinghan lagged behind. The other 7 alien human-level geniuses were killing chaotically, each thinking they were definitely in first place as they took down various exotic beasts. P.S. Begging for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 407, 238. Alien Human-Level Genius. All of you, come at me together. Want me to be the final boss? When Lin Zichen heard Qin Chuan's request, his eyebrows twitched, surprised by the suggestion. After thinking it over, he found the idea quite interesting and decided to go along with it. The first step, smash the signboard in front of the cage. The second step, lock oneself inside the cage. With just these 2 simple steps, Lin Zichen, a contestant just moments ago, had transformed into the final boss. Having done this, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged in the cage, using high-level spirit to strengthen his spiritual power. When his spiritual strength peaked, he immediately dispersed his spiritual power, expanding his spiritual coverage as far as possible to search for Shen Qinghan. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 5,876 meters. Lin Zichen continuously expanded his range of spiritual power coverage. At a radius of 5,876 meters, the dispersed spiritual power could not spread any further. This was the limit of its expansion. Within this range, Lin Zichen sensed the presence of those 7 alien human-level geniuses. But Shen Qinghan was nowhere to be found without even a trace. What was going on? Dirty biological level is as high as 5th order high level, her strength is not at all inferior to those 7 geniuses. Logically, she should be at a similar stage as those 7 by now. Why is there still no sign of her? Could something have happened to her? At this thought, Lin Zichen immediately became worried. But then, considering that the city lord of city number 1 had been monitoring this test, as a contestant, Dirty shouldn't be in any danger. Not being able to see Dirty now might just mean she was slow in her progress. Well, hopefully that's the case, Lin Zichen thought to himself. Outskirts of the forest. Exotic plant level. At this moment, Shen Qinghan stood curiously beside a stream, watching the water droplets continually hopping on the surface and changing shapes, listening to the mysterious whispers constantly echoing around her. God, the Great. God, revive, embrace the light. What exactly are you? Why do whispers always arise beside my ears? Is there something special about me? Can you tell me? Shen Qinghan asked gently as she faced the stream. From previous experiences, she had concluded that the source of the voice bore no malice toward her, which gave her the courage to squat by the stream and inquire. Unfortunately, the source of the voice was like a brainless robot, only capable of issuing fixed-content whispering programmed sounds, and it didn't respond to her questions. "If you don't answer me, then I'm leaving." After waiting a while without any response from the source of the voice, Shen Qinghan had no choice but to leave this message and walk briskly toward the exotic beast level of the second checkpoint. The moment she turned to leave, the droplets that had been floating in the stream instantly clustered together at a visible speed, forming various bizarre figures that knelt respectfully towards her as she departed. From afar, this scene was strikingly similar to the murals she had seen in the underwater ruins. Deeper into the forest, Qianifei, covered in scales and appearing rugged like the masked knights of Sakura Sea Country, crossed the boundary line at full speed and rushed into the exotic beast level. Within 2 seconds, Nanggong Liuyun with 8 wings on his back and Bai Jie with a single horn on his head, nearly simultaneously, plunged into the exotic beast level. "Cloud friend Nanggong, Mrs. Bai Jie, you two are too slow." Qianifei looked back at the two who had lagged behind him by 2 seconds and boasted cheekily. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Nanggong Liuyun calmly said, "The real contest starts now, you are being prematurely proud." Bai Jie didn't speak and took advantage of the conversion to dash ahead, trying to gain every second to pass the second checkpoint and be the first into the third. "That's not playing fair." Qianifei cursed and abruptly boosted his speed, racing toward the center of the forest. Nanggong Liuyun did likewise. The three of them sped silently forward. Soon after, the trio noticed something off about the second checkpoint. The promised exotic beast level, yet on their way, there were hardly any exotic beasts to be seen. Instead, the air was filled with the stench of blood, a deadly aura permeating the area. With this doubt, the trio directly rushed toward the center of the forest, quickly entering the third checkpoint. They almost entered simultaneously, the difference being less than 3 seconds. Since there were no exotic beasts on the way, just unimpeded high-speed progress, the three couldn't create any significant distance between them. Such a strong scent of blood, even thicker than what was in the second checkpoint, Nanggong Liuyun smelled the lingering scent of hell demon ape blood in the air, his brows slightly furrowed, a bad premonition rising in his mind. Not far away, Bai Jie, seeing Lin Zichen in a cage ahead, calmly said, "As expected, I knew the final boss would be an alien, and I guess I was right." Qianifei, intriguingly eyeing Lin Zichen, raised his eyebrows and muttered, "This guy looks kind of handsome, almost on par with me." Nanggong Liuyun laughed, "Your face can't even compare to mine, and you dare compare yourself to him." Qianifei ignored the comment, his gaze still fixed on Lin Zichen, shaking his head. "This guy in the cage looks about 18 years old, arranging such a young alien to be the final boss, how little must they think of us?" As an alien human-level genius, who had frequently faced aliens in the years since becoming an adult, search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 408, 238. Alien Human-Level Genius. All of you, come at me together, _2 in the case of the same age group, although there is a gap compared to alien beings, the gap is generally not that big, and with a good state, there's still a very good chance of winning. Bai Jie said with a solemn face, "Still, let's not be too careless. Being young doesn't mean weak strength. Take Luo Qianxue, for instance, she is only 19 this year, a few years younger than us, but her strength has already completely overwhelmed us." Nanggong Liuyun said dismissively, "Luo Qianxue's evolutionary talent is, even among alien beings, a monstrous existence. It's not representative of the majority. Using her as an example is not quite appropriate." Qianifei, however, laughed and said, "Mrs. Jie, you really lack ambition. Alien beings, that's all they are. It's not like we haven't beaten them before. If we can't beat that monster Luo Qianxue, are we not going to beat that guy in the cage?" With those words, he used his spiritual power to lift a stone from the ground and, exerting some force, smashed it towards the cage ahead. A snap sound was heard. The stone accurately hit the button on the cage, opening the tightly shut bars. Seeing the cage door open, Lin Zichen slowly stood up and walked out, glancing casually over the three people, assessing their appearances, and probing their biological information. All three had a biological level of high-level fifth-order great perfection and looked to be just over 20 years old, corresponding to sophomores or juniors in school. To have a high-level fifth-order great perfection at this age indicates an exaggeratedly high evolutionary talent. Randomly plucking one and placing them on Earth would result in a dimensional suppression against their peers. What about Beijing University's genius Li Yijin, and what about the mechanical genius girl Lu Qingyu? In front of these three alien human-level geniuses, they are but ants that can be squished to death, utterly incomparable. The evolutionary talent of alien human-level geniuses is indeed as strong as the legends say. I just don't know about their actual combat level. Lin Zichen looked at the three people ahead and said with an unwavering voice, "The three of you come at me together. Let me witness the strength of alien human-level geniuses." Qian Fei sneered, "Huh, all at once? I alone am enough." The moment the words fell, his figure flashed, and he transformed into a blur of lightning, hard to catch with the naked eye, charging at Lin Zichen standing in front of the cage. Confronted with an alien older than him, he would cower. Facing Luo Qianxue, who is a monstrous existence even among aliens, he would also cower. But faced with an alien younger than him and whose evolutionary talent didn't seem all that impressive, his only response would be to deliver a heavy punch, turning it into a stepping stone for his bravado. Damn, he made the first move. Nangong Liuyun regretted it, feeling that his spotlight had been stolen. Bai Jie calmly said, "This alien has become the final guard of this test, he's certainly not simple. Qian Fei alone definitely won't cut it." When Nangong Liuyun heard this, the regret on his face slowly faded. He thought Bai Jie made sense, Qian Fei alone definitely couldn't handle that guardian alien. While the two were conversing, Qian Fei, who had charged out earlier, was already airborne, flying forward and fiercely swinging a punch towards Lin Zichen. His fist was covered in hard scales, with immense blood chi power swirling around them. As the punch thundered down, it was like the weight of Mount Tai, casting a shadow over Lin Zichen below in an overwhelming manner, looking to pound Lin Zichen deep into the earth's core. Feeling the power of this punch, Nangong Liuyun and Bai Jie behind him both changed their expressions and then were filled with disbelief. So strong. The power of this punch had far exceeded the realm of high-level fifth-order great perfection and entered the domain of high-level sixth order. When did this kid Qian Fei get so strong? It's unbelievable. No wonder he charged alone to face that guardian alien. He really had the confidence. See the ovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Alas, with the guardian alien's body looking so frail, he's probably going to be blasted away by Qian Fei's punch. This test's first place looks like it's going to be taken by Qian Fei. Both felt a mix of emotions. Die. As the two were caught up in their thoughts, Qian Fei up ahead bellowed and delivered his fist towards Lin Zichen's head. Facing this terrifying punch with the momentum to destroy the heavens and the earth, Lin Zichen was completely unfazed, calmly lifting an arm and throwing what appeared to be a soft punch towards Qian Fei. The next moment, only a bang echoed loudly. A shadow covered in scales was blasted away at high speed, sweeping past Nangong Liuyun and Bai Jie like a meteor before crashing heavily into a shrub, scattering twigs and leaves. Qian Fei was instantly killed by a single punch. Nangong Liuyun and Bai Jie's eyes widened, their mouths slightly ajar, faces full of shock. Lin Zichen turned to them and said blandly, "You two, do you wish to come at me one by one like the one just now, or together?" Nangong Liuyun and Bai Jie exchanged glances, then simultaneously released their blood chi, stepping forward with explosive force, attacking Lin Zichen together. Too weak, not even as good as the little dirty girl. Lin Zichen, feeling the biological pressure unleashed by the two, shook his head in some disappointment. Soon after, he threw an ordinary-looking punch at the two attackers. Bang! Another loud thud was heard. Nangong Liuyun and Bai Jie flew backwards in an instant, crashing into the same shrubs as before, directly hitting the just recently risen Qian Fei, knocking him back down to the ground, howling in pain. At the same time, Zhao Zixuan, Yao Yiwen, He Chutao, and Huang Xing, the four alien human-level geniuses, just happened to enter the final test phase. Seeing Qian Fei, Nangong Liuyun, and Bai Jie getting beaten and howling, they were all stunned. What the hell happened? How did all three of them end up sprawled on the ground? With doubts in their minds, the gaze of the four quickly fell on Lin Zichen standing before them. When they felt the overpowering aura emanating from Lin Zichen, all four of them, who were at the high-level fifth order of biological level, instinctively took a step back, filled with fear in their hearts, not daring to approach Lin Zichen too closely. "Brother Jie, what's the situation now?" Huang Xing asked, frowning, as he looked towards Bai Jie lying on the ground nearby. Bai Jie, wincing in pain, answered, "That guy's an alien, the final boss guarding this level, with terrifying strength." The four who arrived later were shocked upon hearing this. This guardian alien, looking not even 20 years old, was so powerful that he could be the final boss and beat these three so badly they groveled on the ground. Another monster on the level of Luo Qianxue. While they were pondering this, Lin Zichen said expressionlessly, "Is everyone here? All 7 of you, come at me together." "How arrogant!" Huang Xing shouted, then said to his companions, "Let's attack together, pin him down to the ground, and make him eat dirt. Let's go. Take him down." The others responded in turn, each erupting with their chi blood to the fullest extent, sacrificing their essence blood to activate the exotic beast gene within their bodies, intent on ganging up on Lin Zichen. Qian Fei and the others, who were lying on the ground in pain, also endured their agony to get up and charge with them. As alien human-level geniuses, they had been the focal point since childhood and had never been so belittled. This made them extraordinarily angry and they were determined to make Lin Zichen regret it. "Still no Shenqinghan. Take him down. Not waiting for everyone to arrive, are you?" Seeing Lin Zichen inside the cage. Seeing Lin Zichen covered in blood. They all thought that Lin Zichen was the final boss, an alien imprisoned for research. The first stage had exotic plants, the second stage had exotic beasts, and the third had an alien. It made sense. Qian Fei was overconfident. "The rest of you, don't join in, I'll go first." Then, Lin Zichen didn't rush to take him down but dodged while saying, "Facing me, you better go all out from the start, don't probe, or you won't get a chance to make a move." Arrogant. Then, going all out, he was kicked away by Lin Zichen's foot. 3 said, "Let's go together." Then, the 3 rushed in. As a result, they were all repelled by Lin Zichen. Lastly, the others arrived one after another, all 7 had gathered. With that thought, Lin Zichen looked at the 7 in front of him, "Are you all here? Come on, all of you together." "So," they said, "let's all attack together and explode this damned alien." 7 alien human-level geniuses couldn't even get close. In the end, all were miserably defeated. Then, everyone shook their heads, admitting that aliens were too strong, and it was normal not to win. Just then, all the leaders from outside came in. Among them, Lan Tianyun said, "He's not an alien, he's the new alien human-level genius to join our team, from Earth, from Shanghai University, Lin Zichen." The 7 geniuses, upon hearing this, were immediately filled with disbelief in life. At that moment, Shen Qinghan arrived, late. Seeing her, Lin Zichen asked, "Why did you get here so late?" Shen Qinghan replied, "I heard the voice at a small stream in the first stage, let's talk when we get back." Lin Zichen, okay. P.S. Begging for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 409, 239, Dominate the entire field with one's own power in an instant. 7 alien human-level geniuses charged at Lin Zichen at high speed. Nangong Liuyun, with 8 wings on his back, soared into the sky, spreading his wings that spanned several meters, instantly enveloping Lin Zichen below, and shot a multitude of feather arrows imbued with blood chi power at him. Qian Fei, whose body was covered in scales, and Bai Jie, who had a single horn on his head, transformed into an ironclad bull and an ironclad rhino respectively, charging at Lin Zichen with endless blood chi power. Zhao Zixuan, with a pair of white pupils, and He Chutao, with deep blue skin, simultaneously erupted with spiritual power, imposing terrifying spiritual attacks on Lin Zichen. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yaoiwen, whose hair levitated as if there was no wind, and whose body flickered with numerous electric arcs, released a dazzling electric column from 100 meters away, fiercely bombarding Lin Zichen. Huang Xing, whose limbs were completely sclerified, burrowed into the earth beneath his feet and rapidly tunneled towards Lin Zichen. 7 alien human-level geniuses, from the sky, ground, and underground, launched a fierce attack on Lin Zichen from 3 different dimensions. They sealed off all his escape routes, leaving him no way out. Facing this overwhelming assault, Lin Zichen did not move an inch. Only when all the attacks were about to hit him did he calmly focus his eyes. The next second, his seemingly frail body suddenly burst forth with a terrifying biological pressure, instantly crushing all the incoming attacks into nothingness. Immediately afterward, this terrifying biological pressure, like spreading currents of electricity, rapidly extended towards the 7 alien human-level geniuses ahead. Bang. 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 Bang, a series of explosions were heard. The 7 powerful alien human-level geniuses were instantly brought down to the ground by the terrifying biological pressure. All of them were face down, plastered to the ground, casting a large area of webbed cracks around them, a ghastly sight to see. Unable to move. At this moment, the 7 alien human-level geniuses were dumbfounded, full of doubt about their lives. Impossible. This can't be possible. He doesn't even look 20 years old. How can he alone easily crush the 7 of us? This is illogical. At the same time, Shen Qinghan, who had delayed her challenge time by staying by a stream for a while, had just walked into a forest. When she saw that the 7 alien human-level geniuses were all suppressed on the ground by Lin Zichen, she was utterly dumbfounded. What happened? Why did Lin Zi fight these alien human-level geniuses? With this question in mind, Shen Qinghan quickly jogged over to Lin Zichen, her voice filled with curiosity. Lin Zi, what happened? Why did you start fighting with these people? It's nothing, just that I cleared the levels too quickly and punched the final level boss to smithereens. Seeing that from outside the forest, the city lord had me step in as the final level boss, Lin Zichen explained. I see, Shen Qinghan nodded. Lin Zichen asked, by the way, with your strength, you should have entered the final level long ago. Why did it take so long for you to come in? Shen Qinghan replied, I heard that voice again by the stream in the exotic plant level. That voice. Was it the mysterious whisper she heard before in the sea? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen lowered his voice, let's talk about this when we get back. Right now, the whole forest was being monitored by the city lord of city number 1, and he didn't want to discuss Shen Qinghan's secret in front of others to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shen Qinghan understood his intention and obediently closed her mouth, not discussing it any further. She then turned her attention to the 7 people pinned to the ground in front of them. Seeing that all 7 were sinking into the ground, with the situation growing progressively worse, Shen Qinghan said worriedly, Lin Zi, you should let them go. Keeping them pressed for too long could cause them problems. It won't cause any problems. All 7 of them are alien human-level geniuses. They can overpower Beijing University geniuses and the mechanical genius girl, they aren't as fragile as you think, Lin Zichen assured her. Though Lin Zichen spoke confidently, he still heeded Shen Qinghan's words, quickly retracting the biological pressure that had erupted from him, freeing the 7 alien human-level geniuses. Once free, the 7 alien human-level geniuses immediately crawled out from the ground, lying there, pale-faced, gasping for air. Some time passed before anyone could catch their breath. Qianifei, the first to recover, immediately looked at Lin Zichen and asked, how old are you this year? He suspected that Lin Zichen was not as young as he appeared to be. That his actual age might far exceed 20 years old. Otherwise, there was no way his strength could be so formidable, to have instantly taken out 7 alien human-level geniuses. 19 years old, Lin Zichen answered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 7 alien human-level geniuses on the scene filled with life doubts once again. Only 19 years old. So powerful at 19, his evolutionary talent is almost on par with Luo Qianxue. Such an extraordinary alien, why haven't we ever heard about him before? Up to now, the 7 were still unaware that Lin Zichen, like them, was a participant in the test. They hadn't heard a single word of Lin Zichen's and Shen Qinghan's conversation. The reason they didn't hear anything was that the biological pressure released by Lin Zichen was too strong. It pressed them down to the point of losing their sensory perception, unable to hear external sounds. Sigh, top-level aliens are just too powerful for us Earthlings, there's simply no comparison in terms of evolutionary talent, Zhao Zixuan sighed deeply, feeling discouraged. The others echoed with dismay. I heard that some aliens are born as rare-level fighters, endowed with all sorts of special physiques, like the primordial holy body or chaos demon body. I can't even imagine how the physically ordinary among us are supposed to catch up to the insane evolution speeds of those freaks. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 410, 239, Dominate the entire field with one's own strength. Primordial holy body. Chaos demon body. Born as a rare-level fighter. Upon hearing these critical pieces of information, Lin Zichen's mind was filled with questions. If aliens were so abnormal, how had Earthlings managed to establish a foothold in the origin land? Normally, shouldn't the Earthlings have been utterly crushed by the aliens, surviving only under the protection of domain power, barely clinging to life on Earth? What exactly was going on? Lin Zichen puzzled over this without finding an answer, unable to understand the reason. Wait a minute. Could it be that there were actually many old antiques on Earth with sky-high strength like the Pavilion Master silently safeguarding the Earthlings? Suddenly, Lin Zichen thought of this possibility. If that was the case, then it could be explained why such a mismatched confrontation had continued to this day, instead of the weaker side having already been eliminated by the stronger side. This girl is so beautiful, she's comparable to Luo Qianxue. Is she also an alien? He Chutao noticed Chen Qinghan and whispered to Zhao Zixuan beside her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zixuan quickly shifted her gaze to Chen Qinghan, examining her closely. When she realized that Chen Qinghan's pretty face was jealousy-inducing, her entire demeanor became puzzled. What was the deal with these female aliens? Why did they all have such high average beauty? Were they all reincarnations of seductresses? It was truly nauseating. Zhao Zixuan felt a rush of irritation internally, harboring hostility towards the good-looking female aliens. The others weren't as envious as she. They were still as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant, each with a completely dispirited expression, unable to muster any spirit. The strength Lin Zichen had just displayed was so formidable that it instantly crushed their competitive spirit, causing them to feel very uncertain about their future. Thinking about how powerful the top aliens were, they believed they could never catch up no matter how hard they tried. What kind of behavior is this? Why all the sighs and groans? Everyone, perk up. While the alien human-level geniuses were sighing, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from above the forest. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the alien human-level geniuses all looked up. Then, they saw City Lord Qin Chuan, Deputy City Lord Shangguan Yuehua, and Instructor Lan Tianbai hovering above them, looking down. The leaders of City Number 1 in the sky did not hover for long, descending slowly to the ground soon after, landing amidst them with a powerful presence. Among them, City Lord Qin Chuan, with a sharp gaze, swept his eyes across the 7 alien human-level geniuses who had been at the team for over a decade and spoke. In a very dissatisfied tone, "You 7, just facing a little setback and you start sighing, no wonder you remain at the bottom of the team. Do you know who the peer who just pinned you to the ground, rendering you immobile is? He's not the alien you think he is but the Earth talent that Lord Yi specifically mentioned wanting to add to the alien human-level genius squad, Lin Zichen." At these words, Qian Yifei and others immediately widened their eyes, their faces full of shock, unable to believe what they were hearing. The boy who had just subjugated them to the ground with a mere glare was that genius from Earth. How is that possible? The evolution resources on Earth were too scarce, there was simply no way it could nurture such a genius. There must be some mistake here. At this moment, the minds of Qian Yifei and the others had collapsed, unable to accept that after so many years of training in the origin land, they were still inferior to a talent who grew up on Earth. Seeing that the 7 individuals were completely stunned, Qin Chuan paused, then spoke, "Now do you 7 understand that we Earthlings can compare with aliens and there is no certainty that aliens will always crush Earthlings? I don't want to hear any more sighs about Earthlings being inferior to aliens. If I hear it again, whoever sighs will have their evolution resources cut." After lecturing them for a few sentences, Qin Chuan then turned to Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan, his tone much gentler, and said, "You 2 come with me, I'll personally show you around this place." "Thank you, City Lord." Lin Zichen replied politely. He recognized Qin Chuan's voice and knew that the burly middle-aged man in front of him was the City Lord here. "Let's go, I'll show you around." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chuan waved his hand and, together with Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan, flew away from the forest. They left the 7 alien human-level geniuses standing there, doubting their life choices. Above City Number 1. Qin Chuan pointed at the buildings below, patiently introducing them to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, SE of the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This place is called the Armament Hall, specifically for forging weapons. This place is called the Origin Pool, a place for cultivation. This place is called the Central Hall, also known as the Exchange Hall. In the future, when you two leave the city for practical training and gain evolution resources, you can exchange them here for contribution points and then use these points to exchange for whatever you need. It took about 10 minutes to complete the tour of the entire city. Qin Chuan landed with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan on a 100-meter-high wall, and began introducing the lands around the city. The desert directly in front of the city gate is the main battlefield for fighting with the Origin land living beings. The forest on the right side of the city hosts many exotic plants with intense poisons and is inhabited by all sorts of strange exotic beasts, an excellent training ground for many of the city's younger generation. The lake on the left side of the city is home to many large sea beasts and is a primary food source for the city. The abyss behind the city is a life-forbidden zone. Ordinary living beings cannot get near it, and remember not to be too curious. The abyss. Upon hearing this word, Lin Zichen immediately thought of the first album he had activated, the Abyssal Giant Butterfly album. Could the Abyssal Giant Butterfly be related to the abyss behind the city? Thinking this, Lin Zichen asked, City Lord, have you ever heard of a creature called the Abyssal Giant Butterfly? The Abyssal Giant Butterfly. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and then shook his head. No, I haven't heard of it. I see, Lin Zichen nodded, asking no further. Without being asked, Qin Chuan inquired, where did you hear about such a creature? Lin Zichen, oh, I read on a special website that there was a creature called the Abyssal Giant Butterfly in the Origin land, and hearing you mention the abyss behind the city just made me curious. Qin Chuan didn't dwell on this issue, asking instead, do you have any other questions about the city or the alien human-level genius team? Lin Zichen thought for a moment, realizing he still had many questions. He asked, City Lord, what level is the strongest alien human-level genius in the team? Qin Chuan answered, high level 9th order great perfection, just one step away from rare level. Lin Zichen, I see, thank you, City Lord, for clearing my doubts. Qin Chuan, I have some other things to take care of soon, so you two can freely explore for the next while. Just avoid entering places marked as no entry, you can go anywhere else. After saying this, Qin Chuan quickly disappeared with a flash. Seeing this, Lin Zichen turned to Shen Qinghan, who had been silent the whole time, and said, let's go, let's take a walk around. Shen Qinghan laughed, yeah, let's go, I've been wanting to explore around. After the city lord Qin Chuan left, she, who was usually timid in front of others, suddenly became lively. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan descended from the city wall. The two walked aimlessly and unwittingly arrived at the city gate and stopped. Then they saw other alien human-level geniuses. One genius who had been defeated said, don't be too proud, we are the weakest in the team, beating us is nothing special. Another one retorted sharply. Even while belittling himself, he took a jab at others. P.S. Bowing down, asking for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 411, 240. Scheming. Bullying the newbie. Lin Zichen sized up the tall youth in front of him, towering over 1.90 meters. With disheveled hair, covered in muscles, and a green dragon crescent blade slung over his shoulder, longer than a man. He exuded a sense of unrestrained violence. Who are you? Lin Zichen inquired about the youth's identity. The young man tilted his head back, nostrils flaring, with both hands pressing his fists against his knuckles, creating a cracking sound, and introduced himself with a face full of compelling presence, me. My last name is Xia, first name Lu, which sounds just like shameless, but I am never shameless. A member of the alien human-level genius team, with strength consistently ranking in the top 3 of the team. Characteristic. I court death, but I never get killed. This self-introduction was truly distinctive, making both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan take notice. The young man before them seemed to be an interesting joker. Aren't you two going to introduce yourselves? Xiao Lu kept his nostrils to the sky, liking to talk without looking at people, always showing off his cool, dashing, and explosive presence. Lin Zichen spoke calmly. Lin Zichen, from Shanghai City in Nanjiang Province. The person next to me is Shen Qinghan, who grew up with me since childhood, now my fiancé. Following that, Xiao Lu's eyes bulged, and he stepped back several paces, spitting out, "Damn it, you sneaky bastard, shoving dog food in my face when I wasn't prepared." Lin Zichen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, feeling this youth was somewhat neurotic. After spitting it out, Xiao Lu coughed a few times, recovering his compelling demeanor. The team is quite serious about the survival of the fittest in the fight for evolution resources. The two of you newbies, it will definitely be difficult to mix in just arriving. How about this, both of you recognize me as your big brother, and I'll look after you in the future, how about it? These two geniuses from Earth had explosive evolutionary talent, promising a bright future. It was time to take them under his wing while they were still new and clueless, to secure his position with them in advance. Xiao Lu thought blissfully of such a perfect plan. Unaware of his inner thoughts, Lin Zichen thought he was simply fond of showing off to juniors, and without even thinking, he rejected the proposal. "No thanks, we both like a bit of challenge on our journey, we don't need anyone's protection for now." Impressive spirit. Xiao Lu, continuing with a laugh, "But don't reject it too early, you might find a time when you want to be looked after. When that time comes, you can recognize me as your big brother anytime." Leaving those words behind, he walked away without looking back, appearing very free-spirited. Only after his figure had completely disappeared, Shen Qinghan turned to Lin Zichen with a frown of confusion. Is this alien human-level genius team really so severe with the survival of the fittest? It's supposed to be a team, wouldn't that lack unity? Indeed. Lin Zichen nodded in agreement. Then he asked, "By the way, you mentioned earlier about hearing a voice by the creek, what exactly did it say?" Shen Qinghan thought for a moment, her voice soft, something about a water god, the revival of all things, welcoming the light. Water god. Yes, the Yuan, as in source of water, water god. Yuan, as in the source. Lin Zichen fell deep in thought. The word Yuan in water source, origin land, and life origin is the same. So, could this water god be the god of the origin land? The god of life origin? In the forest to the right of the city, a tall, imposing woman and a muscular young man with a crew cut, both half-naked, grappled forcefully behind one of the skyscraping giant trees. They were not lovers, but that didn't stop them from merging together at the moment. Origin land was too boring. No phones. No computers. No entertainment methods from modern society. In this world filled with primal instincts, physical pleasure was the best form of entertainment. Especially when staying out in the wilderness for long, without some form of entertainment, one could truly go crazy. About half an hour later, the two were done. Lucini, the crew-cut youth, frowned slightly. Strange, it's been so long, how come Brother Lu hasn't come here yet? Did he fall into a cesspit or what? He might have been delayed by something, guessed Gao Jianying, the tall woman. Lucini wrapped an arm around her waist, speaking irreverently, "Since Brother Lu hasn't come, shall we go again while we wait? We've done it 5 or 6 times already, isn't that enough?" "I don't want to do it anymore," Gao Jianying shook her head in refusal. "Just one last time. No more. Come on. I really don't want to." As the two were playfully arguing, the Brother Lu they were talking about, the disheveled Xiao Lu, suddenly appeared with a green dragon crescent blade over his shoulder. Brother Lu, X2 Sir, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing Xiao Lu, both of them immediately called out from behind the tree. The two were Xiao Lu's sidekicks, having been so since joining the team more than 10 years ago. "Were you two messing around again just now?" Xiao Lu smelled a whiff of boxwood and instantly showed disdain and displeasure. He was quite repelled by the affairs between men and women, considering it a stumbling block on the evolution path. If others did their thing in private, that was one thing, but doing it in front of him, trying to disrupt his cultivation, he would hardly restrain from beating the hell out of such a reckless couple. "Come on, Brother Lu, understand us. It's so boring in this wild mountain range with no phones or computers, we need something to do to pass the time," Lucini tried to joke it off sycophantically. Gao Jianying stayed quiet, simply combing through her disheveled long hair. Xiao Lu didn't dwell on their messing around and brought up Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan instead, saying, Chapter 412-240. Plotting. Bullying the newcomer, _2 The reason I arrived so late was because 2 newcomers joined the team, and as soon as these newcomers arrived, they participated in the test with Qian Yifei and several others. Out of curiosity about the newcomers' performance, I stayed to watch for a while. Are they the 2 geniuses who grew up on Earth that instructor Lan mentioned before? Gao Jianying asked curiously. As an instructor, Lan Tianbai had mentioned to the team members some time ago that Lord Yi had recommended 2 geniuses who had grown up on Earth to join the team. Thus, everyone in the team basically knew about this. Xiao Lu nodded. Yes, those are the 2. Lu Sini tugged at the hem of his pants, lowered his gun, and asked, Brother Lu, how did the 2 newcomers look in terms of strength? Xiao Lu replied, that girl named Shen Qinghan didn't get much screen time during the test, so her exact performance wasn't visible, and I couldn't judge her strength. As for the boy named Lin Zichen, his strength was very strong, incredibly strong. If nothing unexpected, his biological level is estimated to be at least high order 7th order. Most importantly, he is only 19 years old, his future potential is immeasurable. After hearing Xiao Lu's words, both Lu Sini and Gao Jianying were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. 19 years old. Strength at high order 7th order. Isn't that the kind of monster on the same level as Luo Qianxue? Can a genius who grew up on Earth have this level? What exactly is going on? Lu Sini and Gao Jianying were baffled by this. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Xiao Lu also felt somewhat emotional. Don't say that you don't believe it, even I can hardly believe that there's such a level of genius on Earth. But, I witnessed Lin Zichen's performance in the test with my own eyes. Just one punch, and he blew up a hell demon ape with a biological level as high order 6th order great perfection. Just a stern look, and he had Qian Yifei and others pinned to the ground, unable to move. From these 2 points, this guy named Lin Zichen, his evolutionary talent is absolutely at the level of Luo Qianxue's existence. Xiao Lu rated Lin Zichen, the newcomer, very highly, affirming him as the most potential entity in this alien human-level genius team. Lu Sini's face was filled with wonder. Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent is so strong, and it's astonishing that he wasn't discovered all these years. Gao Jianying paused, then speculated, could it be that he has been hiding his strength from a young age? How could that be possible? Lu Sini immediately dismissed it. Think back to your teenage years, could you resist showing off? Definitely not, right? I guess, he probably only started to reveal his talent as he grew older. I've seen quite a few people like that before, mediocre at first, but later on, they just explode in power, all for reasons related to their unique body. And this uniqueness of the body only shows when the body has developed to a certain extent. Lu Sini shared his analysis. Gao Jianying nodded, feeling that this analysis was very logical and convincing. Xiao Lu didn't care why Lin Zichen was so strong, he was only concerned about whether he could recruit Lin Zichen. After thinking briefly, he said to Lu Sini and Gao Jianying, I plan to take Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, these 2 newcomers, under my wing, and I need you 2 adulterers to cooperate. Adulterers. Lu Sini and Gao Jianying couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths slightly, thinking to themselves that Xiao Lu really was petty. Was his grudge just because they had lingered a few times behind a tree leaving a trace of mountain laurel scent still such a big deal to him? Brother Lu, what do we need to do? After stabilizing his emotions, Lu Sini asked. Xiao Lu said indifferently, it's very simple, you and Jianying act as the bad guys targeting those 2 newcomers, and then I, as the good guy, will step in to help out injustices. Lu Sini nodded, all right, Jianying and I know what to do. Xiao Lu, let's hold off on the matter of the newcomers. For now, our first priority is to take down that ice giant python in the swamp ahead. Have you 2 prepared the elixirs for sustained combat? We're all prepared, both responded almost simultaneously. Seeing that they were ready, Xiao Lu didn't waste any more words and simply stated, then let's set off, and finish off that high order 9th order great perfection ice giant python within a day. As the words fell, the 3 of them, armed, hastened towards the swamp several li ahead. The 3 of them, Xiao Lu, had a biological level of high level 9th order, and both Lu Sini and Gao Jianying were at high level 8th order great perfection. Teaming up to take down a high level 9th order great perfection ice giant python seemed very possible with good preparation and coordination. Alien Human Level Genius Dormitory Building. Dormitory 310. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan roughly toured City Number 1 and became quite acquainted with the environment of the city. Afterwards, with nothing else to do, they returned to the dormitory to tidy up the arrangement together. They only organized Dormitory 310, they didn't tidy up the neighboring Dormitory 309. Since the two planned to live together, they left the other dormitory vacant for now, thinking of requesting the authorities later to combine the two dormitories. Cheap. 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 Suddenly, a series of crisp, pleasant bird calls sounded from outside the window. Lin Zichen looked toward the sound and saw a bird that was as round as a basketball. This chubby bird, as big and round as a basketball, looked incredibly unbelievable. Lindsay, what kind of bird is that? It looks so goofy. Se the novel, F. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan, her eyes brimming with moisture, curiously surveyed the chubby bird outside the window. Lin Zichen examined it for a moment and said, "I've never seen this kind of bird before, but I guess it's a type of exotic beast, like a homing pigeon, used primarily for delivering messages or parcels." Continue reading at Empire. The chubby bird outside the window, clutching a small parcel in its beak, was clearly a courier bird. Shortly, with a thought from Lin Zichen, the bamboo latch of the window opened by itself, allowing the chubby bird to flap its wings and fly in. After the chubby bird came in and placed down the parcel, it turned and flew away immediately, not staying for even a moment more. Lin Zichen picked up the parcel and glanced at it, seeing a text at the top. The text stated the parcel contained a newcomer's welcome pack for him and Shen Qinghan, inside which were rare evolutionary resources and a new member manual. Without giving it much thought, Lin Zichen quickly unpacked the parcel, then saw two strangely mixed red and blue spirit fruits inside. What kind of fruit is this? Shen Qinghan, peering at the spirit fruit in the parcel, was full of curiosity. Lin Zichen didn't speak, instead, he silently picked up an instruction manual at the bottom of the package and obtained information about the spirit fruit. The two red and blue mixed spirit fruits, named Flame Dragon Ice Phoenix Fruit, were a rare type of spirit fruit that could significantly enhance one's chi blood and spirit after consumption. Enhancing both chi blood and spirit. Doesn't that sound a bit like the twin light yin-yang fruit? Without overthinking, Lin Zichen picked up the two Flame Dragon Ice Phoenix fruits and walked to the kitchen, washing them before eating. After washing the fruits, he handed one of the Flame Dragon Ice Phoenix fruits to Shen Qinghan. Then, the two sat together to consume the fruits, eager to experience the effects. Upon tasting, they both felt the long-missed sensation of a fiery and icy dual experience, so thrilling that they involuntarily took sharp breaths of air. As the thrilling sensation gradually subsided, they excitedly discovered that their biological levels had increased. Lin Zichen had evolved to high-level 7th order, entering the phase of high-level senior orders. Shen Qinghan had evolved to high-level 6th order, just a step away from the high-level senior orders. Lindsay, the evolutionary resources from Origin Land are really superior, way better than what we have on Earth. Just eating one fruit and evolving, it's like a dream. Shen Qinghan felt it was truly miraculous. Lin Zichen calmly said, "Aside from the fruit's effective results, then, check the manual. Plan the evolution resources." The fastest way to obtain evolution resources is to venture beyond the human territories. Within the human territories, almost no resources are left, they have all been claimed. Lin Zichen thought that once he familiarized himself with this environment, he'd venture out of the human territories to obtain evolution resources. P.S. Bowls Up, seeking monthly recommendations tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 413-241, Pressuring King. P. King. Stinky C*NT. The Iron Triangle reunites. The night deepened gradually. There was no sound of wind outside the window, no chirping of insects, just dead silence. Day and night in the Origin land are two entirely different environments. In the daytime, vitality suddenly emerges. At night, a heavy deathly stillness prevails. Dormitory 310. On the bed. Stay connected with Empire. Lin Zichen sat with his back against the wall, quietly flipping through the newcomer's manual in his hand. The contents of the manual primarily provided a simple introduction to the situation in Origin land. The present location of City Number 1 is absolutely safe, within the city. Outside the city, up to 5 li away is the relatively stable territory, while beyond 5 li from the city lies the danger zone. In the dangerous territories, exotic plants are as common as dogs, exotic beasts roam everywhere, there are even beastmen and aliens, and other extremely dangerous beings. Typically, only fighters of at least epic level dare to enter the dangerous territories at will. Relatively speaking, the dangerous territories are very perilous, but they also contain abundant evolution resources. Many rare-level fighters, and even some of the younger generation with only a high-level biological rank, would risk entering the dangerous territories in search of evolution resources. A good haul in the dangerous territories could be worth several years of effort in the stable areas. Once I'm familiar with most of the environment here, I'll enter the dangerous zones to obtain evolution resources, Lin Zichen muttered to himself. Now, he considered the speed of evolution to be of the utmost importance. As for the cautious and steady approach he had adopted before, he felt it was no longer suitable in this version of events. After all, no one knows when the next beast horde will attack the city. Before the next great battle begins, one must enhance their biological level as quickly as possible. Only with a high biological level can one have sufficient self-protection and ability to protect their family. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've checked my personal attribute panel. It's time to take a look. Thinking this, Lin Zichen summoned his personal attribute panel with a thought. Name, Lin Zichen, age, 19, biological level, high level, 7th order, biometric attributes, use it or lose it, Tianren wisdom root, survival of the fittest, blessing of melting water, natural selection, eye of the sky, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, rapid self-healing, immunity to 100 poisons, advanced spirit, forest lord, storage space, burrowing instinct, power, sky-filling feathers, unmovable as a mountain, high-level agility, death entanglement, lethal. Venom, ultimate hardening, peak posture, body refining, tempering skin, 5, tempering flesh, 5, bone tempering, 5, opening apertures, heart aperture, 2, brain aperture, 2, body aperture, 2. Lin Zichen glanced at the panel, which listed an overwhelming 23 biometric attributes, leaving him a bit dizzy. Without realizing it, he had accumulated so many biometric attributes. With the enhancement from so many biometric attributes, his current strength was probably comparable to that of a rare-level fighter. Zichen, it's about time. Want to do it once and then take a bath before going to bed. Wearing a sleep dress that revealed her long, beautiful legs, Shen Qinghan sat beside him, enticingly tapping his body with her fair, delicate feet. Lin Zichen couldn't resist her temptation and immediately put down the newcomer's manual, scooped up the little temptress and headed to the bathroom, laughing, "Let's go, we'll do it while we shower to save time." Zichen, do you want to have a child sooner? Shen Qinghan, with her arms around Lin Zichen's neck, asked as she looked into his eyes. Lin Zichen, you're still so young, why do you want to be a mom so soon? It's better to do it early. In the future, we can go shopping together like sisters. You little temptress, that's a bit too much. Where's that too much? If we start now, I think being a mom at 20 is just fine. We'll talk about it later. After exchanging a few words, the two quickly got closer in the shower. Time slipped away, moment by moment. Several days later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had become quite familiar with the environment of City Number 1, and they roughly understood how the city operated on a regular basis. It can be said that the entire city served as a massive logistics center. Every day, people would leave the city to explore the outside, aiming to further understand Origin Land while also searching for various precious evolution resources. Lin Zichen had always thought that the city was meant to guard the passages of living beings. Now it seemed his understanding was too simplistic. The purpose of the city was not only to guard these passages. Its main function was actually as a logistics center. It provided a base for rest to the fighters who had explored Origin Land. Without realizing it, search the nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Several more days passed. In the meantime, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan became familiar with their roles in the alien-human level genius squad under the guidance of their instructor, Lan Tianbai. It was simple, they were responsible for evolving themselves, continually enhancing their strength, until they grew to be the pillars of Earth. Put another way, it meant venturing out of the city to train as much as possible, while ensuring their own safety. Alright, it's been a week now. I'm sure you two should have enough understanding of Origin Land by now. Later tonight, I'll take you outside the city to get accustomed to the repulsion of the domain power outside the city, Lan Tianbai said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen nodded, thank you, Instructor Lan. In the following days, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan adapted to the repulsion of the domain power in the stable area outside the city. At first, Lin Zichen felt a bit uncomfortable, as if wearing his clothes inside out, and experienced some breathing difficulties. Shen Qinghan, on the other hand, was faring much worse. She vomited within minutes of stepping outside the city, turning her pretty face deathly pale. It took her a long time to recover. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 4:14-41, Pressuring the King. Peking. Stinking cunt. The Iron Triangle reunion, _2 just like that, they had spent a few days outside the city. The two of them gradually became accustomed to the true intensity of the domain power rejection. The reason they could adapt so quickly was that both of their biological levels were not low, one reaching the high level of 7th order, and the other the high level of 6th order, ranking them above average in the entire team of alien human level geniuses. Now that you two have fully acclimated to the true intensity of the lower domain power rejection, it's time to leave the city for some training, Lan Tianbai said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in a calm voice. For your first time training outside the city, I'll arrange for some of the experienced team members to take you. Once you've gone out a few more times and are familiar with it, we can then consider letting you go out on your own. Lin Zichen said, thank you for making the arrangements, Instructor Lan. Lan Tianbai took out a map from his bosom. The map had many pale blue dots on it, which looked like coordinates of some place. He glanced at the light spots on the map and said to them, just right, several team members returned from training outside the city this morning. I'll take you two to meet them, see if anyone is willing to voluntarily take you out of the city for training. Okay. Lin Zichen responded tersely. Under a skyscraping giant tree in front of the city gate, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Lan Tianbai stood under the tree, chatting and waiting. Just 5 minutes earlier, Lan Tianbai had notified the team members in the city to gather here using the conch of sound transmission. Now the three of them were all waiting for the team members from the city to arrive. Only half a minute had passed. The alien human level geniuses Lan Tianbai notified had all arrived. There were 5 of them in total. All of them had just returned from outside the city today. Sar the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen glanced over and recognized 2 familiar faces among these 5 people. One was Xia Lu, whom he had encountered a few days ago. The other was the white-haired girl Luo Qianxue he had seen in a portrait. Lin Zichen's gaze lingered on Luo Qianxue for a few more moments. The more he looked, the more he felt that Shen Qinghan's cheap senior sister looked just like Bai Shui. Whether it was the color of her hair or her eyes, they were exactly the same as Bai Shui, the transfer student from his 2nd grade in elementary school. Shen Qinghan was also sizing up Luo Qianxue, noticing she looked identical to Bai Shui, stirring ripples in her heart. At this moment, she was absolutely certain the cheap senior sister before her was Bai Shui from back then. There could be no mistake. Now, let me introduce everyone. This pair of handsome boy and beautiful girl are the 2 new guys who joined our alien human level genius team a few days ago. His name is Lin Zichen, and her name is Shen Qinghan. They are geniuses who grew up on Earth since childhood, and they are only 19 years old this year. On the day they entered the Origin Land, they took the test with Qian Yifei and a few others. Among them, Zichen took first place in the test with an overwhelming advantage, showing during the test that his strength starts at least at the high level of 7th order, with exceptionally high evolutionary talent and a bright future ahead. While introducing Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, Lan Tianbai spared no praise for Lin Zichen, as if afraid that the several veteran team members wouldn't realize how talented Lin Zichen was. The reason for such praise was mainly to convey a message to the veteran members: the evolutionary talent of Earth is in no way inferior to that of aliens, capable of giving birth to geniuses comparable to top-tier aliens. If you can't surpass Luo Qianxue, it just means you aren't capable yet, not that Earthlings aren't. He conveyed this information to the veteran members not to demoralize them, but to inspire them, lest they always sigh and feel inferior when facing Luo Qianxue, losing the drive for evolution. Hearing that Lin Zichen was only 19 years old this year, but his biological level was at least at the high level of 7th order, a young man named Fu Zhou among the 5 veteran members widened his eyes in disbelief. A genius grown up on Earth. 19 years old. At least at the high level of 7th order. Are you sure this isn't a joke? I'm already 24. I've trained in the origin land for a full 16 years. And now, my biological level has barely reached the high level 7th order. What qualifies this Lin Zichen to be on the same level as me? The more Fu Zhou thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed, his entire being riddled with doubt, at one point even wondering if he was dreaming. Opposite him, Luo Qianxue with her snow-white long hair also felt somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Zichen, who was the same age as her, to have achieved a biological level as high level 7th order. How did he manage that? In theory, Earth, with its extreme scarcity of evolution resources, couldn't possibly nurture such powerful living beings. What exactly is going on here? Luo Qianxue racked her brains but couldn't find an answer. However, she didn't show any of this on her face, maintaining an expression of calm. The remaining 3 veteran team members, Lu Sini, Gao Jianying, and Xia Lu, were all quite composed, not showing any shock or surprise like Fu Zhou and Luo Qianxue. Because these 3 had already learned about Lin Zichen a few days prior and knew just how freakish this newcomer was. You 5 veterans, if anyone has time, help out by taking these 2 newcomers and get some training outside the city. I've got things to deal with outside and will be leaving first. Lan Tianbai spoke to the 5 veterans in front of him and swiftly vanished with a flicker of his figure. After his departure, Shen Qinghan turned her gaze towards Luo Qianxue, who wasn't far off. She opened her mouth, wanting to strike up a conversation with Luo Qianxue, who was right in front of her eyes. But when it came to actually speaking, she found she couldn't say a word. Her personality was a bit timid, she was too embarrassed to speak to Bai Shui, with whom she hadn't made contact in 11 years. Having no other choice, she looked towards Lin Zichen and cast him a pleading look, hoping he would initiate the conversation with this old acquaintance from years ago. Lin Zichen noticed her plea for help, didn't think much, and directly walked over to Luo Qianxue, straightforwardly initiating a conversation. "Hello, do you remember the 2 of us?" Luo Qianxue did not expect Lin Zichen to suddenly come up and talk to her, feeling somewhat at a loss for a moment. She had no experience in social interactions. After a long while, she finally spoke with an emotionless and cool tone. "I only find your names vaguely familiar, beyond that, I remember nothing." Hearing this response, Shen Qinghan felt somewhat disappointed in her heart. Really doesn't remember anything? How could this be? We used to play so well together back in primary school. Feeling downcast, Shen Qinghan suddenly thought of something and took off the beast fang she wore around her neck, gingerly handing it over to Luo Qianxue with a soft voice. "Bye. Senior sister, this beast fang was given to me in Shaochen by you. Do you have any recollection of it?" She pondered a lot before she spoke that sentence. Initially wanting to call her Bai Shui, but she ended up using the more respectful senior sister. She was going to call Lin Zichen Lin Zi, but to make Luo Qianxue have a clearer recollection, she chose to use the name Xiao Chen, which she used to call him in the past. Facing the beast fang handed over by Shen Qinghan, Luo Qianxue did not reach out to take it, merely quietly looking at it and then shaking her head. "I have no impression." Is that so? Shen Qinghan felt awkward, but even more so, she felt heartache. At that moment, Xia Lu not far away shot a glance at his 2 junior colleagues. Seeing the look from Xia Lu, Lu Sini, and Gao Jianying immediately understood and promptly headed towards Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. The 2 aimed to pick a bone with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, thereby creating an opportunity for Xia Lu to appear as the hero stepping in to right a wrong. "Hey, what's with you 2 newcomers? Not even asking your seniors their names before chatting away. Don't you have any respect, or do you just not know better?" Lu Sini was the first to cause trouble, charging up and speaking aggressively to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen frowned upon hearing this and turned his head to look at the young men with the buzz cut approaching. Leading this squad, full of top-tier geniuses, completely looked down on Lin Zichen the newcomer. Lu Sini and Xia Lu bullied Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. "Newcomer, get me a glass of water." "Do you think I'd get my own water?" Also, those wanting to court Shen Qinghan completely disregarded Lin Zichen. Just as Xiao Lu was about to make a move, Lin Zichen stunned the audience. P.S. Putting out the bowl, begging for monthly passes and recommendation votes. Chapter 4:15-242, Veteran Player Provoking. Given you face. Crush directly. Deaf. Or can't understand what I'm saying. Can't even say, hello, senior. Seeing Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan remain silent, Lu Sini became more aggressive in his taunting, his voice notably louder. Following him, Gao Jianying also taunted, this year's newcomers really don't know their place. The two were like brainless antagonists, constantly provoking Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan, creating opportunities for Xiao Lu to stand up for the newcomers. Not far away, Fu Zhou knew that Lu Sini, Gao Jianying, and Xiao Lu were all together. But he felt there was no need to offend Xiao Lu for two unrelated newcomers. So he just stood by silently, not interfering. On the other side, Luo Qianxue didn't know the three were collaborating, she only knew they usually got along well. She had never considered that Xiao Lu might be directing Lu Sini and Gao Jianying in this matter. At this moment, seeing Lu Sini and Gao Jianying picking on Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan, she hesitated before speaking up to stop them, you two are going too far. If it were someone else being bullied, she would not interfere and would walk away to avoid any trouble for herself. But Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan were different. She knew these two, though she had lost her memory about them for now. Even if she didn't know them, given that Chen Qinghan was Yuan Dongji's newly accepted junior disciple, her junior, she had to step in today. What, you want to meddle? Gao Jianying looked at Luo Qianxue with a hostile expression. Having almost half of her family killed by aliens, she harbored a deep hatred for them. And Luo Qianxue was an alien, someone she always disdained. I know them, it's not meddling, Luo Qianxue said coldly. As she spoke, a chill radiated from her, freezing the ground within 3 meters of her into a layer of frost. The surrounding air also dropped by at least 10 degrees. Transforming the somewhat stuffy air instantly refreshing. Lin Zichen quietly watched Luo Qianxue, observing the ice pattern spreading from her feet, his mind filled with thoughts. Despite having no trace of exotic beasts within him, he was able to use extraordinary power. Moreover, when using his abilities, there was no fluctuation in his qi blood and spirit. Is this what being an alien is like? Lin Zichen found it incredible. In front, Gao Jianying, seeing Luo Qianxue seemingly ready to fight, felt somewhat humiliated and incensed. Luo Qianxue, your biological level is only high level 7th order, where do you get the confidence to confront me? Her current biological level was high level 8th order, and being confronted by Luo Qianxue, who was high level 7th order, felt like a slap in the face to her. In contrast to her fury, Luo Qianxue was calm as still water, simply saying, you can attack. Looking down on others. Gao Jianying shouted angrily. In the moment her voice fell, her figure blurred into an afterimage, rushing at Luo Qianxue with a speed invisible to the naked eye. Facing this sudden attack from Gao Jianying, whose biological level was as high level 8th order, Luo Qianxue's face remained calm, unchanged. The next second, only a snap-crack sound of something flash-freezing was heard. Less than a meter in front of Luo Qianxue, a human-shaped ice sculpture suddenly formed out of thin air. On closer inspection, it was Gao Jianying, who had just turned into an afterimage, now frozen on the ground, completely immobilized. Lin Zichen, witnessing this scene, was slightly surprised. Luo Qianxue, a high-level 7th order, hadn't even moved, but she instantly defeated Gao Jianying, a high-level 8th order. Is this the power of an alien? Could it be when Qian Yifei and others thought I was an alien and lost to me during the test a few days ago, they felt so disheartened and inferior? So, aliens are truly powerful, powerful enough that even a high-level genius like Gao Jianying, with one biological level advantage, could be defeated instantly, completely helpless. As Lin Zichen thought this, crack! A sound of ice shattering suddenly erupted. Immediately following, Gao Jianying, who had been frozen on the ground unable to move, broke out of the ice in an instant, manifesting a terrifying serpent soul behind her, opening its gaping maw and biting towards Luo Qianxue. The serpent soul's gaping mouth was vast as the sea, seeming to collapse the sky as it attacked, enveloping Luo Qianxue in a shadow of death. Facing this attack filled with the scent of death, Luo Qianxue moved. She gripped her red tassel spear tightly, taking a swift step forward, then her figure instantly disappeared, completely vanishing into the void. When she reappeared the next moment, a red tassel spear, covered with white frost, had penetrated the serpent soul's vital point, and also impaled Gao Jianying, nailing her firmly to a tree, her clothes soaked with fresh blood. How powerful! This moment, everyone present, including Lin Zichen, was deeply shaken by the strength Luo Qianxue displayed. This is an alien. This is a monster. Defeating a higher order as easily as drinking water. Utterly terrifying. Bang. Sir the Ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A sound of a bursting aura exploded. Gao Jianying sacrificed a large amount of essence blood, temporarily boosting her strength to high-level 8th order great perfection, and with just a thought, she sent the red tassel spear flying from her chest. Cine, attack with me. Knowing she couldn't maintain her high-level 8th order great perfection strength for long, she decisively chose to join forces, wanting to team up with Lu Cine, who was equally matched in strength, to take on Luo Qianxue. Chapter 416 242. Old team member challenging. Did you give me face? Just crush them, _2 Lu Cine, upon hearing this, did not hesitate for a moment, immediately sacrificing his essence blood, temporarily elevating his strength to high order 8th order great perfection, and charged together with Gao Jianying towards Luo Qianxue. These two not only bully the weak with their strength but also have the numbers on their side, which is unfair. Seeing Gao Jianying and Lu Cine team up against Luo Qianxue, Shen Qinghan felt very angry and couldn't help but mutter softly. Lin Zichen disagreed, saying, in a society governed by law, it is right to speak of fairness, but in this survival of the fittest evolution world, especially in the cruelly competitive origin land, never speak of fairness with your opponent. If you can bully the weak, then bully the weak. If you can outnumber, then you absolutely must outnumber. As long as you can win, fairness doesn't matter. Understand? While saying this, Lin Zichen slightly turned his head to look at Shen Qinghan beside him, gazing directly into her watery, peach blossom eyes. Shen Qinghan obediently nodded, saying, I understand. No matter what Lin Zichen said, whether it made sense or not, she would force herself to agree, to believe unconditionally. She trusted Lin Zichen completely. While they were talking, Luo Qianxue had already begun fighting against Lu Cine and Gao Jianying up front. Dust and stones flew about, grass and trees scattered, and the battle was extremely fierce. Gao Jianying manifested a more terrifying serpent soul, bursting forth with massive amounts of blood chi power. The huge mouth of the serpent soul crazily tore at Luo Qianxue. Lu Cine manifested a three-headed, six-armed humanoid soul that he could not name, swinging its spike-covered fists ferociously at Luo Qianxue. Under their intensely fiery attack, Luo Qianxue quickly began to falter. She was forced to keep retreating. A trace of blood from excessive exertion spilled from the corner of her mouth. Despite being a top-level alien, she was strong, but not yet strong enough to handle two opponents of high-order 8th order great perfection simultaneously. Defeat was only a matter of time. Lin Zi, Bai Shui can't hold on much longer, you should help her now, Shen Qinghan said, tugging at Lin Zichen's sleeve, her pretty face full of worry. Lin Zichen's expression was flat, no rush, she should be able to hold on a little longer, let's watch a bit first. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but rather he wanted to observe more of the alien abilities. Having a chance to quietly witness an alien in action within the safety of the city was a rare opportunity. He had to make good use of this opportunity to further understand the aliens. This was what Lin Zichen was thinking, but Fu Zhou, not far away, didn't know he was thinking this. Not just Fu Zhou, but Xiao Lu also didn't know he was thinking this. Both of them thought Lin Zichen was chickening out, feeling that Lin Zichen was like watching gods fight, doubting his life for a short while. Soon, half a minute had passed. Luo Qianxue was gradually becoming unable to resist. Her originally snow-white and smooth hair was now a complete mess and even had some blood on it. She had overestimated her strength. She hadn't expected that she, with her biological level already evolved to a high order, couldn't handle the joint attack of two more powerful enemies. It's time to intervene. Just as Luo Qianxue was getting cornered by Lu Cine, about to be critically hit on the ground, Lin Zichen said this flatly. Then, in the moment his words hadn't completely fallen, he instantly used Blink Step, his figure disappearing without a trace. By the time his figure reappeared, he had already raised his fist, laden with massive blood chi power, and fiercely punched Lu Cine in the face. with a loud bang. One moment, Lucini was still maniacally attacking Luo Qianxue with his three-headed, six-armed humanoid soul, and in the next, he was sent flying through the air like a kite with its string cut. Before the others could react, Lucini had already crashed into a skyscraping giant tree, his body with the chi blood strength of high-order 8th-order great perfection completely embedded in the trunk. Then, another bang sounded. Gao Jianying followed Lucini's example, his entire body instantly flying backward, hitting hard against the trunk of another skyscraping giant tree, his body sinking into it without a trace. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What on earth had happened? Except for Lin Zichen who had thrown the punch and Lucini and Gao Jianying who had been knocked out cold, the other four were all bewildered. Shen Qinghan was bewildered. She knew Lin Zichen was terrifyingly strong, but she hadn't expected him to be powerful enough to instantly take down two high-order 8th-order great perfection experts. Fu Zhou and Xia Lu were frightened silly. Just before, they had been inwardly mocking Lin Zichen as cowardly, afraid to make a move. And in less than 2 minutes, Lin Zichen had suddenly made a move, instantly taking down Lucini and Gao Jianying. The most fatal thing was, Fu Zhou and Xia Lu hadn't even seen clearly how Lin Zichen had made his move. They only heard the sounds of Lucini and Gao Jianying being hit, followed by watching Lucini and Gao Jianying being sent flying. How is he so strong? The perpetually expressionless Luo Qianxue was slightly dazed as she stared at Lin Zichen, who had suddenly appeared before her. Her cold, beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. It was the first time she had seen someone of her age with an evolutionary talent far surpassing hers. Her evolutionary talent had always been the strongest among those around her, often gaining recognition from various powerful figures. Are you with those two? As everyone was still in shock, Lin Zichen looked towards Xia Lu and spoke with a voice as calm as an ancient well. He didn't understand why Lucini and Gao Jianying had suddenly picked a quarrel, or what their intentions were, but he had seen Xia Lu making eye contact with them. This was enough to demonstrate that the quarrel was definitely related to Xia Lu. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Xia Lu pretended to be dumb, outright denying that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Lin Zichen's power was too terrifying, so unreal that it lacked any sense of reality, only absurdity. He did not want to offend such a genius whose future was destined to be brilliant. No worries, you will understand soon. At that moment, the mighty blood chi power within Lin Zichen's body erupted like an ocean, his figure vanished in a blink into the void, charging towards Xia Lu with a speed that reached the rare level. Not understanding now is fine, a beating will make it clear. Xia Lu had not expected Lin Zichen to be so straightforward, lashing out without hearing any explanations. Bang! A fierce impact resounded. Still standing dazed in place, not having time to assume a defensive stance, Xia Lu felt an unbearable intense pain in his abdomen, then his body was flung airborne, flying backwards with a burst of air exploding around him. Until a boom was heard as he smashed into a skyscraping giant tree, deeply embedding into the trunk. Buzz, a tearing sound through the air exploded. Lin Zichen's figure instantly appeared in front of the skyscraping giant tree, and he ferociously kicked out, sending the dazed Xia Lu, who was still embedded in the tree, flying out. Then, bang! 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 A series of continuous impactful sounds echoed. Lin Zichen, with fists filled with vast blood chi power, struck at Xia Lu, who was still airborne, at an incredibly fast pace, denting his strong body with countless indentations. When Xia Lu finally thudded heavily onto the ground, he was spitting blood, his consciousness blurry as he emitted a painful moan. At this point, Lin Zichen held back, not rendering him completely unconscious. Speak, why did you instigate Origin land forces? The city can be attacked now. After several previous probes, Earth's domain power has weakened significantly. Is there a need to build a new passageway? The upper echelons have denied it. Creating a new passageway would take a long time to accommodate legendary-level experts to enter. Directly capture the city, break in from the old channel. Let's start the siege now, probe first, then delve deeper gradually. Explore hidden tales at Empire. These geniuses all need character setting. One of them, who loves to misuse idioms, noticed how handsome Lin Zichen is and exclaimed, your looks are indeed stunning, so beautiful that one could devastate countries and cities, cause fishes to sink and birds to fall, make the moon shy and flowers embarrassed. Lin Zichen, destroying countries and cities, causing fishes to sink and birds to fall, making the moon shy and flowers embarrassed are descriptions for women. The person, same idea, they all mean someone looks good, don't mind the details. Right, just write it like that, feeling the anticipation again. They are very high profile. Leave the city, and receive the conch of sound transmission. P.S. Holding out the bowl, asking for monthly pass and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 417 243. Full-scale assault on human cities. Cold sweat covered Xia Lu's forehead, his body constantly convulsed in pain, and his mind was utterly shattered. He had lived for over 20 years, always the envy of others, adored and idolized by everyone. Yet now, he found himself beaten to the ground by a rookie who had just joined the team. Hovered above by the rookie, who looked down and questioned him. And this rookie was only 19 years old. Moreover, he had grown up on Earth and had never enjoyed the resources of the origin land. This trampled his pride into the dust. Even so, he dared not show any dissatisfaction. He could only endure the severe pain. And said with a trembling voice, I mean you no harm, I had those two guys pick a fight with you, just because I wanted to pull off a scene of drawing my sword to help you in an unfair fight, hoping you would recognize me as your big brother, that's all. After finishing, Xiao Lu added another line. The only reason I planned to take you two as my underlings was because I saw your evolutionary talent and hoped to depend on you in the future. He confessed everything. Xiao Lu, who ranked third in strength in the team, confessed all his motives under Lin Zichen's emotionless gaze. He feared not confessing honestly, worrying Lin Zichen would assume the worst and henceforth target him relentlessly. After Lin Zichen listened to his explanation, he didn't say much, just fiercely kicked him, sending him flying. After that kick, he didn't stop. Instead, in front of Luo Qianxue and Fu Zhou, and in front of the guards on the high walls, he continued to beat Xiao Lu, repeatedly striking his body and mauling his face beyond recognition. After beating Xiao Lu, he also dragged out Lu Sini and Gao Jianying, who were embedded in a tree trunk, and beat the trio, causing them to wail and beg ceaselessly. But no matter how the three begged, Lin Zichen never stopped. He wasn't sure if the truth was as Xiao Lu had relayed. The only certainty he had was that he must ruthlessly target the trio, who were part of the same gang, in the future. Explore more adventures at Empire. He wanted to show those watching from the sidelines his vengeful nature, letting them understand the consequences of scheming against him. Making an example was the best way to avoid unnecessary troubles to the greatest extent. Elsewhere, the guards on the city wall, as well as the powerful Earth elites in the city center, had noticed the situation with Lin Zichen. They clearly saw how Lin Zichen easily overpowered Xiao Lu, Lu Sini, and Gao Jianying, all with looks of utmost shock and disbelief on their faces. They hadn't recovered from their shock for long before they saw Lin Zichen beating the three. He hit them hard, practically beating them to death. But with measure, not actually killing them, leaving them to likely spend several weeks in bed. This young man lacks magnanimity. Inside an office in the city center, Shangguan Yuehua, a deputy city lord, shook her head in dissatisfaction with Lin Zichen's vindictive nature, feeling it a bit regrettable. Another deputy city lord, Bai Wubian, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is a bit petty. He'll need specific cultivation in this temperament in the future, otherwise, he might find it tough to get along with others. City Lord Qin Chuan, from beginning to end, remained silent, just quietly watching Lin Zichen in the spirit projection, lost deep in thought. To him, whether Lin Zichen was magnanimous or not was irrelevant. As long as one was strong enough, there would always be people who would adapt to his personality. What he truly cared about was the strength Lin Zichen had shown. Only 19 years old, having grown up on Earth without the resources of origin land. He hadn't merged with any exotic beast gene and always walked the pureblood human path. Logically, a person meeting these two criteria should demonstrate low evolutionary talent. How did such a monster like Lin Zichen emerge? He couldn't understand. Completely baffled. Baffled, Qin Chuan turned to a secretary and said, Li Wan, bring me Lin Zichen's personal file, I want to take a closer look at his information. With no computers available in the origin land, finding someone's file meant sending someone physically to the archive room. Soon. The secretary left the office for the archive room. Then in less than half a minute, the secretary returned, respectfully handing over a file bag woven from special exotic plants fibers to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan took the file bag, pulled out a yellowish-white paper, and scanned each word carefully. At the same time, he spread his spiritual power to form a spirit projection in front of him, allowing others in the office to read along. What's going on? Lin Zichen's parents are just ordinary people. This doesn't conform to genetics at all. There must be something wrong with his personal file. SAR the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After reviewing Lin Zichen's personal file, a wave of doubts immediately arose in the office. Every leader present believed there was an issue with Lin Zichen's personal file. They couldn't believe that an ordinary couple could produce a genius like Lin Zichen. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, the son of a mouse knows how to dig holes. This was in line with the laws of biological genetics. At the city gate, Lin Zichen had ceased beating. Not because he had had enough, but because Xia Lu, Lu Sini, and Gao Jianying had all fainted. Continuing to beat them might actually have resulted in death. Lin Zichen was brutally harsh. Fu Zhou, seeing the three nearly lifeless bodies on the ground, thought to himself he must never offend Lin Zichen. Chapter 4:18-243. Full-scale assault on human cities _2 Bai Shui chose to suffer a loss herself rather than displease Lin Zichen. It was best to steer clear of such vindictive and ruthless individuals. Elsewhere, Shen Qinghan hesitated briefly before gathering the courage to step forward and show concern for Luo Qianxue. Looking at her arm, she asked, "Are you sure your hand is okay?" In the fierce confrontation with Lu Sini and Gao Jianying, Luo Qianxue's arms had been bashed until the skin broke and flesh burst, appearing gravely injured. Shen Qinghan winced just looking at it. Facing Shen Qinghan's concern, Luo Qianxue replied in a cold voice, "It's fine, it will heal soon." Right after she spoke, a mysterious white substance quickly secreted itself on the surface of Luo Qianxue's injured arms. It looked like fresh milk, but it smelled rather unpleasant. In the moment this white substance appeared, the wounds on Luo Qianxue's arms instantly healed, reverting as if new. There wasn't even a trace of injury left to see. SAR the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, utterly astonished. She and Lin Zichen both possessed the rapid self-healing ability of living dead slugs. No matter how severe the injury, as long as they had sufficient energy, they could quickly repair themselves, returning to the state before the injury. But the speed of self-healing couldn't compare to what she just witnessed from Luo Qianxue. It was not on the same level at all. The white substance that Luo Qianxue secreted. Shen Qinghan stared at the white material on Luo Qianxue's hands, full of curiosity. Your next chapter is on empire. She remembered clearly that one of the reasons Luo Qianxue was ostracized at school was not only due to her distinctive white hair but also because her body secreted an unpleasant-smelling mysterious white substance. On the other side, seeing Shen Qinghan constantly staring at the white secretion on her hands, Luo Qianxue's slender eyebrows knitted slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. She assumed Shen Qinghan was staring because of the unpleasant smell. Because of this, she quickly turned around and left without lingering. Shen Qinghan wanted to call out to her but didn't know how to, and could only watch as she walked away. At the same time, Lin Zichen no longer paid attention to the three, who had completely passed out, and turned to walk slowly towards Fu Zhou nearby. Seeing this, Fu Zhou immediately panicked. He hadn't spoken from beginning to end, had not offended Lin Zichen, and logically should have no reason to fear Lin Zichen. But when Lin Zichen approached him, he couldn't help but feel afraid. It wasn't that he was cowardly. Instead, it was because Lin Zichen had been too brutal while beating the three. And brutal people generally aren't rational, are quick to anger, and likely to displace their anger, causing harm to the innocent. As Lin Zichen came closer, Fu Zhou was so nervous that sweat soaked his back, and his legs uncontrollably weakened. He quickly spoke out to dissociate himself from the three, "I'm not with them." "I know." Lin Zichen replied indifferently. "You know and still head in my direction. Are you planning not to spare even a bystander? Damn it, you beast." Fu Zhou cursed inwardly, his face dripping with cold sweat, scared of being beaten. I just wanted to ask if you can take us along when you go out of the city for training in the future. Lin Zichen stopped in front of Fu Zhou and asked very kindly. Fu Zhou was momentarily stunned. What? So you're looking for a mentor for the newbies? That gave me a scare. Fu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, then smilingly said, of course, it would be my honor. He wasn't trying to flatter but genuinely felt honored to take Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan out for training. Consider this, Lin Zichen was only 19 years old and had just joined the team of alien human-level geniuses. Moreover, he hadn't enjoyed any resources from the origin land. Yet, still, Lin Zichen managed to thrash Xia Lu, who ranked third in strength in the team, ruthlessly rubbing him on the ground. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Zichen was destined to become one of Earth's strongest Earthlings, likely to evolve into a legendary-level creature, and even be top-tier among them. Now, having the opportunity to take him out for training and to foster good relations, this was truly an opportunity too good to miss. He could wake up laughing from his sleep at night. How should I address you? Seeing that the other party had readily agreed, Lin Zichen also asked with a light smile. He still didn't know Fu Zhou's name because Fu Zhou hadn't introduced himself, and Lan Tianbai hadn't introduced him either. My name is Fu Zhou, Fu as in bus driver, and Zhou as in Jiuzhou. I'm only 5 years older than you can just call me Fu Zhou. Fu Zhou introduced himself with an unwavering smile. He rarely smiled, usually presenting himself with a relatively aloof demeanor. After all, being a genius from a young age, it was quite normal to be a bit aloof. But at this moment, facing Lin Zichen, whose evolutionary talent was astonishingly unique, he couldn't maintain any aloofness. He only wanted to act like a younger brother and keep smiling. So, it's Brother Zhou. If Brother Zhou plans to leave the city to gain experience someday, please take the two of us with you, Lin Zichen responded with a smile. Though the other had said it was fine to just call him by his name, he politely added brother, being very amiable to others. Hearing Brother Zhou, Fu Zhou felt a burst of surprise. Having just seen Lin Zichen beat up the three from the Xia family, and with such heavy hands, he had subconsciously thought that Lin Zichen might be difficult to get along with. But now, it seemed he might have misunderstood. Lin Zichen's personality did not seem hard to get along with. And he was quite polite. Not as arrogant as he had imagined. Thinking this, in order to please Lin Zichen, Fu Zhou started flattering with a smile, speaking of which, Zichen, you are incredibly handsome, truly capable of overturning nations and cities, causing fish to sink and geese to fall, making the moon shy and flowers blush, you make others feel inferior upon seeing you. Overturning nations and cities. Causing fish to sink and geese to fall. Making the moon shy and flowers blush. Are these idioms used like this? Lin Zichen was baffled, feeling somewhat at a loss, not understanding in what state of mind Fu Zhou had uttered these words. Chen Qinghan, who had just approached, was equally perplexed, wondering if Fu Zhou was being sarcastic. You two seem to get along well. I had previously heard Lord Yi say that in a while, a couple would join the team. I suppose that must be you two, right? Fu Zhou asked cheerfully. Lin Zichen nodded, yes, that's us. After receiving a positive response, Fu Zhou became more relaxed and, including Chen Qinghan, praised profusely, TSK, Qinghan is as good-looking as you, both of you are tall and handsome, elegant and dashing, you really are a perfect match. Tall and handsome. Elegant and dashing. Bearing a romantic and roguish charm. Using these three idioms to compliment a woman. Was it intentional, or a slip? Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan were truly puzzled, unable to determine whether Fu Zhou didn't understand the meanings of these idioms or was being sarcastic. In the end, Chen Qinghan couldn't hold back, her voice timidly saying, Brother Zhou, you seem to have used the idioms incorrectly. Overturning nations and cities, causing fish to sink and geese to fall, making the moon shy and flowers blush, these are for complimenting women, tall and handsome, elegant and dashing, bearing a romantic and roguish charm, these are for complimenting men. Ah, it's all the same, all meant to say someone is good-looking, don't mind these minor details. After finishing, Fu Zhou added, I wasn't even old enough for kindergarten when I was sent here to the origin land for training, I haven't read much, many idioms I know only superficially, using them incorrectly is normal, don't take it too seriously. I can understand. Lin Zichen smiled. He truly understood, and wasn't just agreeing for the sake of conversation. In a desolate place like the Origin Land, where there were no mobile phones or computers, it was hard to come into contact with educational content. Growing up in such a place, if one didn't spend time learning cultural knowledge, becoming illiterate was nothing unusual. In a gloomy palace, a man enveloped in dark mist sat high on a pitch-black throne. Below him, a slender woman also surrounded by dark mist spoke lifelessly. After several attempts, the domain power of Earth has become very weak. Should we build a new channel? The higher-ups denied. To build a new channel, it would take a long while before it could accommodate legendary-level experts. Let's start sieging the city right away, first probe, then gradually deepen. Release the information about that relic to attract Earth's strong ones. Then we'll attack the city. P.S. Bowing down, requesting monthly pass and recommendation tickets. Chapter 4:19-244. Instantly killing a rare level fighter. The whole audience is shocked. More than 10 days later. Enjoy new adventures at Empire. Young geniuses of the alien human level who had left the city for training had all gradually returned to the city. Lan Tianbai, seeing that it was rare for everyone to be together, gathered all the team members for a brief morning meeting. In a spacious clearing in the woods. Including Lan Tianbai, a total of 28 people loosely formed a circle, leaning casually against tree trunks or simply sitting in the trees, looking quite at ease. Who are those two? Such high attractiveness, they seem even better looking than Earth celebrities. Are they the couple that Lord Yi mentioned last time, who he said would be joining the team after a while? A good number of team members who had just returned from their training had never seen Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Attracted by their good looks, they curiously sized up the two. Lan Tianbai, listening to the chatter around him, walked over to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan and introduced them to the others. This handsome guy and pretty girl are the Earth geniuses Lord Yi mentioned before. They only joined the team last month. Everyone get to know each other's faces, so you don't fail to recognize them when you're out training. After briefly introducing Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan like this, Lan Tianbai didn't talk about them any further but turned with a smile to look at the two young men at the front, Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao. Ah Xian, Taozi, how did the two of you evolve into rare-level creatures? Why don't you share with everyone? See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lan Tianbai keenly sensed that the aura of Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao had gotten much stronger. These two main forces in the team had had a biological level of high-level 9th order great perfection just before this training trip, merely a step away from the rare level. Yet it was this single step that had stumped them for 2.5 years, unable to break through. Unexpectedly, upon returning from this training, both of them had evolved into rare-level creatures, which indeed surprised Lan Tianbai, their instructor. Actually, there's not much to it, we were just a bit lucky, stumbling upon a blood spirit fruit tree in Blood Fiend Valley. There were exactly 2 ripe blood spirit fruits on the tree, and after eating one each, we evolved to the rare level. Zhao Qingxian spoke with an air of ease. When the others heard this, their faces immediately showed envy. Blood spirit fruits were precious fruits that even epic-level creatures would be jealous of. To think that these two had stumbled upon them, their luck was truly heaven-defying. Seeing the regret on the faces of the other team members who assumed they had missed the blood spirit fruits because they hadn't trained in Blood Fiend Valley, Lan Tianbai said, "Do you really think coming across a ripe blood spirit fruit tree is such a common good fortune in this world? These two guys chose to train in Blood Fiend Valley precisely for that blood spirit fruit tree. Do you think they just lucked out? Also, Blood Fiend Valley is full of rare-level creatures. Only because these two are skilled and have ample self-protection could they train there. If other team members, even Xia Lu who is second only to them, were in Blood Fiend Valley, they would struggle to move an inch, and a careless move could mean death. Don't think of success as something that comes too easily. If someone tells you with a calm face that they succeeded easily, they are most likely bragging." While saying this, Lan Tianbai suddenly burst out with chi blood, and with an exertion of force that spanned more than 10 meters, he blew apart the clothes on Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao, exposing their upper bodies riddled with fresh wounds. Some wounds were so deep that chunks of flesh were missing, and bones could be clearly seen, which was shocking. "Do you see this?" Lan Tianbai looked around and said, "Any success is hard-won, don't take it for granted." Seeing the wounds on the upper bodies of Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao, everyone looked solemn. They had just been envious of the two, but none of them was envious now, only admiration remained. If it were them, they certainly wouldn't dare to take such risks. Instead, they would choose a safer way to obtain evolution resources. Lin Zi, that guy Zhang Tao on the left, he's so strong. His abdomen is almost torn open, yet he's standing there like nothing's wrong. If it were me, I'd have been in agony. Shen Qinghan whispered to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen nodded, indeed strong. The physique of rare-level creatures is extraordinary. As he spoke, his eyes never left the wound on Zhang Tao's abdomen, staring intently at the unhealable blood hole. He saw that around the edges of the hole, a purple liquid was continuously oozing out to prevent the flesh from regenerating. Was it poison? How did he get it? Exotic beasts? Or exotic plants? I wonder if my immunity to 100 poisons could protect against it. These thoughts churned in Lin Zichen's mind. He was very curious about poisons that could affect the flesh of rare-level fighters. Zhang Tao, this hole in your abdomen can't self-heal. Do you want to go to the medical facility and get it treated now? Zhao Qingxian looked at Zhang Tao and asked. Zhang Tao's expression remained unchanged. It's just a small hole, no need for special treatment. In a few more hours, once the toxins on the surface have all decomposed, it'll heal. Cool, that's tough. Zhao Qingxian laughed and complimented, but internally he cursed with annoyance. Refusing to treat a wound just to show off in front of others, if that wasn't foolish, what was? By the way, are Xiao Lu and the other two still training outside the city? Why aren't they here? Zhang Tao looked at Zhao Qingxian and asked. Zhao Qingxian was equally speechless. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? I've just come back from training with you. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 4 2244. Instantly killing a rare-level fighter. The whole audience is shocked. _2 Both of them had just returned to the city after training and came straight to the morning meeting, still unaware that Lin Zichen had beaten Xiao Lu's trio half to death, rendering them bedridden even now. Xiao Lu, Lu Sini, and Gao Jianying are currently recuperating and temporarily confined to their beds, said Fu Zhou, one of the witnesses, in a calm voice. Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao listened with full confusion. Zhao Qingxian spoke up, asking, what happened to them? Did they go after that ice giant python, only to get beaten by it instead? He had heard from Xiao Lu that the three of them planned to hunt the ice giant python in the forest to the right of the city. SE at the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was an ice giant python of the high-level 9th order great perfection, not low in biological level. But because it was in its gestation period, its strength had significantly decreased. Theoretically, as long as Xiao Lu and the others were well prepared, they should have been able to hunt it successfully. Yet, the reality was that not only did they fail the hunt, but they also ended up bedridden. This was indeed difficult to understand. As Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao pondered this, Lan Tianbai, who was an instructor, spoke up with a smile. You might not believe this, but Xiao Lu and his group weren't defeated by the ice giant python. Instead, they were defeated by this newcomer who just joined our team. What? Including Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao, nearly 10 people present were momentarily stunned, then their faces turned to shock. Xiao Lu and his group were beaten by a newcomer. How is that possible? Xiao Lu's biological level is high-level 9th order. The remaining Lu Sini and Gao Jianying are also at the high-level 8th order. Together, the three of them, if well coordinated, might have a chance to defeat a fighter of high-level 9th order great perfection. If they were still defeated by a newcomer, what level could this newcomer be at? Rare level. But is that possible? It clearly seemed impossible. Brother Bai, are you serious? You aren't joking, right? Zhao Qingxian voiced his doubt. He had a good relationship with Lan Tianbai, who was the team leader when he first joined. Lan Tianbai said earnestly, although it sounds unbelievable, it is indeed true. Many people saw it happen that day, and I have already gotten confirmation from the city lord. Upon hearing this response, those present who looked astonished suddenly became utterly shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. A 19-year-old newcomer, who grew up on the evolution resource scarce Earth until he joined the team, had strength comparable to a rare-level fighter. What on earth was going on? Everyone present felt unable to understand. It seemed unreal. You're called Lin Zichen, right? Interested in sparring with me for a couple of moves? A young man named Gao Zilong stood up and issued a challenge to Lin Zichen. He didn't believe Lin Zichen truly had the strength comparable to a rare-level fighter and wanted to verify it himself. Lin Zichen glanced at Gao Zilong and with the aid of danger perception, instantly ascertained his biological information. High-level 9th order. Fused with 7 exotic beast genes. Dual cultivation of spirit and chi blood. Yes, very strong. But in front of me, completely insufficient. Thinking this, Lin Zichen calmly said, "You are too weak, sparring with you would be meaningless." You. Gao Zilong almost spit blood from anger. This newcomer was too arrogant, so arrogant he gave no face at all, utterly disrespectful. "I want to see if you're as strong as Instructor Lan says." Before Gao Zilong had even finished speaking, his robust body began showing extensive transformations. His pupils turned blood red. His skin covered with black scales. Sharp bone blades grew from the outer sides of his arms. In just the blink of an eye, he transformed from a somewhat ugly young man into a warrior radiating a powerful aura. Experienced tales with Empire buzz. A piercing sound of tearing through the air arose. Gao Zilong moved like a shadow, charging towards Lin Zichen at a speed unseen to the naked eye, raising a large swath of dried twigs and leaves in his wake, kicking up a cloud of dust. So powerful. This explosive speed was indeed at least at the high-level 9th order. Gao Zilong had evolved. The veteran team members all showed surprise on their faces. They had not expected Gao Zilong to have evolved to high-level 9th order after his training. To think, Gao Zilong was not yet 22 years old. At 22, reaching high-level 9th order, this evolutionary talent is almost catching up with Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao. Just when everyone was dazzled by Gao Zilong. Bang! With that sound, a figure shot backward at extreme speed. It was Gao Zilong. Under everyone's gaze, Gao Zilong heavily crashed into a skyscraping giant tree, plunging deep into the trunk, completely motionless. What happened? Almost everyone was shocked, having failed to see clearly how Gao Zilong was sent flying. Only rare-level fighters Lan Tianbai, Zhao Qingxian, and Zhang Tao barely caught a glimpse of Lin Zichen throwing a punch in an instant, blasting the approaching Gao Zilong away. The whole event took just a few milliseconds to finish, too quick for anyone to react. "You really are unbelievably strong, let me have a match with you." As this was announced. The next second, Zhang Tao, still injured in the abdomen, leaped out from the crowd. As he landed from the air, the muscles on his body inflated like a balloon, rapidly growing, boosting his original height of 1.9 meters to over 3 meters in an instant. So big. How could he become so huge? Is this what a rare-level fighter is? So terrifying. Watching Zhang Tao turn into a giant, many onlookers were deeply shocked. Thump. 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 Zhang Tao moved, charging towards Lin Zichen with heavy steps, each step making the ground tremble incessantly. Facing Zhang Tao's tank-like charge, Lin Zichen stood his ground, utterly calm the whole time, without a ripple of disturbance. "Step back a bit." Lin Zichen warned Shen Qinghan beside him. Shen Qinghan, without making a sound, quickly stepped back several paces to avoid hindering Lin Zichen's actions. Thump. Only hearing this particularly heavy landing sound. Just a moment ago Zhang Tao, who had been 100 meters away, had already charged in front of Lin Zichen, swinging a fist bigger than a bucket fiercely at Lin Zichen's handsome face. In the nick of time, Lin Zichen raised his elbow, carrying the terrifying blood chi power, and fiercely elbowed Zhang Tao's iron fist. When Zhang Tao threw the fist, he did so with immense confidence. He firmly believed that with this heavy punch, Lin Zichen would undoubtedly be defeated, confined to bed for at least 3 months. But at that very moment Lin Zichen threw his elbow. A huge death character flashed before his eyes, covering all his vision, drastically changing his complexion. He immediately exerted force in his legs, trying to distance himself from Lin Zichen. However, it was already too late. Lin Zichen's elbow strike, as swift as lightning, collided with Zhang Tao's iron fist at the moment he planned to retreat. Soon, only a loud boom was heard. The terrible backlash from the collision, like a nuclear explosion, spread ferociously, instantly flinging nearby plants and grass into the air towards the distance. Even talents with lower biological levels like Shen Qinghan, Qian Yifei, and Zhao Zixuan were sent flying by the blast, lifted into the air. Then, the aftermath of the collision disappeared in a blink of an eye. In its place, a unilateral shock wave burst forth, dragging along a massive shadow that blotted out the sky, sending everything in its path flying away. So fast. I didn't even see how the strike was performed. Zhao Qingxian, Zhang Tao, eager to have a trial, wanted to spar with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen said, sure. He too wanted to see if he could defeat a rare-level fighter. One-on-one, after a few moves, he won effortlessly. Then he said, now you two come at the same time. A bit of pressure. Then, Forest Lord. Vines surged skyward. Everyone was scared, thinking it was an attack from the divine plant cult. When they realized it was Lin Zichen's strength, the whole scene was shocked. He instantly killed 2 rare-level fighters. The whole scene was shocked. P.S. Bowing down, asking for monthly and recommendation passes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 421-245, 1 against 2. Annihilating 2 rare-level fighters. Zhang Tao actually lost. All the people present, looking at the massive trench carved out by the shockwave in front of them, then raising their heads to look at Zhang Tao, who was deeply embedded in the trunk at the end of the trench, were all dumbfounded and speechless. Zhang Tao. A rare-level fighter. He was actually one-shot by a newbie who had just joined the team from Earth. What kind of evolution joke is this? After who knows how long, Zhao Qingxian, who had more wins than losses against Zhang Tao, was the first to snap out of his shock, his face full of life crises. He exclaimed, monster. This Lin Zichen is just AF** king monster. I don't believe he is an earthling. Zhao Qingxian, as the team's number 1, couldn't accept the fact that Lin Zichen could instantaneously take down Zhang Tao with a single blow. Because if Zhang Tao was taken down in an instant, it meant that he, whose strength was roughly equal, would also be taken down in the same way. He couldn't accept the reality of being instantly taken down by a newbie. It severely injured his evolutionary dignity. All of you are top-tier geniuses, so why can you, at only 19, instant kill us? This isn't evolutionary at all. While Zhao Qingxian's mental state was exploding, Luo Qianxue, being an alien, was also full of doubt about life. She had always believed that she was the one with the strongest talent in the team, without peer. As long as she kept growing step by step, she would inevitably become the top person in the team. And absolutely crush the number 1 position. Because of this, she had always carried a sense of pride that looked down on everything in the world, thinking it didn't matter how bad her social relationships were, as long as her strength grew later, she could have good relations with anyone. At least that was what it seemed like on the surface. She no longer needed to be gossiped about every day. But Lin Zichen's performance today directly shattered the pride in her heart to pieces, leaving her unable to be arrogant anymore. There are people beyond people, heavens beyond skies. She deeply felt the truth of this saying. But what she didn't understand was, why was Lin Zichen so strong? Why? Could it be, he isn't from Earth either? Luo Qianxue suddenly thought of this, her heart slightly stirred, feeling a sense of kinship as if meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land. On the other hand, in the conference room at the city center, Qin Chuan was discussing an extremely important piece of information with many leaders of the city. It was a message that came with the sacrifice of 2 epic-level experts. What do you all think about this message stating that there's an appearance of ancient ruins in the polar ice abyss? Qin Chuan looked around at the leaders and asked. Sitting next to him, Shangguan Yuehua thought for a moment and then said, the abyss, being a life-forbidden zone, is too dangerous. I think we should ignore this message and prioritize stability. City Lord Shangguan, I think what you've said is somewhat incorrect. A leader with a goatee, stroking his graying beard, objected. This message was obtained through the sacrifice of 2 of our officers. If we don't attempt to enter, wouldn't their sacrifices have been in vain? Moreover, the relics found in the abyss contain evolution resources beyond our imagination. Many mythical-level experts were born from the abyss relic. Now, facing a disadvantageous situation in the origin land, in order to give birth to more mythical-level experts, we must take this risk. Having said that, the goateed leader asked the others, do you all think we should take this risk? No one immediately took a stand, but instead looked at each other, waiting to see how the others would respond. Quickly, Bai Wubian, who was also a deputy city lord like Shangguan Yuehua, was the first to take a stance. I think General Chen makes a good point. Our current situation is unclear, and so-called prudence is merely a slow death. If we want to make a miraculous comeback, we must embrace the risk. Once one person took a stand, the second, third, and fourth quickly followed suit. I support General Chen and City Lord Bai. Our current situation is too difficult. We must find a breakthrough to change the status quo, or else extinction is just a matter of time. We have far too few mythical level experts on Earth's side. They are all ancient immortal masters who we lose one by one with each sacrifice. We urgently need to birth new mythical level experts to inject some confidence into everyone. To be honest, although the Abyss Relic is extremely dangerous, so much so that even legendary level experts risk 9 deaths out of 10 to enter, there is still that one chance of life. Whereas if we play it safe, that's truly no hope of life at all, it's just lingering a while longer. 2/3 of the leaders, having made their stance, all chose the viewpoint of taking the risk. Qin Chuan, being the city lord, seeing this, decided, since most people think it's necessary to take this risk, then let's do it. In the time before the relic opens, let's all discuss and create a detailed plan. He, who had been stuck at the legendary level for hundreds of years and was almost going insane wanting to reach the mythical level, would have made sure to find a way to make the outcome supportive if the initial consensus wasn't. City Lord, something big has happened. Suddenly, a martial-looking female officer rushed in hastily. Qin Chuan, thinking that something bad had happened, furrowed his eyebrows. What happened? Find Adventures at Empire. The female officer, full of excitement, said that new kid Lin Zichen from the alien human level genius team, he actually overpowered and instant-killed Zhang Tao who had evolved to rare level. What? Upon hearing the female officer's words, the leaders in the conference room were all stunned for a moment, at first thinking they had misheard. SEA the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The new guy who had just joined the alien human level genius team, took down Zhang Tao who had evolved to rare level. Chapter 422 245. Fight against 2 alone. Kill 2 rare level fighters, _2 How is this possible? Could there have been some mistake? The leaders couldn't believe this was true. One by one, they all held a skeptical attitude. Let's go, we'll take a look at the scene. Qin Chuan stood up, dropped this line, and the next second his figure flashed, instantly disappearing from the conference room. Seeing this, the other leaders hurriedly followed suit. A spacious clearing in the woods. The crowd gradually recovered from their shock and, as if by agreement, turned their gazes towards Lin Zichen, looking at him as if he were a monster. Even now, they found it surreal, struggling to believe that an earthling like Lin Zichen, so defiant of the heavens, could actually exist. In all their years, it was the first time they had seen an earthling with more exaggerated evolutionary talent than the alien humans. It was as if they were dreaming. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded. The skyscraping giant tree at the end of the gully exploded. Trapped within the trunk, Zhang Tao leaped out amidst a sky full of wooden splinters like the Monkey King being born, thudding onto the ground in front of everyone. Transformed into a 3-meter giant, he only had one arm disabled, not yet having lost his fighting strength, he could still stand up. He could still stand up. Lin Zichen looked at Zhang Tao not far ahead and felt a bit surprised. His last elbow strike had been executed with at least 50% strength, thinking it would severely injure Zhang Tao, the newly advanced rare-level fighter, to the point where he could no longer stand. But now, it seemed he had somewhat overestimated himself. Or rather, he had underestimated the strength of a newly advanced rare-level fighter. I underestimated you just now, let's go again. Zhang Tao, his eyes bloodshot, shouted towards Lin Zichen. Then, with a ruthless heart, he sacrificed a massive amount of essence blood to feed the exotic beast gene within his body, further transforming his huge stature. PFF. 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 Accompanied by a series of sounds of hard objects piercing flesh. Zhang Tao's body expanded even more, his height nearing 4 meters, while a row of deathly bone spurs sprouted from his back, transforming him into a human-shaped monster. Such a powerful aura, this is almost reaching the great perfection of rare level 1. Feeling the strong aura emanating from Zhang Tao, Lan Tianbai, serving as an instructor, was full of surprise. Sir, the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He couldn't have dreamt that Zhang Tao, who had just evolved into a rare level being, would be able to unleash the strength of great perfection of rare level 1. This evolutionary talent was truly exaggerated. Zhao Qingxian was equally astounded. At this moment, his face was filled with an expression that questioned his whole life. He had always felt that his strength was a bit stronger than Zhang Tao's. But now it seemed he was greatly mistaken. He knew very well that he couldn't reach the strength of great perfection of rare level 1 right after evolving into a rare level being. Yet Zhang Tao before him could achieve this feat. This dealt him a heavy blow, making it difficult for him to accept. Whiz! An ear-piercing sonic boom exploded. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Zhang Tao, transformed into a monster akin to a demon from hell, charged at Lin Zichen with a terrifying aura of death that chilled the spine. Zichen, be careful! Shen Qinghan shouted with worry. Seeing Zhang Tao, whose aura was so terrifyingly sinister, even if she had great confidence in Lin Zichen, she couldn't help but feel worried. Lin Zichen said nothing, silently mobilizing 80% of his blood chi power, gathering it all in his clenched right fist that was ready to strike. The next second, there was just a bang sound. An almost 4-meter-tall figure flew backwards at high speed, crashing into a 10-meter-tall hill with a tremendous noise, kicking up dust and forming a mushroom cloud. The witnesses, with their mouths agape and eyes wide, were utterly dumbfounded. Instantly knocked out even at the great perfection of rare level 1. No. What kind of monster was Lin Zichen? How could he achieve this? Boom. The 10-meter-tall hill exploded thunderously. Zhang Tao, transformed into a beast, leaped out like a cockroach tenacious in life, and thudded into view before the crowd once more. Only this time, it wasn't just one arm that was disabled. Half of his body had collapsed, and he was gasping for air, severely wounded. Although his injuries were severe, cells at the wound were rapidly self-healing, visibly closing up at a rate discernible to the naked eye, and he would be fully recovered before long. I used 80% of my blood chi power, and still couldn't inflict wounds severe enough to keep him from standing. This alien human-level genius named Zhang Tao truly has exceptional physical talent, Lin Zichen thought highly of Zhang Tao in his heart. In the 19 years since he was born, he had never encountered such a powerful opponent in physical combat. Lin Zichen, I admit defeat. I truly can't beat you, Zhang Tao, while panting, conceded with some reluctance. He could handle both winning and losing. If he was outclassed, he was outclassed, there was no use being obstinate about it. Seeing Zhang Tao concede, other alien human-level geniuses in the vicinity all wore a look of disbelief on their faces. In just a short day, the whole team of alien human-level geniuses had undergone a complete upheaval. This was really too sudden. No one was mentally prepared for it. It was at that moment, Lan Tianbai, the instructor, looked towards Zhao Qingxian, who was not far away and still questioning his life choices, and shouted, Qingxian, join Zhang Tao in a 2-on-1 to test just how strong Zichen really is. Ah! Zhao Qingxian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He, who had always been so strong he had no peers from childhood, was now in such a sorry state that he had to be a test subject for a newbie who had just joined the team. Was this really necessary to trample on the dignity of the former number 1 in the squad? That's what he was thinking in his heart, yet, Zhao Qingxian soon decided to sacrifice a large amount of essence blood and feed the exotic beast gene in his own body. The next moment, his body was covered with golden fur, his pitch-black pupils emitted a glint of gold, and the strength of both his chi blood and spiritual strength neared the level of great perfection for a rare level. Only nearing, he hadn't fully reached it. Compared to Zhang Tao, he was still just a bit weaker. Qingxian, let's go. Seeing that Zhao Qingxian had fully activated the exotic beast gene in his body, Zhang Tao immediately shouted at him. He didn't believe that together with Zhao Qingxian they would lose to Lin Zichen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingxian didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately put force into his legs, following Zhang Tao's footsteps, charging towards Lin Zichen with great speed. Faced with the two charging at him, Lin Zichen rarely lifted the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. I've only been showing off my physical strength all along, it's time for something different. The moment he finished speaking, he willed the effects of advanced spirit to their maximum. Then, the very next second, he activated Forest Lord with another thought, awakening all the plants within a kilometer radius. Boom. Under the effect of Forest Lord, countless skyscraping giant trees uprooted themselves and swiftly moved towards the clearing where everyone was gathered. In just the blink of an eye, they formed an enormous tree cage around the clearing, trapping everyone present within it. At the same time, numerous thick crimson vines burst from the earth, in an instant reaching the sky and weaving into a large net that sealed off the bottom of the tree cage, leaving everyone inside floundering. Enemy attack. Heretics from the divine plant cult have infiltrated the city and launched an assault. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone within the tree cage was shouting. Zhang Tao quickly got back on his feet. Then, the two of you, come at me together. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. It adds a bit of pressure. So, Forest Lord. Vines surged into the sky. Everyone was terrified, thinking it was an attack from the divine plant cult. When they discovered it was Lin Zichen's power, the whole place was shocked. He took down 2 rare-level fighters in an instant. The entire place was shocked. Fuzhou took Lin Zichen out on a mission. There was also a woman. Someone said, "This is my partner, also an alien human-level genius." Many in the squad had internalized it. Before leaving on the mission, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were equipped with a concave sound transmission. This was Lin Zichen's first mission outside the city. P.S. Begging bowl, asking for monthly passes. And recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 423 Shocking the entire city's leadership. What's going on? What the hell happened over at the woods? Divine plant cult attack. Inside the city, many people had noticed the huge tree cage that Lin Zichen had created in the blink of an eye. Faced with this scene, everyone's expressions were filled with amazement, and for a moment, they felt disbelief and a trace of fear of death. The defenses of City Number 1 were so strict that not even a fly could enter. Yet the divine plant cult was able to launch such a large-scale assault within the city, which meant that there must be high-ranking officials collaborating with them from the inside. The situation was very serious. Today, a great battle was destined to break out. A battle with countless casualties. Quick, emergency sector leaders, organize your men to check the situation. As this command was given, a large number of powerful figures in the city soared into the sky, rushing towards the tree cage with the ability to fly. All of them had stern expressions, ready for a desperate fight. SAR the NELFire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Elsewhere. Qin Chuan and other city leaders had already arrived above the tree cage, each with an incredulous expression, unable to believe what they were seeing. Before the tree cage had taken shape, they had already reached the air above Lin Zichen and the others, watching with their own eyes as Lin Zichen utilized his spiritual power to control skyscraping giant trees and summon thick, crimson vines. This sight completely bewildered them. What's happening? Why can this newcomer control plants and summon vines? Is he a heretic from the divine plant cult? No, it's not about whether he's a heretic now, but he is a pureblood human. There's no exotic beast gene in his body. How can he manipulate plants and vines? Could it be that his spiritual power is so strong that he's controlling the plants through telekinesis? Impossible. Even if his spiritual power is strong, can it be stronger than ours? Even we can't do that, so why can he? So what the hell is going on? The leaders were all talking over each other, with almost none of them clear about the current situation. Only Qin Chuan, the city lord, fell into deep thought. Lin Zichen was not a genetic integrator, yet he could control plants and summon vines like a divine plant cult heretic. There were 2 possibilities to explain this situation. The first possibility was that Lin Zichen was an immortal master from the era of the gods who had survived to this day or was a descendant of one. The second possibility was that Lin Zichen was not from Earth. Either possibility was shocking and unbelievable. Inside the tree cage. Under the leadership of Lan Tianbai, the team of alien human-level geniuses quickly took up well-trained positions, ready for a desperate fight. Shen Qinghan, seeing this, wanted to speak up and remind everyone that this wasn't an attack by the divine plant cult, but Lin Zichen's doing. But before she could say anything, she saw Lin Zichen shake his head, indicating not to reveal it. Lin Zichen wanted to try if he alone could annihilate the entire team of alien human-level geniuses. It was somewhat crazy. But he really wanted to try. He wanted to see just how powerful he could be when he exerted his full strength. Hum. 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 There was a shrill sound of tearing through the air. Numerous crimson vines fell from the vine net at the top of the tree cage, shooting explosively towards Lan Tianbai and the others below like venomous snakes. Facing these ferocious vines, Lan Tianbai's chi blood erupted instantly, wielding the long sword in his hands with all his might and releasing a sword chi that carried the momentum of 1,000 troops. As soon as the sword chi was unleashed, the air around it surged like the waves of the ocean, creating a terrifying shockwave. Soon, the sound of tough materials breaking was heard. The overwhelming crimson vines were sliced into large amounts of sawdust by the sword chi, which then floated down gently like snowflakes in winter. Bang. 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 A series of dull sounds followed. Right beneath Lan Tianbai's feet, suddenly, a plethora of crimson vines burst from the ground. The moment these vines appeared, they swiftly coiled around Lan Tianbai's body, wrapping him into an airtight chrysalis and pulling him into midair, leaving him dangling and teetering. At the same time, all the other alien human-level geniuses in the team, except for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, were wrapped into chrysalises by the crimson vines and hung in midair alongside Lan Tianbai, swaying precariously. At a glance, it looked like countless corpses hanging in suicide, chilling to the core and sending shivers down the spine. All of them beaten without the power to fight back, Shen Qinghan stared blankly at the macabre scene above her, a sense of helplessness surging up in her heart. She had always thought she was keeping pace with Lin Zichen, but the current gap seemed insurmountably despairing. Lin Zichen was now just a high-level 7th order, yet in just a few seconds, he had wiped out an entire team of alien human-level geniuses. This display of strength was so formidable that it left no desire to chase after him. I don't want to be the peerless duo anymore, being the little woman by Lin Zi's side is pretty good. Shen Qinghan thought somewhat disheartenedly, giving up on catching up with Lin Zichen. Sla. A crisp ripping sound was heard. Lan Tianbai, entirely wrapped into a chrysalis by the Explore More at Empire. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 424 Shocking the entire city's leadership _2 Then, the next moment, he was completely stunned. He saw most of the city's leaders, all hovering in the air above the tree cage, discussing Lin Zichen, who had just joined the team. After he appeared, several leaders stopped talking and glanced at him. But it was just a glance, they quickly shifted their gaze away and continued discussing Lin Zichen. Lan Tianbai was somewhat confused. The leaders clearly saw the tree cage and knew that the divine plant cult was launching an attack in the city, so why were they turning a blind eye? What exactly was going on? With this confusion, Lan Tianbai listened to the leader's conversation for a moment, and the next second, his eyes widened, suspecting he was hallucinating. What the heck? The tree cage was created by Lin Zichen controlling the plants. Even those fierce crimson vines had been summoned by him. What in the world was going on? Lan Tianbai was completely baffled and couldn't understand the discussions he heard. Just then, a loud rumbling sound filled the air. Boom. Lan Tianbai looked down following the sound and saw the tree cage beneath was actually disintegrating. Countless skyscraping giant trees, each hundreds of meters tall, uprooted and swiftly returned to their original positions to take root again. Many thick crimson vines disappeared into the ground like snakes returning to their holes, vanishing in an instant. This massive process lasted for less than a mere 10 seconds. The huge tree cage and the fierce crimson vines all disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if everything he had just seen was an illusion. The very next second, Lan Tianbai saw the leaders hovering above, landing one after another on the ground below, eagerly approaching Lin Zichen. Could all that just have been Lin Zichen's doing? But how could that be? With unresolved questions in his heart, Lan Tianbai quickly followed the leaders and landed in front of Lin Zichen. On the ground. Seeing so many important figures suddenly appear in front of her, Shen Qinghan felt her legs go weak and nervously hid behind Lin Zichen. In contrast, Lin Zichen appeared calm, showing no signs of fear. How did you manage to control so many plants to form a 100-meter tree cage, and why were you able to summon those thick crimson vines just now? These techniques are exclusive to the heretics of the divine plant cult. Qin Chuan looked at Lin Zichen in front of him, his face full of confusion. Lin Zichen did not fully explain, simply stating, "My physique is somewhat special, I can acquire abilities of other living beings. As for how I acquire them, that involves my privacy, which I prefer not to disclose." "Indeed, it's inconvenient." Qin Chuan nodded in understanding. In the Origin Land, many powerful individuals have their own secret methods of evolution. As long as they do not disclose them, others will not probe or investigate deeply, as that would be seen as a blatant provocation, potentially leading to a conflict with fatal consequences. "Secretary Guan." Qin Chuan called out lightly. Soon, a short-haired woman with a valiant appearance stepped out from the crowd, respectfully saying, "City Lord, I am here." Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he instructed, "Take Lin Zichen to the storeroom to receive rewards. He may select 3 rare-level exotic fruits of his choice." "Understood, City Lord." After saying this, Secretary Guan quickly approached Lin Zichen to escort him to the storeroom. Before setting off, Secretary Guan asked, "Can you fly?" "Yes." Lin Zichen responded succinctly. Having felt that he possessed rare-level capabilities, he had once tried to use advanced spirit-enhanced spiritual power for flight control. The attempt was very successful, allowing him to fly freely. However, his flying skills were not yet proficient, so it required more spiritual power and he couldn't fly far. "Since you can fly, follow me." The moment she finished speaking, Secretary Guan soared into the sky using spiritual power. Seeing this, Lin Zichen also used his spiritual power to fly up, meanwhile telling Shen Qinghan below, "Go back to the dormitory and wait for me, I'll be back soon." He had only recently mastered the technique of controlled flight. By himself, flying was manageable, but carrying another person would be somewhat challenging. There was no need for that. Shortly after Lin Zichen left, the alien human-level geniuses who had been freed from the vines looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Even at this moment, they were unwilling to believe that Lin Zichen possessed such formidable strength and preferred to believe they were dreaming. Because of this, one alien human-level genius even started to slap his own face, hoping to wake up from this absurd dream. Sar the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Unfortunately, reality would eventually tell him that all his efforts were in vain. The truth remained the truth, and it was not a dream. The storeroom of City 1. Secretary Guan, silent and brisk, led Lin Zichen inside, stopping in front of a wall that securely stored a vast array of exotic fruits and flowers. Then, turning to Lin Zichen who was following behind, she said, "All the exotic fruits in this wall are of rare level quality, you may choose any 3. "All right, I understand." Lin Zichen responded, his gaze fixated on the exotic fruits within the wall. Blood dragon grass surrounded by a mist of blood. Black phoenix flower burning with black flames. 3 immortals Qilin fruit as red as essence blood. 9 revolution soul een fruit spreading frost. Lin Zichen curiously examined these exotic fruits, observing their peculiar appearances while also reviewing their effects. Chapter 425 Shocking the entire city's leadership _3 After watching for a few minutes, Lin Zichen looked towards Secretary Guan and asked, "Can I only choose exotic fruit, or can I also select exotic flowers or herbs?" "Of course, you can." Secretary Guan gave an affirmative reply. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen, without much hesitation, directly chose a black phoenix flower, a 3 immortals Qilin fruit, and a 9 revolutions een soul fruit. These 3 treasures of heaven and earth, the black phoenix flower could strengthen the self-healing ability, 3 immortals Qilin fruit could enhance Qi blood, and 9 revolutions een soul fruit could enhance spirit. He just chose them casually. He didn't say he specifically wanted any particular one. Soon, Secretary Guan took out these 3 heavenly materials and earthly treasures and put them into a specially crafted wooden box, telling Lin Zichen, "You should consume them as quickly as possible, otherwise improper storage might reduce their effects." Lin Zichen, I've got it, thank you for the reminder, Secretary Guan. Fuzhou took Lin Zichen out for a mission training. Fuzhou said, "Training my ass, I'll just be your tour guide, let's just go out of the city for a tour." Se the novel, FIR.NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. And there was a girl. That person said, "This is my significant other, also an alien human-level genius." Many teams dealt with it internally. Before going out for the mission, they equipped Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan with a conch of sound transmission. It was Lin Zichen's first time leaving the city for a mission. And Shen Qinghan too. They encountered an alien enveloped in black qi. An alien from the land of oblivion. Soul possession. Run. As a result, Lin Zichen made a move and killed it in one hit. The guy and his girlfriend were shocked. Then, they said, "Quick, get back to the city and tell them. Aliens from the land of oblivion are coming out." After descending to the origin land. The plot about Luo Qianxue. Because she was an alien, she was always ostracized. One time, the ostracism went too far, and Lin Zichen stood up for her. Suddenly, she got a splitting headache, remembered something, and voices echoed in her mind. Apologize to Bai Shui, pinky promise, hang yourself on a hook, no changes allowed for 100 years. Just like in second grade of elementary school. Anyway, from that day on, Luo Qianxue's memory fully recovered. She remembered why she had come to Earth and why she had quit school to appear in the origin land. Luo Qianxue, playing the role of a curious baby. Like, she's cold in front of others, but in front of familiar people like Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Yuan Dongji, she often asks questions. Like, why life forms can't live forever, why the Creator set a lifespan for all things. Lin Zichen, to make room for new generations, I guess. Starting the story of the protagonist group. In the origin land, there were many geniuses who did not seem weaker than Lin Zichen. Bring on supporting characters like Wang Jinyang, Qin Fengqing, and so on. The show-off after descending to the origin land. Killing aliens, one could obtain tokens, proof of killing aliens. Killing exotic beasts, one could obtain beast cores, proof of killing exotic beasts. There were also source stone mines and source crystals to be claimed. At the human settlement in the origin land, there were specialists responsible for recycling resources. The acquired weapons, equipment, tokens, beast cores, they could all be taken back in exchange for source points, which could be used to exchange for evolution resources. Back on Earth, the male lead's parents had a second child, a daughter. The little sister grew up. She was 1 or 2 years old. She didn't like to talk much and looked a bit silly. But she was actually extremely wise. Playing with pea and mud. Chased around by geese. She often made astonishing remarks, showing incredible wisdom. Later in the story, the dramatic scene of a single person defending a lonely city in the origin land was written. Like, this outpost in the origin land, everyone else had given up. Only the protagonist continued to stand strong. Because Shen Qinghan was still in the outpost, he wanted to stay and wait until Shen Qinghan could leave, then he would leave. Anyway, it was written to be very touching. To make the readers cry. P.S. Holding out my bowl, seeking monthly pass recommendations. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 426 247. Traders within the Sun Moon Sacred Land. The whereabouts of Qi Qingmo. After leaving the storeroom, Lin Zichen flew straight to the dormitory. He flew extremely fast. A buzzing sound erupted from the friction in the air. Many people below saw his figure flying with flight control and all doubted their understanding of life, as their cognition of evolution shattered apart. Lin Zichen was a pureblood human, not a mechanically modified human or a genetic integrator. That he could fly indicated that his spiritual strength was at least at the rare level. For a 19-year-old Earthling to have such high spiritual strength was simply outrageously unbelievable. About over 10 seconds later, Lin Zichen slowly landed on the 3rd floor of the dormitory and drifted in through a side window. As he entered, Shen Qinghan was seated on the bed, trying to open an ache appointment. The pain from attempting to open an ache appointment caused her to frown throughout, occasionally letting out muffled groans of discomfort. Seeing this, Lin Zichen did not disturb her and chose to sit down beside her instead. He opened the wooden box he was carrying and started curiously examining the 3 spiritual treasures inside. His gaze fell on the black phoenix flower, observing the black flames burning upon the petals, feeling the slight heat emitting from the flames, and he couldn't help but wonder, can this black phoenix flower, which looks as scorching as fire from afar, be directly eaten? I feel like it would burn my mouth. Thinking this, Lin Zichen's gaze shifted to the 9 revolutions in soul fruit next to it, observing the frost beneath it, and thought of a solution. Perhaps he could mix the black phoenix flower and the 9 revolutions in soul fruit together to eat, achieving a mix of both cold and hot sensations. The premise was that mixing them wouldn't hinder each other's effects, otherwise, it would be for naught. At that moment, phew! A loud sigh echoed. Shen Qinghan had completed her ache appointment opening and slowly opened her crystal-clear peach blossom eyes, deeply exhaling a breath of impurity. After taking a short break, she turned to Lin Zichen with a face full of joy and said, Zichen, I've successfully opened another brain aperture. It feels like my brain is filled with wisdom. What's in the box? As Shen Qinghan spoke, she noticed the wooden box in Lin Zichen's hands and saw the spiritual treasures inside, immediately showing a face full of curiosity. Lin Zichen patiently explained, "This is the black phoenix flower, it can strengthen healing abilities. This is the 3 immortals Qilin fruit, it can enhance Qi blood. This is the 9 revolutions in soul fruit, it can enhance spiritual power." Shen Qinghan, looking at the treasures inside the box, sweetly smiled and said, "The names of these treasures sound extraordinary, and their appearances are even more so. The benefits from consuming these must be significant. Big or not, we'll know once we try." As Lin Zichen spoke, he took out the 3 blood Qilin fruit wrapped in a mist of blood from the box and effortlessly split it in half, handing one half to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan didn't hesitate to accept her half of the 3 blood Qilin fruit, and after feeling it for a while said, "Zichen, this fruit feels warm. It's like placing my hand directly over the pavilion master's chest. I can clearly feel the surging and powerful Qi blood strength inside. Eat it quickly, the 3 blood Qilin fruit loses its energy fast once it's split open." Lin Zichen urged, then popped his half into his mouth and quickly swallowed it. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan quickly stuffed the fruit into her delicate mouth, eating it in small, ladle-like bites. Soon after finishing the fruits, both felt warmth in their bodies, clearly feeling their internal Qi blood strength greatly enhanced. "The effect of this 3 blood Qilin fruit is really good. I feel like my internal Qi blood strength has broken through." After sensing finally for a moment, Shen Qinghan said. Lin Zichen also felt it for a while and said indifferently, "My Qi blood strength has also broken through, reaching the high-level 8th order. Just need to slightly increase my spiritual power, and my biological level should evolve to high-level 8th order." Having said that, he took out the black phoenix flower and the 9 revolutions in soul fruit from the box, split them in half, and handed them to Shen Qinghan, saying, "Mix them together and eat. It will neutralize the temperature a bit and make it easier to eat." "Okay." Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. Soon, the two mixed and ate the black phoenix flower and the 9 revolutions in soul fruit together. The instant they ate them, a sensation of alternating cold and hot stimulation rushed to their crowns, causing both to shiver involuntarily and feel an inexplicable pleasure. "Your biological level, successfully upgraded from high-level 7th order to high-level 8th order, is this high-level 8th order now?" Lin Zichen glanced at the notification, muttering with a smirk, feeling the evolution was a bit too simple. By contrast, Shen Qinghan appeared somewhat disheartened and said, "Zichen, I couldn't evolve." Experienced tales at Empire. Lin Zichen softly soothed her, "It's okay, you're already at great perfection of high-level 6th order. It won't be long before you evolve to high-level 7th order, just a matter of a few days." "That's true. I was just being a little too eager for quick success." Shen Qinghan finished speaking and then stretched her delicate foot onto Lin Zichen's leg, mischievously lifting his clothes and said, "It's already dark, should we enhance our relationship a bit?" Lin Zichen laughed, "You've already put your foot up here, so definitely we should enhance our relationship a bit." With that, the two quickly entwined together on the bed, exploring the depths of each other's souls. Surthenafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the blink of an eye. The time reached 11:52 p.m. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan reached a peak in enhancing their relationship, pushing this act to a high point until both felt somewhat indifferent about it. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 427 247. Traders within the Sun Moon Sacred Land. The whereabouts of Qi Qingma, _2. Seeing it was about time, Lin Zichen got up, dressed, and said to Shen Qinghan, "When I went to the warehouse to collect my reward during the day, the city lord's secretary told me that around midnight, the city lord wanted to talk about some matters and asked me to go to his office." I'll head there now. If I'm not back too late, you should go to sleep first. Shen Qinghan nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Go ahead." Lin Zichen kissed her and then quickly left the dormitory, flying out through the window without staying any longer. It was only a moment before Lin Zichen arrived at the city lord's office. The office was brightly lit, but Qin Chuan was nowhere to be seen, nor could his presence be sensed. What was there were just stacks of documents neatly arranged on the desk. Why is no one here? Looking at the empty office, Lin Zichen suddenly became wary and began to suspect something after the fact. Coming here at midnight to meet the city lord wasn't notified by the city lord himself, but by the city lord's secretary. Logically speaking, since the city lord was actually present at the time, he could have told me personally about this matter. Why go through the trouble of having the secretary inform me? Something seems off with these doubts. Lin Zichen did not hesitate even for a second, immediately turning around to walk outside. Just then, snap. A crisp snapping sound echoed. The moment the sound was heard, the whole office suddenly darkened, almost to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Then, in the next moment, countless mysterious runes flashed in the air, emitting a deep blue glow. These blue lights became increasingly bright over time, casting a tall, impressive figure in one corner of the office. It was the city lord's secretary from earlier in the day. See thnovelsfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan secretary. Lin Zichen recognized the figure in the corner of the office. Instantly, tensed up all his nerves, and mobilized all his blood chi power, ready to react at any moment. Then, trying to appear calm and unaffected, he coldly asked, "Secretary Guan, is the city lord not here?" "Not here." Guan's secretary walked out from the corner, manipulating the runes in the air to weave them into an even brighter complex, saying, "The city lord never stays in the office at night." Hearing this, Lin Zichen's heart sank, but he still forced a calm tone. "But Secretary Guan, you told me earlier today that the city lord wanted me to come to the office at midnight to discuss matters." "Guan's secretary, the city lord didn't ask you to come, I wanted you to come." "Lin Zichen, is there something you wanted to discuss with me, Secretary Guan?" As he spoke, he used his danger perception to probe Secretary Guan's biological level. But he found nothing. This meant that Secretary Guan's biological level was far beyond his. This was bad. Lin Zichen's expression suddenly turned grave and he could no longer maintain his composure. "I have nothing I want to discuss with you." Secretary Guan proceeded to drive all the runes through the air down into the ground, laying a huge mysterious array, and continued, "I only want to take you away from here, to send you to the Sun Moon Sacred Land to be sacrificed to the great flower god." Sun Moon Sacred Land. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Zichen's brow furrowed tightly. He realized something. The person in front of him, the city lord's secretary, was a traitor. "Originally, I had no particular interest in you and just wanted to quietly be an insider, lurking in city number 1 waiting for the final battle to break out, to help the Sun Moon Sacred Land take over. But you had to act too conspicuously during the day. Despite being a pure-blood human who practices the body tempering technique, you can control plants and summon divine vines. If I can successfully bring you back to the sacred land for a sacrifice to the flower god, then my identity as an insider, even if compromised, would have been worth it." After hearing all this, Lin Zichen felt a bit like dying. Every time he decided to expose his strength to get more evolution resources, he would end up being targeted by traitors who then attempted to take him down. It felt like a self-inflicted disaster. However, now was not the time for regrets. It was time to think of a way to escape. Having regained his senses, Lin Zichen burst forth with all his chi blood, rushing toward the office's exit immediately. However, when he reached the door, he found he couldn't break through no matter how hard he tried. The office door was firmly blocked by an invisible wall. Realizing escape was not an option, Lin Zichen quickly changed his strategy, gathering the chi blood in his body to his throat and shouting outside the office, "The city lord's secretary is a traitor. She wants to take me to the Sun Moon Sacred Land. Someone, help!" Though calling for help was shameful for a genius, it was the only way out at the moment. Unfortunately, right after he shouted, Secretary Guan coldly said, "The entire office has been sealed. You can't get out, and your voice won't carry outside." As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed the last rune into the ground. Boom. A sound like a particle burst erupted. The next instant, the mysterious array on the ground violently burst into extremely bright light. Following that, a huge flower bud broke through the soil, opening a gaping maw and lunging at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't just wait to be devoured, he used all his might to dodge the gaping maw of the flower bud. At the same time, with a thought, he instantly used Advanced Spirit and Forest Lord to try and control the attacking flower maw. However, the control failed. The flower bud, with its radiant rank and high biological level, was too superior for 8th Order Lin Zichen to control. Just as Lin Zichen was about to be swallowed whole, swoosh. Suddenly, a sound like a flame being struck flared suddenly. Immediately afterward, Lin Zichen saw the flower bud in front of him burst into massive purple flames. Under the scorching of the purple flames, the highly ranked flower bud turned into a pile of ash scattered on the ground in an instant, utterly lifeless. Having witnessed this scene, Lin Zichen's eyes widened. What a powerful method! To instantly reduce that flower bud to nothingness. Who was it that intervened? With this question, Lin Zichen immediately enhanced his sensory perception to the maximum, searching for the presence of a third person. However, he found no one else. In the vast office, there were only him and Secretary Guan. Yet, he saw a hint of fear on Secretary Guan's face. Secretary Guan seemed to recognize the terrifying black flame. Guan Min, I never expected you to be an insider planted here by the Sun Moon Sacred Land, especially since I watched you grow up, a deep voice emanated from the office chair. At the sound, Lin Zichen quickly looked over and then saw City Lord Qin Chuan leisurely drinking tea in the office chair. When did you come in? Guan Min turned to Qin Chuan, her face full of shock and confusion. Qin Chuan, calm as a still well, replied, I've always been in the office, never left, it's just that you two didn't perceive my presence, that's all. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. Guan Min, pale with fear, said, Uncle Chuan, could you let me go for old time's sake? Qin Chuan, devoid of emotion, replied, I would like to, but my hatred for traitors exceeds my affection for you. Uncle Chuan, I'm carrying your child, please, spare my life for the sake of the child. Guan Min suddenly knelt down and pleaded. Qin Chuan looked at her belly, his voice unfluctuating, a child that is born is called a child, an unborn child is called a stillborn. As soon as these words fell, a swoosh noise resounded. Guan Min's body suddenly burst into large black flames, and before she could even make a sound, she turned to ash, dead beyond death. Lin Zichen, having witnessed the process, realized one truth. Great figures are always ruthless. Or rather, people who are not ruthless can hardly become great figures. Whether it's Qi Qingma or the present Qin Chuan, both fit the bill. P.S. Bowl in hand, begging for monthly and recommend tickets. Chapter 428 248. Land of Oblivion. Encounter with an alien. Earth gave birth to you and nurtured you, yet you chose to side with the alien races. This is all by your own doing. Qin Chuan looked down at the pile of ashes on the ground, his voice devoid of any emotion. The secretary, reduced to ashes, had grown up under his watch, and he was responsible for her condition, but he did not hesitate when it was time to act, deciding very decisively. Not harming the interests of Earthlings was his bottom line. Otherwise, he would even kill his own mother. Let alone someone who was merely a childhood love. The evolutionary talent you displayed during the day was so strong that it shocked me. Apart from those ancient beings who have lived countless epochs, I have never seen a more talented Earthling. Qin Chuan looked towards Lin Zichen, his gaze filled with admiration. Lin Zichen was indifferent to the praise in the conversation, listening without any emotional stirring inside him. What he cared about were the words, ancient beings. So, he asked, City Lord, these ancient beings who have lived through so many epochs are. Qin Chuan replied indifferently, they are the immortal gods from the era of the gods, the ancient humans. After finishing, he added, the pavilion master of your Tianren pavilion is one of them. Lin Zichen was well aware that Qi Qingma was an ancient human. Hearing Qin Chuan say this, he wasn't surprised. Moreover, from Qin Chuan's words, he confirmed a suspicion he had earlier. There were other ancient humans on Earth. It was these powerful beings that had kept Earth from being breached by Origin Land. By the way, City Lord, do you have any news of our pavilion master? Lin Zichen, reminded of the silent Qi Qingma, took this opportunity to ask Qin Chuan. As the city lord of City Number 1, Qin Chuan was likely well informed about Origin Land. If anyone knew of Qi Qingma's whereabouts, Qin Chuan was probably one of them. Your pavilion master, she ventured alone into the southern wilderness monster realm not long ago. Like a demoness, she absorbed a large number of exotic beasts, and finally forced her way into a relic, and has not come out since. Qin Chuan picked up a teacup and took a sip before continuing. A domineering powerhouse like your pavilion master is something I have never encountered before in my hundreds of years in Origin Land. The pavilion master was that fierce? Upon hearing what Qin Chuan said, Lin Zichen felt somewhat surprised, but more so, he was delighted. Having no news of Qi Qingma for so long, he had prepared himself for the worst, worried about an accident befalling her. Now it seemed, his worries were unnecessary. Qi Qingma was far stronger than he had imagined. So, what exactly was the pavilion master's strength? Mythical level? Or some other realm? Definitely stronger than legendary level, Lin Zichen thought silently to himself. Qin Chuan picked up a teacup, poured a cup of hot tea, and placed it on the table, then addressed Lin Zichen, who was still standing. Sit down, let's chat while drinking. Search *the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His voice was very calm, showing no signs of having just killed someone. And he had killed a lover who was carrying his child. It felt like the ruthlessness of an emperor. Lin Zichen pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Qin Chuan to drink tea. His expression was natural. His movements were relaxed. Not restrained at all. Qin Chuan took another sip of tea and asked, "How much do you know about your Tianren Pavilion's pavilion master?" Lin Zichen replied without hesitation, "Apart from knowing that she has lived a long time, I don't understand much else. The pavilion master is very mysterious." This statement wasn't entirely true. He knew quite a bit about Qi Qingma. After all, during the times he had transfused blood to Qi Qingma, they had chatted to pass time. However, any information he had about Qi Qingma, he intended to keep to himself, unsaid. Qi Qingma was one of his own, someone who often provided him with evolutionary resources, whereas City Lord Qin Chuan was just an irrelevant outsider. Revealing information about his own kin to an outsider was a foolish act. Even if that outsider was the guardian aligned with defending a city on Earth. Seeing Lin Zichen claim ignorance, Qin Chuan didn't press further, merely stating lightly, "Your strength is already very sufficient now. In the days ahead, you should go out and get more accustomed to the environment of Origin Land." Lin Zichen, the city lord, is right. He had already planned to do so, having previously arranged with Fuzhou to bring him and Shen Qinghan outside the city for experience. By the way, what's the story with you and Shen Qinghan's parents? Both of you have such high evolutionary talents, why are your parents both ordinary people? Qin Chuan suddenly asked. For this question, Lin Zichen had no answer. He was strong because he was inherently exceptional. As for why Shen Qinghan was strong, it remained an unsolved mystery, unknown to anyone. I'm not sure about that, I'm also puzzled. Even though both my parents are ordinary people, why Shen Qinghan and I have such high evolutionary talents? Lin Zichen answered. Qin Chuan nodded, not digging deeper into the question. Because he knew, Lin Zichen himself couldn't understand the reasons behind it, and probing further had no purpose. The conversation in the office lasted for over half an hour. The topics were varied. Basically, it was Lin Zichen constantly asking questions, with Qin Chuan patiently answering. Asking about the powers in Origin Land. Asking about the ancient humans on Earth. He asked a lot, but the answers he received were superficial. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were waiting early at the city gates, ready to leave the city with Fuzhou for training. Lin Zi, how come there are so many traitors? Even the city lord's secretary turned out to be one. This world feels very insecure, Shen Qinghan whispered, trying her best not to let the guards on the city walls hear. Chapter 429-248, Land of Oblivion. Encounter with an alien, _2 last night, as soon as Lin Zichen returned to the dorm, he told her that he had been attacked in the office, and the attacker was the city lord's secretary. When she heard this, she found it incredibly hard to believe. And even now, she still felt the same way. From time to time, she couldn't help but blurt out her criticisms, feeling that the situation was preposterous and it made her uneasy. Lin Zichen explained, the current situation on Earth is somewhat hopeless, and many people believe that Earth will eventually be invaded by Origin Land. Under such circumstances, traders naturally become more common. Lin Zi, if one day Earth really can't fend off the invasion from Origin Land, then we too should become traders, Shen Qinghan whispered, her voice so low that it was almost silent. Lin Zichen turned his head to look at her, his expression grave as he said, as Earthlings, we must not have this kind of thought, understand? I understand, I was just speaking off the cuff, don't take it seriously. Just afraid someone else might take it seriously. I know I was wrong, Shen Qinghan said in a weak voice. Seeing that she understood, Lin Zichen no longer lectured her. If one day Earth really were to fall to Origin Land, Lin Zichen felt that the idea of becoming a trader was quite normal, understandable even. After all, the instinct of all living beings is to survive. But such thoughts should only rot inside one's heart and must never be spoken aloud, nor shown openly. Otherwise, it would be suicide. At this moment, a voice came from ahead, Zichen, didn't we agree on 6 o'clock? Why are you two here so early? It was Fuzhou, accompanying a woman with a high ponytail. This lady was also a member of the alien human-level genius team. Lin Zichen had taken notice of her before, knowing that she was 25 years old, named Wuxia, with a high-level 6th-order biological level. Woke up a bit early, had nothing to do, so just came over here for a stroll, Lin Zichen said calmly. Fuzhou approached, holding Wuxia's hand and smilingly said, this is Wuxia, a member of our team as well. We're a couple. He introduced her, thinking that Lin Zichen, being new around, might not know Wuxia. E.g., you can just call me Zichen, and you can call her Qinghan. In a show of courtesy, Lin Zichen introduced both himself and Shen Qinghan to Wuxia. Actually, whether they introduced themselves didn't matter much. They were already very well known. Everyone in the city knew of them. Wuxia hadn't expected Lin Zichen to be so polite and replied with a smile, then I will call you Zichen and Qinghan from now on. After exchanging a few words, the group of 4 quickly set out to gain experience outside the city. Their destination encompassed all the areas around the city. Though it was called experiential training, it wasn't much different from a tour. Because of Lin Zichen's overwhelming strength, in the stable regions, he was an invincible presence. So invincible that no matter what exotic plants or beasts they encountered, it was over in the blink of an eye. Fuzhou and Wuxia ended up acting as tour guides. Their job was just to lead the way. Starting from the wasteland directly in front of the city gate, then to the forest on the right of the city, and finally, the lake on the city's left side. Fuzhou and Wuxia took almost half a month to take Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan around these 3 areas, helping the newcomers familiarize themselves with the surroundings of the city as much as possible. We've pretty much covered the stable areas. Zichen, do you plan to go back to the city to rest and enter the dangerous areas later, or do you want to go in now? By the lake shore, Fuzhou asked Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't rush to answer but instead, turned to Shen Qinghan beside him and asked, do you want to go back and rest, or do you want to go into the dangerous area? Shen Qinghan, quite indecisive, said, I'll follow your lead. Lin Zichen told Fuzhou, then let's have a look in the dangerous area, just at the edge. Fuzhou, all right, I'll take you guys in for a bit. On a normal day, he, with only a high-level 7th-order biological level, would never dare to enter the dangerous area. Search *the Nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He would only dare to venture there when teaming up with strong partners. And to his eyes, Lin Zichen was a mighty strong partner. Having Lin Zichen by his side, he believed that exploring the outskirts of the dangerous area shouldn't pose any danger. Soon, the group of 4, ever vigilant, made their way into the dangerous territory. No sooner had they entered than Lin Zichen noticed something distinctly different. The energy in the dangerous area was richer, radiating vitality everywhere. At a glance, everywhere were skyscraping giant trees and peculiar flowers and grasses, with many strangely shaped living beings in sight, as if they had entered a fantasy world filled with magic. Lin Zi, there are even dandelions here. Shen Qinghan quickened his pace towards a plant that looked strikingly like a dandelion, his face lighting up with surprise as he inspected it. Lin Zichen glanced over. What entered his sight was a plant that resembled a dandelion to a T. The only difference was that the dandelions on Earth are white, while this plant, resembling an ordinary one, was black and emitted strands of black chi, looking very odd. Xia, I remember the flying flower grass is supposed to be purple, so why is this one black? Fu Zhou looked at the black dandelion before him, his brow furrowed in confusion. Having spent so many years in the Origin Land, he was quite familiar with the flying flower grass, a plant indigenous to the Origin Land, which in his memory was a dull purple, not the black he saw now. Wuxia stepped forward to take a closer look, perplexity also evident in her eyes. Indeed, all the flying flower grass I've seen are purple. This is the first time I've come across one that is black. Could it be a mutated plant? Fu Zhou suddenly thought of this possibility, a hint of excitement clearly visible on his face as he spoke. After thinking for a moment, Wuxia said, "It doesn't quite resemble one. I've seen many mutated plants before, but I've never seen any black mutated plants. Plus, look, the black chi emanating from this flying flower grass feels dead and lifeless, devoid of any vitality. It doesn't look like a mutated plant at all." After hearing Wuxia's opinion, Fu Zhou also felt it unlikely to be a mutated plant. He then turned to Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen and said, "Chen, Qinghan, that's not a dandelion. It might be a flying flower grass infected with some virus. We'd better not get too close, it could be dangerous." Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan immediately stepped back several paces from the flying flower grass in front of him. Lin Zichen did not step back, he continued to examine the flying flower grass closely. His immunity to 100 poisons had not been triggered, indicating that the black chi on the flying flower grass was not poisonous. After observing for a moment, Lin Zichen ignored the flying flower grass on the ground and said to Fu Zhou and Wuxia, "Let's keep moving further in." "Okay." Fu Zhou nodded, continuing to lead the way for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, familiarizing them with the outer areas of the dangerous zone. Having just taken a few steps, Lin Zichen extended his hand behind him, drew the black chi-enshrouded flying flower grass into his storage space from a distance. He planned to thoroughly study this odd plant from the Origin Land once he was back in the city. What's going on? Why are there so many plants surrounded by black chi? As they continued, Fu Zhou, who was at the front, stopped and frowned. He had noticed ahead of them a patch of shrubbery, within which all the plants were covered with a deathly black chi, appearing very strange. "Let's go around," Wuxia suggested. Encountered with black chi-enshrouded alien humans. Alien humans from the land of oblivion. Soul possession. Run. But then Lin Zichen acted, defeating it with a single move. The man and his girlfriend were shocked. Then they said, "Hurry back to the city to tell. The alien humans from the land of oblivion have come out." Afterward in Origin Land. The story of Luo Qianxue. Because she was an alien human, she was consistently ostracized. Once, the ostracism went too far, and Lin Zichen defended her. Suddenly, her head splitting with pain, she remembered something, a voice echoing in her mind. "Apologize to Bai Shui, pinky promise, hang on a noose, no changing for 100 years. Just like in the 2nd grade of elementary school." In any case, from that day on, Luo Qianxue's memory was completely restored. She recalled why she had ended up on Earth, why she had dropped out of school to appear in Origin Land. Luo Qianxue is presented as a curious baby character. For instance, she is aloof in front of others, but in front of acquaintances like Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Yuan Dongji, she often asks questions. For instance, why living beings cannot be immortal, why the Creator set a lifespan for all things. Lin Zichen, for sake of renewal, I guess. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly passes and recommendation votes. Chapter 432-49, Return to Earth. Meet the young sister. It's an alien from the land of oblivion. Fu Zhou looked at the men who emerged from the shrubbery, his expression unusually solemn. Wuxia beside him was even more solemn. Wuxia was very sensitive to death. In the strands of black aura wafting from the men, she sensed an extremely dense breath of death. Given the intensely frightening breath of death she felt, the men before her must at least have started at a rare level biological level. What place is the land of oblivion? Lin Zichen stared intently at the men, asking Fu Zhou who was beside him. Fuzhou was sweating profusely, but he still tried to explain calmly. The origin land is divided into 5 regions, namely the Central Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Southern Domain, and Northern Region. The region where our Earth cities are located is the Southern Domain. Sir, the novel, F.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The origin land forces invading our Earth mainly come from the forces within the Southern Domain, such as the Sun-Moon Sacred Land. Discover hidden content at Empire, and the Land of Oblivion is a territory on the very edge of the Western region. It's a place of deadly silence, inhabited by a large number of aliens with an odd cultivation system. The black aura this man is giving off is very telling, and he's most likely an alien from the Land of Oblivion. Fuzhou analyzed with sound reasoning, and more or less confirmed the man's identity. Mo Shudwa, that is, the man enshrouded in black aura, laughed after listening to Fuzhou's analysis. Not a bad analysis, I indeed come from the Land of Oblivion. What is an alien from the Land of Oblivion doing in the Southern Domain? Fuzhou forced himself to stay calm and posed this question to Mo Shudwa. Each of the 5 domains of the origin land was independent and did not interfere with each other. Normally speaking, an alien from the Land of Oblivion wouldn't come to the Southern Domain but would stay in the Western region instead. This was somewhat unusual. Mo Shudwa replied with a chillingly cold laughter, I've come all this great distance to the Southern Domain because I have some business to deal with. But, before I take care of that, I think I need to kill you first. The instant his words fell, the black aura swirling around Mo Shudwa suddenly became extremely dense, engulfing his entire figure and rendering him invisible, forming a cloud-like, murky black fog. As the density of the fog continued to increase, soon it spread towards Lin Zichen and the others. Any living being it passed was instantly drained of its vitality, turning to ash and dissipating with the wind. Run! Realizing the terror of the black fog, Fuzhou shouted the instant warning and started to run without waiting for his voice to echo. Wuxia and Shenqinghan, hearing the shout, immediately started to flee along with him. Lin Zichen didn't run, choosing instead to stay behind and delay Mo Shudwa, who was hidden in the black fog, buying time for Shenqinghan and the others to escape. He faced the rapidly approaching black fog, his thoughts turning to use Advanced Spirit and Forest Lord to control the skyscraping giant trees within several miles around him. Roar! A tremendous sound of breaking thundered, and the entire ground beneath them quaked. Countless 100-meter skyscraping giant trees uprooted themselves, moving rapidly toward the black fog. In a very brief time, they formed an immense, impenetrable tree cage that blocked the black fog from advancing even an inch. Immediately after, buzz! 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 An ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air arose. Inside the tree cage, numerous robust crimson vines shot out from the dense foliage, piercing rapidly into the thick black fog. Then, PFT. 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 Sounds of flesh being pierced echoed. Standing outside the black fog, Lin Zichen could clearly feel his controlled crimson vine striking Mo Shudwa, the men from the Land of Oblivion, within the dense black fog. He was surprised to have hit the target so easily and was momentarily taken aback. But quickly, he realized his chance and, before the vines were fully corroded by the black fog, promptly launched lethal venom, a biometric attribute, inundating Mo Shudwa's body with a large dose of poison through the vines. Then, in only a few seconds, the previously intense black fog began to fade, revealing Mo Shudwa, who was hidden within it, to Lin Zichen's awareness. You, how can you control the demon vine of the Sun-Moon Sacred Land and poison me? Mo Shudwa, his face full of shock as he looked at the dense foliage around him, sounded extremely weak. He gasped for air, vitality draining from him rapidly. The venom Lin Zichen infused into him was overwhelmingly potent. Even with his biological level at the rare third-order great perfection, he felt numb all over, his chi blood in disarray, and he weakly knelt on the ground. Seeing how easily the opponent was poisoned, Lin Zichen was also full of surprise. This was an alien with a biological level as high as rare third-order great perfection, and his biological level was only at high-level 8th order. How could he poison the alien instantaneously? Despite the surprise, Lin Zichen didn't stand still to give Mo Shudwa time to recover. Seeing the effective poison, he decisively controlled more vines, shooting them fiercely into Mo Shudwa's body, endlessly pumping in the venom. In the blink of an eye, Mo Shidwa was filled with venom, poison oozing from his every orifice, his complexion turning purple, looking close to the end. Lin Zichen, seizing the opportunity provided by his illness, rapidly wrapped more crimson vines around Mo Shidwa, pulling him up into midair and binding him into a cocoon. Then, with a powerful squeeze, spurt. There was a noise like something soft being ruptured. The crimson vines wrapped around Mo Shidwa instantly tightened, compressing him into a pulp, which slowly oozed out through the gaps in the vines. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 431-49, Return to Earth. Meet the young sister, _2 Did they really just die like that? Search the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It seems that the alien from the origin land isn't as powerful as I had imagined. Thinking this, Lin Zichen's mind shifted, moving all of the skyscraping giant trees aside. Then, with another thought, he commanded, Devour. As the thought landed, a text prompt appeared in the void. There is no alien life origin within the body, unable to perform devouring, no alien life origin. What does that mean? Are aliens and Earthlings the same species? Seeing the content of the prompt, Lin Zichen's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Meanwhile, behind him, Fuzhou, Wuxia, and Shen Qinghan all stopped, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the bloodied cocoon hanging in midair, their eyes filled with astonishment. The three of them couldn't believe that Lin Zichen could resolve it so easily. After all, that was an alien. And not just any alien, but one of at least rare level. Instantly killed. This was just too unreal. Lin Zichen noticed the three had stopped and saw the shock on their faces, but he didn't pay it any attention. Instead, he used his thoughts to control the vines and pull over a palm-sized bag. This bag was a remnant from the ruins of Mo Shidwa. It was very tough, and the vines couldn't tear it apart. Soon, the bag was in his hand, and Lin Zichen inspected it carefully. It was not made of fabric but of a creature's hide. After examining it, it felt very familiar, much like the inner membrane of a dimension rat's mouth. So, this bag, it's a storage bag. Lin Zichen was slightly excited. If it truly was a storage bag, then there must be many valuable items inside. After all, this was a rare-level alien storage bag from the origin land. With this thought, Lin Zichen spread his spiritual power into the bag in his hand that he suspected to be a storage bag. He discovered that inside there were many fist-sized blue crystals, beast cores. Besides that, there were a number of strangely shaped exotic herbs and flowers, along with a few small items that he didn't recognize. This haul was indeed substantial. Murder and arson for a golden belt, as the saying goes, is indeed true. The money comes too fast, Lin Zichen thought to himself. Soon, the three people behind him came running back and continued to be stunned by the sight of the blood-stained cocoon in the air. The more they looked at it, the more shocked they felt. To this moment, all three found it hard to believe that Lin Zichen could easily kill a rare-level alien in an instant. It was powerful to the point of being unbelievable and almost inconceivable. Let's go, we'll continue to get familiar with the outskirts of the danger zone, Lin Zichen thought, putting the storage bag into his storage space, planning to take it out and study it slowly when he returned to the city. Fuzhou had originally wanted to return to the city immediately, fearing further dangers. But upon further thought, with Lin Zichen's strength being so formidable, unless they encountered some extremely powerful high-level rare creature, there likely wouldn't be any danger. Therefore, over the next period, Fuzhou continued to act as a guide for Lin Zichen, cautiously leading him around the outskirts of the danger zone to become familiar with the environment. Before they knew it, 2.5 days had passed. In these 2.5 days, Lin Zichen encountered many exotic plants and beasts, including some that occupied a territory as their domain and were of rare level. Facing these powerful creatures, he didn't even move a muscle. Instead, he simply used Forest Lord to control the multitude of vines that blanketed the sky to kill them all instantly. Then he collected the beast cores and other important evolution resources into his storage space. After 2.5 days like this, his gains were overflowing. Lin Zichen estimated that he had collected so many beast cores that he could earn several thousand contribution points at the exchange hall. Zichen, is there anywhere else you want to get to know? After leading Lin Zichen through the dangers of yet another new territory, Fuzhou stopped walking and turned back to ask wearily. His weariness wasn't caused by a long journey. It was from being astonished by Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent, and he was still in shock. "No, that'll be all for now. If there's a chance, we can come out again with you two for training," Lin Zichen replied. He truly felt he had seen enough and now only wanted to return to the city to take out the things from the Land of Oblivion alien's storage bag. And also to turn all the beast cores in his divine sense storage space into contribution points to see what he could buy. A few hours later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, who had been out training for several days, both safely returned to the city. Under Lin Zichen's lead, Shen Qinghan followed him into the exchange hall. They casually chose a counter with fewer people. Lin Zichen walked up to Q. When it was his turn, he handed over the storage bag that he had taken out in advance and was holding in his hand to one of the counter staff members. The staff member was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. But in actuality, no one knew her real age. Because everyone who could enter the Origin Land were high-level creatures, and high-level creatures aged slowly. It was impossible to tell their real age just from their appearance. Take this woman at the window, for example, who appeared to be only in her early 30s. However, in reality, she could be a grandma nearly 100 years old. Experience more content on Empire. Hello, I would like to exchange everything in this storage bag for contribution points, Lin Zichen said as he handed over the storage bag. The woman looked surprised when she saw it was a storage bag. "You've just entered the Origin Land recently, where did you get this storage bag from?" Lin Zichen was very famous in City Number 1, pretty much everyone had heard of him. Lin Zichen told the truth, recounting his experiences following Fu Zhou outside the city into the dangerous areas and then encountering an alien from the Land of Oblivion. The woman's eyes widened after listening to him. Aliens from the Land of Oblivion? Aren't they the aliens living on the far west side of the western region of the Origin Land? How did they appear in the southern domain? The woman had been living in the Origin Land for over 100 years and knew what this meant. After quickly exchanging Lin Zichen's items for contribution points, she immediately contacted the leaders to report the situation. Lin Zichen didn't care about that. Seeing that he now had up to 4,396 contribution points, he quickly went to another area of the hall to exchange for evolutionary resources. After looking around, rare-level evolutionary resources generally required thousands of contribution points for one portion. In the end, Lin Zichen exchanged for 4 rare-level exotic fruits. 2 to enhance Qi blood, and 2 to enhance spirit power. The main thing was to keep it balanced. After doing all this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went back to the dormitory and divided up the exchanged resources to consume. Afterwards, Lin Zichen's biological level evolved to high-level 9th order, and Shen Qinghan also evolved to high-level 8th order, bringing their gap back to the original seasonal difference. Amassing resources, evolving to high-level 9th order, after returning to Earth, the male protagonist's parents had a second child, a daughter. After descending to the Origin Land, the story of Luo Qianxue, being an alien, she had always faced discrimination. Once, when the discrimination went too far, Lin Zichen stood up for her. Suddenly, she had an intense headache and remembered something. A voice echoed in her mind, "Give an apology to Bai Shui, pinky promise, hang oneself, not allowed to change for 100 years." It was similar to when she was in the 2nd grade of elementary school. In any case, from that day on, Luo Qianxue's memories completely recovered, and she remembered why she appeared on Earth, why she dropped out and appeared in the Origin Land. Luo Qianxue, playing a curious baby character, for instance, being cold to others but often asking questions in front of familiar faces like Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Yuan Dongji. For example, why can't creatures live forever? Why the creator set a lifespan for everything? Lin Zichen, for the sake of renewal, I guess. Moving on to the protagonist group's story. There were many geniuses in the Origin Land who were not inferior to Lin Zichen. Add some characters like Wang Jinyang, Qin Fengqin, and others, showing off after descending to the Origin Land. Killing aliens allows you to seize tokens, proving you've killed an alien. Killing exotic beasts results in beast cores, proving you've killed an exotic beast. And then there are the source stone mines, source crystals. The human outposts in the Origin Land have a department responsible for resource recovery. Seized weapons, tokens, beast cores, can all be taken back and exchanged for source points, which can be used to exchange for evolutionary resources. The little sister has grown up. 1 or 2 years old. Doesn't like talking much, appears somewhat simple-minded. But in fact, she's extremely intelligent. Playing with mud while peeing. Being chased by a big goose. Often speaks surprising words, displaying astonishing wisdom. Later on, the story of defending a solitary outpost below the origin land is written. For instance, this outpost in the origin land, everyone had given up on it. Only the protagonist was still holding on. Because Shen Qinghan was still there, he had to stay to guard it, waiting for when Shen Qinghan could leave, and then he'd leave. Basically, it was written very movingly. Making readers cry. P.S. Bowing down, begging for monthly passes and recommendation votes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 432-250, Origin Land Forces. Sister of Physical Sanctification. City Lord's Office. Qin Chuan sat at the tea table, sipping freshly brewed hot tea, while listening to an elderly gentleman with graying hair reporting matters to him. The elderly gentleman reporting was the chief manager of the exchange hall, overseeing the entire warehouse's evolution resource exchange. On Earth, he would be comparable to a powerful finance minister with a very high status. You're saying, an alien from the land of oblivion appeared in the dangerous zones outside the city? Qin Chuan put down the teacup he had finished, his eyebrows raised slightly in surprise as he asked. The exchange hall's manager, an old man known as Oldly, nodded and said, yes, an alien from the land of oblivion appeared in the dangerous zone. Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Fu Zhou, and Wu Xia encountered it during their expedition outside the city. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. It is understood that the alien from the land of oblivion had a biological level as high as rare level but was instantly strangled by the thick crimson vines controlled by Lin Zichen, without a chance to fight back. This kid who grew up on Earth has an unimaginably strong power. As Oldly spoke, he turned the conversation to Lin Zichen, expressing his disbelief at the talent of the newcomer who had made such a big impact in the origin land after arriving not long ago. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, he had never seen an earthling as talented as Lin Zichen. After listening, Qin Chuan said, I'm aware of this. I'll dispatch a reconnaissance team outside the city later to check what exactly is happening. Oldly, City Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to the exchange hall to get busy. Go ahead. Qin Chuan gestured with his hand, signaling him to leave quickly. After Oldly left, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought, pondering what purpose the alien from the land of oblivion had for coming to the southern domain. Could it be that the Sun Moon's sacred land and the land of oblivion had joined forces? It seemed unlikely. There must be some other reason. While Qin Chuan was deep in thought, the office door was knocked on. It was Lin Zichen knocking from outside, along with Shen Qinghan. City Lord, I have something I need to discuss with you. Lin Zichen's voice came from outside the door. Qin Chuan, with a calm expression, replied, come in directly. Creak, a heavy door opening sound filled the room. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan entered, standing respectfully at the table. What is it? Qin Chuan guessed it was about the land of oblivion incident but still asked. However, Lin Zichen didn't mention the alien from the land of oblivion. Instead, he said, City Lord, we'd like to return to Earth for a bit. We've already spoken to Instructor Lan, and he said he can't decide on this matter, that we need your permission. As Lin Zichen said this, he was quite puzzled in his heart. Why did he need the City Lord's approval for a simple trip back to Earth? Was the City Lord so idle? Did he manage every trivial matter? As Lin Zichen pondered this, Qin Chuan asked, I remember that you two have only just arrived in the origin land not long ago. What are you doing going back to Earth? Lin Zichen, my mom is expecting a second child, and by now, she should have given birth. I want to go back and see my little sister. Hearing that the two wanted to return to Earth just for that reason, Qin Chuan said expressionlessly, returning to Earth after just over a month in the origin land is a bit too capricious. Wait until you've stayed for 3 months, and then you can go back. Each transport through the biological channel requires the consumption of a vast amount of origin force. Origin force comes from source crystals or beast cores, or other rare evolution resources, all of which are obtained at the cost of our fellow beings' lives, and cannot be wasted like this. You two must stay for at least 3 months before you can return to Earth. That's the basic rule. It was the first time Lin Zichen heard of such a rule, and he genuinely didn't expect it. However, he didn't dwell on it and respectfully said, "Understood," before quickly leaving with Shen Qinghan. If such a rule existed, they would comply with it and wait for 3 months before returning to Earth. Since they had been there for nearly 2 months already, it wouldn't be much longer. In the dormitory. On the bed. Shen Qinghan sat with her knees hugged to her chest, leaning against the headboard, her mood somewhat downcast as she said, "I really want to go back to Earth now to see Mom and Dad, but the city lord said we have to stay for at least 3 months before we can go back." "That's so long." "It is a while." Lin Zichen rubbed Shen Qinghan's body and comforted her, saying, "But we've already been in the origin land for almost 2 months. Another month and a bit more, and we can go back. It'll be quick." "True." Shen Qinghan nodded, then turned her head to look at Lin Zichen beside her, her voice oozing with desire. "Zichen, I'm so bored, let's do it, shall we?" "Yeah, let's." Lin Zichen agreed without a second thought. In the origin land without phones or computers, the lack of entertainment options was severe. In such an environment, intimacy between men and women was essentially the best form of entertainment. "I forgot to bring condoms when coming in, and the box in the storage space is almost out." Lin Zichen glanced at the box of ultra-thin condoms in the storage space and noticed there were only 2 left, not even enough for today. Shen Qinghan didn't mind at all. "It's fine, if we get pregnant, then we'll have the child. We're only 19, too young." "Not too young. Let's consider having children in a few years." "All right then. Okay, we'll do it twice today, less than usual, and next time we come to the origin land, we'll buy more condoms to put in the storage space. Actually, there's no need, I can control liquids at will, so it doesn't matter whether we use them or not." Shen Qinghan looked into Lin Zichen's eyes and said, "CTHNelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen was completely stunned. Chapter 433-250, Origin Land Forces. Sister of Physical Sanctification, _2 He actually never thought about this. Yeah. The dirty girl is really good at playing with water and can manipulate liquids at will, so it doesn't really matter whether she wears a condom or not, right? I was busy for nothing before. Thinking about this, Lin Zichen asked, "How come you didn't mention such an important thing earlier?" "I only just thought of it." "Alright, we're both dumbass." SEA the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Never mind being dumb, let's do it quickly, I can hardly wait. Shen Qinghan urged impatiently. Now that she had developed a taste for it, going a day without doing it with Lin Zichen at least 10 times felt unbearable. For her, this was the essence of evolution. Several days later. In the dormitory. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat on the bed together, reading a manual titled, Origin Land Forces. Ever since hearing Fu Zhou talk about the origin land being divided into 5 regions, he had been very concerned about it and had specially looked up relevant information. "Lin Zi, you're flipping through the pages so fast, it's making my head spin," said Shen Qinghan, unable to help but complain as she saw Lin Zichen flipping the pages fast enough to leave afterimages, basically scanning the page before turning to the next one. She considered herself smart and had an extraordinary memory, but next to Lin Zichen, she felt as powerless as a mentally challenged girl with a 0 IQ. "Let me read it first, then you can take your time after I'm done," said Lin Zichen, flipping through the book rapidly while speaking casually. Having the Tianren wisdom root, he could read 10 lines in a single glance without forgetting anything he had read, which unfortunately, didn't accommodate Shen Qinghan's reading speed. He had to be a bit selfish, reading through first and then letting Shen Qinghan take her time with it later. About 2 minutes later. Lin Zichen finished reading the entire Origin Land Forces manual and had a deeper understanding of Origin Land. Origin Land was divided into 5 regions: Central Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Southern Domain, and Northern Region. Explore stories at Empire. The Central Region was a vast ruin, harboring a large number of relics and the most ancient civilization of Origin Land, a forbidden area that opened regularly. Most of the mythical level creatures in Origin Land were born in the Central Region. The Eastern Region was an endless plain with many seas and lakes, home to countless mysterious and powerful aquatic creatures. The Western Region was an extremely desolate territory with an oppressive atmosphere of death, inhabited by various unique underworld creatures. The southern domain was a world of mountains and forests with extremely abundant evolution resources, home to the most powerful terrestrial creatures. Major forces like Sun Moon's Sacred Land and Green Hill's Ancient Mountain were located in the southern domain. The Earthlings had established their bases at the source points in Origin Land because all the biological passages connecting the two worlds were in the southern domain. The northern region was a land of extreme cold with very few creatures and scarce evolution resources, not very popular. Besides the 5 major regions, Origin Land had a special domain, the Abyss. Every corner of Origin Land might contain an abyss. The Abyss was a life-forbidden zone. Even legendary level creatures who ventured there often faced life and death, and to this day it remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew how the abysses came about or their cause. Beyond knowing that the Abyss was dangerous, almost nothing was understood about it. So, are Earth's enemies Sun Moon's Sacred Land? And there's the eastern region with its many seas and lakes. Perhaps traveling there could unveil the secrets on the dirty girl. I'll have to take a trip to the eastern region when the opportunity arises, Lin Zichen thought quietly to himself. In the blink of an eye. More than half a month had passed. There were less than 10 days left until the day they could return to Earth. Shen Qinghan looked forward to it every day, so much that every day felt like a year, and time seemed to pass incredibly slowly. This morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan woke up early and sat quietly on the bed, attempting to break through their acupoints. While other members of the alien human-level genius team had mostly left the city to experience and strive for evolution resources. The two of them could indeed become stronger by breaking through their acupoints, but it required a certain amount of evolution resources as well. The reason they didn't join others outside the city for experience was because they were about to return to Earth to visit their parents, and they didn't want to miss the chance by being delayed on an outing. Quickly, several more days went by. There was only 1 day left before completing their 3-month stay in the city. Because of this, Shen Qinghan was so excited that she didn't sleep at all the entire night, pulling Lin Zichen into making love with her all night long. She had never gone so long without contacting her parents in her life. 3 whole months without contact made her yearning for her parents soar to the sky. Staying in the dorm is so boring. Let's be lazy today and skip the appointment breakthrough. Let's go outside for a walk and breathe some fresh air, Shen Qinghan said in a somewhat coquettish voice. Lin Zichen himself didn't feel like working on acupoints either, missing his parents at home and curious about his sister, so he left the dormitory with Shen Qinghan to take a walk outside. Wandering aimlessly around the city, chatting on and off, they found themselves near the city gates before they knew it. Let's go up to the high wall and have a look, Lin Zichen suggested. With the eye of the sky, he wanted to stand on the tall wall of the city gate to get a broader view of the landscape outside the city. Shen Qinghan smiled and responded, "Sure, I'd like to go up there for some fresh air too." The two of them agreed and quickly climbed up to the top of the city wall. Just as they reached the top, 2 figures in the stable area outside the city gate were running for their lives, heading towards the city. With the enhancement of the eye of the sky, Lin Zichen noticed these 2 figures immediately. They were very familiar. Chapter 434-250, Origin Land Forces. Sister of Physical Sanctification, _3 It was exactly Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao from the team, the so-called Kings of Scale. At this moment, one was desperately running, while the other was being carried on a run. The one being carried was Zhao Qingxian. Lin Zichen took a closer look and noticed that Zhao Qingxian had multiple wounds on his body. The wounds were tinged with strands of black aura. The black aura looked very familiar. It was identical to what he had seen on the aliens from the Land of Oblivion before. Soon, the guards on the high wall saw Zhang Tao and Zhao Qingxian through special observation tools, and immediately opened the city gate to let the 2 men in. Upon entering the city gate, Zhang Tao was so exhausted that he collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. The Zhao Qingxian he had been carrying on his back was now unconscious with a pale face, and his condition seemed very critical. What happened? The captain of the guards on duty came forward to check on the situation of the 2 men without delay. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan also jumped down from the high wall to see what had happened to these 2. Outside the city, the dangerous areas, there are many aliens from the Land of Oblivion. Zhang Tao kept panting heavily, his breath very irregular as he answered. Hearing this, the expression of the guard captain turned solemn instantly, and he immediately arranged for the two men to be sent to the medical center for treatment while reporting the incident to the higher-ups. Lin Zichen's expression also turned grave. The appearance of many aliens from the land of oblivion in the dangerous areas was not a good sign. It was possible that Earth would have to contend with another enemy in the future. Sometime later, in the afternoon, news came from the city lord. For the near future, it was advised that individuals with a biological level lower than rare should not leave the city, to avoid unnecessary losses. In the evening, back in the dorm, having nothing better to do, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were on their beds, doing some work while chatting. I wonder how that young man named Zhao Qingxian is doing now. When he entered the city, his wounds were continuously oozing black liquid, which looked quite severe. Shen Qinghan said with a tremble in her voice. Lin Zichen responded actively, I think he should be fine. A rare level being's physical self-healing ability is extremely strong. As long as he gets timely treatment at the medical center, he should recover quickly. Zichen, why do you think those aliens from the land of oblivion suddenly appeared in groups in the dangerous area outside the city? What are they trying to do? Shen Qinghan said, somewhat perplexed. Lin Zichen replied indifferently, not sure, maybe they are scouting the area, planning to attack city number 1. What? Shen Qinghan's face changed abruptly. Find your next read at Empire. Lin Zichen's conjecture frightened her and made her feel very uneasy. If those aliens from the land of oblivion really were scouting the area, then city number 1 was destined to face a great battle, and with it, countless casualties. Seeing Shen Qinghan's pretty face covered with anxiety, Lin Zichen offered a comforting smile, I'm just speculating, don't panic. The next day. cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Just as dawn was breaking. After spending 3 months in the origin land, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, lightly packed, left the dormitory and returned to Earth through the spacious biological passage. The exit of City Number 1's biological passage was located at the military district headquarters in Capital City. After coming out, they took a military helicopter for nearly half an hour before arriving at their long-awaited Shanghai University. Once off the helicopter, they headed straight for the family area of the outer school district, eager to see their parents who they had not contacted for over 3 months. The two had not informed their parents of their return in advance, hoping to surprise them after not having seen them for many days. Aren't you going to visit your own home first to see Uncle Yi and Aunt Meng? In front of his house, Lin Zichen took out his keys to unlock the door, and upon seeing Shen Qinghan following him inside, he turned to ask her this. Shen Qinghan replied eagerly, there's no rush. I have plenty of time to see my parents. Right now I just want to see little sister Ziying. I want to see her too. Lin Zichen smiled and then inserted the key into the lock, opened the door, and walked in with Shen Qinghan. Now, he had suppressed his sensorial perception to that of an ordinary human and didn't know what the situation inside the house was like. The reason he did this was to give himself a surprise. He wanted to open a blind box, to see what his sister, whom he had never met, really looked like. Zichen, I can hear the sound of a keyboard from the study. Your uncle and Aunt Xin really love writing novels, huh? It's only just past 8 in the morning and they've already started typing. Shen Qinghan said with a laugh. Lin Zichen also laughed, that's just how my parents are. I've told them to stop writing and enjoy a life of financial freedom, but they just can't sit still. Shen Qinghan asked, do you think little sister is in her room sleeping or in the study drinking milk? She too had reduced her sensory perception to that of a normal person and could not sense the specific situation inside the house through the walls. Lin Zichen guessed, she should be in her room sleeping, right? Infants usually sleep a lot. No sooner had he spoken than a female infant wearing a diaper and holding a pacifier in her mouth, whizzed past the two of them. She crawled so fast that, like a roach, she scurried away in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen's eyes widened in shock, and he was taken aback. How could this infant, who looked only about a month old, crawl so fast? Had she achieved physical sanctification? P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 435 251, My sister possesses a mythical beauty. Lin Z, the baby girl who just zoomed by, is that Ziying little sister? How does she crawl so fast? She looks to be just a month old, doesn't she? Shen Qinghan was shocked, her delicate pretty face filled with disbelief. The most talented person she had ever seen was Lin Zichen, right beside her. But when Lin Zichen was a baby, he also took several months to crawl quickly. How could it be that this 1-month-old baby moved around the house like a cockroach? What exactly was going on? Meanwhile, Lin Zichen watched his little sister crawl around the room quickly, feeling a mix of emotions. He had always hoped his sister was a local, not wanting her to be a transmigrator like himself. But from the scene before him, it seemed most likely that his sister was a transmigrator too. One with cheat codes included in her transmigration. Otherwise, how could she crawl as fast as a cockroach at just 1 month old? This wasn't like a baby at all. While Lin Zichen was thinking about all this, the baby girl, wearing a diaper, moved her plump little hands and feet like they had motors attached, crawling swiftly from the front balcony toward the living room. When she was about to reach him, she saw Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan standing in the living room, and she momentarily paused in shock, sitting still as she stared at them with her big watery caracal eyes. The next second, she suddenly knitted her brows and opened her little mouth to start wailing loudly. Wah wah wah! The instant the crying began, an anxious flurry of movements could be heard from the study. Soon after, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wanqin hurriedly emerged through the door. "Baby, what's wrong? When did you two get back?" Zhang Wanqin, upon seeing Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan standing in the living room, paused for a moment before her face filled with a joyous smile, momentarily forgetting her crying daughter on the floor. She might have forgotten about her daughter, but her daughter certainly hadn't forgotten about her. Wah wah wah! Seeing Zhang Wanqin come out, the baby girl continued crying while she quickly crawled over, clung to Zhang Wanqin's leg, and cried even louder, making everyone's ears ring with the sound. She cried with such vigor. Was this really a baby who had just turned a month old? Lin Zichen was deeply astonished. "It's okay, baby girl, don't cry. This is your brother Chen, this is your sister Qinghan, they are family just like mom and dad, dear to you." Zhang Wanqin picked up the baby girl and held her, gently patting her back and soothingly comforting her. Under Zhang Wanqin's skilled comforting, the baby girl quickly stopped crying, only lying against her shoulder with teary eyes. Chen Qinghan walked over, curiously examining the infant in Zhang Wanqin's arms, and asked, "Aunt Xin, Ziying's sister just crawled so fast in the living room, she clearly looks to be just a month old, what's going on with that?" "I'm not sure either. Just half a month ago President Liu and Principal Yuan brought someone to give the baby a physical examination and said that she was born with physical sanctification, extraordinary among others, a pure-blooded talent like never before," Zhang Wanqin replied. Hearing this answer from his own mother, Lin Zichen was a bit puzzled. Sar the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Was his sister really that outrageous? Not even pretending in front of others and just revealing all her talents outright. Could it be, his sister was not a transmigrator, but a local? Merely born with extremely strong physical talents? Not on the same level as him. The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Because he noticed that his sister's expressions and gestures were very consistent with a month-old baby and didn't have the slightest feeling of an adult soul, completely unlike when he was a baby. "Come on, son, hold your little sister. She's especially adorable with her chubby flesh." Zhang Wanqin approached Lin Zichen and handed over the baby girl, letting the brother hold his sister. Lin Zichen looked at the month-old diapered baby girl before him, and felt a strange sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to the moment he first saw Chen Qinghan 19 years ago. Soon, he reached out to take the baby girl, held her, and with a warm smile said, "Ying, I'm your big brother. Remember what I look like so you won't cry out loud when you see me next time." As he spoke, he dispersed his spiritual power to sense the baby girl's physical body. After sensing for a while, he was shocked to discover that the chi blood strength inside the baby girl was comparable to that of a normally developed 3-year-old child. Only a month old, and her chi blood strength was already equal to that of a 3-year-old. This physical talent was too exaggerated. It was simply unbelievable. He could totally proclaim that phrase, "My sister has the physique of a legend." Suddenly, the baby girl furrowed her tiny brows, her face showing discomfort, as if something was wrong with her body. Find your next read on Empire. Lin Zichen was still wondering what was wrong with his sister. The next second, there came a puffed, puffed, puffed spraying sound. The inside of the baby girl's diaper immediately let out an odor that was not very pleasant. The smell reached Lin Zichen, whose face suddenly changed. Shit. My sister has pooped her pants. She must be a local for sure. Which transmigrator could poop their pants in a situation where they can crawl as fast as cockroaches? Why does the baby have diarrhea again? Could it be that there's some issue with her digestive system? I must take her to get checked again this afternoon. Zhang Wanqin took the baby girl back from Lin Zichen's arms. While skillfully changing the baby's diaper, she frowned and said. Lin Zichen asked in confusion, Mom, does my sister often get diarrhea? Without waiting for Zhang Wanqin's response, Lin Yanzheng spoke from the side, she does get diarrhea often, but I think there shouldn't be any issue, it's just your mother worrying too much. Your sister doesn't drink milk now. She eats exotic beast meat and exotic fruit specially provided by Principal Yuan for every meal. With nutrition so rich, it's normal for her to not be able to absorb it all and get diarrhea. I'm not just making this up, it was Principal Yuan who said this a few days ago, saying it's a normal situation. Zhang Wanqin gave Lin Yanzheng an unsatisfied look and said irritably, there's always a what if. You're too carefree as a father, I really can't leave our daughter with you. It has to be me who personally takes care of her. Lin Zichen ignored his parents' squabbling and intently watched his little sister sucking her thumb, feeling more and more convinced she was a local. Cry at the drop of a hat. And stop just as suddenly. Poop in the pants. And even like sucking her own fingers. This baby's characteristics are totally maxed out. Origin land. Southern domain. Within a colossal flower palace. A man shrouded in dark mist, standing with his hands behind his back in front of a breathtakingly beautiful woman, spoke in a voice laden with death, Thorn Fairy, have you considered cooperating with our Land of Oblivion to launch a surprise attack on City Number 1 in half a month and take back the biological passageway there? I would be very willing, unfortunately, this is not something I can decide on my own. The scantily clad Thorn Fairy said with a coquettish smile in her voice. The man asked, then who can make the decision? Of course, it's our flower god, the Thorn Fairy said seductively. P.S. This is all I can update today, I went to get my wisdom teeth removed this afternoon. It took nearly 2 hours to remove a horizontally impacted wisdom tooth. The trauma was a bit severe, my face is swollen, and now I feel dizzy from the pain. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 436-252, Time to Have a Child. The Invasion of the Land of Oblivion. In the evening, in the living room. 2 families, 7 people in total, sat together for dinner in a warm and joyous atmosphere. How long can you 2 stay this time? While serving Shen Qinghan food, Zhang Wanqin asked in a gentle voice. Shen Qinghan's eyes curved slightly, and she said with an especially sweet smile, probably half a month. That's good. Zhang Wanqin smiled, her eyes filled with indulgence. Today is October 6th, and in a week it will be both of your 20th birthdays, we can just celebrate in time. While his mother and fiancé were chatting, Lin Zichen was surveying his little sister in his mother's arms. Lin Ziying, who had just turned a month old, was sitting obediently on Zhang Wanqin's thigh, gnawing on a big bird leg with relish. It was the leg meat of a ferocious great eagle, particularly tough, so tough that even adults would find it hard to gnaw. But Lin Ziying, who was only this big, could rely on her tiny milk teeth. The sight was truly astonishing. In the days that followed, Lin Zichen, apart from working on his acupoints, deepening his relationship with Shen Qinghan in bed, and spending time with his parents, spent the rest of his time observing his younger sister, Lin Ziying. From these days of observations, he was absolutely certain that this sister was a local, with no possibility of being a transmigrator. This sister cries at least 10 times a day, is always pooping and peeing in her pants, no different from a normal baby. The only difference was that this sister's physical strength was severely unmatched for her age, learning to walk at just over a month old, which was incredibly heaven-defying. After dinner, Shen Qinghan picked up Lin Ziying and kissed her chubby little face, laughing, Yingying's eyes are so big and watery, when she grows up her appearance will surely be very attractive, just like your brother Chen, a heartthrob for everyone. Lin Zichen said, Yingying is a girl, she would take after you, I'm a boy. As Shen Qinghan teased Lin Ziying, she dismissively said, it's different, I've never been a heartthrob, I used to be disliked by a lot of people when I was studying. You were the heartthrob. From childhood to adulthood, whether boys or girls, everyone liked you. With Yingying's innate physical gift, once she starts school, she's definitely going to dominate her peers, just like you used to, leaving them breathless. No one will dare to dislike her, they'll only like her. Lin Zichen couldn't argue with that, it was the truth. If a person is just good-looking but not outstanding in other aspects, she will certainly be envied and disliked by others. But if that person is not only good-looking but also outperforms everyone else in strength, then everyone will like her, and envy wouldn't even come into question. Because they are simply not from the same world, there's no point in feeling envious. Yingying's hands are so delicate, with long fingernails, just as pretty as yours, said Shen Qinghan as she took Lin Ziying's small hand and gently rubbed her palm, speaking to Lin Zichen on the side. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Ziying, perhaps feeling tickled or something, suddenly grabbed Shen Qinghan's index finger and held on tightly. Sister has such strength, being held by her little hand feels like being clamped by pliers, Shen Qinghan said, her pretty face showing surprise after feeling Lin Zichen's force. Lin Zichen was not surprised, he had long sensed the qi blood strength in his sister Lin Ziying's body, as high as that of a few years old child, her great strength was normal. Ah, sister peed on me. Shen Qinghan suddenly exclaimed, feeling somewhat at a loss and unsure how to deal with it. Lin Zichen laughed, when you were little, you were like this too, always wetting your pants. Oh, stop teasing me, go get a mop and clean up the floor, Shen Qinghan said with no good humor. Lin Zichen, at a loss for words, why do we need a mop, have you forgotten your water-based? Oh right, I actually forgot that, she said. With that, Shen Qinghan simply thought about it, and the liquid peed out by Lin Ziying levitated, flying towards the potted plants on the balcony for a bit of pure natural fertilizer. Discover stories with Empire on the sofa. The parents from both families, seeing this scene, couldn't help but show a smile on their faces. The picture of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan with their sister Lin Ziying looked like a family of three, radiating with the aura of happiness. After we get through the birthdays next week, Han Han will be 20 years old, reaching the legal age for marriage. Zhang Wanqin looked at Shen Qinghan ahead, her face full of ant-like smiles. Lin Yanzheng, munching on seeds, said, Han Han being of legal marriage age is useless, our son still has to wait 2 more years to be old enough to marry. Yes, you know best. Zhang Wanqin shot Lin Yanzheng a dissatisfied glance, feeling that her husband was really a buzzkill with his words. Across from her, Su Meng smiled and said, legal marriage age isn't a big deal, we 2 families can hold a banquet first, tie the knot for the 2 kids, and then get the marriage certificate when they're of age later. Upon hearing this, Shen Jianye hurriedly waved his hands, it's not urgent these 2 years, let's just wait until 22 to do it, after all, the 2 of them are already bound. I'm in a hurry if you're not. Su Meng glared at Shen Jianye, internally grumbling about how all the men in both families were the same, such a dampener. A few days later, on October 14th. This day was Shen Qinghan's birthday, while Lin Zichen's birthday was yesterday. As per tradition, they have always celebrated their birthdays together from childhood, and this year it happened to fall on Shen Qinghan's birthday. In the evening, both families celebrated in the living room. Yuan Dongji, Lu Chuanwu, Song Yuyan, and Li Chuxin all attended, invited separately by Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Search *the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 437-252, Time to Have a Child. The Invasion of the Land of Oblivion, _2 at the birthday party, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, as in previous years, were exchanging gifts with each other. The former gave the latter a silk dress that he had tailored himself, the craftsmanship of which was far superior to any top designer in the world, making Li Chuxin appear green with envy. Shen Qinghan gave him a painting depicting 20 pairs of men and women, each pair representing a year they had grown up together, a special extravagance. Amid the jeers of everyone present, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan embraced and kissed, leaving behind a photo worth remembering. After the birthday party, Lu Chuanwu came over with a glass of red wine and asked Lin Zichen, Zichen, you've been in the origin land for a whole 3 months, do you have any news of the pavilion master? As soon as these words were uttered, Yuan Dongji, Song Yuyan, and Li Chuxin all looked over, deeply concerned about this matter. Lin Zichen, teasing the sister he held in his arms, calmly replied, the news I've gathered is that the pavilion master has refined many exotic beasts below, then broke into a ruin. What ruin? Lu Chuanwu was an archaeologist, who had devoted nearly half his life to the study of ruins and was very interested in the one mentioned by Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen put down his sister to let her crawl around and said, I'm not too clear on the specifics, I heard this from the city lord of city number 1, and that's all he told me. Se the novel, FIR.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I see, Lu Chuanwu nodded his head, not inquiring further. At this moment, Yuan Dongji asked, how do the two of you get along with Qianxue in the origin land? Lin Zichen, we haven't had much interaction. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dongji showed understanding, that child is somewhat reclusive, hardly anyone can get along with her. Having said that, she asked another question, does Qianxue not remember you too? Shen Qinghan replied, yes, Sister Apprentice doesn't remember Lin Zi or me at all, only saying our names sound a bit familiar. I see, Yuan Dongji nodded her head just like Lu Chuanwu had earlier, showing a married couple's synchrony. Lin Zichen turned to Yuan Dongji and asked, by the way, Principal Yuan, how's the public safety on Earth now, has it improved from before? Qi Qingmo had nearly eradicated the divine plant cult before entering the origin land. Without the divine plant cult stirring trouble, Earth's situation should have stabilized a lot. So Lin Zichen thought. And Yuan Dongji's next answer was indeed just as he had envisioned. Yuan Dongji said lightly, since your pavilion master slaughtered almost all of the divine plant cult's higher-ups, there are far fewer traitors on Earth, and the situation has settled down a lot, you hardly see any traitors causing trouble anymore. That's good. Lin Zichen felt much more at ease. In the past 3 months, what he was most worried about was the safety of his parents at home. Having heard Yuan Dongji's words, he was immediately reassured. Zichen, what's the situation like in the origin land? Now it was Yuan Dongji's turn to ask, with her and Lin Zichen essentially exchanging information about Earth and the origin land. Lin Zichen shook his head, although no major war has broken out, the situation doesn't look good. Yuan Dongji, what do you mean? Lin Zichen explained, a few days before Qinghan and I returned to Earth, many aliens from the land of oblivion appeared in the dangerous areas outside city number 1, and some of the people who went out of the city for trials were attacked by these aliens. Aliens from the land of oblivion. Yuan Dongji's expression turned serious, puzzled, isn't the land of oblivion at the very edge of the western region? Why would they come to the southern domain all of a sudden? Western region. Southern domain. What exactly were these two talking about? Lu Chuanwu, Song Yuyan, and Li Chuxin were a bit confused, listening. The trio didn't know much about the origin land and couldn't understand the conversation between Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongji. Could it be that the aliens from the land of oblivion have teamed up with the exotic plants from the Sun-Moon Sacred Land? After thinking for a while, Yuan Dongji came up with such a conjecture. Lin Zichen indicated that he was not clear. His understanding of the origin land was even more limited than Yuan Dongji's, making it difficult to come up with any reasonable guesses. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had been on Earth for half a month, and it was time to return to the origin land to shine and contribute. Both families' parents, along with the innocent Lin Ziying, got up early to see the two off. Seeing her older brother and sister about to leave, 2-month-old Lin Ziying suddenly burst into tears with a loud wah. In the past half a month, she had enjoyed the company of her brother and sister, who were almost 20 years older, and she didn't want them to leave. Ying, don't cry, brother and sister will come back to see you very soon and bring you lots of delicious things, Shen Qinghan said softly, comforting her while holding Lin Ziying's little hand. Lin Ziying, who couldn't understand, just roared like an angry dragon, crying loudly. Zhang Wanqin gently rocked her daughter in her arms and said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, your sister is only 2 months old now, she can't understand your comfort. Why don't you two have a baby soon, so your sister can have a playmate? Hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. He thought that after Zhang Wanqin had her second child, she wouldn't press him and Shen Qinghan to have kids anymore. It seemed he had been a bit too optimistic. Now that his parents were financially independent and no longer needed to struggle for a living, they certainly wanted as many grandchildren around as possible. Yes, Qinghan, why don't you and Lin Zi have a baby soon? Your dad and I want to hold our grandchild, Su Meng said, looking at Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan didn't know how to respond and silently turned to look at Lin Zichen beside her. She too wanted to have a child soon, but it was up to Lin Zichen, and being of a weaker disposition, she couldn't decide on her own. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Lin Zichen felt a lot of pressure. Eventually, he dropped the words, "Mom and Dad, I'm off," and quickly took Shen Qinghan's hand and led her towards the administrative building in the inner school campus. Right now, he truly had no thoughts about having children, and the pressure from his parents was a bit much for him, so he could only make a run for it. "Lin Zi, when do you want to have children?" On the way to the administrative building, Shen Qinghan hesitated before asking this question. Lin Zichen asked her, "Do you really want to have children?" "Your adventure continues at Empire." "Yes, I really do," Shen Qinghan nodded in reply. Seeing that she had said she really wanted to, Lin Zichen thought for a moment, then said, "Let's wait until after you turn 22 to get our marriage certificate, we can have a baby after that." Shen Qinghan's face immediately lit up with a smile. Okay. She'd been dreaming of having a child for Lin Zichen, and now that she had received a definite answer from him, it was hard not to feel happy. She would probably wake up laughing in her sleep tonight. Very soon, they arrived at the rooftop of the administrative building. At 8 a.m. sharp, the roar of a helicopter sounded overhead on time. Seeing the helicopter arrive, Lin Zichen scooped up Shen Qinghan and leaped up to fly into the helicopter's cabin. Shortly after, they arrived at the military district headquarters in Capital City. Passing through the long biological corridor, they returned to the origin land after half a month. This time, unlike their initial visit, they didn't feel uncomfortable. After the previous 3 months of acclimatization, both were basically immune to the rejection of domain power, as free as fish in water. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked towards their dormitory, intending to take out the load of daily necessities they had brought from home so they wouldn't occupy space in their storage space. On the way to the dormitory, Lin Zichen noticed significant changes in the environment of the city. The guards had increased on the high walls of the city gate. Moreover, the atmosphere in the city was somewhat oppressive, with an inexplicable heaviness. Had something happened? With this question in mind, Lin Zichen specifically stopped a guard who was hurrying by and asked, "Brother, has something happened in the city?" The guard was in a hurry and didn't want to stop and waste time. But seeing that it was Lin Zichen who had inquired, the city's most noted super genius, he stopped and replied with a wry smile, "In the half-month you were back on Earth, the aliens from the Land of Oblivion and the Sun-Moon Sacred Land jointly attacked the city, and many people died. Now, the dangerous areas outside the city have been completely taken over by the Land of Oblivion and the Sun-Moon Sacred Land. The situation is very bad. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly passes and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 438-253. City Defense Battle. The Great War is imminent. In the dormitory. After learning about the situation in the city, Lin Zichen's brow remained tightly furrowed and would not relax. The Land of Oblivion and the Sun-Moon Sacred Land had joined forces to attack City 1, causing massive casualties. 2 alien human-level geniuses, Nanggong Liuyun and Qian Yifei, were killed. Lin Zichen remembered these two. They were his opponents when he first entered Origin Land to take the test. Unexpectedly, they died so suddenly, it was very abrupt. Additionally, several epic-level experts and dozens of rare-level fighters were sacrificed, resulting in extremely heavy losses. Origin Land was indeed fraught with dangers. No matter how talented or powerful, anyone could fall. Because Origin Land harbored too many powerful creatures. These creatures were far stronger than Earthlings on average and posed a significant threat to them. Stay updated through Empire now. The aliens from the Land of Oblivion and the exotic plants from the Sun-Moon Sacred Land had completely occupied the dangerous zones in the city, meaning the people there could no longer go out for training. This path to obtaining evolution resources was completely blocked. If we can't acquire evolution resources, then what's the point of my going to Origin Land? Maybe, should I apply for a transfer to a different city? But even the most powerful City 1 has been attacked. The situation in other cities is likely only more bleak. The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more upset he became. See the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Without sufficient evolution resources to support him, even high evolutionary talent would be useless. He simply couldn't grow. Shen Qinghan, who had just come out of the shower, saw Lin Zichen's distressed expression. Sensibly, she climbed onto the bed, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, saying, "Want to relax a bit? Just lie there, I'll help you relax." Guaranteed comfort. Not knowing how to comfort the troubled Lin Zichen with words, she could only try to relieve his stress in the most primal way. Lin Zichen said nothing, quietly laying flat to receive Shen Qinghan's attentions. They were an old married couple by now, and everything was second nature. Words of gratitude weren't necessary and would seem out of place. Half an hour later, Lin Zichen left the dormitory with Shen Qinghan, looking refreshed and headed towards the city gate. He wanted to climb the high walls and, with the aid of the eye of the sky, survey the dangerous zone. To see what exactly was happening there at the moment. Soon, the two climbed the city gate's high wall. Shen Qinghan, lacking the eye of the sky, could only clearly see up to a few thousand meters away and could not discern what exactly the situation was in the dangerous zone 50 li away. She just quietly stood by, letting the wind blow, accompanying Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen initiated his advanced spirit and maxed out his spiritual strength, then used Eye of the Sky again, extending his vision to the dangerous area 50 li away. Immediately, what came into view was a vast and alarming sight of thorn-covered giants. These thorny brambles, like thick venomous snakes, twisted around the skyscraping giant trees, emitting an icy aura. Just looking from afar, one could feel an overwhelming invisible pressure. His vision extended further. Through the dense foliage. In the center of the thorn forest, Lin Zichen saw many massive buds standing alone on the ground like mushrooms, growing densely packed. The surfaces of these huge buds were covered with pulsating veins, seemingly gestating some terrifying creatures inside. After observing for a few minutes, Lin Zichen saw one of the buds slowly bloom, revealing a seductively postured woman with only a few leaves clinging to her body. Then, he saw a man enveloped in dense black aura enter the bud and intertwine intimately with the seductive woman. Lin Zichen wanted to watch more. Suddenly, the man and woman in the bud, 50 li away, turned their heads simultaneously to look towards him. Before he could react, a sharp pain swiftly swept over his eyes, causing him to hiss in pain and close his eyes, tears leaking out. In that instant, he felt his eyes had been exposed to intense light, now his vision was pitch black, seeing nothing. "Zichen, what's wrong?" Seeing Lin Zichen suddenly bending down to rub his eyes, appearing very uncomfortable, Shen Qinghan hurriedly expressed her concern. At that moment, Lin Zichen's eyes were bleeding, the pain searing, but he kept his hands over his eyes to prevent Shen Qinghan from seeing, calmly saying, "It's nothing, just need to rest a bit." He wasn't lying, indeed, it was just a matter of resting for a bit. Under the effect of rapid self-healing, his injured eyes quickly returned to normal, showing no signs of having been hurt. Just what happened? How did just a glance hurt my eyes? And that was over a distance of 50 li. How did those two manage that? Lin Zichen felt a deep shock for the first time and a sense of fear. The strong in origin land were too numerous and powerful, making him acutely aware that he was but an ant. An insignificant ant that could be crushed underfoot at any moment. No, I must become stronger quickly, gain enough power to protect myself, and can't continue to evolve slowly like before. Lin Zichen thought silently to himself. In the dangerous area 50 li outside the city. In the deepest part. Within a giant bud, the thorn fairy, puzzled at the men with her, asked, "What just happened? How could that earthling with only rare-level spiritual strength peek at us from 50 li away? Moreover, when he was looking at us, I felt as if I was being stared at by a ferocious great eagle." Chapter 439-253 Citadel Defense Battle. War is about to erupt, _2, but I didn't find the will of the ferocious great eagle in his spiritual power. What exactly is going on? The thorn fairy grew more puzzled as he spoke, feeling that the matter had exceeded his understanding. The men shrouded in dark aura felt the same confusion. He thought for a moment and said, "It must have been with the help of some tool. Earthlings are best at creating various imaginative tools." Hearing his analysis, the thorn fairy did not dwell on the matter any further and instead laughed. "That person is only rare level, yet dares to peek at us legendary level beings. He must be blind by now. Never mind that person. Hurry up and let me enjoy the taste of a flower fairy," the dark-haired man urged. He had long heard that the flower fairies of the Sun Moon's sacred land were luscious, and he had always wanted to experience their charm. Today he finally had the opportunity and was determined to relish it. The Thorn Fairy pushed away the men pressing down on her, expressing some dissatisfaction. "What's the rush? You better not go back on the deal you promised me." "Rest assured, I never go back on my word," the man said as he pressed down again, his voice carrying a hint of the land of oblivion. "Don't worry, the thing I promised you will naturally be delivered to your hands after we've taken over city number 1. It better be." Having said that, the Thorn Fairy quickly removed the leaves on her body and intertwined with the men in the flower bud. During their embrace, the Thorn Fairy asked, "Approximately when can we launch a comprehensive attack on city number 1? "There's no rush," the men replied. "What we need to do now is surround city number 1, preventing the people inside from escaping, exhausting their resources. Once they run out of ammunition and provisions, then we'll send troops to attack." In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Over these past few days, exotic plants in the dangerous zones outside had been spreading and had now reached the outskirts of the safe zones, posing a threat to city number 1. Regarding this, the leadership in the city held meetings almost daily to discuss strategies. That morning, in the meeting room, City Lord Qin Chuan looked around at everyone and asked in an unfathomably calm voice, regarding the relentless advances of the Sun Moon Sacred Land and the Land of Oblivion, "Does anyone have any thoughts?" Deputy City Lord Shangguan Yuehua said, "Let's observe for now. We suffered heavy losses in the last major battle and need some time to recover. It's not suitable to engage in a large-scale battle." When Deputy City Lord Bai Wubian heard this, he immediately expressed his disagreement. "At a time like this, what do you mean observe? That's just sitting and waiting for death. If we do nothing and let the exotic plants spread over, the forest to the right side of the city and the lake on the left will sooner or later be occupied by the Sun Moon Sacred Land and the Land of Oblivion. Those two places are the main sources of our city's daily resources. Once they are occupied, our city will be completely doomed. We must take advantage of the fact that the exotic plants haven't completely taken over yet and, relying on our home field advantage, go out and confront the invaders from the Sun Moon Sacred Land and the Land of Oblivion, or we'll just be sitting ducks. Otherwise, once the outside is overrun with exotic plants, our chances of winning will only be lower." Bai Wubian reasoned persuasively, convincing many people in the room. Upon this, everyone began to voice their support for the decision, one after another saying, "Deputy City Lord Bai is right. We need to leverage our current home field advantage to confront the invaders from the Sun Moon Sacred Land and the Land of Oblivion, or we'll merely be sitting ducks." I also support Deputy City Lord Bai's perspective. "Deputy City Lord Shangguan, you are too conservative and seem to be unaware of the current situation." The first few who spoke in support were confidants of Bai Wubian. While supporting him, they didn't forget to belittle Shangguan Yuehua a bit to diminish his credibility among the other leaders. Qin Chuan wouldn't be the city lord for many more years and would soon be transferred to a higher position. At that time, the position of city number 1's lord would be a competition between Shangguan Yuehua and Bai Wubian. The former represents the conservatives. The latter represents the radicals. Under the attack of Bai Wubian's camp, Shangguan Yuehua's supporters gradually retaliated, still have the nerve to say Deputy City Lord Shangguan is conservative. If we'd been a bit more conservative last time and not blindly initiated a large-scale battle, would our losses be this severe? Indeed, being too aggressive without preparation only makes the situation graver. Deputy City Lord Bai, I think it's indeed not suitable to start a major battle now. After the rebuttal from Shangguan Yuehua's camp, Bai Wubian's camp immediately countered, "That's not right. If we had chosen to avoid the battle last time, the places now occupied wouldn't just be the dangerous zones 50 miles away, the stable areas outside the city gates might also have been taken over." Exactly, to put it nicely, it's being conservative; to phrase it harshly, it's being cowardly. See the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Since we are in the origin land, we should prepare ourselves for the possibility of dying in battle one day. How can we cower and beg for mere survival? Who are you calling a coward? Who are you saying is cowering? Lin Zichen, you better make things clear. What's the use of talking with these brutes? City Lord, how do you see this matter? After a fierce debate, both camps finally threw the problem back to Qin Chuan, who was the city lord. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, and finally, under everyone's gaze, he slowly began, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we will leave the city to meet the forces of Sun Moon's sacred land and Land of Oblivion stationed outside and hold the stabilized zone. Upon these words, the expressions of the two camps were distinctly different. Those in Bai Wubian's camp all showed joy, already envisioning the bright future when Bai Wubian would become the city lord. On the other hand, Shangguan Yuehua's camp presented a completely opposite scene. Everyone's face was cold, discontented with Qin Chuan's decision, but dared not voice any opposition. In the city lord's word was law. No one could refute the city lord's decision, unless they no longer wished to be involved. Qin Chuan glanced at the people from both camps and sighed deeply to himself. What time was it, and these people were still thinking about vying for the position of city lord. The combined attack from Sun Moon's sacred land and Land of Oblivion was the biggest crisis since the establishment of the city number 1. Explore more adventures at Empire. By the time the battle was on the verge of breaking out, it was hard to say how many could survive. The position of city lord. They might have to contend for it down below. That same afternoon, Qin Chuan's decision made in the meeting was announced throughout the city, that they would leave the city to fight in 3 days. Upon hearing this news, some in the city shouted in frustration, wanting to avenge their fallen brothers by sending the enemies from Sun Moon's sacred land and Land of Oblivion to their graves. Conversely, others showed fear, afraid to leave the city to face the battle. Not everyone was unafraid of death. Many harbored a great fear of death. Better to live a coward than die a hero. In a certain open area in the city, Lan Tianbai gathered the 28 alien human-level geniuses in the team for a meeting. Originally, there were 30 alien human-level geniuses, but 2 had died in the last major battle, Nanggong Liuyun and Qian Yifei. Lin Zichen observed the expressions of the people around him and noticed that everyone was calm, without a trace of sadness. Seemingly, they had become accustomed to the death of comrades. It seems the team had not been short of deaths in the past, Lin Zichen muttered to himself. He had a premonition that in the great battle in 3 days, more people from the team would die, far exceeding 2. But he didn't care, as long as Shen Qinghan was all right. Tomorrow, his task was to ensure that both he and Shen Qinghan were safe while killing as many enemies as possible to obtain evolution resources and enhance his own strength. In 3 days, we will leave the city to clash with the enemies from Sun Moon's sacred land and Land of Oblivion stationed outside, which I believe everyone is aware of. Lan Tianbai looked at the people before him, his voice particularly resounding as he said, "This battle is extremely dangerous and will inevitably result in many sacrifices, even we can't avoid it. Fortunately, as soon as the battle begins, the leaders in the city will quickly engage the stronger opponents, so most of the enemies you will face are high-level experts, with a few being rare-level fighters. Relatively speaking, it is still safer. Everyone must cherish this battle, seize this opportunity to kill more enemies, obtain more resources, and enhance your own strength. That's all I have to say. Everyone go back and rest well." With that, Lan Tianbai looked towards Lin Zichen and said, "Zichen, stay for a moment, I have something. P.S. Please, a request for monthly and recommendation tickets." Chapter 440. In front of a true genius, even aliens are mere ants. Have a private talk. Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised, and so were the others. Nobody knew why Lan Tianbai wanted to talk privately. However, Lin Zichen didn't think too much about it and quickly followed Lan Tianbai to a deserted corner to see what he wanted to discuss. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Zichen also became a bit vigilant, preparing himself to make a move if necessary. At this point, he trusted no one. Lan Tianbai suddenly requesting a private chat, he feared Lan Tianbai was a traitor, looking for an opportunity to deal with him one-on-one. Although he had overpowered Lan Tianbai without any difficulty during the last tree cage incident, it didn't mean that Lan Tianbai truly wasn't a match for him. If Lan Tianbai was a traitor, then it wasn't impossible for him to hide his real strength. While Lin Zichen was pondering all this, Lan Tianbai finally spoke up. Lan Tianbai said earnestly, "Zichen, there's something I want to ask you, and I hope you can agree." "Go ahead, Coach Lan," Lin Zichen said. Lin Zichen didn't immediately agree, thinking it better to hear what it was first. Lan Tianbai didn't beat around the bush and straightforwardly said, "I believe that with your strength, you're the most suitable person to be the leader of this alien human-level team. I hope you will take the initiative to lead the team when they leave the city to face the battle." At that time, Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao might disagree, unwilling to hand over the leadership of the team to you. If that happens, directly suppress them and seize the speaking power of the team. Actually, if I spoke up, they would give you the speaking power of the team, but my relationship with them is too close, and it doesn't suit me to do so. After saying so much, it was clear that Lan Tianbai didn't want to be the bad guy and was pushing the dirty work onto Lin Zichen. Realizing this, Lin Zichen decisively refused without a second thought. Coach Lan, I'm still just a novice, unfamiliar with the people in the team, I can't lead them. The task of leading the team, I think it's better to continue to leave it to Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao. As for me, I'd rather just be a team member. Why would he agree to be the villain without any benefits? If Lan Tianbai had offered an exotic fruit or some other form of compensation, Lin Zichen might have agreed. Seeing that Lin Zichen didn't agree, Lan Tianbai wanted to persuade him but didn't know how to start. In the end, he had to drop the matter as if nothing had happened. Discover hidden content at Empire. After the two returned to the team, Shen Qinghan immediately asked curiously, Lin Zi, what did the coach talk to you about? Nothing much, he just wanted me to forcefully seize control of the team's speaking rights and lead the team in the big battle 3 days from now, Lin Zichen said without any concealment. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan simply nodded his head and didn't inquire further. Time flew. Suddenly, it was 3 days later. The day they were to leave the city for battle. Dawn. It was still dark. The square in front of the city gate had gathered nearly 10,000 people. Among these 10,000 people, 90% were high-level creatures. 9% were rare-level creatures. 0.9999% were epic-level creatures. Only the remaining 0.0001% were legendary-level creatures. Today is the day we go out to face the enemies from Sun Moon's sacred land and the land of oblivion. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. On top of the high walls of the city gate. SEA the Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As the city lord, Qin Chuan was shouting, trying to boost morale in his own way. The soldiers below responded with boiling enthusiasm. Lin Zichen was also among those soldiers. But he was different from the others. At that moment, his heart was completely calm, focused only on killing more enemies to obtain evolution resources, nothing else. He felt that maybe it was because he hadn't been in the origin land for long and hadn't fully integrated yet. In simple terms, he lacked a sense of belonging. Conversely, Shen Qinghan, who was also new, was moved by the invigorating shouts around her. City Lord Shengguan, you lead the team responsible for opposing the strong ones from Sun Moon's sacred land. White City Lord, you lead the team responsible for opposing the strong ones from the land of oblivion, which is relatively unfamiliar, making this task potentially very challenging. Everyone else, all of you get to the frontline battlefield and drive out any invaders that have breached into the stable area. Qin Chuan yelled from the platform. The moment his voice fell, the soldiers below immediately responded energetically. In the center of these soldiers, Lan Tianbai, standing upright as an instructor in front of the team, seriously advised the 28 alien human-level geniuses before him, once the city gate opens later, you 28 will act as one unit, make sure to stay together, and don't overindulge in heroics. Also, if you encounter a powerful enemy and find you can't defeat them, flee immediately, don't try to resist stubbornly. Next, as soon as the gates open, follow the rare-level team led by General Lu, responsible for cleaning up whatever that team can't handle. After hearing Lan Tianyun's words, all the alien human-level geniuses nodded, indicating they understood what to do. About half an hour later. Open the gates. With Qin Chuan's shout, the city gates made of special huge stones instantly swung open. The moment the city gates opened, the soldiers on the square, all trained and disciplined, charged out. Those who could fly took to the air, those who couldn't ran. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of people streamed out towards the enemy, located dozens of miles away. Search the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 441. In front of a true genius, even aliens are mere ants. As the soldiers had just burst through the city gates, leaders like Qin Chuan, wielding the highest combat power within the city, all vanished in a flash atop the high walls and sped towards the experts from the Sun Moon's sacred land and the land of oblivion. Very soon. The previously calm skies suddenly erupted with dazzling light and a series of deafening clashes. These sounds, as if containing boundless energy, shook the entire danger and stable zones. It was Qin Chuan and the city's leaders clashing with the enemy's experts. The clashes were so intense that even the heavens and earth seemed to change color. It left the lower biological level soldiers feeling stunned. Lin Zichen was also shocked. Having been human for 20 years, this was his first time witnessing a battle between legendary level experts. He had seen Qi Qingma in action before, but those were overwhelming victories, unlike today's fiercely contested battle of experts, which he had never seen before. I hope a legendary level expert falls, and then I can swoop in and devour them, Lin Zichen fantasized about this in his mind. But in a moment, the noise of the legendary level experts clashing gradually subsided and eventually disappeared completely. It wasn't that a victor had emerged. Rather, the powerful figures had moved away from the battlefield below by mutual consent, to avoid affecting the weaker ones. Both sides had their weaker members, there was no need for unnecessary casualties. Both were thinking of settling the battle between the strong directly and achieving victory in this grand battle at the smallest cost. The battlefield below. 10 li. 20 li. 30 li. 40 li. 43 li. When the soldiers charged 43 li from the city gates, a vast thorn forest that blotted out the sun came into view for everyone. They had reached the center of the battlefield, where the two armies met. Kill. A rare 9th Order Earthling fighter, sacrificing essence blood to feed the exotic beast. Gene within, transformed into a giant fire dragon covered in scales, spewing hot flames towards the thorn forest. The other rare-level Earthling fighters also displayed their powers, furiously attacking the thorn forest just before them. Buzz. 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 All that was heard was a series of whistling sounds. From the thorn forest, countless thorns bristling with spikes exploded out, attacking hundreds of rare-level Earthling fighters. At the same time, a vast expanse of black mist spread out, from which numerous alien lifeforms of the land of oblivion emerged, following the thorns and attacking the rare-level Earthling fighters up front. In just a brief moment, the thorn forest burst into raging flames, countless exotic plants perishing in the inferno, turning into sweeping ash. Conversely, numerous rare-level fighters were struck by the bursting thorns, crashing from the sky. They either died or sustained severe injuries. But many more were drawn into the terrifying black mist where visibility was nil by the alien lifeforms of the land of oblivion, their fates unknown. This was a scene unfolding on the very front lines of the battlefield. In the rear of the front line, a team of alien human-level geniuses led by Lan Tianbai was relentlessly speeding up to catch up with the pace of the rare-level Earthling fighters, handling the aftermath for these frontline warriors. Within the team. While racing along with the team, Lin Zichen watched the conditions on the front lines from afar, bolstered by the eye of the sky. When he saw a large number of rare-level beings fall at the front lines, his heart instantly throbbed. For him, who possessed the biometric attribute of survival of the fittest, the corpses of the strong were the best evolution resources. He could devour a vast amount of exotic beast life origin from the bodies of the strong, thereby unlocking the album to obtain corresponding biological skills. Han, stick with the team, I'll rush to the front line first. Unable to resist the temptation, Lin Zichen dropped these words to Shen Qinghan beside him, then instantly surged into the air with explosive energy, flying towards the front line of the battlefield. Shen Qinghan hardly had time to react. By the time she did, Lin Zichen had already ascended high into the air, making it impossible for her to even speak to him. Zichen, don't rush ahead so quickly, it's very dangerous to stray from the team. Continue your journey with Empire. Lan Tianbai noticed that Lin Zichen had left the group and immediately shouted frantically in an attempt to stop him. However, Lin Zichen paid him no heed, his flying speed increasing as he almost wished he could arrive at the front line the next second to frantically devour the rare-level fighter's exotic beast life origin. Damn, a bit of power and they stop taking commands, be careful, or you won't even know how you died. Zhao Qingxian in the team, disliking Lin Zichen's disregard for everything, couldn't help but speak up. The others remained silent, not wanting to offend someone of Lin Zichen's genius level. Qianxue, what are you doing? At this moment, Lan Tianbai shouted towards the side of the team. Upon hearing the shout, Shen Qinghan instinctively followed Lan Tianbai's gaze to the side. Then, what she saw was Luo Qianxue suddenly transforming into a swarm of ice flowers, speeding towards the front line of the battlefield at an almost invisible speed. Was this elementalization? Shen Qinghan's eyes widened, as it was the first time she had seen someone transform into a shower of ice flowers. This scene was magical. It strongly resembled the superpowers seen in movies and TV shows. Why? Neither Lin Zichen nor Luo Qianxue have a biological level of rare, so why are their powers so much stronger than ours? Disgusting. Seeing Lin Zichen and Luo Qianxue instantly flee far from the team, a genius of the alien-human level in the team lost his composure and began complaining bitterly. Hearing these complaints, Shen Qinghan felt somewhat unhappy. This unhappiness wasn't just because she heard the team cursing Lin Zichen. More so, it was because Luo Qianxue had also escaped far away, making it seem as though Luo Qianxue and Lin Zichen were a couple. Just as Shen Qinghan's mood began to decline, the previously dry ground suddenly oozed a large amount of liquid. This liquid was colorless and tasteless, consisting solely of simple water molecules. Why was there water emerging? Shen Qinghan was particularly sensitive to water and noticed the moisture under her feet immediately. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But before she could react to what was happening, the next second, her body dissolved into a puddle of water and seeped into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Several seconds later, someone in the team shouted, "Instructor, Shen Qinghan is gone." Hearing this shout, Lan Tianbai immediately looked towards where Shen Qinghan had been. Seeing no one there, his face showed disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Just a few seconds ago, he had still sensed Shen Qinghan in the team, so how could she just vanish? Elsewhere, Lin Zichen was flying at high speed, less than 5 li from the front line. Boom. Only a dull explosion was heard. A severed arm suddenly flew over from the sky ahead. It was a human arm. But it was covered with thick, fiery red scales. This was an arm from a genetic integrator. Devour. Lin Zichen did not hesitate for a moment and immediately touched the arm to devour the life origin within it. You have devoured a large amount of Void Flame Dragon, Life Origin, Void Flame Dragon Codex, 100%, you have successfully unlocked the Void Flame Dragon Codex, obtained the biometric attribute, Flame Breath, your mouth can emit fire that melts everything. Lin Zichen just glanced at these prompt messages. Without paying much attention, he quickly sped up to the front line to devour the remnants on the ground. Just as he landed, a dense black fog suddenly enveloped the area. From within the black fog, a lifeless voice emerged. Behind, counterattack origin land. Various climaxes, the main character rampantly killing, various resources. Late, the situation turned instantly, beaten into disarray by origin land. An operation failed. Everyone suspected that Luo Qianxue, the only alien in the team, was a traitor. They verbally attacked her. For safety's sake, they wanted to drive her out of the team. But in fact, the traitor was someone else. Luo Qianxue felt wronged. She had stayed in the team for so long, always giving her all, yet she had never been trusted and immediately burst into tears. Lin Zichen knew Luo Qianxue was not the traitor, so he spoke up for her. Luo Qianxue was ostracized. Lin Zichen casually said something. Luo Qianxue seemed to remember something. Recalling how she had been ostracized before, she recognized that she was Bai Shui. Earthlings could only abandon their stronghold in origin land and all return to defend Earth. P.S. Beggar's Bowl, pleading for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 442-255, Alien. In front of a true genius, they are just ants. Boom boom boom. Search * the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With wisps of black air, the colossal hand, like Mount Tai bearing down, shot towards Lin Zichen. The hand moved with incredible speed, quickly catching up to the fleeing Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen knew he couldn't escape in a conventional way. So, without hesitation, he used his biometric attributes, burrowing instinct, to escape underground. The sound of soil and stone shattering rose. In one moment, Lin Zichen was on the surface, and the next, he had burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Almost at the same instant he disappeared. The black-aired gigantic hand smashed down onto the ground, sending soil flying and debris scattering, creating clouds of dust. When the hand lifted, the ground had a new, over 10-meter deep, giant palm crater. Around the crater, terrifyingly large cracks spread far and wide. This showed just how terrifying the power of that strike was. If it had landed accurately, it could have crushed a rare-level creature to death without any trouble. How did he do that? A voice of confusion transmitted through the black mist. No sooner had these words fallen than a sinister man over 3 meters tall stepped out from the mist, his face filled with disbelief as he looked down at the palm crater. More precisely, he was gazing at the bottomless cavern at the center of the crater. This bottomless cavern was the one Lin Zichen had just dug out. He had created it in less than a second. The speed was so fast it was inconceivable. Deep below the surface, Lin Zichen kept digging deeper, not daring to stop for even a moment. Even though danger perception had ceased, he dared not let his guard down. In Origin Land, mighty beings were legion, and no one knew if these beings had means to shield against danger perception. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. When the depth of his digging reached 10-24 meters, continue your saga on Empire. Lin Zichen had the impression that he might have broken through something. He wanted to stop and see what had happened. But as soon as he stopped, before he could even begin to survey his surroundings, suddenly, the tough earth in front of him rippled like water, forming a huge whirlpool that sucked him right in. God knows how much time passed. It seemed like a few seconds. Perhaps a few minutes. It could have even been several hours. When Lin Zichen opened his eyes again, he found himself in front of a colossal palace. This massive palace was submerged in water, yet the floor and walls were bereft of any seaweed, as if it had only just been flooded. What place is this, after all? With a hint of curiosity and trepidation, Lin Zichen kept sending out spiritual power to probe the environment inside the palace. But after probing for a while, he detected nothing. Around the palace seemed to be covered by a transparent, gigantic membrane that blocked his spiritual power from entering. Just as Lin Zichen was contemplating whether to venture into the palace to explore, creak, a heavy sound of a door opening echoed. The palace door opened. Seeing this, Lin Zichen instantly tensed, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. However, to his surprise, when the palace doors opened, the person who walked out was a face he knew all too well, Shenqing Han. Han, how come you're here? Lin Zichen was able to transmit his voice through water, his face full of confusion as he gazed at Shenqing Han inside the palace, failing to understand why she would be in this place. Shenqing Han used the same method to transmit her voice through water. I don't know, I was just running on the battlefield, and suddenly I was pulled in here. Pulled in? Lin Zichen felt a chill, asking, who pulled you in? I don't know. Shenqing Han shook her head, then continued, I was running with Instructor Lan and the others when suddenly I felt water under my feet, and then everything went dark, and I found myself here. Water under her feet. Lin Zichen was very sensitive to the word water. From birth to now, Shenqing Han had always been synonymous with the character water. He suspected that Shenqing Han's appearance here might have something to do with her special physique. Wait, something doesn't add up. The soiled girl is here because of her special physique. But me? How did I end up here? Seeing the confusion on Lin Zichen's face, Shenqing Han explained as if she could read minds, I am the one who pulled you into this place. The soiled girl pulled me in. Lin Zichen was surprised and hurriedly asked, how did you manage that? Shenqing Han answered, I can control anything inside the palace. I saw something that looked like a teleportation array and tried to see if I could teleport you here, and then it worked. Her words were casual, but to Lin Zichen, they were shockingly profound. Could the soiled girl actually control this palace? What was her relationship to this palace? Was she the owner of the palace in a past life? Does she have a remnant soul of the palace's owner within her? Did she receive a legacy from the palace's owner? A myriad of possibilities flashed through Lin Zichen's mind, but none he was sure of. He knew that pondering was futile and quickly shifted his attention to surveying the interior of the palace. Through the open doors, he saw the palace interior was more bare than he imagined, with barely a few pieces of furniture, resembling a newly painted house without decorations. Lin Zi, come inside quickly, don't just stand out there looking in, it's very safe inside the palace, Shenqing Han urged, seeing Lin Zichen stationary outside, only scanning the palace interior with his eyes from the doorway. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen did not hesitate, he promptly swam into the palace. Inside the palace, Lin Zichen discovered the interior was even more empty than he had assumed, with virtually nothing inside. Chapter 443-255, Alien. In front of a true genius, they are just ants _2. It was like an imperial palace where everyone had vanished, eerily empty. But what was particularly special were the murals carved into the walls of the palace. The content of the murals was extraordinarily consistent. All depicted a group of powerful aquatic creatures prostrating before a mysterious woman lying in a seashell. Could this palace be related to the mysterious underwater relic once researched by the former dean? Lin Zichen thought of this first. Thinking this, he swam towards the wall and began to examine the contents of each mural closely. He wanted to identify the woman in the murals to see if she matched any of the fairy tales about immortal masters. But after looking for a long time, he came up empty-handed. Lin Zi, swim over there. There's a very strange aquatic plant growing and the teleportation array I just mentioned is also there, said Shen Qinghan when she saw that Lin Zichen had almost finished looking at the murals. After hearing this, Lin Zichen didn't care to look at the murals anymore, and said to Shen Qinghan, "Take me there." "Okay." Shen Qinghan replied tersely. Swiftly, both of their bodies almost completely elementalized in the water and surged toward a secret chamber up ahead. One relied on a special physique, and the other on the blessing of melting water. Under Shen Qinghan's guidance. Search the Ovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In just a moment, Lin Zichen arrived in a secret chamber. The chamber was also very spacious, but inside there was a teleportation array emitting a pale blue light, and a purplish aquatic plant. Lin Zichen's interest in the teleportation array was far less than his interest in the aquatic plant. The moment he saw the plant, all his attention was drawn to it. Because within the plant, he saw two fruits shimmering with purplish hues, as big as fists, with their fruit peels enveloped in strands of purple mist, looking quite extraordinary. Can those two fruits be picked? Lin Zichen turned to Shen Qinghan and asked. Although Shen Qinghan might not be the owner of this palace, she was now able to control it, so it made sense to ask her. Unfortunately, Shen Qinghan, with her timid personality, did not dare to guarantee anything and simply shook her head, saying, "I don't know." Seeing this, Lin Zichen didn't ask further and chose to directly use his mind to telekinetically attract the two glittering fruits from the mysterious aquatic plant into his hand. Even though they were enveloped in a purple mist on the outside, the fruits themselves appeared to be conspicuous and noble golden fruits. He tried to sense the energy contained within the fruit pulp. It was extravagant. Like an endless ocean, boundless. If there were no surprises, this was definitely an extremely high-value evolutionary treasure, the kind that could greatly accelerate evolution upon consumption. After spending some time examining the fruit in his hand. Stay updated with Empire. Lin Zichen handed one of the fruits to Shen Qinghan and said, "Let's each eat one." "Okay." Shen Qinghan responded. Then, without saying anything more, they opened their mouths and sent the golden fruits into their mouths. The fruit melted upon entering the mouth, turning into streams of golden warmth that quickly flowed through every part of Lin Zichen's and Shen Qinghan's bodies, nourishing every cell. At that moment, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan could both distinctly feel their bodies being rapidly strengthened. The acupoints that required impact to be opened were now opening one after another on their own. Brain aperture. Heart aperture. Body aperture. All were opening. In just the blink of an eye, the number of acupoints that opened had multiplied several times. The strength of their chi blood and their spiritual strength began to experience exponential growth. Your biological level has successfully evolved from high-level 9th order to rare 1st order. Your biological level has successfully evolved from rare 1st order to rare 2nd order. Your biological level has successfully evolved from rare 2nd order to rare 3rd order. Lin Zichen hadn't even prepared for evolution when a barrage of notifications about his biological level breaking through kept flashing through the void, dazzling him and making it all feel surreal. Had he actually evolved? And 3 levels at once. Just what level of heavenly treasure were those golden fruits? How could their effects be so astonishing? At that moment, Lin Zichen experienced for the first time the immense power of the origin land. The evolution resources were too exaggerated. Treasures were everywhere. On Earth, one could tire themselves to death evolving for 100 years, yet it might not compare to a chance encounter in the origin land. Lindsay, I've evolved to the rare level. And I also progressed through 3 levels in succession, reaching second-order rare. What about you? Did the same thing happen to you? Shen Qinghan's pretty face flushed with a deep red, and her expression was especially excited, even more so than when she was in bed. After all, evolving from a high-level creature to a rare-level creature was a qualitative leap. Truly evolving from an amphibious creature to a perfect triumvirate creature capable of navigating sea, land, and air. She had gained the power of flight control. Yes, I also evolved 3 levels, from high-level 9th order to rare 3rd order, Lin Zichen said, his expression remaining fairly calm. But inside, his heart was already thumping with excitement, eager to test his newfound strength. He steadied his emotions slightly, and then Lin Zichen's gaze fell upon the teleportation array nearby. After taking a good look, he asked Shen Qinghan, "How do you use this teleportation array?" "It's quite simple," Shen Qinghan said with a smile, "you just need to inject spiritual power into the teleportation array, and then you can activate the array and choose your destination." Lin Zichen hadn't expected it to be so simple and said with some anticipation, "Show me how it's done." "Okay," Shen Qinghan said and then walked towards the teleportation array to inject it with spiritual power, wanting to demonstrate for Lin Zichen. But before she could even get there, the teleportation array suddenly lit up on its own, bursting into a brilliant light. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan felt a flash of white before their eyes. The next second, they were both surprised to find themselves back on the chaotic battlefield located between the safe zone and the danger zone. The scene on the battlefield at that moment was worlds apart from the one they had left. A glance revealed limbs and remains everywhere. The dead were mostly high-level creatures. The ground was soaked with blood, presenting a grisly sight. Shen Qinghan felt sick to her stomach at the sight of the bloody scene before her. But she quickly adjusted, forcing herself to adapt to the carnage filled with the stench of blood. Han, did you choose to teleport us here just now?" Lin Zichen asked her. He hadn't seen Shen Qinghan inject any spiritual power into the teleportation array back in the palace's secret chamber before it started glowing on its own. This puzzled him. Upon hearing this, it dawned on Shen Qinghan what had happened, and she quickly shook her head. "It wasn't me. I hadn't even had a chance to inject spiritual power into the teleportation array yet. I have no idea what happened." Hearing her response, Lin Zichen couldn't help but frown slightly. He had thought the palace was unclaimed territory and that Shen Qinghan had become its mistress by chance. But the fact that the teleportation array had activated on its own suggested otherwise. The palace didn't seem to be unclaimed. Who had teleported us out? Had we been transported in previously just so that the 2 golden fruits could be delivered to our mouths and assist us in our evolution? Who the hell was behind this? Several questions emerged in Lin Zichen's mind. But before he could figure it out, the ever-changing battlefield quickly attracted enemies who set their sights on him and Shen Qinghan. "Kid, so you're here. It looks like the Flower Fairy's reward is mine." A thick black fog came flying from ahead, and within it, a voice tinged with a whisper of annihilation. It was an alien from the land of oblivion. Lin Zichen's expression turned solemn. He could sense that the attacking alien from the land of oblivion was not as strong as him. However, what the alien mentioned about the Flower Fairy's reward caught his extra attention. What did he mean by that? Experience flight control. Powerful hands slaughtering on the ground. Those with the powerful hands soon died. Killing the ones with the powerful hands. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 444-256, Alien. In front of a true genius, they are just ants. Buzz, a whistling sound arose. A dense black fog, moving as if to cover the sky and block the sun, surged towards Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen did not move. He exploded with blood chi power on the spot, generating a terrifying chi blood gang wine to clash with it directly. Quickly. Only to hear a boom as an explosion sounded. The 2 powerful air currents collided fiercely, setting off a terrifying aftermath. In an instant, the terrain within 1,000 meters was affected. Grasses broke, soil flew, and rocks scattered. Even some nearby high-level creatures were blown away, rolling out hundreds of meters. Many powerful individuals around felt the impact of this aftermath and turned their heads to look over immediately. Several seconds later, the aftermath subsided, and the dust settled. The dense black gas, devoured by the aggressive blood chi power, revealed a man reduced to a mere skeleton, standing unsteadily on the spot. An alien of the land of oblivion, with a biological level as high as rare level, had thus fallen on this battlefield. His face unrecognizable, and his eyes wide open in death. Seeing such a scene, everyone was shocked. Especially those who knew Lin Zichen. Seeing Lin Zichen use just an outburst of blood chi to kill a middle-order rare-level alien from the land of oblivion, everyone was so shocked that they doubted their own lives. What was going on? What exactly was happening? He had only entered the origin land less than 6 months ago. How could he possess such formidable strength? This was too bizarre. Everyone was baffled, unable to comprehend how Lin Zichen had achieved this. Lin Zichen paid no attention to the shock of the people around him. He quickly raised his hand towards the skeleton in front of him. With just a thought, he sucked it into his hand through the air. Devour. Lin Zichen silently recited in his heart. Subsequently, a prompt message flashed in the void. Devour failed, no alien life origin found in the target's body. Lin Zichen glanced at the content of the message. Well, can't devour, same as last time. Aliens are human, not alien races. They don't have alien life origin in their bodies, so the effect of survival of the fittest can't be triggered. It's a pity. If aliens could also be devoured, that would be great. Lin Zichen was quite envious of the capabilities of the land of oblivion aliens. Not to mention anything else, just that ability to transform into a black fog that moved as if to cover the sky was very powerful. Let's go, let's check the corpses ahead. Lin Zichen did not linger at the spot and quickly spoke to Shen Qinghan beside him. Discover hidden tales at Empire. Having the survival of the fittest, he now only wanted to devour a large number of alien life origins to further enhance his strength. And maybe find a storage bag or something on the corpses. The fight over there is too intense. Isn't it a bit dangerous for us to go over rashly? Shen Qinghan, more cautious, did not want to take this risk. Lin Zichen was indifferent. No problem, with my current strength, I'll be fine as long as I don't encounter an epic-level creature. After hearing this, Shen Qinghan nodded and said, then let's go. She chose to trust Lin Zichen, believing he would not put her in a dangerous situation. At the forefront of the battlefield, hundreds of rare-level fighters were furiously clashing, altering the heavens and the earth, and triggering various natural disasters. Floods, sandstorms, sinkholes, frozen wastelands. Flames spreading everywhere. All these disasters that we know were the handiwork of the rare-level fighters. The fighters, using their ability to manipulate elements, turned the entire battlefield into a foreboding scene of doomsday. As Lin Zichen approached these disasters, continuous prompt messages popped up in the void. You are experiencing a flood. You successfully survived the flood. Progress of survival of the adaptable achievement +1. You are experiencing a sandstorm. You successfully survived the sandstorm. Progress of survival of the adaptable achievement +1. You are experiencing a sinkhole. You successfully survived the sinkhole. Progress of survival of the adaptable achievement +1. Total survival count, 35/100, as these prompt messages popped up one after another. Soon, Lin Zichen was thrilled to discover that his progress in the survival of the adaptable achievement had soared to over half. At this rate of improvement, it wouldn't take long to complete this achievement task and acquire the long-awaited biological attribute, survival of the adaptable. Lin Zichen felt slightly exhilarated by this. After momentarily steadying his emotions, see thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen, along with Shen Qinghan, continued to venture deeper into the front line of the battlefield, ceaselessly devouring any corpse they encountered. You have devoured a large amount of heat poison demon frog, life origin and gained the biological attribute, heat poison. Your skin can secrete a volatile venom that can melt the organs of the poisoned individual. You have devoured a large amount of bone worm, life origin and gained the biological attribute, hard bone. Your bones are unbreakable. You have devoured a large amount of spirit fish, life origin and gained the biological attribute, absolute focus. Your concentration capacity has greatly increased, as Lin Zichen was devouring the life origins. Shen Qinghan was not idle beside him, continuously searching the corpses for spoils of war. She didn't find much. Hardly any storage items were seen. On the battlefield, few people keep all their possessions on them. Because in doing so, if they die in battle, those resources would easily fall into the enemy's hands. Lindsay, there's someone from the city being attacked over there, we need to go help. Shen Qinghan saw a woman up ahead being attacked by numerous vines, retreating in defeat, seemingly unable to hold on much longer, and quickly called out to Lin Zichen beside her. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 445-256, Alien. In front of a true genius, they are just ants. 2 Lin Zichen heard the noise and immediately looked ahead, seeing the city dweller Shen Qinghan had mentioned. She was a woman who still retained her charm. She appeared to be about 40 years old. Her biological level was as high as rare 5th order. If she were on Earth, she could defeat 1,000 Yuan Dongjis. However, on the battlefield at this moment, she was being beaten defenseless and was about to fall. Seeing the woman struggling to hold on, Lin Zichen immediately used Advanced Spirit, Forest Lord, and the newly acquired Absolute Focus to control the vines from a distance of over 1,000 meters, making them stop attacking the woman. The woman, who had been prepared to die on the battlefield, was stunned when the surrounding vines suddenly stopped attacking. But soon, she realized that it was Lin Zichen who had taken control of the vines. She was highly sensitive to spiritual power and could sense a trace of spiritual power fluctuation even from a distance of 1,000 meters. Thank you for your assistance. The woman took a few seconds to fly up in front of Lin Zichen and land, expressing her gratitude with her face. After speaking, she further complimented him. Indeed, a young hero emerges from the past. Lin's evolutionary talent would make anyone feel inferior in its presence. At around the age of 20, his abilities have already far surpassed those of an old woman like me, once hailed as a genius girl. Seeing it with my own eyes today has truly been an eye-opener. I die without regrets. Why does this person's speech sound so pedantic? Lin Zichen thought to himself, while politely responding, "You flatter me, senior." Not at all. The woman shook her head, then continued, Lin's talent is indeed historic and dazzling, perhaps only comparable to those immortal masters from the era of the gods. The immortal masters of the era of the gods. Lin Zichen heard this key phrase once again. Apart from Qi Qingma, he had not met any other immortal masters from the era of the gods, which made him very curious about this mysterious group. Let me introduce myself. I am the current president of Kyoto University, Guokadi. The woman briefly introduced herself and then extended an invitation. After the major battle is over, and if I am still alive, I will come and thank my savior in person then. Savior? Lin Zichen felt odd hearing that and said, You needn't be so formal, senior. Guokadi shook her head and replied, You saved my life. It's not about being formal but being grateful. Lin Zichen did not know how to respond. His helping hand was just a casual act, not requiring any repayment from the other party. Guokadi added, Oh, and I have a great-grandson called Li Moyu, who is also a student at Shanghai University, and in the same year as you. If you know my great-grandson, I would bring him along when I come to express my thanks. Well, during my freshman year, I was classmates with Li Moyu. Shen Qinghan spoke up somewhat shyly. Upon hearing this, Guokadi, the woman still oozing charm, instantly smiled and said, Then I'll bring my great-grandson along when I come to express my thanks. After dropping this statement, Guokadi flashed away, charging back to continue fighting on the battlefield. Watching her departing figure, Shen Qinghan felt a bit dazed. I didn't expect that the ant we just met would be the president of Kyoto University and Li Moyu's great-grandmother. Lin Zichen, indeed, she looks very young, it's hard to tell she's 100-year-old. Shen Qinghan shook his head and said, It's not about age, but that she's the president of Kyoto University and yet so respectful towards us. Remember, 2 years ago, we were just ordinary high school students, unknown to the world. And now, just 2 years later, even the president of Kyoto University respects us. This feeling is truly incredible. Shen Qinghan subconsciously still thought of himself as an ordinary person, and being held in such high esteem felt quite magical. Ultimately, it was because their status had risen too quickly. In just 2 short years, they had risen from the bottom to the very top. To say their lives had been turned upside down in an instant would not be an exaggeration. Compared to that, Lin Zichen felt little. He had always been clear about his own potential and had anticipated this day would come. Lin Zi, there are others being surrounded over there, let's go help them. Shen Qinghan pointed towards the left and spoke. Lin Zichen glanced over, and the next second his figure flashed 1,000 meters away, performing a black tiger heart extraction to kill 3 rare-level alien beings from the land of oblivion and extracting a fist-sized core from their bodies. Exotic beasts have beast cores, and alien beings also have a similar energy core inside them, essentially source crystals. What a monster, the young man Lin Zichen saved muttered in shock. He looked to be an 18-year-old youth, but his actual age had reached 35. He was once a member of the alien human-level genius team, and his current biological level was rare 4th order. Back in the days in the alien human-level genius team, his strength was among the top 3. Moreover, 5 years after graduating from the team, he rapidly evolved to rare 4th order, drawing significant attention in the city, and there were hopes of him evolving into an epic-level expert before the age of 100. But even with such talent, in front of Lin Zichen, the newcomer, he seemed like a kindergarten student, completely powerless. After Lin Zichen had killed 3 rare-level exotic beasts from the land of oblivion, he didn't even glance at the men he had saved, and immediately returned to Shen Qinghan's side. He had just gotten back, stopping for less than 2 seconds when Shen Qinghan directed, Lin Zi, I see Instructor Lan and the others. They are over there, surrounded by a massive cloud of black fog. Let's quickly head over. At this moment, Shen Qinghan was like a battlefield savior, immediately rushing to rescue anyone he saw in danger. The only downside was that it was always Lin Zichen whom she was rushing to rescue. Lin Zichen was unbothered by this. Now, he had enough confidence to deal with any enemy on the battlefield, as long as he didn't encounter an epic-level expert. Under such circumstances, he would naturally go and save his compatriots if he was able. Buzz. A harsh swooshing sound was heard. Lin Zichen grabbed Shen Qinghan by the waist and rushed toward the distant mass of black fog at high speed, aiming to rescue Lan Tianbai and others. While doing so, they planned to kill the exotic beasts hidden within that black fog and obtain source crystals. As Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan advanced rapidly below the black fog, Lan Tianbai was doing his best to direct the team to resist and look for an opportunity to escape. Qianxue, can you freeze the black fog for just a few seconds? Lan Tianbai shouted to Luo Qianxue, who had half her body elementalized. The black fog from above was too troublesome. Even he, with a biological level as high as rare, together with Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao, who were of the same rare level, and the remaining teammates, couldn't get the better of their opponent. Now their only chance to live depended on Luo Qianxue, an alien. If Luo Qianxue could use her ability to elementalize to freeze the black fog and interrupt it for a moment, Lan Tianbai would lead everyone to escape. Upon hearing Lan Tianbai's words, Luo Qianxue also pushed her elementalization to the limit, attempting to freeze the black fog from the sky with her body. However, several attempts resulted in failure. The gap in biological levels was too large. Luo Qianxue's biological level was only high 7th order. And the biological level of the exotic beast within the black fog was as high as rare 4th order. Given such a huge disparity in strength, Luo Qianxue couldn't manage to challenge beyond her level. Interesting, I didn't expect someone from the northern snow realm to be here, it's just I don't know why you'd end up being one of the earthlings, a hoarse voice came from within the black fog. As soon as the voice faded, the next second a terrifying hand stretched out from the black fog, reaching down towards the nearly 30 people below. Survival of the adaptable. Then from the other side, havoc ensued on the ground. The people from the big hand died quickly. The one who killed the people from the big hand. Sarch asterisk. The Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was only a moment. The two of them had reached the very front of the battlefield. Noticed by an epic-level expert. Lin Zichen fled. Shen Qinghan was thrown out directly. P.S. Please support with a monthly pass recommendation. Search the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 446-257. Does the falling of leaves signify the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's reluctance to hold on? Boom. With a deafening explosion reverberating. The fierce surge of blood chi power precisely struck the massive hand emerging from the black fog. In an instant, the hand exploded into pieces, transforming into a rain of black dust scattered all around. Who? A cry, suppressed with severe pain, emanated from the black fog. The voice had barely faded. The next second, a bright red streak flashed by, rapidly plunging into the black fog under the watchful eyes of Lan Tianbai and the others. Then, in just 2 seconds, the dense black fog began to dissipate, revealing a corpse with a gaping chest wound. It was the corpse of an alien from the land of oblivion. Behind the body, a familiar figure hovered, Lin Zichen. Seeing that it was Lin Zichen who had easily killed the alien from the land of oblivion within the black fog, Lan Tianbai and the others were all stunned on the spot, their faces full of disbelief. The deceased alien from the land of oblivion, with a biological level as high as rare fourth order, had the ability to overpower an entire team of alien human-level geniuses, including their instructor. Yet, such an almost invincible fighter had been killed in the blink of an eye by Lin Zichen, who had been in the team for less than half a year. This scene was too astonishing. It was so unreal. Is Lin Zichen really an Earthling? Lan Tianbai stared dumbly at Lin Zichen in the sky, his face full of life's doubts. The others felt the same, all suspecting that Lin Zichen wasn't an Earthling. Otherwise, it was really hard to explain why Lin Zichen's strength was so abnormally strong. Tui. High above, Lin Zichen withdrew his hand from the corpse in front of him, bringing out a source crystal larger than a fist. This single source crystal was worth at least 1,000 contribution points. And similar to this, he had collected nearly 10 on this trip. All told, almost 10,000 contribution points, enough to exchange for 10 rare exotic fruits in the city storeroom. The precondition was, they had to win this major battle, and city number 1 wasn't taken. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Soon. Lin Zichen slowly descended under the gaze of everyone, landing next to Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen, what is your strength now? Zhao Qingxian was the first to step forward and ask, very curious about it. CTH Novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Although asking so might be offensive, he really wanted to know the answer. Rare level. Lin Zichen gave a vague answer. Strength was a secret, a card up one's sleeve, not meant to be told to others. It was good enough that they didn't curse him out. Let's go. Lin Zichen showed no intention of lingering, turning his head to speak to Shen Qinghan beside him. He just wanted to loot more corpses now. He didn't want to waste even a second. Missing this chance to obtain a great deal of evolution resources in this major battle, who knew when the next opportunity would come? He had to seize this opportunity to grab a huge amount of evolution resources and soar to great heights at once. Zichen, wait a moment. Seeing Lin Zichen about to leave, Lan Tianbai, who was leading the team, quickly stepped forward and called out, "We are a unit, it would be better to move together, being a lone wolf isn't quite good." Lin Zichen was extremely strong, and being a lone wolf was a bit of a waste. Lan Tianbai hoped Lin Zichen would stay and lead the team. The whole team growing together was definitely better than just one person growing. Moreover, leadership was a very important attribute. Now that Earth was at a disadvantage, to break through the encirclement in the origin land, they needed to be united and act in unison. Being a lone wolf would only lead Earth to destruction. Seeing Lan Tianbai saying this, the others also voiced their persuasion. Yes, Lin Zichen, there's strength in numbers, and it's better for solving any tricky problems that come up. The battlefield is too dangerous, having more teammates means more protection. Being a lone wolf is risky, it's easy to end up isolated and unsupported, it's better to team up with more people. The people saying this actually just wanted to cling to Lin Zichen's powerful coattails, it wasn't really about the strength in numbers. They had all just witnessed Lin Zichen's strength, which was even stronger than their instructor, Lan Tianbai. If Lin Zichen could take charge of leading the team, then the journey ahead would surely be much safer. Everyone wanted to be safer. Surviving was not easy, no one wanted to die. Especially the geniuses who had various privileges, they wanted to live even more. For that reason, as long as it could increase their survival rate, pride was meaningless. Even serving as a leader's dog was acceptable. A living genius is called a genius, a dead genius is just dead trash. No, I prefer to act with fewer people. Despite everyone's persuasion, Lin Zichen flatly refused without a second thought. He needed no burdens. Unless that burden was Shen Han. Let's go, Han Han. Lin Zichen once again spoke to Shen Han beside him. The moment his words fell, he lightly tapped the ground with his toe, and his entire body immediately soared into the air, flying forward. Seeing this, Shen Han also moved her thoughts and followed him with flight control. What was going on? She knew how to perform flight control too. She was a rare level fighter. Seeing Shen Han float into the air, Lan Tianbai and the others all widened their eyes, their faces incredulous. They had already deeply experienced Lin Zichen's terrifying strength. And Shen Han, this seemingly timid and weak girl who had barely shown herself, they really hadn't expected her to be so powerful. After all, Shen Han looked frail and lacking in confidence, an apparent weakling. Now it seemed that she was only outwardly frail, but her strength was outrageously strong. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 447 257. Is the falling of leaves the pursuit of the wind, or is it that the tree does not retain them? Two appearances can be deceiving. While others were astounded by Shen Han's strength, Luo Qianxue gazed up at the two figures gradually distancing themselves in the sky, her heart filled with confusion. Were these two really earthlings? How could their strength be so immense? It didn't make sense. High above, Lin Zichen and Shen Han flew towards the area littered with corpses and wreckage, intending to clean up the battlefield, scavenge for spoils, and, by the way, rescue the townspeople trapped in the fierce battle there. But before they could get far, an extremely strange noise echoed around them. Pop. 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 Upon hearing the sound, Lin Zichen instantly became on alert. He turned his five senses up to their maximum. At all times, he stayed vigilant of his surroundings. After observing for a moment, Lin Zichen discovered that the strange noises were caused by seeds bursting open. The entire sky was unexpectedly filled with eerie blue seeds. Like dandelion fluff, they dispersed into the air, emitting a bit of light, dazzling like stars against the night sky. Lin Zi, we need to get away from here fast, these seeds might be dangerous. Shen Han called out a warning. She quite liked the scene before her, finding it extraordinarily beautiful, breathtakingly so. But she knew, a scene like this popping up on the battlefield suddenly couldn't be good. It most likely had something to do with the Sun Moon Sacred Land. Because the Sun Moon Sacred Land was a stronghold of exotic plants, and their methods usually involved vegetation. Right now, these eerie blue seeds were likely the doing of the Sun Moon Sacred Land. Alerted by Shen Han's warning, Lin Zichen, who had been observing the seeds, immediately snapped back to reality. For some unknown reason, he had just been engrossed in observing them, as if enchanted by the surrounding eerie blue seeds, losing his senses. These seeds were too peculiar, they needed to get away from them as quickly as possible. With that thought in mind, Lin Zichen quickly moved towards Shen Han, to take her away from the surrounding seeds, lest delay leads to disaster. However, just as they were about to leave, the surrounding seeds suddenly burst all at once, creating a dense cacophony of noise. Pop, pop, pop. The moment this sound arose, the exploded seeds instantly spread out a vast amount of roots veined with blood, taking root in the air on the spot. Witnessing such a sinister scene, Lin Zichen had no intention of contending with it and immediately escaped at the highest speed possible with Shen Han. He didn't know if he could resist it, all he knew was that he couldn't choose to confront it head-on without understanding his enemy. If they failed, it would result in death and the annihilation of their paths, too great a price to pay. The cost-effectiveness was questionable. Lin Zichen, carrying Shen Han, flew extremely fast, leaving a roaring sound in the air. Just as the two swiftly streaked over the heads of the crowd below, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple sharp sounds of cutting through the air sounded. Countless fine, blood-colored roots, dense like hairs, shot from behind, quickly catching up to the two who were fleeing at high speed. Before they could react, the entire sky darkened, engulfed completely by the blood-colored roots, rendering them unable to see even their own hands in front of them. They couldn't see any more. Lin Zichen's face turned grave. His vision was extremely strong and his perception even stronger. Even in the pitch-black darkness of a night like ink, he could see every corner around him. But now, enshrouded by the blood-colored roots, he couldn't see a thing. he couldn't even see Shen Qinghan by his side. Lin Zi, Shen Qinghan was a bit panicked, clutching tightly onto Lin Zichen's hand, not daring to let go. While Lin Zichen was frowning deeply, attempting to sense the environment around them, he reassured softly, "It's okay, not a big problem." The reality was, the problem was huge. Under the effect of advanced spirit and the eye of the sky, among other biometric attributes, in just a moment, Lin Zichen could vaguely perceive the environment around them. Then he discovered that he and Shen Qinghan were trapped in a massive cage. This enormous cage, twisted together by countless blood-colored roots, was so tightly woven that it completely isolated the interior from the outside world. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted. With a thought, Lin Zichen conjured up a terrifying sphere of blood chi power and struck it against the cage. He thought his attack might damage the cage. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But the reality was that the force of the blood chi power only left a faint trace on the cage, failing to inflict any damage. This blood-colored root cage was sturdier than any tree cage they had encountered before. Seeing that brute force was ineffective, Lin Zichen immediately decided to try another tactic, activating his Forest Lord skill, intending to control the blood-colored roots that made up the cage. However, after many attempts, he had not managed to control them even once. It seemed that the level of these blood-colored roots was far beyond rare level, and creatures at the rare level simply couldn't manipulate them. If all paths were sealed, and there was no way to fly out, the next option would be to try the escape tactic of digging a hole, to carve out a new route. For their escape, Lin Zichen thought this to himself and quickly descended to the ground with Shen Qinghan, intending to use the burrowing instinct to dig an escape route beneath their feet. They hadn't realized the extent of the issue until they started to dig and were instantly struck by despair. Even the flat ground was tangled with a multitude of blood-colored roots, rendering the burrowing instinct, a biometric attribute, completely ineffective and valueless. This was problematic. Lin Zichen's expression became even more solemn as he struggled to find a way out. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan, by his side, was also pondering over possible escape methods. But after much thought, she came up with nothing. "Everyone, don't move around, stay put and wait for me to touch and mark each one of you so we don't get separated." In the darkness, the voice of Lan Tianbai rang out. He and the members of his team had been enveloped into a world of blood-red apocalypse, all because of Lin Zichen's inadvertent actions. Upon hearing this shout, Shen Qinghan immediately said to Lin Zichen, "Lin Zi, Instructor Lan and the others are over there, let's join them. The more people we have, the greater our strength. Continue your saga on Empire." Her vision obstructed, she felt extremely uneasy and instinctively wanted to move toward where there were more people. This time, Lin Zichen chose not to go it alone. To give Shen Qinghan some peace of mind, he decided to follow her suggestion and head towards Lan Tianbai's location. Halfway there, the pitch-black cage, where it was so dark you could not see your hand in front of you, suddenly lit up with beams of bright blue light, illuminating the inside of the entire cage. In that instant when the blue light appeared, Lan Tianbai and the others saw Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan approaching, and their faces were filled with confusion. "Didn't you two fly away? How come you are here?" Lan Tianbai asked, looking puzzled at the two of them. Lin Zichen replied, "We hadn't flown far when this cage suddenly appeared and trapped us." Lan Tianbai nodded, not asking further. Instead, he furrowed his brow and carefully surveyed the surroundings, attempting to assess the current situation. Lin Zichen did the same, maximizing his senses to their limits, continuously scanning every corner of the cage. Just then, swish! A crisp sound of branches and leaves rubbing against each other echoed. Lin Zichen, hearing the noise, immediately looked in the direction it came from. He then saw a dark figure plummeting rapidly from the top of the cage, landing on the ground with a thud. A puppet. Buds bloomed in swarms. It was the Thorn Fairy. The whole team was shocked. After that, they continued fighting the enemy. Noticing the presence of an epic-level expert, an operation had failed. The team suspected Luo Qianxue, the only alien in the team, was the traitor. They verbally attacked her, considering it wise for their safety to drive her out of the team. But in reality, the traitor was someone else. Luo Qianxue felt aggrieved. Despite having been with the team for so long, always trying her best, she had never been trusted and just broke down crying. Knowing that Luo Qianxue was not the traitor, Lin Zichen stood up for her. Luo Qianxue was being ostracized, and Lin Zichen casually uttered a remark. Something seemed to dawn on Luo Qianxue, recalling her own past ostracism, knowing that she was Bai Shui. The Earthlings could only give up their stronghold in the origin land and retreat back to Earth. Qianxue, come here. P.S. Bowing down, soliciting monthly pass and recommendation tickets. Chapter 448 258. Luo Qianxue is a traitor. Does the falling of the leaves signal the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's reluctance to hold on? A lifeless puppet, seated like a monk on a meat cushion, stared blankly with hollow eye sockets at Zhao Zishuan, who was the closest. The sound it emitted carried a chilling sense of desolation, causing shivers to run down one's spine. Instructor, feeling fearful under its gaze, Zhao Zishuan instinctively stepped back twice, casting a plea for help towards Lan Tianbai not far away. As she stepped back, the puppet slid forward the same distance, closely following her. Does the falling of the leaves signal the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's reluctance to hold on? Seeing that Zhao Zishuan did not respond, the puppet asked again with a hoarse voice. During the second question, its eyes became even more hollow and black mists enveloped its body, exuding a somewhat eerie oppressive force. Lin Zichen noticed the change in the puppet and immediately said to Zhao Zishuan, quickly answer its question. He did not understand the puppet before him, but considering that earlier his use of blood chi power to bombard the cage had only resulted in a minor, insignificant mark, he guessed he definitely couldn't harm the puppet at hand. With this thought, rather than rashly attacking the puppet, it seemed better to follow along and watch how things unfolded. Hearing Lin Zichen's reminder, Zhao Zishuan calmed down slightly. She looked at the puppet in front of her, steadied her slightly uneasy emotions, and then replied, the falling of the leaves is both the pursuit of the wind and the tree's reluctance to hold on, it's the result of mutual interaction. After answering, Zhao Zishuan looked nervously at the puppet in front of her, her heart hanging in her throat. The others did likewise, all tense and daring not to blink. The puppet, under everyone's watchful eyes, did not move or make a sound, like a computer that had crashed. About 2 seconds passed. Sounding from the puppet's throat were several clicking noises, and then it spoke in a lifeless tone, wrong answer. At the moment the voice fell, the puppet, originally seated on the ground, suddenly disassembled into numerous blood-colored roots, forming a giant net that enveloped Zhao Zishuan. Then, before people could react, Zhao Zishuan, who had been standing, was instantly entangled by the giant net into a tightly woven chrysalis, pulled up high and hung at the top of the cage, resembling a hanging corpse. Zishuan. An alien human-level genius shouted out, quickly attacking the vine in an attempt to save Zhao Zishuan. The attack was executed with a double-edged sword thrown with force aimed at severing the vine linked to the chrysalis. Unfortunately, the vine was extremely tough, and instead of severing it, the sword blade itself shattered. Soon, thump-thump noises sounded. Many blood-colored roots emerged from the ground, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and instantly wrapped the alien human-level genius who had thrown the sword into a chrysalis and pulled him to the top of the cage. Seeing this, everyone present took a sharp intake of breath, feeling somewhat desperate. The enemy within the cage was much stronger than anticipated. The chances of escaping had become slim. While everyone else was despairing, Lin Zichen remained unusually calm. He was thinking about how he could possibly escape the cage with Shen Qinghan. By himself. Difficult. Sar the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He had already tried at the start. Concentrating a ball of blood chi power, he bombarded the cage, but it didn't even splash. If things went as expected, the strength of the cage was epic level. He wondered, could flame breath, this biometric attribute, possibly break the situation? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this. This was a fire attribute biometric attribute he had absorbed while scavenging on the front line of the battlefield. According to the theory of the 5 elements, it should be able to overcome exotic plants. But that was just in theory, the specifics still unknown. Wait a little longer. If truly backed into a corner, he would use this biometric attribute in a desperate fight. Discover more stories at Empire, Lin Zichen thought to himself. At this moment, he did not dare to act rashly, worried that his actions would be ineffective and might further provoke the cage. Thud. Suddenly, a crashing sound sounded. Another lifeless puppet dropped from the top of the cage to the ground. picking up large pieces of dead branches and leaves. Under the frightened stares of everyone, this puppet quickly sat down, creaked its neck towards Lan Tianbai, who was closest, and asked with a hollow gaze, "Does the falling of the leaves signal the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's reluctance to hold on?" Hearing this familiar question, Lan Tianbai's expression immediately became grave. He recalled Zhao Zixuan's answer, which had been about the mutual effect of the wind and the tree causing the leaves to fall. That answer had been wrong. Zhao Zixuan had since been entangled by the blood-colored roots into a chrysalis and hung in midair. Does the falling of the leaves signal the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's reluctance to hold on? As Lan Tianbai did not answer in time, the puppet issued a second soul-piercing query. As it asked, the black mists around it grew denser. It seemed that if Lan Tianbai did not answer quickly, the puppet would launch an attack on him. Realizing this, Lan Tianbai dared not continue to ponder in silence. After a brief thought, he looked at the puppet in front of him and replied, "The falling of the leaves is the pursuit of the wind. If there were no pursuit by the wind, the leaves would not fall because the tree would not let go." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 449-258, Is Luo Qianxue a traitor? _2 This answer was given out of desperate measures in a medical emergency. Lan Tianbai didn't know what the correct answer was. But time was almost up, so he could only pick an angle at random to answer the puppet. "Answer incorrect," said the puppet with a hoarse voice. As soon as the puppet's voice fell, it disassembled on the spot into a mass of terrifying blood-red roots, rapidly enveloping Lan Tianbai. Lan Tianbai was much stronger than Zhao Zixuan. As soon as the blood-red roots appeared, he had already reacted and struck back, making a final resistance. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the reaction, it was all in vain if the strength wasn't enough. In just the blink of an eye, Lan Tianbai was entwined by the blood-red roots into a chrysalis and pulled up by a vine to hang high at the top of the cage. Seeing even Lan Tianbai attacked without the power to fight back, everyone present showed a look of despair. They never imagined that the great battle had just begun, and they would fall in this cramped cage. Is the falling of the leaves the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's reluctance to hold on? Another puppet fell down, staring blankly at Wuxia with hollow eyes. Wuxia was Fu Zhou's girlfriend, and last time she went with Fu Zhou to take Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan out for training, familiarizing themselves with the environment outside the city. The falling of the leaves is the tree's reluctance to hold on. A leaf that can be seduced away by the wind isn't worth holding onto. Wuxia was a bit flustered, but still maintained a calm demeanor and gave such a premeditated answer. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The joint effect of wind and tree had been answered. The pursuit of the wind had been answered. Now only the tree's reluctance to hold on remained unaddressed. Wuxia had some confidence in her answer. However, idealism is wonderful, reality is harsh. In the situation where Wuxia had some confidence, the puppet before her stated mercilessly, "Answer incorrect." How could this be? Wuxia's eyes widened instantly, unable to accept it. The puppet didn't care about her acceptance, and at the moment, "Answer incorrect," was spoken, it immediately disassembled into a mass of blood-red roots, rapidly enveloping her. "Xia!" Fu Zhou instinctively shouted out upon seeing this, while bursting out the power of his blood-chi power, trying to save Wuxia. The result was that both were bound within a chrysalis and pulled to hang at the top of the cage. Is the falling of the leaves the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's reluctance to hold on? A brand new puppet fell from the sky, like the previous puppets, asking this question to the person closest. This time, that person was Chen Qinghan. Under the deadly gaze of the puppet, Chen Qinghan's heart immediately panicked. She habitually turned to Lin Zichen beside her, casting a plea for help with her eyes. Lin Zichen's mind worked extremely fast. The previous three had answered the puppet's question from a literary perspective. If the perspective was changed to a scientific one, might the riddle be easily solved? Lin Zichen wasn't sure his reasoning was correct. But under the current circumstances, there was nothing else to try. They could only make a dead horse work as a living horse. Han, think in terms of science, answer with the biology you've learned, Lin Zichen earnestly told Chen Qinghan. Upon hearing this, Chen Qinghan quickly searched her mind for theories related to falling leaves, aiming to give an almost perfect scientific answer to free herself. Is the falling of the leaves the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's reluctance to hold on? The puppet posed the question a second time. And by then, Shen Qinghan had already drafted the perfect scientific response in her mind. As the puppet asked the second time, she immediately replied, "The falling of the leaves is neither the pursuit of the wind nor the tree's reluctance to hold on, but rather abscission. When the cold winter comes, plants, in order to lessen their answer incorrect." Shen Qinghan hadn't said much when she was abruptly interrupted by the puppet's harsh voice. Then the next second, the puppet disassembled on the spot into a multitude of sinister blood-red roots, like disgusting red worms, attacking Shen Qinghan. Seeing the revolting blood-red roots surging towards her, Shen Qinghan's face turned pale, and a hint of despair flashed in her eyes. Whiz! A piercing sound of cutting through the air erupted. Lin Zichen, beside her, rushed at the blood-red roots, attacking Shen Qinghan with the fastest speed he had ever achieved in his life, intending to violently confront these highly resilient entities. Boom! Bang! Boom, boom, bang! In the moment when Lin Zichen clashed with the blood-colored roots, a terrifying sound burst forth throughout the cage, causing everyone present's ears to buzz intensely. The attack was powerful. The noise was tremendous. But the strength of the blood-colored roots was beyond imagination. No matter how Lin Zichen attacked, at most, he could only block them, never destroy them. Your next read is at Empire. After some attempts, Lin Zichen realized that brute force alone couldn't deal with the blood-colored roots. With this thought, bolstered by advanced spirit and absolute focus, he used the biometric attributes of flame breath on the blood-colored roots before him. The next second, a mass of red flames burst from Lin Zichen's mouth and nose, like a volcanic eruption, slamming into the blood-colored roots in front of him. As soon as these red flames appeared, they instantly ignited the highly resilient blood-colored roots, causing them to twist agonizingly in the air like venomous snakes that had lost their nerve. It was effective. The biometric attribute, flame breath, truly could restrain the demonic plants. Overjoyed, Lin Zichen quickly intensified the output of the red flames, aiming to reduce the blood-colored roots and even the entire cage to ashes. Meanwhile, everyone else present was dumbfounded, completely shocked. He could actually breathe fire. Why could he breathe fire? What on earth was going on? A hallucination. Everyone was utterly baffled by this. However, at this moment, they weren't dwelling on this too much. Because they all very clearly understood one thing. If Lin Zichen could damage the blood-colored roots, it meant there was hope for them to escape. Several seconds later, Lin Zichen had used a tremendous amount of spiritual power. His whole head was so hot it turned red, but finally, he had turned all the blood-colored roots in front of him to ashes. However, he didn't stop breathing fire. Instead, he sprayed even more. With the spray of red flames, he focused the attack on one spot in front of him. He wanted to burn a large hole at that spot, allowing everyone inside the cage a chance to escape. The red flames indeed had a deadly restraint on plants. In just a few seconds, the seemingly unbreakable barrier was scorched with a fist-sized hole. At this rate, in just over 10 more seconds, a hole large enough for rapid escape could be burned open. Just when everyone thought escape was within reach. Suddenly, an intoxicating fragrance drifted through the cage, lingering at the tip of everyone's nose. Before the crowd could react to what was happening. Suddenly, Luo Qianxue, who had been silently standing among the crowd, eyes focused, entered an elementalization state, transforming into a mass of extreme cold and with lightning speed, lunged towards the spot where Lin Zichen was spraying fire. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of ice-cold air sweeping past. In the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the spot Lin Zichen was burning was instantly frozen by the cold air into an ice wall, an unbreakable ice wall. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand Lin Zichen was decimating the giant tree. Using flame breath to scorch it. It was effective. Lin Zichen was about to lead everyone to escape. Then came a wave of fragrance. Luo Qianxue was controlled, freezing the flame breath. Flower buds appeared. It was the Thorn Fairy. The attempt had failed. The group suspected the only alien among them, Luo Qianxue, as the traitor. They verbally attacked her. For safety's sake, they wanted to banish her from the team. However, the real traitor was someone else. Luo Qianxue felt wronged, after staying in the team for so long, always giving her all, but she was never trusted and instantly broke into tears. Lin Zichen knew Luo Qianxue wasn't the traitor, so he spoke up for her. Luo Qianxue was being ostracized. Lin Zichen casually made a comment. Luo Qianxue seemed to remember something. She remembered how she had been ostracized at the beginning and realized she was Bai Shui. The Earthlings could only give up the base in the origin land and all retreat to defend Earth. Qianxue, come over. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly passes and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 4 5259. Shen Qinghan's Identity. Palace of Water God. Just as Lin Zichen suspected Luo Qianxue was an undercover, lurking in the city, buzz, a sound of cutting through the air exploded. The only two rare-level team members, Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao, suddenly erupted with qi blood and launched an attack on Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen's senses were exceptionally sharp, and he detected their assault the moment they made their move. In the face of their attack, he just calmly focused his gaze, unleashing a terrifying biological pressure that was overwhelming. The next second, bang bang, two sounds followed. Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao were instantly suppressed to the ground by this powerful biological pressure, their bodies completely embedded in the hard ground, leaving numerous heart-stopping cracks at the edges. As soon as one wave settled, another arose. No sooner had Lin Zichen dealt with Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao than the other alien human-level geniuses in the team also launched an attack on him, including the compliant Shen Qinghan. At a thought, Shen Qinghan drew forth massive amounts of underground water just as Yuan Dongji had once done in the coastal forest during the fierce battle with the divine plant cult's ninth elder, forming a 100-meter dragon that blotted out the sky and fiercely slammed towards Lin Zichen. It wasn't until then that Lin Zichen belatedly realized that Shen Qinghan and the others were being controlled. He remembered the fragrance he had suddenly smelled earlier. Without a doubt, that fragrance was likely to be the culprit. Although he had identified the issue, Lin Zichen didn't know how to wake the people controlled by the fragrance. Having no other choice, he could only secrete a large amount of venom that could paralyze nerves, poisoning all the attacking members to the ground. By the time Lin Zichen had done all this, bam! A huge bud broke through the soil, emitting pale blue mist and spreading a pleasant fragrance. This was the fragrance. Lin Zichen instantly became alert, his qi blood bursting out as he fixated on the mysterious bud that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Hiss! Find your next adventure on Empire. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The huge mysterious bud had a finger-wide crack appear on the surface, oozing out a rich fragrance that quickly filled the entire cage. Lin Zichen's nerves were taut, his gaze not daring to deviate in the slightest, keeping a close watch on the bud before him. Under his watchful eyes, the crack on the bud widened further, until it bloomed into an incredibly seductive blue flower, revealing a woman wrapped in vines. Lin Zichen, not only is your body strong, you have more tricks than one can imagine, you must have some unknown secret on you, the vine-wrapped woman said with a seductive and enticing look, a captivating smile softening her voice. Lin Zichen frowned deeply, scrutinizing the vine-wrapped woman, not recalling knowing such a powerful individual. Seeing his puzzlement, the woman smiled gracefully and said, "You are well known in the Sun-Moon sacred land by now, all the living beings there want to bring you back as a sacrifice to the flower god." The flower god? A mythical level creature of the Sun-Moon sacred land. What does sacrifice mean? To be a bed servant? Or is it my life they want? In just a fleeting moment, Lin Zichen had such thoughts in his mind, finally voicing one question aloud, what does sacrifice mean? It means exactly that, sacrifice, said the vine-wrapped woman, gesturing with her fingers in a playful manner, smiling ambiguously. Having said that, she then continued in a soft voice, all right, enough talk, the offering to the flower god, it's time we leave. The moment she finished speaking, the hair on the vine-wrapped woman's body suddenly grew into blue vines and whipped out like the tentacles of an octopus, attempting to drag Lin Zichen into the bud and take him away. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Zichen did not sit and wait for death but instantly raised his spiritual strength to the maximum and activated flame breath towards the assaulting vines. Soon, the red flames and the blue vines fiercely collided, causing a terrifying aftermath that flung everything in the vicinity away. But after only a moment, Lin Zichen could no longer withstand the strength of the vines, and he was blown away, slamming heavily against the prison's root wall and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The vine-wrapped woman was extremely powerful, if not at the epic level then close to it. Lin Zichen, who only had a rare third-order biological level, simply could not withstand her attack. Sar the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Withstanding one of my hits and only spitting out a little blood without major harm, indeed your flesh is strong, I believe the flower god will be very pleased, said the vine-wrapped woman with a slight smile. After saying that, she controlled even more vines, wrapping the still blood-spitting Lin Zichen like a chrysalis and pulling him into the giant bud. Before leaving, the vine-wrapped woman glanced at the fallen alien human-level geniuses on the ground, her expression showing regret. These were Earth's top geniuses, with exceptionally outstanding evolutionary talents. If they could all be brought back to the Holy Land and made part of it, then I would surely receive the highest reward from the Holy Master. However, the bud's capacity was limited and simply could not take so many Earthlings. It's truly a pity. Thinking this, the vine-wrapped woman manipulated a barbed blue vine and whipped it fiercely at these alien human-level geniuses lying on the ground. To completely extinguish these future Earth powerhouses in their early growth, right in this cage. Buzz. The vine moved incredibly fast, friction creating a thunderous sound as it targeted the group of alien human-level geniuses on the ground. Then with a bang, the sound echoed. The spiked vine, striking the closest youth first, Xiao Lu. Chapter 451-259. Shen Qinghan's identity. Palace of Water God, _2. At the moment the striking sound echoed, Xiao Lu, whose biological level reached the great perfection of high-level 9th order, exploded into pieces, turning into a shower of blood that spread across the ground, disappearing completely from this world. After killing Xiao Lu, the vine swept toward Shen Qinghan, who lay on the ground as their next target. Just as the vine was about to strike the seemingly delicate and fragile body of Shen Qinghan, boom! The ground beneath Shen Qinghan suddenly burst open like an inflated balloon, exploding violently. Then, a large amount of groundwater gushed out from below, enveloping Shen Qinghan in a watertight membrane of water on the surface. Bang! The vine, with the force of a mountain's weight behind it, struck the water membrane fiercely. However, instead of shattering the water membrane and the Shen Qinghan shielded within into a puddle of blood as expected, the vine itself instantly shattered into wood chips at the seemingly soft touch of the water membrane. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, the vine flower woman's entire being widened her eyes in disbelief at what she had seen. My vine, with the strength of an epic existence, how could it not penetrate through a mere layer of water membrane? What exactly is going on? The vine flower woman felt utterly baffled by this and suspected she was hallucinating. She steadied her emotions slightly. The vine flower woman once again controlled a vine, violently whipping it towards Shen Qinghan within the water membrane. Bang! That familiar sound rang out again. The vine lashed heavily against the water membrane, instantly shattering into wood chips. This time, the vine flower woman finally surrendered to the reality before her. The water membrane shielding Shen Qinghan could easily withstand the full force of an epic-level creature's blow. What in the world was that water membrane? And what was the situation with the Earth Girl inside the water membrane? It was simply inconceivable. The vine flower woman curiously observed Shen Qinghan within the water membrane, realizing that the events unfolding were beyond her comprehension. This made her hesitate. She hesitated over whether to take Lin Zichen or the Shen Qinghan inside the water membrane with her. Lin Zichen was certainly special, that much was clear. But Shen Qinghan at this moment seemed even more special than Lin Zichen, placing her in a tough position, making her unsure of how to decide for a good while. As she was struggling to make a decision, the ground of the cage began to seep water at a visibly fast rate, quickly turning the previously slightly dry ground into a wetland covered with water. Having never seen such a bizarre scene, the vine flower woman immediately became cautious. No longer hesitating between taking Lin Zichen or Shen Qinghan, she closed the flower bud and opted to take the risk-free Lin Zichen, to offer him as a sacrifice to the great flower god. Search * the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But just as the flower bud fully sealed, the vine flower woman's expression changed slightly, incredulously finding that her flower bud could not burrow beneath the ground to connect to the Holy Land far beyond the horizon. What's going on? Why can't I teleport away? With this confusion, the vine flower woman furrowed her brows and opened the flower bud to see what was happening outside that could prevent her flower bud from teleporting away. Soon, the flower bud opened. The moment the flower bud opened, a large influx of icy water poured in from outside, instantly bursting the flower bud, despite its epic level strength, into several petals. Seeing her own flower bud burst by water, the vine flower woman was full of astonishment, suspecting she was under an illusion technique, seeing an illusion. Her flower bud was an epic second-order strength. How could plain water possibly burst it? The vine flower woman tried to calm her emotions and extended her spiritual power to sense the surrounding environment. She hadn't expected to feel startled from this sensing effort. The vine flower woman discovered in horror that she was not in the familiar cage but found herself in a completely unknown underwater world. Have I been teleported? When did it happen? When was I teleported here? Why don't I feel anything? The vine woman thought with growing horror. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Since evolving into an epic-level creature, she had seldom felt such panic. She was always the one causing panic in other living beings. At this moment, inexplicably being transported to a completely unfamiliar environment, she felt panic that she hadn't experienced in a long time and didn't know what to do. Is there a palace ahead? Under the constant perception of her spiritual power, the vine woman quickly sensed a majestic palace a few miles ahead. The palace was huge, so huge that it made the vine woman wonder in disbelief. She didn't understand why there would be a palace in this underwater world. Could I have accidentally entered a ruin? Suddenly, the vine woman thought of this possibility. Then, in less than a second, the panic and disbelief in her heart were all transformed into excitement and eagerness. She had only thought about coming to this battlefield to capture someone and bring them back. Unexpectedly, she encountered a delightful surprise and actually entered a ruin. In the origin land, entering a ruin meant that there was a great possibility of obtaining a vast amount of special evolution resources. And with a great deal of evolution resources, her biological level could advance even further. With this in mind, the vine woman did not hesitate for a second and immediately swam at the fastest speed toward the gigantic palace a few miles ahead. Her speed was so fast that she created large swirling undercurrents in the water. In less than half a second, the vine woman had traveled a few miles and arrived in front of the palace. Behind her, trailing a chrysalis connected by vines. And inside the chrysalis, Lin Zichen was wrapped up, controlled by her. Creak, suddenly, a deep wooden sound rose. The doors of the palace opened. The vine woman instantly became vigilant and swiftly pulled back a great distance, not daring to approach the open doors of the palace rashly. As an epic-level expert, she had explored several ruins before and knew that, apart from opportunities, ruins were places fraught with immense danger. To rush in recklessly could mean death in minutes, becoming one with the evolution resources of the ruin. You've finally come. Just as the vine woman was considering how to enter the palace and find out what was inside, a faint woman's voice suddenly emerged from the palace, rippling the exterior of the palace. Hearing the words, "You've finally come," the vine woman was filled with confusion. What did that mean? What does it mean by, "You've come"? The whisper of a demon, luring me inside. The vine woman was very cautious and wasn't lured by the voice coming from inside the palace. God, great God, please bestow upon us strength. Inside the palace, a series of awestruck cries echoed. Listening to these cries, the vine woman's confusion deepened, and her curiosity and wariness about what was inside the palace grew. She had entered several ruins before but had never encountered one with continuous voices coming from within. God. God. You have finally responded to us. God has finally appeared. Suddenly, the voices inside the palace became excited. Your adventure continues at Empire. The vine woman was puzzled. Then she suddenly saw a frail figure drifting over from behind her. P.S. Bowl in hand, asking for monthly pass and recommendations. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 452 260. Water God. The Filth God. Chi Ching Ma in the ruins. A high altitude 1,000 miles from the city. Nearly 10 legendary-level creatures were caught in an intense battle, each displaying their magical powers, making the heavens and earth change color. Suddenly, a blinding sunburst of light erupted, scorching the land within 100 miles to ash. In the ashes, a world tree wrapped in copious amounts of black qi stood tall and unyielding, unaffected by the scorching sunlight. It was the black qi that protected the world tree. The black qi absorbed the sunlight, saving the world tree from the torment of incineration. Boom. Suddenly, the earth violently shook. The ground cracked open with dozens of fissures, oozing strands of chillingly cold death qi. The next second, from within the cracks, massive numbers of grotesque shadows crawled out, forming a vast legion of the dead that rushed towards Qin Chuan and the other city defenders. Shangguan Yuehua, the deputy city lord, saw this and immediately manipulated the vast stretch of land to move, forcibly closing the cracks above. No sooner had the cracks closed than countless thick thorns burst from the earth, shooting towards the sky, peppering the sealed ground with holes and once again oozing strands of black qi, reforming into a legion of the dead. Humph, mere low-level undead, Qin Chuan snorted coldly, and then, his profound eyes emitted a golden radiance, making the sun above him blaze with even greater heat. In an instant, the golden shine illuminated the land, dispersed all the black qi, and incinerated the legion that had emerged from the cracks to nothingness, dissipating completely. The world tree, enveloped in black qi, rapidly began to carbonize under this terrifying golden radiance, its life force swiftly ebbing away. City Lord Qin is indeed powerful. Above the world tree, the thorn fairy, with her flirtatious eyes, said in a seductive voice, but, no matter how powerful City Lord Qin is, can he really be stronger than the avatar of a mythical level creature? As soon as she finished speaking, the world tree beneath her, now completely charred, suddenly swelled with countless writhing blood vessels. Upon their appearance, the originally dead and charred world tree instantly came back to life with vigor. Under the gaze of Qin Chuan and the others, the world tree suddenly grew numerous blood-red thorns, which fiercely pierced the earth to suck in nutrients, causing the trunk to grow rapidly before their very eyes, transforming into a world tree that blotted out the sun. Sla, sla, sla. Accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds, numerous bloodshot eyes opened on the trunk of the world tree, their chilling gazes sizing up everyone present. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and the others, the world tree uttered an ancient and time-worn voice, just a city stronghold, yet it managed to produce 4 legendary level beings in a mere 100 years. I must say, you Earthlings' evolutionary talent is indeed formidable. Listening to this familiar ancient and time-worn voice, Qin Chuan, as the city lord, furrowed his brows tightly, his expression turning extremely grave. It was Elder Tree, one of the only 2 mythical level creatures of the Sun Moon Sacred Land. Such a powerful being had actually come to this battlefield in the form of an avatar. Was the Sun Moon Sacred Land ready to break into all-out war with Earth? Qin Chuan was utterly perplexed. All this time, the mythical level experts of the major powers had always remained behind the scenes, never taking action themselves, like the nuclear weapons on Earth, serving only as a deterrent. But now, the Sun Moon Sacred Land had deployed a mythical level creature, breaking the unspoken rules. This was unbelievable to Qin Chuan, and it filled him with a chilling sense of foreboding. If someone who always followed the rules suddenly flips the table and disregards them one day, it means that person is ready for everything to come crashing down. And the rule-breaking by the Sun Moon Sacred Land now filled Qin Chuan with fear that it would lead to an unprecedented great war with Earth, tearing asunder any facade of peace. Though Earth also had mythical level experts, they were extremely few in number, and most were not stationed on Earth. If a war of annihilation were to suddenly break out, Earth would face complete conquest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deafening tearing through the air suddenly exploded. Countless thorns tipped with venom, carrying vast amounts of origin force, furiously shot towards Qin Chuan and the others. They were so fast that Qin Chuan and the others had no time to react. Their bodies were immediately penetrated by thorns, leaving behind horrifyingly large holes. City Lord, save me. Deputy City Lord Bai Wubian, with a thorn piercing through his heaven's gate, was rendered immobile as his life force rapidly drained away, forcibly crying out for help to Qin Chuan not far from him. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan was unable to save even himself, with 7 thorns piercing his body, rendering him just as immobile as Bai Wubian, only able to watch helplessly as the thorns devoured his life force. It's over. We're going to die. Discover hidden tales at Empire. We're all going to die. Despair filled Qin Chuan's heart. He never expected to die on this battlefield. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Mythical level creatures are too powerful, and even just an avatar was a terror that he, a legendary level being, couldn't contend with. Your Sun Moon's sacred land is breaking the rules. Our mythical level experts will surely repay you tenfold. Even if it means our own extinction, we'll pull your Sun Moon's sacred land down with us to accompany Earth in death. Knowing he had no chance of survival, Qin Chuan used the last of his strength to stare down the avatar of Elder Tree and make his threat. Hearing this, the thorn fairy perched on the avatar of Elder Tree simply laughed aloud. Chapter 453 260. Water God. Filth God. Qi Qing Mo in the ruins, _2 City Lord Qin, the mythical level creatures of Earth are now trapped inside the ruins, struggling to save themselves, and it's highly likely they'll never come out again. If anyone is to be buried with them, it will be those mythical level creatures from Earth who will accompany all Earthlings in death. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's eyes widened suddenly, and his face turned ashen. After listening to the Thorn Fairy's words, he immediately realized something. The news about the ruins that had circulated earlier had been deliberately released by the Sun Moon Sacred Land. The purpose was to lure all the mythical level experts from Earth into a trap and capture them all at once. And to think I had previously considered entering the ruins to obtain the evolution resources within. Now it seemed that the enemy had exploited my eagerness to evolve. Just as Qin Chuan and the others were plunged into despair, boom! A massive explosion sounded from the hazardous area in front of City Gate Number 1. The noise traveled over a distance of thousands of miles and reached this battlefield, initially a realm of legendary level creatures. At this moment, all the living beings present were captivated by the sound of the explosion, and they each spread their spiritual power in the direction it came from to investigate. Then, very soon, they all saw a colossal palace suspended in the sky at the location of the sound. The palace was surrounded by water, and the plaque above its gate bore the clearly inscribed words, Palace of the Water God. Above the palace, the figure of a delicate young girl floated. Inside the palace, continuous shouts of excitement could be heard, welcoming the return of the god. The Palace of Water God. What is that? How come I've never heard of it before? Qin Chuan and other leaders within the city were filled with the same doubts after observing the situation of the palace. But the incarnation of the Elder Tree, whose actual strength reached the mythical level, widened its eyes in an extremely shocked expression. Has the Water God actually resurrected? As soon as the Elder Tree's incarnation uttered these words, the burnt black ground around it suddenly oozed with copious amounts of cool groundwater, turning the charred earth into wetlands in an instant. And it wasn't just here. The Elder Tree's incarnation spread its spiritual power to sense the land within tens of thousands of miles, and discovered that the surface of the land within this range was also seeping with water, completely transforming into water-rich wetlands. Moreover, the water level was quickly rising, with the potential to turn the entire expanse of land into an ocean. Realizing this, the Elder Tree's incarnation immediately shouted to the Thorn Fairy on its body and to an extremely powerful alien from the land of oblivion, "Go, leave this place quickly." Hearing this shout, both the Thorn Fairy and the alien from the land of oblivion looked puzzled. However, the incarnation of the Elder Tree didn't bother to explain further, and soon its soul escaped at high speed from this place of conflict. Having lived tens of thousands of years, it knew what the Water God signified. She was one of the 5 elements gods. If touched by her water, one's soul would suffer terrifying contamination, making her an incredibly troublesome ancient deity. In a very distant primordial era, this fearsome water god possessed a title that made all living beings tremble with fear, the Contaminated God. Seeing the decisive escape of the Elder Tree's soul, the Thorn Fairy and the alien from the land of oblivion, despite their confusion, promptly followed suit and fled without hesitation, not daring to linger a moment longer. As these 3 powerful beings left, Qin Chuan and others thus snatched back their lives. City Lord, what exactly is happening? Shangguan Yuehua, pressing on a bloody hole in her chest, asked Qin Chuan with a pale face. Of all present, Qin Chuan had lived the longest and witnessed the most, making him the most knowledgeable. If anyone understood the current situation, it would undoubtedly be Qin Chuan. As Shangguan Yuehua voiced her confusion, others also turned their gazes to Qin Chuan, hoping to get answers from him. However, Qin Chuan disappointed them. Under their gazes, Qin Chuan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure what is happening either." He was aware of the 2 mythical level creatures in the Sun Moon Sacred Land, the Elder Tree and the Flower God. He also knew of the mythical level creature in the land of oblivion, the Lord of Silence. He even knew about the mythical level creatures in the powers of the northern and eastern regions. But he had indeed never heard of the existence known as the Water God. Which power's mythical level expert was the Water God? And why did even the Elder Tree fear her? Perhaps, only a being at the level of a province lord would be privileged enough to know, Qin Chuan thought to himself. In the depths of an extremely ancient origin land ruin, Qi Qingmo, wearing a Taoist robe, arrived alone at the sight of a tomb exuding an aura of wild antiquity and stopped. To call it a tomb was not entirely accurate. A burial mound would be more precise. As far as the eye could see, there were haphazardly placed tombstones everywhere. Each one was made from source crystals of exceptionally high purity, appearing incredibly lavish. Qi Qingmo spread her spiritual power, thoroughly sensing the situation beneath each tombstone. She then found that under every tombstone, there was a well-preserved body buried. But that was wrong. They weren't just bodies. These so-called bodies still had a trace of extremely faint vitality within them, preventing the divine sense from being eroded by time, and they hadn't truly died. Simply put, every corpse here has the potential to be resurrected. This isn't a mass grave, it's a forbidden land where powerful beings are sealed. Realizing this, Qi Qingmo instantly became cautious. She could feel that each of the corpses under the tombstones had been extremely powerful in life. If all these corpses were to resurrect at the same time, she wasn't confident she could handle them on her own. In such a case, she had to be cautious. The tomb of the wood god. As her spiritual power continued to spread out, Qi Qingmo soon saw a distinctive tombstone in the deepest part of the mass grave. It was a tombstone made of unknown ore, and the words, "Tomb of the Wood God," were carved on it. Just as Qi Qingmo was curious about what kind of existence the wood god was, behind her, a man's angry shout suddenly rang out, "Taoist robe woman, let's see where you can run to now." Looking in the direction of the voice, one could see 3 men and a woman rapidly approaching Qi Qingmo, and the biological pressure emanating from all 4 was extremely strong, with each starting at least at the great perfection of the 9th order legendary level. Run. Qi Qingmo turned to look at the 4 attackers and said expressionlessly, "I have never thought of running away." Over 40 li from city number 1's borders, the palace of the water god was suspended high in the sky, continually pouring down cold droplets to the ground below. Any living being touched by these droplets found themselves dazed, floating in the water, having lost their consciousness. A flower vine woman, with a biological level as high as epic, was within the watery membrane enveloping the palace of the water god. Under the erosive touch of the droplets, her divine sense was completely worn away. The flower vine woman was under spiritual control, contaminated. The elder tree arrived. The terrifying world tree. Qin Chuan and others were originally overwhelming the people from the Sun-Moon sacred land and the land of oblivion. But with the appearance of the elder tree, the tide of the battle changed in an instant. Suddenly, the palace of the water god appeared, alarming everyone present. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Elder tree's face changed drastically. The water god has revived. Before falling into a coma, he saw Luo Qianxue take action. cthnovelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Everyone suspected Luo Qianxue, the sole alien in the team, was the traitor. They verbally and textually attacked her. For safety's sake, they wanted to expel her from the team. But in fact, there was another person who was the traitor. Luo Qianxue felt extremely aggrieved, having stayed in the team for so long and always giving her best effort, yet she had never been trusted and immediately burst into tears. Lin Zichen knew Luo Qianxue wasn't the traitor, so he spoke up for her. Luo Qianxue was being ostracized. Lin Zichen just casually said something. It was as if Luo Qianxue remembered something. She remembered being ostracized in the past and knew she was Bai Shui. The Earthlings could only abandon their stronghold in the origin land and return to defend Earth. Later, source crystals were exchanged for contribution points, shocking Lin Zichen. Qi Qingmo at the relics. Lin Zichen knew Luo Qianxue wasn't the traitor, so he spoke up for her. Luo Qianxue was being ostracized. Lin Zichen just casually said something. It was as if Luo Qianxue remembered something. She remembered being ostracized in the past and knew she was Bai Shui. The Earthlings could only abandon their stronghold in the origin land and return to defend Earth. Later, source crystals were exchanged for contribution points, shocking Lin Zichen. Chi-Ching Ma at the relics. P.S. Holding out the bowl, begging for monthly pass and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 454 261. Mythical Level Expert. Kill with one hand. Above the palace. Shen Qinghan floated silently in the gently flowing water like a beauty from an ancient sarcophagus that had been asleep for tens of thousands of years, her long azure hair drifting softly with the current, exceedingly beautiful. Lin Zichen had no time to appreciate this beauty. He quickly swam to Shen Qinghan's side to check her condition. The moment he appeared above the palace, the excited shouting from within the palace eerily vanished in an instant. In its place, a series of piercing screams filled with terror suddenly erupted. "Don't sacrifice me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. God, save me." The terrified screams seemed abrupt. Hearing the screams, Lin Zichen couldn't help but jump, his face slightly changing as he quickly looked down towards the palace below. Upon looking down, he saw an unbelievable scene. The entire palace below was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crumbling ruins instantly turned into streams of azure light that shot towards the sky, all pouring into Shen Qinghan's Heaven's Gate. The streams of light moved with extreme speed, resembling panicked living beings fleeing from disaster, all rushing into the depths of Shen Qinghan's Heaven's Gate. Watching the scene unfold before him, Lin Zichen felt somewhat at a loss for a moment. Instinctively, he wanted to stop what was happening, but he had no idea how to do so. Unsure whether the entry of these streams of light was good or bad for Shen Qinghan and if it would cause any adverse effects on her body, he could only keep staring at Shen Qinghan's face, hoping it wouldn't show signs of pain. However, in just a moment, the entire palace had collapsed. Turning into countless azure streams of light, all were absorbed into the depths of Shen Qinghan's Heaven's Gate. After the streams of light vanished, the water surrounding the palace, as well as the water inundating the entire ground below, followed suit, rapidly pouring into Shen Qinghan's Heaven's Gate. In just a few short seconds, an amount of water enough to form an ocean was all absorbed into the depths of Shen Qinghan's Heaven's Gate, completely disappearing from this world as if it had never existed. Having witnessed the entire process, Lin Zichen's face was full of disbelief, and he felt extremely shocked inside. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That was the volume of an ocean's worth of water, which Shen Qinghan had managed to absorb in just a few short seconds. How was that possible? Could it be that there was another world connected inside Shen Qinghan's body, or that she possessed a small world of her own? Lin Zichen was utterly baffled by this. Although perplexed, he did not dwell on this at such a time. Instead, he quickly steadied his emotions, took Shen Qinghan, who was floating in the air, into his arms, and landed on a nearby skyscraping giant tree to observe her condition. Deep in the ancient ruins of the origin land, Chi-Ching Ma raised her slender right hand and caught a man of the mythical level from afar, her fingers tightly gripping his throat. Under the man's feet lay 3 withered corpses, nothing more than skin and bones. All 3 corpses were terrifying beings that had reached the great perfection of the 9th order during their lives, but now the blood chi power in their bodies had been completely drained, leaving nothing but worthless husks. "Heretic cultivator, you heretic," the man whose throat was clutched by Chi-Ching Ma from a distance uttered in extreme pain. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered a humanoid that increased its strength by devouring the flesh and blood of other living beings. He was filled with shock and fear. Chi-Ching Ma paid no attention to the man's words. With a thought, she quickly sucked out all the blood chi power from his body for her own use. As the blood chi power continuously drained, the burly man visibly shrank at a speed detectable by the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the man, who had been over 3 meters tall, shriveled into a hunched old man barely reaching 1.60 meters. Emaciated and on his last breath. "You heretic, you pose a great threat to other mythical level living beings. There will be no place for you in the origin land." In the last moments before his death, the man's eyes were fixed on Chi-Ching Ma as he left her with these threatening words. Chi-Ching Ma felt no inner turmoil upon hearing this, simply speeding up the absorption process. A few breaths later, she had the man, who was of mythical level, sucked dry to a traitorous husk, causing him to completely perish. Explore stories at Empire. Chi-Ching Ma let out a deep breath of turbid air, calmly sensing the chi blood strength within her body. Seeing her chi blood strength ascend to a higher level, a rare faint smile appeared on her face. The pure blood path has been thoroughly mastered. No longer will there be a need to rely on nature's spiritual energy, nor waste time researching origin force. In the southern domain of the origin land, within an unfathomably deep cave, a man with sinister eyes wearing a black Taoist robe hung upside down from the cave ceiling, meditating with closed eyes. Pooh! Suddenly, the sound of liquid spraying echoed. The man violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turned deathly pale. His soul had suffered severe trauma, reaching down to his foundations, resulting in a slight drop in his strength. That woman in the Taoist robe is becoming stronger. The man took a moment to recover, then said with a serious expression. He vividly remembered that when Qingmo first appeared, her strength was only at the middle order of legends, merely more tricky and elusive, nothing special. Yet in just a few months, Qingmo had grown strong enough to easily kill one of his mythical level avatars, which made him feel very threatened. Chapter 455-261, Mythical Level Expert. Slay with one hand. _2, it looks like we have to notify a few old friends to make a move, and we must join hands to deal with that Taoist robe woman, otherwise, the trouble will be endless. The man muttered quietly. After speaking, he took out a deep purple pill and swallowed it. The moment he swallowed the pill, his pale complexion instantly turned rosy, showing no signs of the severe damage to his soul just moments ago. At that moment, a handsome young man flew in from outside, slowly hanging upside down next to the man and said urgently, "Father, why is Su Jiujie from Green Hills Ancient Mountain still unwilling to form a marriage alliance with me? Haven't you been there once to propose the alliance on my behalf?" The young man, being the son of the Night King, held a position second only to one and above tens of thousands within the Thousand Rocks cave. Since his childhood, he always got whatever he desired and nobody dared cross him. But now, as the son of the Night King, he had been rejected by the Holy Maiden of Green Hills Ancient Mountain, which made him feel an extraordinary sense of humiliation and anger. The Night King, the man whose soul was heavily harmed just now, said indifferently to the young man, "Don't worry, in a few more days, Green Hills Ancient Mountain will be completely occupied. Then, you can have any fox demon you want, maybe even play with the Mountain Lord, and experience it for yourself." "Father, is that true?" The young man's voice trembled with excitement. The fox demons of Green Hills Ancient Mountain were all devastatingly beautiful beings. Especially the Mountain Lord, exquisitely pure yet desirably seductive. If he could have the Mountain Lord serve as a warming maid, and indulge in her charm, then death in this lifetime would be worthwhile. To die under a peony flower, one is still a romantic spirit as a ghost. 40 li outside the number 1 city gate, that territory. A dangerous area. Upon a skyscraping giant tree, Lin Zichen held Shen Qinghan in his arms, spreading his spiritual power to check her body, carefully probing every part of her to see if there was any problem. Lin Zichen was worried about her body because of the amount of water that had suddenly surged into Shen Qinghan's Heaven's Gate. After a very serious checkup, Lin Zichen found that Shen Qinghan's body was not in any serious trouble, and all the data were normal. The internal data was very normal, but there was an apparent change in some external parts of her body. For instance, her hair had become bluer in color and softer in texture. When touched, it felt like touching water, so pleasant to the touch that one could hardly bear to stop. Besides, there was a clear change in her skin. It had become more tender, so tender that it seemed a light pinch could squeeze water out of it, extraordinarily magical. They say a woman is made of water. That phrase is a compliment for other women. But for little dirty girl, Qinghan, it's a fact. Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan in his arms and murmured quietly to himself. After saying this, he recalled everything he had seen just before the palace disappeared. The nameplate of the palace bore the 3 characters, Palace of Water God. The palace was constantly filled with calls for God. Above the palace floated Shen Qinghan. Connecting all these scenes, Lin Zichen couldn't help but conjecture, a conjecture about Shen Qinghan's identity. He guessed that Shen Qinghan's identity was the water god, or more accurately, he conjectured that there was a legacy of the water god within Shen Qinghan. This would well explain why Shen Qinghan's constitution was so special. Lin Zi. While Lin Zichen was immersed in his thoughts, Shen Qinghan, who lay in his arms, weakly opened her eyes and called out feebly. Seeing that she had woken up, Lin Zichen asked tenderly, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" My head hurts a bit, and I don't have much strength in my body, Shen Qinghan replied weakly while rubbing her head. Lin Zichen continued to ask, is it very unbearable? Shen Qinghan still sounded weak, it's alright, not too unbearable, it's a bit like the feeling of motion sickness. Hearing this, Lin Zichen breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it's nothing serious. Shen Qinghan sat up from Lin Zichen's embrace, looking puzzled as she asked, Lin Zi, what exactly happened while I was unconscious? Weren't we trapped in a cage just now? Lin Zichen patiently explained, here's what happened, the sudden appearance of fragrance. The betrayal of Luo Qianxue. The betrayal of everyone else. The appearance of the Vine Woman. The emergence of the Palace of Water God. CTH novel, F. IR.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The collapse of the Palace of Water God. All the water being absorbed, Lin Zichen relayed, in the most concise language, everything that had happened while Shen Qinghan was unconscious. After listening, Shen Qinghan found it hard to believe, you're saying that the colossal Palace of Water God collapsed into streaming lights, all pouring into my heaven's gate, followed by a flood of water, comparable to a vast ocean, also gushing into my heaven's gate. Yes, Lin Zichen nodded. After getting confirmation from Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan's face was full of disbelief. She found it hard to imagine that the amount of water that could form a vast ocean could all be funneled into her heaven's gate. Heaven's gate was so small, how did it manage to hold so much water? The more Shen Qinghan thought about it, the more puzzled she became. At that moment, she suddenly realized her sea of consciousness had expanded significantly, and she also noticed a huge palace floating inside. Engraved on the archway of the palace were the prominently displayed characters, Palace of Water God. Wasn't this the palace Lin Zi mentioned? Was all of this really true? Why could my sea of consciousness do this? Could it be that I truly am the water god? Thinking this, Shen Qinghan felt a mix of emotions in her heart. She was excited at the possibility of having such a powerful identity. Yet, she also felt somewhat ill at ease with this identity, not quite willing to accept that she had another identity besides being Shen Qinghan. She only wanted to be Shen Qinghan, the girl who grew up with Lin Zichen since childhood, the pretty lady who had just turned 20, and not the reincarnation of some ancient being. I hope I'm just a lucky person who has received the legacy of an ancient being, not the reincarnation of one, Shen Qinghan quietly wished to herself. Finished thinking, she looked up at Lin Zichen and said softly, Lin Zi, I've discovered that my sea of consciousness has grown a lot, and I saw that palace you mentioned inside it. The palace is in the filthy girl's sea of consciousness. Lin Zichen raised an eyebrow and asked, can your spiritual power enter the palace? Shen Qinghan replied, I don't know, I'll try. After saying this, she concentrated and spread her spiritual power, skillfully allowing it to extend towards the palace in her sea of consciousness, trying to explore the interior. However, as soon as the spiritual power touched the palace, it was instantly repelled, unable to enter. Before falling into a coma, she saw Luo Qianxue make a move. Everyone suspected Luo Qianxue, the only alien in the team, to be the traitor. They verbally attacked her. For safety's sake, they wanted to expel her from the team. But actually, the traitor was someone else. Luo Qianxue felt very wronged, having stayed in the team for so long, always doing her best, yet never being trusted. Lin Zichen knew Luo Qianxue wasn't the traitor, so he spoke up for her. Luo Qianxue was ostracized. Lin Zichen offhandedly said something. Luo Qianxue seemed to remember something. Remembering that she was Bai Shui, after being ostracized initially. Remembering she is Bai Shui. It didn't matter much. It was just a little incident in the second grade of elementary school. Lin Zichen didn't care. Luo Qianxue didn't care much either. Only Shen Qinghan cared. Then Shen Qinghan went to interact with Luo Qianxue. The Earthlings had to give up their stronghold in the origin land and all retreated back to Earth. Afterward, the exchange of source crystals for contribution points left Lin Zichen shocked. After the Great Battle. By regulation, the city allowed people to visit their relatives back on Earth at staggered times. Several months later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan made a trip back to Earth. They learned that many had died. At the time when City 1 was attacked. Other cities were also under attack. A lot of people died. Many people they knew had perished. The student council president Zhou Xiahong died. Ma Zhenhe became a vegetable. Stay tuned to Empire Yuan Dongji was also seriously injured and recuperating at home. P.S. Begging, seek monthly pass and recommendation votes. Chapter 456 262. Luo Qianxue regains her memory. I am Bai Shui. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat on the tree and discussed for over half an hour, focusing on the palace of the water god within her sea of consciousness. They tried multiple times to enter the palace but ended in failure every time. Seeing that they couldn't figure anything out soon, they stopped paying attention to the palace of the water god and left the skyscraping giant tree beneath them, flying together towards the front lines of the battlefield. Now, the war at the front lines of the battlefield was drawing to a close. The people of the city had emerged entirely victorious, pursuing their advantage. The exotics plants of Sun Moon's sacred land and the aliens of the land of oblivion left in retreat, beaten and in disarray. Lin Zi, we actually won, and it was a complete victory at that, somewhat hard to believe. Shen Qinghan looked down at the battlefield below, watching her own comrades vigorously chasing the enemies from Sun Moon's sacred land and land of oblivion, feeling both surprised and thrilled. Lin Zichen also showed surprise, saying, "This outcome, indeed, is somewhat unexpected." When they saw that the people of the city had won the war, both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were quite surprised, not expecting their side to be victorious. After all, the moment they had been locked in the cage made of blood-red roots, the frontline battle for the city's people was in a downturn, being suppressed by the exotic plants of the Sun Moon's sacred land and the aliens of the land of oblivion. Compared to the current outcome, it was the complete opposite. Lin Zi, how do you think our side on Earth managed to win this war? Shen Qinghan, her peach blossom eyes growing more watery, asked Lin Zichen curiously. Lin Zichen could only shake his head to this question. I don't know either. When you fell unconscious, I wasn't in much of a better state. Completely wrapped up by the vines into an airtight cocoon, I had no clue about the events happening outside. Is that so? Shen Qinghan did not know that Lin Zichen had been previously bound into a cocoon by the vine woman. In her eyes, Lin Zichen had always been invincible, never having suffered a major loss in combat with enemies. Now, hearing that he himself was wrapped into a cocoon, to be honest, it caught her by surprise. The origin land is indeed too dangerous in the future, absolutely, absolutely, she must not let Lin Zi venture out of the city on a whim. Yes, safety first, Shen Qinghan thought to herself. However, in no time at all, the two flew to the air above the front lines of the battlefield. At this point, there were hardly any living beings still fighting on the most forward lines. There were only bodies and remains scattered everywhere. The reason for this scene wasn't because all the combatants had died. It was because a decisive outcome had emerged on the battlefield. The exotic plants of Sun Moon's sacred land, as well as the aliens of the land of oblivion, had both become the losing side at the same moment, each choosing to retreat and move far from the front lines of the battlefield. And City No. 1's warriors wanted to take advantage of the victory to mercilessly beat the retreating enemies, continuously chasing after the foes from both lands the entire way. Just like that, as one side fled and the other pursued, they gradually moved away from the front lines, leaving behind a vast number of dismembered corpses. And this was exactly what Lin Zichen needed. He quickly descended to the ground with Shen Qinghan, the former absorbing life origin while the latter was tasked with looting for war spoils. This process took about 10 minutes to complete. Lin Zichen, through devouring the life origin of the alien races, unlocked over 30 alien pictorials, acquiring the same number of biometric attributes, resulting in a further enhancement of his strength. Shen Qinghan managed to gather a storage artifact, over a dozen fist-sized source crystals, and several weapons that were still in decent condition, making it quite a rewarding haul. Lin Zi, Instructor Lan, and the others are over there, all lying on the ground unconscious. Shen Qinghan sensed the presence of Lan Tianbai and others on an empty field more than 10 miles away. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen extended his spirit power in the direction Shen Qinghan indicated, instantly pinpointing the location of Lan Tianbai and the others. Luo Qianxue, Zhao Qingxian, and Zhang Tao, along with other familiar faces, were all there. Beyond them, several human-shaped cocoons made from vines were present. Sir, the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was Zhao Zixuan, Wuxia, Fuzhou, and others. From this, it was evident that Lan Tianbai and others had been unconscious since the time they were affected by the venom secreted by Lin Zichen. Otherwise, those who had been turned into cocoons by the vines would have already been rescued. It seems that lethal venom, biometric attribute, is quite potent. I wonder if it could have a certain effect on epic-level creatures. After observing the condition of Lan Tianbai and others, Lin Zichen murmured softly to himself. Then he stood up and left with Shen Qinghan to administer the antidote to Lan Tianbai and the rest. The poison was his doing, it was his responsibility to neutralize it. On the way to detoxify Lan Tianbai and the others, Lin Zichen extended his sensory perception to the fullest, scanning the surrounding terrain for dozens of miles for any sign of corpse remains, absorbing them on sight. Regrettably, there were hardly any corpses to be found on their way. It seemed the recent battle had not caused many casualties. This was likely because the high-end battle involving the city lord had been decided early on, leading to a rapid conclusion of the war and sparing many casualties, Lin Zichen analyzed in his mind. A few seconds later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan crossed a distance of over 10 miles to reach the area where Lan Tianbai and the others were. Including Lan Tianbai, there were more than 20 people lying on the ground, each completely unconscious and engulfed in endless slumber. The reason for their state was the overwhelming effect of the absolute venom, potent enough to instantly poison any being below the level of an epic creature, leaving them defenseless. Chapter 457 262 Luo Qianxue regains her memory. I am by Shui, _2 Lin Zichen didn't waste any time, and quickly administered the antidote to the people lying unconscious on the ground. Once the poison was neutralized, everyone gradually opened their eyes and regained consciousness. The quickest to awaken were Lan Tianbai, Zhao Qingxian, and Zhang Tao, all of whom were rare-level beings with much stronger physiques than the other members of the team. It took about half a minute. The unconscious people on the ground all gradually regained consciousness, their eyes somewhat dazed as they looked around. They were all unaware that they had been seduced by fragrance, causing them to unconsciously attack Lin Zichen. Their memories only lingered before being captivated by the fragrance. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, someone looked at Luo Qianxue, raised their weapon toward her, and loudly questioned with furrowed brows, "Who exactly are you, and why did you attack Lin Zichen?" The person questioning Luo Qianxue was a youth with a biological level as high-level 8th order. Before his mind was seduced by the fragrance, he had seen Luo Qianxue elementalize into a cluster of ice mist, preventing Lin Zichen from breaking the cage. He was unaware that Luo Qianxue had been captivated by the fragrance before that, presuming she was an undercover infiltrating the alien human-level genius team, delivering a deadly blow at the crucial moment. Upon hearing the youth's question, the others, belatedly recalled what they saw before being seduced, Luo Qianxue preventing Lin Zichen from rescuing everyone. Instantly, the atmosphere at the scene became tense. Aside from Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, everyone else firmly gripped their weapons, looking at Luo Qianxue with hostility. Sir, the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, Luo Qianxue, being the first to be bewitched by the fragrance, had no idea what had happened during the time after her bewitchment. Thus, facing everyone's hostility, Luo Qianxue only felt baffled. I've always said it, they are of a different kind, with hearts that differ. We shouldn't have allowed this alien to join the alien human-level genius team, she shouldn't be living in the city. Zhao Zixuan stared at Luo Qianxue with fierce eyes filled with hostility. In this alien human-level team, her prejudice towards aliens was the strongest. Because her parents had died at the hands of aliens, she had been implacable towards aliens since she was a child, wishing that all aliens from origin land would perish. Qianxue, when Chen was trying to break the cage to help us escape, why did you intervene to stop him? Lan Tianbai, clutching a machete in his hand, asked Luo Qianxue with a cold expression. Luo Qianxue frowned slightly and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember intervening to stop Lin Zichen, there might be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Ha! Zhao Zixuan scoffed, with so many eyes watching, you say you don't remember stopping Lin Zichen, do you think we are fools? A youth friendly with her aggressively added, Luo Qianxue, stop pretending. An alien is an alien, you'll never feel a sense of belonging to Earth. Don't think playing dumb will get you out of this. Another youth said, let's not waste words with her, just restrain her and take her back to the city, let the discipline team interrogate her. With a few taking the lead, others also began verbally attacking Luo Qianxue. Their tone was extremely harsh and hostile, treating Luo Qianxue, an alien, as an undercover agent lurking in the city, seemingly eager to interrogate her harshly right then and there. Hearing everyone's malicious words, Luo Qianxue lowered her head and pressed her thin lips together, her hands clenched into fists, feeling utterly wronged. She had been living in City No. 1 since she was 8, and joined the alien human-level genius team the same year. You could say that she grew up as a local in City No. 1. Yet. Even so, whether it was the city's people or her teammates, they all distrusted her, believing they are a different kind with hearts that differ, and always harbored hostility towards her. And now, they had even branded her with a baseless accusation, causing her tremendous pain. She never wanted to be an alien, she just wanted to live quietly in City No. 1, occasionally visiting her master Yuan Dongji, enjoying the few warm moments. But why? Why couldn't even such a small request be fulfilled by everyone? Why must they discriminate against me? Why must they remain so hostile towards me? What exactly did I do wrong? Is it just because I am an alien that I must be condemned outright? The more Luo Qianxue thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, so much so that her usually expressionless face started to moisten around the eyes. She couldn't accept that despite her diligent work in the team, she still faced ostracism from so many people. Everyone, please calm down. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Lin Zichen spoke up. Hearing him say this, everyone involuntarily turned their heads towards him, waiting for him to continue. Luo Qianxue did indeed intervene to stop me from breaking the cage, but that wasn't her intention, it was only because her mind was clouded by the fragrance, and she couldn't control herself. After speaking, Lin Zichen added, after Luo Qianxue intervened to stop me, you all followed suit and attacked me, similarly having your minds clouded by the fragrance. If you think about it, you'll realize that your memory only stays before smelling that fragrance, everything after that is a complete blank. Hearing Lin Zichen say this, everyone went into deep thought, recalling what exactly had happened earlier. Upon reflection, they found that, indeed as Lin Zichen had said, their memories only lingered before they smelled the fragrance, and they remembered nothing beyond that. At this moment, everyone realized that they might have misunderstood Luo Qianxue. However, despite the misunderstanding, they still harbored hostility and vigilance towards Luo Qianxue due to their prejudice against her alien identity. Especially Zhao Zixuan, who said firmly, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we should still expel Luo Qianxue from the team, not letting her accompany us, to minimize the risk. This statement was full of prejudice while also making sense. They are of a different kind, with hearts that differ. Based on these 8 characters, everyone agreed to expel Luo Qianxue from the team, not wanting to venture out of the city with this alien anymore, lest they really get stabbed in the back one day. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the one. For such potentially happening events, everyone chose to prevent problems before they arise by proactively avoiding all risks to avoid the situation of capsizing in a drain. Don't be like this, everyone. I've known her since I was very young, and she's really a good person, she definitely wouldn't do something like betraying us. Shen Qinghan could not stand by any longer and mustered up the courage to stop everyone. Seeing that his fiancée had spoken up, Lin Zichen also followed, saying, there is no need for everyone to doubt over things that haven't happened. Meaningless doubts only drive people to extremes. Let's just skip over this matter, stop talking about it, everyone. Lin Zichen agreed that it was normal for everyone to have suspicions, but he did not support voicing these suspicions as if they were facts. After hearing Lin Zichen's words, everyone wisely stopped saying more. Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent was something everyone had seen, unless something unexpected happened, Lin Zichen was bound to become one of Earth's top combat forces in the future. No one wanted to offend such a promising individual. On the other hand, Luo Qianxue, watching Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan speaking on her behalf, felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had experienced a similar situation before. In response, she tried hard to search her memory, trying to recall past experiences. As she searched, she felt a sharp pain in her brain. Xiao Chen, Baishui looks so pitiable, let's go. Help her, okay. Guan Chun, wipe the water off Baishui's desk, those who bullied Baishui before, come and apologize to her now. Luo Qianxue was ostracized. Lin Zichen just made an offhand remark. Luo Qianxue seemed to remember something. She remembered being ostracized, realized she was Baishui. remembered she was by Shui. It wasn't much of a big deal. It was just a minor episode back in the 2nd grade. Lin Zichen didn't care. Luo Qianxue didn't care much either. Only Shen Qinghan cared. Later, Shen Qinghan went to get to know Luo Qianxue better. On the actual battlefield. As Elder Tree's clone and Thorn Fairy along with other Origin Land living beings left. Peace gradually returned. Earthlings could only give up their base in the Origin Land and head back to defend Earth. Later, converting source crystals into contribution points, Lin Zichen was taken aback. After the Great Battle. By regulation, people staggered their timings to return to Earth to visit their families. Several months later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan made a trip back to Earth. They learned that many people had died. When City Number 1 was attacked. Other cities were also under attack. Many people died. Familiar people, quite a few had died. The Student Council President Zhou Xiahong died. Ma Zhenhe became a vegetative state. Yuan Dongji also was seriously injured, recuperating at home. P.S. Begging Bowl out, please recommend and vote with monthly pass. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.